God Level Farm Chapter 809 to Chapter 854. Do business together? Xiao Ruofei froze for a moment. Zhao Yongjin smiled and said, Ruofei, don't misunderstand. We are not like Tian Xiaojun, who is interested in your company. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. How can that be? Besides, if Brother Zhao really wants to invest, I can give you some of my company's shares. It's not impossible. Zhao Yongjin smiled and said, no need, no need. We can see the potential of the Taoyuan company's development. We won't take advantage of it. Otherwise, my dad will break my legs when I go back. Is it that serious? It's normal for brothers to help each other. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. In fact, he was definitely unwilling to give up the company's shares. However, if Zhao Yongjin really asked, he could accept a small amount of shares. But if that was the case, the friendship between them would be somewhat different. Zhao Yongjin was also aware of this point. At his level, he was no longer so desperate for money. He valued Xiao Ruofei more, so naturally, it was impossible for him to ask to invest in the Taoyuan company. He said without hesitation, we definitely won't touch the Taoyuan company. Xiao Ruofei laughed, shrugged, and said, do as you wish. But don't blame me for not being loyal. Oh yeah, you said to do business together. What do you mean? Zhao Yongjin smiled and said, Liang Zi and the others suggested it. Everyone has some spare money in their hands. They want to take it out and do something together. It's just fun. Oh? Do you have any specific ideas? Xiao Ruofei asked. Liang Zi and the others want to set up a bar. In fact, it's more convenient for brothers to gather and drink. Making money is secondary. Zhao Yongjin said, but I feel that the bar's level is a bit too low. In my opinion, it's best to set up a comprehensive leisure club. Of course, it's mainly to serve the brothers themselves. Speaking of this, Zhao Yongjin turned his head, looked at Xiao Ruofei and said with a smile, but I still want to ask for your opinion and see if you have any better ideas. Among all of us, you're the best at business. Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, actually, I don't know how to do business. Our Taoyuan company mainly relies on products to win. If someone else can develop such a product, maybe the company will do better. Xiao Ruofei was not being modest. If he was really a business genius, with Xiao Ruofei's conditions, the Taoyuan company might be much better than it was now. The main reason was that Xiao Ruofei's own business strategy was not very aggressive, and his personality was a bit lazy. He was not very enthusiastic about capital expansion. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the company to develop to a point where its valuation exceeded 1 billion yuan, and there was still no bank loan. Doing business was all about making money. Basically, as much as possible, they would borrow from the bank and use it to develop the company. Compared to the dividends brought by the company's expansion, that little bit of bank interest was nothing. It could be said that there were almost no big companies that could achieve zero debt. Strictly speaking, in the whole of Huaxia, Laoganma was probably the only company. Oh. You're really not modest. Zhao Yongjin said with a smile. I'm not modest? Xiao Ruofei was stunned. I'm saying that you're not modest at all when it comes to the Taoyuan company's products. Zhao Yongjin said with a smile. It's the truth. Xiao Ruofei said, I didn't boast about the Yuji ointment, right? That's true. This is worthy of being called a phenomenal product. Zhao Yongjin had nothing to say about such strong evidence. Xiao Ruofei smiled proudly and said, Big brother Zhao, but I still agree with your opinion. If the few of us really want to do something together, the bar will seem too small. It's not a bad idea to make a comprehensive clubhouse. It doesn't matter if it makes money or not, as long as there's a good environment, safe, and well-equipped place to eat, drink, and play. This is quite attractive to me. Zhao Yongjin nodded and said, yes. Also, for an industry like a leisure club, the focus isn't on profit. Although profit is inevitable, I care more about the added value. Xiao Ruofei nodded in agreement. He understood what Zhao Yongjin meant by added value. Zhao Yongjin continued, also, I have an idea. Tonight, I ate at sister-in-law's private restaurant. I felt that the taste of the dishes was quite good, especially the two dishes that you recommended. It's much better than the Imperial Palace's dishes in Beijing. So, didn't I suggest that sister-in-law open a branch in Beijing? Xiao Ruofei nodded and looked at Zhao Yongjun, waiting for him to continue. Zhao Yongjun continued, if we brothers work together to open a club, sister-in-law's private restaurant can be a part of the club. Xiao Ruofei said with some hesitation, as my future father-in-law, I might not be willing. His restaurant group is also a chain business, and all of them are direct operations. He doesn't have any franchised stores. If he were to open a branch in the capital, he would have to have absolute control over it. If he were to join the club. What are you thinking about? Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, I'm not saying that Lingji private restaurant will become a department of the club. In fact, many star-rated hotels and private clubs are independent or outsourced. We can also use this method. Lingji private restaurant will still be independent. It's just that the location of the restaurant will be in our club, and it will only provide services to the members of the club. The finance will be settled by the club. This is also a strong alliance. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he was suddenly interested. He said with a smile, Brother Zhao, your proposal is quite interesting. For Ling Xiaotian, his headquarters were in the southeast province, mainly in Sanshan City. Currently, his main focus was on expanding in the province. If he could open a branch in Beijing and make a name for himself, it would naturally be very good. However, the biggest problem he faced was that he was unfamiliar with the place and the people. If he cooperated with Zhao Yongjun's club, it would mean that he didn't have to worry about anything. He just had to focus on running the private restaurant well and constantly improve the quality of the dishes. Moreover, the profit of this kind of high-end club was generally quite high. The most important thing was that the customers who spent money in the club were basically upper-class people. For the brand plan of the Lingji restaurant group, it was indeed a good choice. Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, I was also thinking about this matter on the way here. In fact, in order to deepen the cooperation, we can also use the method of share exchange. Lingji Private Restaurant's Beijing branch will hold a part of the club's shares, and our club will also hold a part of the shares of the Beijing branch. Of course, we will only target this branch. We won't involve the Lingji restaurant group, that's not bad. Anyway, we won't let the goodies flow into our own fields. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. As long as you aren't afraid that Xianxia and I will open the club as a husband and wife shop. How can that be? Zhao Yongjun said with a smile. We can't wait to cooperate more with a big tycoon like you. So, this matter is settled for now? I'll go back and talk to Liangzi and the others about it. We'll try to start the plan as soon as possible and solve the problem of the location first. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, okay. I'll also talk to Xianxia. I believe that my future father-in-law will also be very interested. The two of them chatted, and before they knew it, the car had already arrived at Taoyuan Farm. Xiao Ruofei pressed down the window and stuck his head out to greet the veteran guard at the gate. Then, the three cars drove into the farm in a single file. Because it was already late, and Zhao Yongjun and the others had taken a 2 to 3 hour flight, Xiao Ruofei didn't invite them to visit his house. Instead, he let the car drive directly to the front of the complex building. Anyway, everyone would be playing in the southeast province for a few days, so it wouldn't be too late to visit his house tomorrow. The reception room in the complex building had already been prepared. It was very clean and tidy, and all kinds of bedding had been changed to new ones according to Xiao Ruofei's request. Although it couldn't be compared to a 5-star hotel, it was still clean and comfortable. Xiao Ruofei personally sent Zhao Yongjun and the others to their rooms. Everyone gathered in Zhao Yongjun's room and chatted for a while, then went back to their rooms to rest. Xiao Ruofei also walked back to his small villa. Back in the bedroom upstairs, Xiao Ruofei took out his phone, keys, and wallet, and put them on the bedside table. Then, he prepared to take a shower first. Before entering the bathroom, he habitually took a look at his phone screen and found that Ling Xianxia and Song Wei had sent him WeChat messages respectively. The two girls had arrived home safely. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and put his phone aside first. Then, he picked up a set of clean coral fleece home clothes and went into the bathroom. After taking a shower and changing into comfortable home clothes, Xiao Ruofei wiped his hair with a bath towel and walked to the bedside to sit down. He picked up his phone with his other hand. He first replied to Song Wei's WeChat message. It's good that you're home safely. We just arrived. You should rest early. Then, Xiao Ruofei went back to the home page of his phone and opened the dialing software to call Ling Qingxue. Today, Zhao Yongjin's proposal made Xiao Ruofei quite interested. He wanted to tell Ling Qingxue as soon as possible and ask her to ask for Ling Xiaotian's opinion. If Ling Xiaotian agreed, then the specific investment amount and share structure could be discussed. However, before Xiao Ruofei could open Ling Qingxue's number, his phone rang again with a WeChat notification. It turned out that Song Wei hadn't gone to sleep either. After receiving Xiao Ruofei's WeChat message, he immediately replied. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei closed the dialing software and opened WeChat again. Song Wei's message read, Ruofei, you said that you had something to talk to me about today. Is it convenient for you to talk now? Xiao Ruofei suddenly remembered the boundary stone. After writing a few words in the WeChat input box, he thought for a while and deleted them. Then, he directly found Song Wei's number and dialed it. Song Wei quickly picked up the phone. Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, It's so late and you're still awake? It's not good for your skin if you stay up late. Song Wei smiled a little embarrassedly and said, I was about to go to bed. I was just lying in bed and looking at my phone. You just sent me a WeChat message, so I asked. By the way, what's the matter? Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and asked, Song Wei, I remember that you were poisoned last time because you entered an ancient tomb of the Ming dynasty, right? That experience was naturally unforgettable for Song Wei. She had walked through the gates of hell. The other 3 members of the archaeological team who were poisoned with her had died one after another because they were more severely poisoned than her. In fact, when Song Wei was treated by Xiao Ruofei, the last member of the archaeological team was critically ill. If she hadn't met Xiao Ruofei, Song Wei would have been dead by now. Song Wei felt a burst of fear in her heart and said, Yes. It's an ancient tomb of the Ming dynasty in Xiaonan province. She was a little surprised that Xiao Ruofei would suddenly ask about it, but she still told him the truth. Xiao Ruofei said, Song Wei, I'm a little interested in this ancient tomb. I want to go in and have a look. I heard that, no. Absolutely not. Song Wei said anxiously, It's too dangerous. Ruofei, that kind of poison is invisible and odorless. It's impossible to guard against it. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, For me, the danger of the poison is nothing. Even if I'm really infected, I have the ability to cure it, right? Song Wei was stunned for a moment. She hadn't thought of this. But she quickly said, That's not possible. I was only slightly poisoned at that time, and you can't guarantee that, if you're poisoned, you can definitely cure it, right? This is a matter of life and death. You can't take this risk. Xiao Ruofei said, Song Wei, listen to me first. First of all, I have some understanding of this kind of poison. In fact, it's not invisible and odorless in my eyes. It can even be said that it has nowhere to hide. Song Wei didn't speak. She knew that Xiao Ruofei wasn't bragging. At that time, the poison in her body had been removed by Xiao Ruofei. Maybe Xiao Ruofei really had a way to find the poison. Otherwise, how could he treat it? Xiao Ruofei paused and then said, Secondly, the reason why I want to go into the ancient tomb is that there is probably something in it that is very important to me. In fact, for ancient tombs like this, the country didn't advocate archaeology. Under normal circumstances, it was accidentally excavated, or it had been entered by tomb robbers. Only then would the relevant cultural relics department carry out a rescue excavation. Otherwise, in principle, they would be left silent underground. Even if the tomb was excavated, everything in it naturally belonged to the country according to the law. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei's words were actually somewhat against the relevant regulations. But his relationship with Song Wei meant that he didn't have to hide it. And according to his and Xia Qing's analysis, even if there was a boundary stone in the ancient tomb, it was very likely that it had already existed, and the ancient tomb just happened to be built there. So from this point of view, even if Xiao Ruofei found and took the boundary stone, it wasn't considered stealing cultural relics. Song Wei fell into silence after hearing this. If Xiao Ruofei had asked her for help for other things, she would have done her best to help without hesitation. However, the Ming Dynasty tomb had left a huge psychological shadow on her. Most importantly, she didn't want Xiao Ruofei to take risks. However, since Xiao Ruofei had said so, it would be unreasonable for Song Wei to refuse again. She sighed and asked, "Ruofei, do you have to go?" Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation, "I have to go." "Song Wei, if you don't help me, I will definitely go. It's just that I have to spend more effort to investigate the specific location of the tomb. There are people guarding it all the time. Even if you find it, you can't get in," Song Wei said. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "As long as I can find the place, I will naturally have a way. Of course, if you are willing to help coordinate and smooth out these relationships, that would be the best. If it doesn't work, I will have to ask Song Rui." Song Rui's father, Song Jingping, was now the leader of Xiangnan province. Song Wei had just said that the Ming Dynasty tomb was in Xiangnan province. If Xiao Ruofei wanted to inquire about it, it wouldn't be too difficult. Song Wei also thought of this. She hesitated and said, "I can take you there." She was also worried that if Xiao Ruofei couldn't get help from her, it would be even more dangerous for him to explore the terrible tomb by himself. Song Wei felt that no matter what, she had been inside the tomb before and had some understanding of the situation. It was better than Xiao Ruofei rushing in without thinking. Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed and said, "That's great. Song Wei, thank you. I owe you a favor." Song Wei said with a wry smile, "I still owe you my life. Ruofei, don't celebrate too early. I have conditions." "Say it." Xiao Ruofei said straightforwardly. "As long as it's within my power, I'll definitely agree." Song Wei said without hesitation, "I can take you there, and I can also use my connections to let us enter the tomb smoothly, but you have to take me with you." Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He only wanted Song Wei to lead the way. After all, he didn't even know that the tomb was located in Xiangnan province before the call today. In addition, he also thought that if Song Wei could help him coordinate, he could avoid a lot of trouble. But no matter what, he had never thought of bringing Song Wei down to the tomb. After all, the colorless and odorless toxin formed by the small substances peeled off from the surface of the boundary stone might fill the entire tomb, and even Xiao Ruofei didn't know how dense it was. In addition, Xia Qing had once told him that the tomb was likely to be located in a place of extreme negative energy, and there might be unknown dangers. Song Wei was just an ordinary person. It was very dangerous to go down to the tomb with him. "Song Wei, isn't it good if you take me there and wait for me outside?" Xiao Ruofei said. "You know, it's very dangerous inside the tomb." Song Wei said stubbornly, "I only have this one condition. If you want my help, you have to agree to it." "Why?" Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly. "I'm just going in to look for something. I'll be out soon, anyway. This is my condition. If you don't agree, I definitely won't take you there." Song Wei said firmly. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly. He thought for a moment and said, "Okay. Since you insist, let's go together." He believed that with his ability, it shouldn't be a problem to protect Song Wei. Most importantly, his mental strength was several realms stronger than his cultivation. In the tomb, he was also very sensitive to unknown dangers. As long as he tensed up, there shouldn't be any problems. When Song Wei heard this, she smiled and said, "Okay, when do you plan to go?" Xiao Ruofei said, "It's easy to arrange my time. It mainly depends on your time." Song Wei thought for a moment and said, "I have to go back to school to take an exam before the winter break. After the winter break, it will be the spring festival soon. Why don't we go after the spring festival?" Xiao Ruofei calculated. It was only a little more than a month, so he nodded and said, "No problem, we'll go according to your plan." Song Wei said, "Then let's tentatively set it for after the spring festival and before the lantern festival. We'll see about the specific date when the time comes." "Okay. Then it's a deal." Xiao Ruofei said, "Song Wei, you should rest early. We'll talk again." Song Wei said softly, "Okay, good night." "Good night." After Song Wei hung up the phone, his expression was a little complicated. She didn't know why she agreed to Xiao Ruofei's crazy request. She even insisted on going to the tomb with him. Wasn't the nightmarish experience last time enough to make her avoid the tomb? Moreover, Song Wei realized that she was actually looking forward to the trip to Xiangnan that would take place a month later. What's wrong with me? Song Wei lay on the bed, holding his phone. His eyes weren't focused at all, and his mind was in a mess. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for Song Wei. Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone and immediately called Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue hadn't slept yet. When she heard Xiao Ruofei talk about Zhao Yongjin's proposal, she was very interested. The trace of sleepiness that came from drinking the semelan disappeared without a trace. She was very excited to discuss it with Xiao Ruofei on the phone. Since Xiao Ruofei called Ling Qingxue, he was naturally inclined to agree with the operation method, so he didn't hold back his suggestion. At the same time, he also told Ling Qingxue that if the club could be set up in the future, he would also have a certain amount of shares in it. This gave Ling Qingxue a reassurance pill. She even wanted to tell Ling Xiaotian about it overnight. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly dissuaded her. Ling Xiaotian wasn't like young people. At this time, he was most likely asleep. It was really unnecessary to wake him up because of this. After a lot of persuasion, Ling Qingxue finally gave up the idea. However, she was still very excited when she hung up the phone. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly. He felt that Ling Qingxue might have insomnia tonight. However, he didn't know that it wasn't just Ling Qingxue who had insomnia, but also Song Wei who had insomnia. Xiao Ruofei browsed the news online for a while. Then, he went to the official website of the Taoyuan company and the flagship stores opened by the company on several major e-commerce platforms. Seeing that it was almost time, he went to the balcony on time, sat down, and began to cultivate. As long as time allowed, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't miss the 2 periods of cultivation every day. After all, the spiritual energy on Earth was scarce now, and he couldn't completely rely on the limited spiritual energy in the Ring 2 space to cultivate. Therefore, these 2 periods of cultivation were extremely precious. Compared with cultivating in the space, the progress of cultivating in the outside world was negligible. However, many a little makes an ocean, and sand makes a tower. It was always beneficial. Moreover, cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If you didn't advance, you would fall behind. Cultivating every day was also a way for Xiao Ruofei to maintain his state. It wasn't until he felt that the spiritual energy gathered from the void became modeled that Xiao Ruofei stopped cultivating and got up. He went to the bathroom to wash up briefly, and then went to bed. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei woke up on time without needing to be woken up by the phone's alarm clock. He was still cultivating. After cultivating, Xiao Ruofei simply washed up, changed into sportswear, and went to the farm to run a few laps. This kind of exercise had almost no effect on improving Xiao Ruofei's body. It was more of a habit that he had developed after being a soldier for many years. It had become a biological clock. After returning to the villa, Xiao Ruofei took another shower, changed his clothes, and went to the complex building. Zhao Yongjun and the others didn't sleep in. When Xiao Ruofei arrived, they were already taking a walk in the open space in front of the building. Seeing Xiao Ruofei come over, Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, "Ruofei, I saw you running downstairs from the room upstairs. Are you still maintaining the habits of the army?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Yes. If I don't run every day, I feel uncomfortable all over. This is a good habit." Zhao Yongjun sighed. Back then, I also had an excellent result of carrying weights for 5 kilometers. It's just that after leaving the army, I didn't exercise much. Look at me now. Even my beer belly is about to pop out, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Brother Zhao, you've maintained your body well." Zhao Yongjun basically maintained a healthy body shape, and he was relatively tall and burly. When he walked on the road, he looked like a tiger, and the aura of a soldier was quite strong. Compared to these guys, it's not bad, Zhao Yongjun said as he glanced at Song Rui and the others. But compared to you, it's a far cry. Then, Zhao Yongjun said, "By the way, after you went back last night, I told the brothers about what we discussed in the car last night." Everyone was quite interested. Song Rui said, "That's right. We brothers are investing in a club together. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Especially if we can introduce Ling's private kitchen." As Song Rui spoke, he couldn't help but look fascinated. "I see that your excitement is probably 85% because you can eat delicious food at any time," Xiao Ruofei mercilessly exposed Song Rui's little thoughts. As for the chicken soup that brothers worked together, you don't have to tell us. Ho Liang, Su Zixuan, and the others couldn't help but laugh. Among this group of people, Song Rui, as the eldest son and eldest grandson of the family Song, was undoubtedly the most prominent. Other than Zhao Yongjun, who had the best relationship with him, people like Ho Liang and the others, who had a good relationship with him, still spoke to him with a trace of reverence. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, didn't have so many scruples. Song Rui was also very thick-skinned. He said, of course, the delicious food is a very important reason, but I also want to start a business. If this club can be successful, the elders in the family will hesitate when they say that we are ignorant and incompetent, right? Song Rui's words were what everyone was thinking, including Zhao Yongjun. They were the second and third generation with a golden spoon in their mouths. On one hand, they enjoyed the glory brought by their parents, and on the other hand, they lived in the shadows of their parents. No matter what, they were always labeled as so-and-so's son or so-and-so's grandson. Of course, they also wanted to start a business to prove themselves. Song Rui continued, starting a business with brothers is a very happy thing in itself. Don't you all agree? Yes. Brother Rui said what I wanted to say. Ho Liang and the others also cheered at the side. Song Rui said again, of course, on this basis, if there is a gathering place for everyone, and there are all kinds of delicious food, especially top-notch delicacies like Buddha jumps over the wall and Yangtze River shad, wouldn't that be even better? Xiao Ruofei glanced at Song Rui and said, so, you are preparing to stay in Beijing for a long time? Don't you still have a position in the company in Sanshan? Song Rui said proudly, sorry, I have returned to the headquarters to work. Xiao Ruofei said leisurely, do you believe that if I tell Uncle Song your real purpose of staying in Beijing, you will immediately be sent to Sanshan, or even directly sent back to Shannan province? Song Rui said nervously, you won't do that, right? That's hard to say. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, it depends on your performance. If you put in more effort in the clubhouse. That's for sure. Song Rui said hurriedly, in the future, this will be our own business. Xiao Ruofei stopped teasing Song Rui and said seriously, no, we only have this intention, but we still have to discuss how to operate it. Let's go have breakfast first. Let's talk while we eat. So, the group walked into the staff cafeteria on the first floor of the complex building, where breakfast had already been prepared. Although it wasn't as exquisite as a star-rated hotel, the staff cafeteria's breakfast was still very sumptuous. There were steamed buns, porridge, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and so on. The variety was very rich, and everyone could choose according to their own tastes. Xiao Ruofei and the others took their breakfast and sat down to eat while talking about the clubhouse. Everyone, including Zhao Yongjun, was very excited, and had all kinds of visions for the clubhouse's blueprint. Everyone was talking at the same time. Some said that there should be a high-end fitness center, some said that there should be mini-golf, and some said that a health center was indispensable. Even Song Rui said that it should be a sports car club, and it would be best to build a standard racetrack. Xiao Ruofei pulled everyone back to the normal conversation track, and appropriately cooled down the group of young masters. Zhao Yongjun was the oldest and the most stable among them. At the same time, he had been in business for many years after leaving the army, so he was relatively familiar with business matters. Therefore, Zhao Yongjun touched his chin and took the lead to say, the amount of investment depends on how big the business is. First of all, the club has to be in Beijing. With the price of land in Beijing, the cost of land must be very high. We don't want to be like those clubs that sell dog meat under the guise of sheep's head, so we can consider a slightly more remote location. The price of land outside the 4th and 5th rings will be much cheaper than the central area and the embassy area. Song Rui nodded and said, agreed. There's no place to build a racetrack in the city. If we want to build one, we need someone who dares to approve it. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, also, let's not think about a racetrack for the time being. If we want to build an international standard racetrack, it can't be done without a few billion yuan. The usual maintenance costs are also very high. The most important thing is that the profit is too little. Song Rui was discouraged when he heard that, but he really liked to play with cars, so he couldn't help but say, then can't we make it smaller and lower the standard a little? Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, then it's better not to do it. If we want to do it, it's definitely the best. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing for everyone? Zhao Yongjun's words were also in line with Song Rui and the others' mentality. This group of second and third generations were not afraid of anything, so they definitely wouldn't do something that would embarrass them. Therefore, Song Rui's plan was aborted before it could be carried out. Xiao Ruofei said, Brother Zhao said a slightly more remote location. I personally agree. On one hand, it's for cost considerations, and on the other hand, it's for privacy. In the future, the membership service will definitely have a threshold. I think that for the guests who are qualified to spend money at the club, it's not like they can't even afford a car. Ho Liang and the others laughed when they heard this. Su Zixuan also said, now, many high-end clubs are developing in the suburbs. After all, the suburbs are more spacious and cheaper. Zhao Yongjun nodded and said, then after we go back this time, we will split up to understand the situation and see if there are any plots of land near the 5th Ring Road ready to be sold. I'll leave this matter to you guys. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, the functions of the club don't have to be comprehensive, but as long as it's a project, it must be top-notch. This was also Xiao Ruofei's ideal of fine products. Lu Jian nodded and said, if you want to do it, then do it to the best of your ability. Let's preliminarily decide what functions we need to implement, and then entrust a professional organization to do an evaluation. Su Zixuan said, food and beverage is definitely indispensable. No matter how big the club is, this is a basic function. Of course. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, in the area of Chinese food, I think the standard of Ling's restaurant should be no problem, especially the 2 signature dishes. If it really doesn't work, I'll ask the executive chef of Ling's restaurant group to take care of it for a period of time to ensure the quality of the dishes. Zhao Yongjun nodded and said, Western food is also indispensable. Everyone, use your connections. It's best if you can invite 1 or 2 Michelin-starred chefs to come in. Ho Liang and the others nodded. Then, they discussed some other projects of the club. Everyone had their own preferences. Except for Wei Jun, who was basically just a bystander, everyone expressed a lot of opinions. Even after breakfast, they still hadn't discussed anything. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, how about this? Let's roughly determine an investment amount first, and then according to this amount, find a professional company to make a plan for us. What do you think? I think it's okay. Zhao Yongjun said immediately, Ruofei, how much do you think is appropriate for the initial investment? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I'm not as familiar with the situation in Beijing as you are. You should tell me more. So, everyone turned their eyes to Zhao Yongjun. When it came to business, among these people, Zhao Yongjun was definitely the best. Zhao Yongjun thought for a while and said with a smile, considering the land price and construction cost, I think that if the investment is too small, we may not be able to do anything. How about this? Let's invest 500 million yuan in one phase. The total investment is no less than 1.5 billion yuan. What do you think? As soon as Zhao Yongjun said this, Ho Liang and the others looked at each other, including Song Rui, and said with some surprise, Brother Zhao, this is a bit too much, isn't it? The few of us. Can we get such a large amount of money? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, don't look at me. I can't take out so much money all of a sudden. In fact, if it was an initial investment, Xiao Ruofei's overseas assets could be pooled together. But since everyone was investing together, if he took the majority of the shares, then it would be meaningless. Xiao Ruofei said, since Brother Zhao proposed this investment amount, there must be a reason. Why don't Brother Zhao tell us more about it? Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, everyone, don't be scared by this number. In fact, we don't have to take out so much money. Then, Zhao Yongjun analyzed, first of all, if we take the land from the government, we don't need to pay all the transfer fees at once. This can be negotiated. It shouldn't be a big problem to pay it all within a year. We can save a lot of money here. Second, after we take the land, we can mortgage it to the bank. As long as the bank coordinates in place, they can loan a large amount of money. It's completely possible that it won't be lower than the land price. And this money can be used for the initial construction funds. Third, as long as we take the land and start construction, we can pre-sell membership cards. I think the annual fee is about 200,000 yuan. With our reputation, there should be a lot of people coming to buy it, right? At that time, we have to set some thresholds. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can become our member, then, I will control it according to the initial scale of 500 people. This place can bring us another 100 million in cash flow. Ho Liang and the others weren't very clear about the ways of business. When they heard Zhao Yongjin's analysis, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Song Rui said, Then, we don't need to invest any money at all. We can still open the club and make a lot of money? Isn't this too easy? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. This method was easy to say, but how could it be so simple? Whether it was the link to take the land, the link to get a loan, or the pre-sale of membership cards, which one of these links was simple, other than Zhao Yongjin and his group of second and third generations, who could play this kind of game? Zhao Yongjin laughed and said, Hee, what do you think? Otherwise, how could old Chen's second son open such a big 4S shop? How much money could he have? When people buy cars from car manufacturers, they only settle the accounts after they sell them. And the account period is very long. In addition, the shop rental, bank loans, and so on. Anyway, it's all done by operation. Beijing's Chen family's strength was slightly inferior to family Song's, but it was also a very big family. The old Chen's second son that Zhao Yongjin mentioned was about the same age as them. He opened a big 4S shop in Beijing, and his business was doing very well. But then Zhao Yongjin changed the topic and said seriously, but we can't learn from Chen's second son. That kid is too greedy, and he's a bit unscrupulous in doing things. His table manners are too ugly. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Brother, Zhao is right. If we want to do business, we have to do business in an open and aboveboard way. We can use the resources in our hands, but we can't do any illegal operations. Xiao Ruofei meant that even if they used connections to get in through the back door, things must be done in accordance with the rules. For example, the land transfer fee could be paid according to the maximum time limit, but it couldn't exceed this time limit and be delayed indefinitely. It was the same for bank loans. They had to go through the normal procedures to apply and be approved. The loan amount also had to be within the normal range and couldn't be too outrageous. As long as they could do this, they wouldn't be caught by others. Xiao Ruofei wanted to do something with Song Rui and the others, but he didn't want them to end up being scammers in order to make money and implicate the elders in their families. Zhao Yongjin looked at Xiao Ruofei with appreciation and said, I have the same idea as Ruofei. We don't think highly of people like Tian Xiaojun, so we can't do something like that without risking anything. Zhao Yongjin paused and then said, My initial thought is that if we take out 300 million as the starting capital, I think it should be enough to buy land if the location is a little more remote. Then we can mortgage the land and use the funds to start the construction of the project. If there is a shortage of funds during the construction process, then everyone can increase the capital together. If you don't want to or can't take out so much money, you can also choose to dilute your shares. After all, building a club wasn't a real estate development. The land needed didn't need to be so big, and they didn't need to spend billions to buy land like real estate developers. Zhao Yongjin's plan was relatively safe. Even if they didn't have such a big background, normal commercial real estate investment was also operated like this. The real estate industry had always had the highest debt ratio, but it didn't affect real estate developers to make a lot of money. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, I think it's okay. After the 300 million was divided, even if he had more, it would only be a few tens of millions more. For Xiao Ruofei, it wasn't difficult at all. Ho Liang said, I agree with Brother Jun's proposal, but I can't use too much money. It's okay if I invest less when the time comes, right? Wei Jun also quickly said, My situation is similar to Brother Liang's. Brothers, invest more. Let's play together. Zhao Yongjin said straightforwardly, No problem. Use your own ability, don't force it. Xiao Ruofei looked at Wei Jun and Ho Liang and said, Let's discuss how to distribute the investment proportion first. Zhao Yongjin and Xiao Ruofei looked at each other and said with a smile, Ruofei and I will talk about it last. Let's talk about how much money we can invest first. The two of us will pay for the insufficient part. Ruofei, what do you think? Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, no problem. In terms of economic strength, Xiao Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun were definitely the strongest. Naturally, no one had any objections to this proposal. Song Rui and a few others discussed in a low voice, and then said, I'll take an average. I can still take out 50 million. After Song Rui expressed his position, Lu Jian immediately said, then I'll invest 50 million too. The family Song had a huge family business. Song Rui and other direct descendants usually had a lot of savings. In addition, Song Jilan, who was in charge of the family Song business empire, also doted on Song Rui very much. She would definitely support this kind of business investment. 50 million was not a big problem for him. Lu Jian's situation was similar to Song Rui's. Their family also had their own company. Compared to Ho Liang and the others, they were relatively rich. Su Zixuan smiled and said, I'm not as rich as you guys. Brothers, let's do something together. The most important thing is to participate. I'll invest 10 million. Zhao Yongjun smiled and nodded. Then, he looked at Ho Liang and Wei Jun. Ho Liang and Wei Jun smiled a little embarrassedly. Finally, Ho Liang said, Wei Jun and I can put together about 5 million each. Is it too little? Zhao Yongjun said straightforwardly, yes. Zixuan is right. Brothers do things together for fun. It doesn't matter how much money is. As long as you don't mind the dividends in the future, it's fine. Wei Jun quickly said, no. Brother Liang and I are already very happy to be able to participate in this project. Originally, with Ho Liang's family background, there was a gap with Zhao Yongjun and the others. Wei Jun was even worse than Ho Liang. Zhao Yongjun and the others were already very surprised to be able to bring them to play in the club this time. They were worried that Zhao Yongjun would not be happy if they invested too little. How could they complain that they did not get enough shares? Zhao Yongjun nodded with a smile and said, then let me calculate. The 5 of you can put together 120 million, then there is still a gap of 180 million. Brother Zhao, Xiao Ruofei said, Liang Zi and Wei Jun's 5 million is really too little. It's less than 2% of the shares. When Xiao Ruofei said this, Ho Liang and Wei Jun couldn't help but be nervous. If Xiao Ruofei wanted to kick them out and not bring them to play, Zhao Yongjun would definitely respect his opinion. However, Xiao Ruofei's next words gave them a pleasant surprise. Xiao Ruofei continued, how about this? Each of them will invest 10 million. I will pay for the insufficient part. Consider it as me lending each of them 5 million. When Xiao Ruofei said this, Ho Liang quickly said, this can't be. Brother Xia, how can we take your money? What do you mean by taking my money? I am the one lending it to you. There will be interest. Xiao Ruofei deliberately said with a straight face, what? You don't want to give me face? No. Ho Liang said quickly. Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei looked at Su Zixuan and said with a smile, Zixuan, do you mind if I do this? Among them, besides Song Rui and Lu Jian who invested 50 million each, Su Zixuan invested 10 million. Xiao Ruofei lent Ho Liang and Wei Jun 5 million each, which was equivalent to the 3 of them having the same amount of shares. Although in fact, Su Zixuan's shares didn't decrease, Ho Liang and Wei Jun's extra shares were from Zhao Yongjun and Xiao Ruofei. Strictly speaking, the money was from Xiao Ruofei, so it was Xiao Ruofei's shares. However, Xiao Ruofei paid for Ho Liang and Wei Jun, and at the same time didn't lend money to Su Zixuan. He was also worried that Su Zixuan would have other thoughts, so he simply said it openly. Everyone came out to do things together for fun. If this kind of thing made things unhappy, then the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Su Zixuan was also a generous person. When he heard this, he immediately laughed and said, Brother Xia, what are you talking about? How can I mind? If it weren't for the fact that I don't have enough money, I would also support Liang Zi and Wei Jun. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, it's the same no matter who pays. We are all brothers. The shares have to be calculated clearly, but I can still afford a few million. Last time, Ho Liang and Wei Jun had contributed a lot to the Tong Rentang incident, and through this contact, Wei Jun also quite liked Xiao Ruofei's temper. Needless to say, Ho Liang and Xiao Ruofei had known each other for a long time. Last time in Beijing, because of the matter of the jade skin cream spokesperson, Ho Liang spared no effort to help and used a lot of connections. Until now, that small artist was still banned, therefore, Xiao Ruofei also took this opportunity to return the favor. Seeing this, Zhao Yongjin said with a smile, "Ruofei, you can't be the only good person. Aren't you making me look like an elder brother who doesn't act like one?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but show a trace of embarrassment. Of course, Zhao Yongjin was joking, but he also had his own considerations. That was, he also contributed a little to reduce Xiao Ruofei's burden. Therefore, after making a joke, Zhao Yongjin said, "We are all brothers. How about this, Liang Zi and Wei Jun will invest 10 million according to Ruofei's proposal, but Ruofei and I will invest 5 million each. Wei Jun's share will be lent to Ruofei, and I will pay for Liang Zi's money first." Ho Liang had played with Zhao Yongjun for many years, and many things were done by him. If Zhao Yongjun didn't express anything, it would be inappropriate, especially under the premise that Xiao Ruofei showed such a high attitude. Xiao Ruofei also realized this, so he didn't refuse and said with a smile, "Okay. Then we will do as Brother Zhao said." Ho Liang said with a grateful face, "Brother Jun, Brother Xia, thank you." Wei Jun also hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Since the bosses had already agreed, it would be unreasonable for them to refuse, so they could only accept this kindness. However, they also secretly made up their minds that during the process of the establishment and operation of the club, they must put in more effort. Otherwise, they would be letting down Xiao Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand, saying, "We are brothers, don't be so polite." Zhao Yongjun said, "Then let's calculate the investment amount. With this 10 million, you can come up with 130 million, and there will be 170 million left. How about Ruofei, we split it?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "I'm fine with it. I can give more or less, I'll listen to Brother Zhao." Zhao Yongjin said straightforwardly, "Then each of us will invest 85 million. That's settled." Everyone was friends and brothers who trusted each other very much, and their fathers basically had similar political ideals, so they were considered allies in the same camp. This kind of relationship was very solid, so there was no need to fight for the biggest shareholder or the absolute control of the shares. Therefore, everyone finalized the investment ratio in the Taoyuan company's cafeteria. The initial investment was 300 million Huaxia dollars. Xiao Ruofei and Zhao Yongjin each invested 85 million Huaxia dollars, and each of them owned shares. Song Rui and Lu Jian each invested 50 million Huaxia dollars, and each of them owned shares. Su Zixuan, Ho Liang, and Wei Jun each invested 10 million Huaxia dollars, accounting for 33% of the shares. As for the share exchange after the cooperation with Lingji Private Kitchen, everyone would dilute their shares according to the proportion of their investment, and at the same time, hold the same proportion of shares in Lingji Private Kitchen. After finalizing this matter, the long breakfast finally came to an end. At this time, the employees of the company had already finished eating and went upstairs to work. Everyone was relaxed and began to clamor to visit Tycoon Xiao's farm. Other than Song Rui, it was the first time for everyone else. These young masters in Beijing were very envious of Xiao Ruofei for having such a farm of his own. Especially when they knew that Xiao Ruofei also had a large farm of 6,000 mu in Australia, their eyes lit up, and they clamored to arrange a time to go to Australia together. Xiao Ruofei naturally agreed with a smile. He asked Yi Linyun to drive one of the electric scooters that the veterans usually use to patrol over, and then he personally drove and brought Zhao Yongjun and the others to visit the farm. The advanced modern greenhouse, the newly built cold storage, and the heavily guarded herring breeding workshop filled Zhao Yongjun and the others with a sense of novelty. Even in the middle of winter, everyone insisted on walking around the orchard, but in fact, other than the bare fruit trees, they couldn't see anything else. However, looking into the distance from the hillside, they could see the sea, and the view was very good. It was just that the biting cold wind was a bit of a spoilsport, so everyone just looked around and hurried down. "Ruofei, we really envy you." Zhao Yongjin sat in the passenger seat next to Xiao Ruofei and said with emotion, "You are simply living like a god." Song Rui also chuckled and said, "That's true." Sometimes, I even want to stay with Ruofei for a while to cultivate my mind. Xiao Ruofei turned his head and glanced at Song Rui, then said, "Are you willing to leave your Yi behind?" Song Rui's expression froze, then he said, "After I get Shui Yi, I can bring her over. I don't ask for much, I just want food, accommodation, and transportation. Is that okay?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Okay. As long as you can get Shui Yi, I will throw a party for you at the Australian farm to celebrate." "That's what you said," Song Rui said. Su Zixuan laughed and said, "Brother Rui, after returning to Beijing, you have to work hard. We are still waiting to bask in your glory." Song Rui clenched his fist and said, "Watch me." Everyone burst into laughter. After leaving the orchard, Xiao Ruofei took his brothers to visit his small villa. The villa was not big, and the decorations were naturally not luxurious. However, to have such a villa in a farm far away from the city, to be able to stand on the balcony and overlook the sea, and to breathe in the fresh air of the suburbs every day, all of these made Zhao Yongjun and the others very envious. Ho Liang couldn't help but say, "No wonder Brother Xia has such a big courtyard house in Beijing and rarely goes back to stay for a few days. If I had such a big farm and such a villa, I wouldn't want to go back to Beijing to breathe in the smog. Come on. The land in the countryside is not worth much." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Back then, my entire farm was not worth as much as this small building, and in fact, this building was only bought for about 2 million. It's not even worth as much as a small house in Beijing." Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "Brothers, when the time comes, let's renovate the clubhouse and find a piece of land with a better environment. It won't be worse than Ruofei's farm." Zhao Yongjun's words made everyone look forward to the clubhouse even more. Song Rui also said, "Ruofei, hurry up and tell your father-in-law that we are very optimistic about Ling Ji's private kitchen. This is a strong collaboration." Zhao Yongjun joked, "I think Xiao Rui is optimistic about Ling Ji's private kitchen steamed shad and secret Buddha jumps over the wall." Song Rui laughed dryly, "Hee, it's all the same, it's all the same." Just then, Xiao Ruofei's phone vibrated. He picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID, then smiled and said to Song Rui, "Speak of the devil. My father-in-law is calling. I'm going to take the call first. Brothers, help yourselves. If you want to drink tea, make it yourself. The tea leaves are in the ice bar next to the TV cabinet." After that, Xiao Ruofei took the phone and walked to the courtyard, then answered the call. "Uncle Ling," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Ruofei, Xianxia mentioned to me about opening a branch in Beijing." Ling Xiaotian went straight to the point, then asked, "What exactly do these friends of yours do? Can they coordinate their relationships in Beijing in all aspects? You have to know that it's not easy to have meetings nowadays. There are probably no less than 3,000 clubhouses in Beijing." Xiao Ruofei laughed and asked, "Uncle Ling, didn't Xianxia tell you about my friends in detail?" Ling Xiaotian said, "This girl only has a rough understanding of each of them. She knows that their backgrounds are not simple, but you didn't tell her in detail about their identities." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but pat his forehead, and said with a wry smile, "Uncle Ling. That's my problem, but I'm still very optimistic about this cooperation. If you are interested in this area, you can consider it carefully. My friends. They should be considered the most powerful group of people in Beijing. In short, they are more than enough to support a clubhouse." Ling Xiaotian was stunned for a moment, then said, "Ruofei, Beijing is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and the most powerful." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said 2 names. One was Master Song, and the other was General Zhao Cheng. Then he said to Ling Xiaotian, "Uncle Ling, among my friends, one is Family Song's eldest son, and the other is General Zhao Cheng's only son. As for the other few, their families are slightly weaker, but not too bad." After Ling Xiaotian heard this, she couldn't help but be absent-minded. People who didn't care about politics might not know General Zhao Cheng, but Master Song's name was well known. He had been on the news almost every day for several years, and could be said to be the memory of a generation. Moreover, Master Song's body was very healthy, so one could imagine how powerful Family Song was. Ling Xiaotian knew that Xiao Ruofei was very capable and had made many powerful friends, but she still couldn't imagine that even Master Song's grandson would call Xiao Ruofei brother. "Uncle Ling, Do you think that there will be a problem with the coordination of all the relationships between my friends when they cooperate to open a clubhouse? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. Ling Xiaotian also came back to his senses, and he said without hesitation, of course there won't be a problem. Ruofei, if that's the case, it's you who's helping your Uncle Ling this time. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, Uncle Ling, don't say that. We are all family, and this was also suggested by my friends. They were mainly shocked after tasting our signature dishes at Lingji Private Kitchen yesterday. They were discussing opening a clubhouse, and the first thing they thought of was introducing Lingji Private Kitchen. Ling Xiaotian hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help but ask, Ruofei, will it be difficult to communicate with these young masters? It was normal for Ling Xiaotian to have concerns. After all, although he was rich, he was still an ordinary person. On the other hand, Zhao Yongjun and the others could be said to have the power to do whatever they wanted. In this kind of unequal cooperation, the weaker party would easily be at a disadvantage. For example, the clubhouse's expenses would definitely be paid together, and the clubhouse and Lingji Private Kitchen would pay for the Chinese food. When the time came, the accounting period would be a little longer, and there would be a slight delay. It was even possible that nothing would be settled. Lingji Restaurant Group didn't have any foundation in Beijing, and Zhao Yongjun and the others had strong backgrounds. When the time came, wouldn't there be no one to complain to? In the worst-case scenario, they might try to rope in the employees of Ling's private kitchen who were stationed in the clubhouse, poach the chefs who had mastered the core skills, and kick Ling's private kitchen aside to start anew. This was all possible. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Ling, I understand what you mean. You can rest assured. Let me put it this way. This group of friends, they still give me face. When Lingji Private Kitchen entered the clubhouse, they couldn't wait to take care of it. How could they play any tricks? Ling Xiaotian was still assured of Xiao Ruofei. He knew that he was a steady person. If he wasn't confident, he definitely wouldn't say that. Although he couldn't think of why Zhao Yongjun, Song Rui, and the others would give Xiao Ruofei face, he still believed in Xiao Ruofei. With your words, I'm much more relieved, Ling Xiaotian said, Ruofei, then I'll ask my subordinates to start preparing for this project. Lingji Restaurant Group would definitely expand in all aspects in the future. If they could take root in Beijing in advance, it would be of great significance to the entire group. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. No problem, Uncle Ling. My friends will still be in Southeast Province for a few days. When the time comes, I'll find a chance to bring them to the group, and we can sit down and talk about the details. After Ling Xiaotian heard this, she was also very interested and said, That's a good idea. If we exchange shares, our cooperation will be even more solid, but... Uncle Ling, don't worry. The exchange of shares is only for the Ling's private kitchen branch in Beijing. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. And, in our initial plan, I am one of the 2 biggest shareholders in the club. So, this cooperation will definitely not be messy, and it will be beneficial to both parties. Then I'm relieved. Ling Xiaotian laughed. Ruofei, when are your friends free these few days? Invite them to the company, and we can sit down and talk. Sure. But, they are mainly here for a vacation, and this meeting is also a sudden idea. Many of the ideas are not very mature, so we can only discuss something tentative at most. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. As for the specific details, we will have to wait until they return to Beijing and finish their inspection and evaluation before we can decide. That's for sure. Ling Xiaotian understood. But, since everyone is going to cooperate, it's not a bad idea to get in touch with them in advance. No problem. Xiao Ruofei said readily. Uncle Ling, let's arrange the specific time later. Okay. Then, you go entertain your friends first. Ling Xiaotian seemed to be in a good mood. But, before hanging up, Ling Xiaotian remembered something and quickly said, Oh yeah, Ruofei, wait a minute, I have something to tell you. Uncle Ling, what's the matter? Xiao Ruofei asked. It's about our Dingfeng winery. Ling Xiaotian said. Isn't it almost the end of the year? The winery's profits this year are not bad, so let's split the profits at the end of the year. A few days ago, I asked the finance department to do a detailed calculation. Besides the necessary development funds, you can get about 50 million in dividends. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and say in surprise, so much money? Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, now, the winery's gross monthly profits are about 21 million. After deducting taxes, management costs, and finance costs, we can get about 17 million. This is basically the net profit. The profits generated in the past 6 months have already exceeded 100 million. The main reason for such good results was that the product was good. The Dingfeng winery was such an old brand, even the Third Mountain people's memories, but the winery was never dead. After Xiao Ruofei and Ling Xiaotian took over, other than investing a certain amount of funds to upgrade the equipment, there wasn't much additional expenditure in terms of costs. The raw materials were basically the same as before. Due to the advanced equipment, they even saved a lot of labor costs. Under the situation where the cost was basically the same, the price of the product had greatly increased. Furthermore, the sales volume had increased by several times. As the Ring 2 space was limited to the Archean realm, the production capacity couldn't be increased indefinitely. This also caused the Dingfeng winery's Drunken 8 Immortals liquor to always be in short supply. Furthermore, as its fame grew, the Drunken 8 Immortals liquor's price was relatively more affordable compared to the daunting prices of the first-tier liquor brands. Furthermore, the taste wasn't inferior to them at all. The 5-month and 1-year liquor even tasted better than aged Maotai. Naturally, more and more people liked the Drunken 8 Immortals liquor. Therefore, the Dingfeng winery didn't have to worry about sales at all. The existence of the sales department was very weak because this was a seller's market. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Ling, do you need to leave more development funds? You've taken 100 million yuan of profits all of a sudden. Will there be any problems with the winery's capital chain? He and Ling Xiaotian each had 50% of the shares. If he took 50 million yuan in dividends, Ling Xiaotian would also take 50 million yuan in dividends. This would add up to 100 million yuan. Ling Xiaotian said, that's enough. We still have at least 30 million yuan on the books. Because the sales of Drunken 8 Immortals are too hot, the distributors have taken the initiative to shorten the accounting period. Some have even used cash to transfer goods. They want more shares. Our raw material suppliers are all old customers, so there won't be any runs. The winery's capital chain is very healthy. Furthermore, even if there's a small problem with the capital chain, it's still very easy for me to transfer some funds from the Lingji restaurant group to deal with the emergency. Besides, don't we still have you? With that said, Ling Xiaotian said regretfully, the reason why we took out so much money in dividends is mainly because the winery's production capacity is already saturated. There's no way to expand production. It's useless to leave too much money on the books, right? Xiao Ruofei was a little embarrassed. This problem was mainly caused by him. However, the Ring 2 space's Archean realm was only so big. More than 100 tons of wine every month already took up a lot of space. This was because he had specially customized a batch of sturdy shelves that allowed the wine jars to be placed in layers. Otherwise, the Archean realm would be filled with wine jars everywhere. Therefore, it was basically impossible to continue expanding production capacity unless the space was upgraded further. However, after the space had been upgraded a few times, the Archean realm's range hadn't expanded. Xiao Ruofei also knew that it wasn't easy to maintain a 30-fold faster time flow. Therefore, he didn't have much hope of expanding the Archean realm's range after the space's next upgrade. Furthermore, he felt that Drunken 8 Immortals sales model was pretty good. It was appropriate to maintain a little hunger marketing. No matter how hot the sales were, there was only so much production. What he pursued was product quality. He had to strive for perfection. Generally, high-quality brands were somewhat aloof. Xiao Ruofei laughed dryly and said, Uncle Ling, actually, the process and links to improve the liquor are quite troublesome. Furthermore, it has to be done manually. Therefore, expanding production capacity might not be easy. Ling Xiaotian laughed heartily and said, Ruofei, I'm just saying. I've been in business for so many years, and I know very well that greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The winery's current performance is already a huge surprise. Uncle, it's good that you understand. Xiao Ruofei said. Then, since there's no problem with the winery's capital chain, I'll accept the dividends. Now that the domestic company's accounts had basically been squeezed dry, Xiao Ruofei would have more money on hand with this 50 million yuan. Even if the club's plans were to be brought forward, at least he wouldn't have to use overseas funds. Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, "All right. I'll get the finance department to prepare the dividend documents and send them over for you to sign. Then, I'll transfer the money to you. By the way, it's to your personal account, right?" "Yes. You know my account number," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. When Xiao Ruofei and Ling Xiaotian cooperated, they used technology to buy 50% of the shares. They didn't take money from the company's accounts, so it was equivalent to personal ownership. Naturally, the dividends didn't need to be transferred to the Taoyuan company's account. Although Xiao Ruofei had a 100% controlling stake in the Taoyuan company, he had promised to give Feng Jing profits and dividends. Moreover, the scope of dividends and benefits would be expanded in the future. Therefore, the accounts had to be clarified in the future. Public was public, private was private. Including the club in Beijing, Xiao Ruofei didn't intend to use the company's name to buy shares. Instead, he used his personal name. After all, this didn't have much to do with the company's business. Of course, it wasn't because he wanted to give the employees dividends, so Xiao Ruofei deliberately reduced the Taoyuan company's profit points. In fact, including the iron maple bucket, caterpillar fungus, and other highly profitable projects, they were all operated by Xiao Ruofei himself. In the end, they were all operated in the company's name. The profits were already unimaginable for ordinary people. The dividends and benefits were originally to motivate the employees. Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't do something that would destroy the Great Wall for a small loss. After ending the call with Ling Xiaotian, Xiao Ruofei returned to the villa and found that Zhao Yongjun and the others were surrounding the big fish tank in the living room. They looked very interested. Seeing Xiao Ruofei come back, Ho Liang shouted, "Brother Xia, you really are a big local tycoon. You actually raised such a high-quality blood-red dragon." Zhao Yongjun was obviously an expert in this field. He said, "Ruofei, not bad. Your blood-red dragon's size, head, fins, hair color, and range are all top-notch. The redness is simply perfect. If it weren't for the obvious characteristics, I would have mistaken it for a chili red dragon." The redness of a blood-red dragon was slightly lower than that of a chili red dragon, but Xiao Ruofei's blood-red dragons was obviously higher than that of a normal chili red dragon. This was extremely rare. Even Wei Jun, who didn't know much about arowana, couldn't help but exclaim, "It's simply too beautiful. It's like a work of art." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "That's the effect of the light." "It's actually not that red," Zhao Yongjun said seriously. "I've been playing with arowana for many years. I can still tell if it's the light or the natural color." "Ruofei, don't be modest. This blood-red dragon is not cheap, right?" Zhao Yongjun was very fond of antiques and literature. Many of his hobbies were related. Many collectors also liked to raise fish, play with crickets, play with walnuts, or gourds. Coincidentally, Zhao Yongjun liked to raise arowana. He also had a pair of very good red dragons at home. Of course, compared to Xiao Ruofei's, they were a few grades lower. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, all right. Brothers, stop looking. We're almost drooling. Brother Zhao, actually, I have some connections to get red arowana of good quality. If you like it, I'll find you a pair next time. But it definitely won't be this big." Zhao Yongjun was overjoyed and said, "That's great. It's okay if it's smaller. As long as it's a good breed, it'll be more satisfying to raise it yourself. Red arowana could be raised for many years." The feeling of raising a red arowana from a young age was often much better than buying a pair of adult red dragons. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay. Then I'll pay attention. I'll definitely find you a pair of pure-blooded red arowana of good quality. At least it's not far from mine." Okay. Brother, thank you in advance." Zhao Yongjun rubbed his hands excitedly. Ho Liang couldn't help but feel a little tempted. He quickly said with a smile, "Brother Xia. That. If you have something good, don't forget me. I also want a pair." "Me too." Su Zixuan, Song Rui, and Lu Jian said in unison. Only Wei Jun was a little embarrassed. However, the expression on his face was very obvious. It was obvious that he also wanted it. Zhao Yongjun pretended to be serious and said, "What are all of you doing? Do you think that red arowana of the best quality are cabbages? You take one pear and I'll take one pear. Do you think the children will split the fruit?" Ho Liang quickly said, "Brother Jun, no matter how many Brother Xia can find, it will definitely be given to you first. If there are more, even if the quality is slightly worse, can you still consider us?" "Brother Xia, I was the one who said it first." As Ho Liang spoke, he looked at Xiao Ruofei with a steely expression. Before Xiao Ruofei could say anything, Zhao Yongjun said, "Do all of you really think that red arowana is the same as those common goods sold in the flower and bird market? Do you know how much a pair of red arowana of the best quality is?" Ho Liang was a little confused and asked, "How much? 50,000? 100,000? Brother Jun, this fish is really beautiful. Even if it's a little more expensive, we still want to keep it." Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, 50,000? 100,000? Liangzi, look at how inexperienced you are. Ruofei, tell them, such an excellent breed of red arowana of the best quality, what is the price? Xiao Ruofei looked at Ho Liang and said, red arowana of similar quality, a pair of red arowana of about 6 million. Last time, there was a pair of arowana of the best quality, and it was sold for 88 million. Ho Liang and the others were shocked by the price, but Zhao Yongjun already knew about the market, so he was not surprised. His focus was on the arowana of the red arowana. Zhao Yongjun opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "You can actually find arowana of the red arowana?" Ruofei. This is unbelievable. Xiao Ruofei said embarrassedly, "It's just a coincidence. Brother Zhao, you know the trade. This kind of mutated breed is hard to find, that's true." Zhao Yongjun said, "But next time, you must leave the best for me. If there are mutated breeds, that would be great. The price is not a problem." Of course, of course. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I will call you if there is any news." At this time, Ho Liang recovered from the shock and murmured, "I really haven't seen the world. A pair of ornamental fish is sold for 6 million, and there are even some that are close to 20 million. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is." Xiao Ruofei said, not surprised. "Actually, this thing is just spending money to buy happiness. There are many rich people nowadays." Ho Liang said with a bitter face, "Brother Xia, even if it's the cost price, we can't afford it." For this investment in the club, he and Wei Jun had to tighten their belts to take out 5 million Huaxia dollars. They had to rely on Xiao Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun to borrow funds to get 10 million Huaxia dollars. Red arowana of this quality could easily cost 6 or 7 million. Even if it was the cost price, Ho Liang and the others couldn't afford it. Xiao Ruofei laughed and scolded, "Look at your useless face. When our club starts to make money, all of you will become local tycoons. What's a few million?" Ho Liang and the others' eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. Why didn't they think of the club? How could a clubhouse set up by his buddies not have a high profitability? Although they didn't have a lot of shares, it wouldn't be a problem to buy a pair of red arowana. Not to mention, Xiao Ruofei said that he would give them the cost price. Thinking of this, Ho Liang also smiled and couldn't stop giggling. Zhao Yongjun also smiled and said, "Liang, don't worry. Ruofei's ability to make money is obvious to all. The projects he is optimistic about will definitely make a lot of money." That's right. I don't admire Ruofei's ability to make money, but I have to admire him. Song Rui, who often went against Xiao Ruofei, also joked, "The few of us together can't compare to him. Don't try to kill me with your flattery." Xiao Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, "At most, I'll give you the cost price of the red arowana. It's impossible to give it away for free." Everyone burst into laughter. In fact, Xiao Ruofei still had 50 to 60 red arowana in his space. The quality was similar to the one he sold last time, but the market price of this kind of high-end ornamental fish was always high. Even if he really gave it away for free, Zhao Yongjun and the others definitely wouldn't want it. After all, the price was too high. Also, the rarer something was, the more expensive it was. If Xiao Ruofei really gave it to them for free, people like Ho Liang and the others who didn't know the value of red arowana might not cherish it. They wouldn't feel that it was a big favor. It's better to sell it to them at the cost price on the basis of the market price. Xiao Ruofei said, "Don't crowd around the fish tank. Don't scare my red arowana. Come and drink some tea. Let me tell you, my tea's tea. When he heard this, Zhao Yongjin's tea, arowana's teas, the arowana tea teas. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes, it's the same batch of tea. There's not a lot of it. I usually keep it for myself. I don't use it to entertain customers." You guys came. When Zhao Yongjun and the others heard this, they were also very interested and sat around the coffee table. Su Zixuan asked, "Brother Xia, I seem to see that the Taoyuan Company's Tmall flagship store also sells tea, and the price isn't cheap." Xiao Ruofei looked at Su Zixuan and said with a smile, "I didn't expect Zixuan to follow our online flagship store." Su Zixuan scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, "Hee, last time I bought some iron maple bucket. It's for my grandfather." "You don't say, the quality is really high." "Oh. It turns out that Zixuan is my customer." Xiao Ruofei joked, "Our iron maple bucket is the same as the most expensive one sold by Tong Rentang. In fact, Tong Rentang's iron maple bucket is provided by our company. We will produce more in case of emergencies, and the rest will be sold in our online store." Wei Jun nodded and said, "I also heard from my dad that although the Taoyuan Company's iron maple bucket's price is the highest, it's still in short supply. All the stores in the country want to get some quotas. Now, the Qiantang branch is really awesome." Back then, the Taoyuan Company had signed a sales agreement with Tong Rentang's Qiantang branch. Although the iron maple bucket would be distributed to all the stores by the chain company's headquarters after they bought it, the Qiantang branch still had some say, and would definitely get the most quotas. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Speaking of which, I have to thank Wei Jun and Liangzi. Not long ago, we reached a supply agreement with Tong Rentang's caterpillar fungus. Soon, everyone will be able to buy the top caterpillar fungus from Tong Rentang." Wei Jun quickly said, "Brother Xia, you're too polite. I didn't do much. Your stuff is so good that I can't even ask for it. It's all because of the people below." Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No matter what, it's all thanks to you for helping to coordinate this. By the way, if you need iron maple bucket and caterpillar fungus to give to your elders, just look for me. Although I'm not particularly rich, I can still afford to give some of my own products." Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, "You're also doing business. We can't break the rules." Then, Zhao Yongjun looked at Xiao Ruofei, who was skillfully making tea, and asked with a smile, "By the way, Ruofei, Zixuan just said that the tea sold online is the same as your tea?" Xiao Ruofei raised his head and said with a smile, "The tea sold online is mass-produced, and the quality is not low, but it's still a little different from my private collection. Most of the tea comes from the next generation of tea trees, and the tea-making process is slightly worse, but if you're not an expert, you won't be able to tell. The Peach Garden de Hong Pao tea sold online mostly came from the third generation of tea trees cut from the mother tree, de Hong Pao. Although Yi Linyan's craftsmanship was inherited by Li Jifu, after all, the control of the heat and so on was still not as good as Xia Qing's. So, if one were to look at it with a picky eye, it would definitely not be as good as Xiao Ruofei's own collection of tea leaves." Xiao Ruofei skillfully poured the tea from the TC into the small teacups, and then used the teacups to separate the small teacups in front of everyone. He said with a smile, "Come and try this de Hong Pao tea. When everyone leaves, I'll give everyone a little bit. The amount isn't a lot, so keep it for everyone to try." "Okay. Then I'll thank you in advance," Zhao Yongjun said with a smile. A little bit of tea leaves, Zhao Yongjun and the others didn't decline pretentiously. "Good tea. I think it's better than my dad's top-grade Yuqian Longjing tea." "Nonsense, they're two different types of tea leaves. How can they be compared?" Song Rui, Ho Liang, and the others were talking about it. Although they couldn't be called experts, compared to ordinary people, their ability to taste tea was still better, so they were full of praise. The group of people drank tea and chatted in Xiao Ruofei's villa. When it was close to noon, everyone set off for the city together. Today, Luja was the host and arranged for everyone to have lunch. Last night, they ate at Lingji private kitchen, so today, Luja specially changed to another restaurant for lunch. Similarly, it wasn't a popular restaurant or a five-star hotel, but a members-only restaurant on Hot Spring Road. This hot spring club was quite famous in Xianxia City. The specialty dishes of Xianxia City were quite good, and the main reason was that there were natural hot springs here. After lunch, everyone rested for a while and directly soaked in the hot spring in the club. In the afternoon, they slept in the guest room provided by the club for a while and didn't get up until 4 o'clock. Then, Luja took everyone to the only relatively famous scenic spot in Xianxia City, the 3 lanes and 7 alleys. There were well-preserved ancient buildings here, as well as many former residences of famous people. Among them, there was no lack of famous historical figures like Bing Xian, Lin Zexu, and Lin Juemin. Zhao Yongjun and the others were in high spirits as they wandered through the ancient alleys. At Xiao Ruofei's special request, Luja didn't arrange for a hotel for dinner. Instead, he took everyone directly to the 3 lanes and 7 alleys to taste the specialties of Xianxia City. They ate along the way and felt very relaxed. Walking from one end of Nanhou Street to the other end of the more commercialized Nanhou Street, basically everyone's bellies were already round. Whether it was the specialties of the 3 mountains, such as fish balls, meat bird's nest, or snacks such as ding bien paste, they were all very filling. Even people with big appetites would soon be full after tasting a few more. Moreover, along the way, the shops on both sides of the road were hung with red lanterns and antique signs and flags. In addition, there were so many tourists that it was full of life. Everyone had a good time. Luja had originally wanted to arrange for everyone to sing, but Song Rue and the others, who were always hanging out in those places in the capital, were not very interested. After playing for half a day, they missed the quiet environment of the farm, so they decided to go home. Of course, through 2 contacts, Luja and Zhao Yongjun and the others had established a certain relationship. In particular, Ho Liang even took the initiative to exchange contact information with Luja, which made Luja quite satisfied. After all, the relationship was stabilized step by step. Through a few contacts, as long as you wanted to make friends and your EQ wasn't very low, your relationship would naturally become better and better. The most difficult thing was that there was no guide. Xiao Ruofei had already completed the first step for Luja, so he would have to rely on himself for the rest. However, for Xiao Ruofei's sake, Ho Liang and the others would more or less take care of Luja. On the way back, Xiao Ruofei asked for everyone's opinion. That was because there weren't many places to visit in Xianxia City. On a national scale, the most famous place in Southeast Province was Egret Island City. Some people who didn't know much about Southeast Province would even mistakenly think that Egret Island was the capital of Southeast Province. Zhao Yongjun and the others weren't so ignorant, but they also yearned for Egret Island's coconut-sea charm. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei decided to bring them to Egret Island the next day. In any case, Zhao Yongjun and the others came to Xianxia City mainly to visit Xiao Ruofei and visit Xiao Ruofei's farm. They had no objections to the specific arrangements, so they followed the host's wishes. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei also considered visiting Lin Qiao on the way to Egret Island. Lin Qiao didn't plan to return to Xianxia City because the New Year's holiday was coming. There were only 3 days off on New Year's Day, and there were still a few classes near the end of the semester. Therefore, Lin Qiao decided to stay in school to revise. Winter break wasn't far away anyway, so he could go home directly during the winter break. When he returned to the farm's guest house, Zhao Yongjun and the others were busy playing cards. Xiao Ruofei didn't join in the fun. He instructed the staff on duty to take care of the security and went home. Xiao Ruofei called Huzi's mother first and told her that he was going to Egret Island the next day. If there was anything he needed to bring, she could prepare it tonight, and he would take a detour to pick it up tomorrow. Although Egret Island was very close to Xianxia City, a mother's care for her daughter would not decrease because of the geographical location. As soon as Huzi's mother heard that Xiao Ruofei was going to Egret Island, she expressed that she wanted to bring some thick clothes for Lin Qiao. Didn't they say that there was a kind of coldness called "mother thinks you're cold"? That was the case. She also decided to cook a few dishes that Lin Qiao usually liked to eat overnight and asked Xiao Ruofei to bring them along. Then, Xiao Ruofei called Feng Jing and told her that he was going to Egret Island for 2 days to make arrangements for the company's work. Xiao Ruofei also didn't forget to report to Ling Qingxue. At the same time, he also promised her that after he returned from Egret Island, he would arrange for Zhao Yongjun and the others to go to the headquarters of Ling's restaurant group to meet with Ling Xiaotian and finalize the establishment of Ling's restaurant private kitchen in the club that was about to be built. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei drove to the Forestry Bureau's dormitory first. Although the new house was ready for occupancy, Hu Zi's mother still stayed at the Forestry Bureau's dormitory for the convenience of picking up old Monitor Luo's orphan, Nan Nan. They would only move there when Nan Nan was on winter break and Lin Xiao returned from Heron Island. Xiao Ruofei took a bag of clothes and a big bag of food from Hu Zi's mother. According to Hu Zi's mother, there were a lot of chicken wings and duck gizzards that she had braised overnight. Lin Xiao loved to eat the braised food that her mother made personally. Moreover, these foods could be stored for a long time, so it was enough for Lin Xiao to eat for many days. After taking the things, Xiao Ruofei drove straight to the highway intersection. Zhao Yongjun and the others took a MPV to meet up with Xiao Ruofei. It was a little crowded with 6 people in a MPV, so after they met up, Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui switched to Xiao Ruofei's car. Then, the 2 cars entered the highway together and drove in the direction of Egret Island City. This trip was a leisure trip, so the journey was not particularly rushed. Everyone listened to music and drove forward at an average speed of about 100 kilometers per hour. From time to time, they would chat a little over the walkie-talkie. The atmosphere was quite relaxed. They were not deliberately in a hurry, so at noon, the 2 cars drove one after another onto Egret Island's sea crossing bridge. The central city of Egret Island was on the island. No matter which direction they entered the island, they had to pass through the sea crossing bridge. Zhao Yongjun looked through the window with interest at Egret Island Airport in the distance, where planes were taking off and landing. The airport was on the sea crossing bridge, and they could often see planes taking off and landing. The view was very good. Ruofei, are we going directly to Galanjiu? Song Rui leaned against the seat and asked lazily. He was a little tired from the long car ride. Lu Jia had helped arrange the accommodation for this trip to Egret Island. It was on Galanjiu, which was the exclusive reception area of Egret Island's State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. It was very convenient for Lu Jia to book a few rooms. Galanjiu was an even smaller island next to Egret Island. It was also a famous scenic spot. There was no bridge connecting it to the city, so the only way to get to Galanjiu was to take a ferry. The entire island was a scenic spot. One could buy tourist packages that included scenic spot tickets and ferry tickets. Of course, the natives of Galanjiu could take the ferry for free. Xiao Ruofei thought about it and said, I have to go to Egret Island University to find someone later. How about this? Let's eat on the island first, and then go to Galanjiu. We'll spend the night on Galanjiu. He actually wanted to find Lin Xiao first. He purposely did not inform Lin Xiao in advance this time because he wanted to give this girl a surprise. He wondered how happy Lin Xiao would be to see him suddenly appear in front of her. As Xiao Ruofei thought about it, the corners of his mouth gradually curled up. Song Rui had been in Southeast Province for a long time, so it wasn't his first time coming to Heron Island. He looked at the road outside and asked in confusion, Ruofei, where are you going? Xiao Ruofei replied as he drove, I'm going to Heron Island University. My godsister is studying here. Godmother asked me to bring something for her, and I'll take her out for a meal. I got it. Lin Xiao, right? Song Rui said, the sister of your comrade who sacrificed himself. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. When he thought of Lin Xiao, a doting expression appeared on his face. Zhao Yongjun had never heard of this. He was once an excellent soldier, so he immediately asked Song Rui about it. Song Rui briefly introduced Lin Xiao's family situation to Zhao Yongjun. Zhao Yongjun was silent for a while, then gave Xiao Ruofei a thumbs up and said, Ruofei, you did a good job. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, Brother Zhao, Huzi sacrificed himself to protect me back then. I should do anything for Godmother and Xiao'er. Good man. You're responsible. Zhao Yongjun patted Xiao Ruofei's shoulder from the back seat in admiration. At this time, Song Rui suddenly said, Oh right. I heard that Heron Island University is limited to tourists. Only a certain number of people can enter each day. If they exceed that number, they won't receive any more. Is that so? Zhao Yongjun raised his eyebrows and said, Xiao Rui, find someone you know. We don't want to be stopped at the school gate and delay Ruafei's business. Okay. Family Song's influence in Southeast Province was deeply rooted. Song Rui naturally had acquaintances on Heron Island. As he spoke, he took out his phone and flipped through his contact list, wondering who would be the most suitable person to call. After all, this was just a small matter. There was no need to alarm the higher-ups. At this time, Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, No. Why are you looking for someone you know? Let's just think of a way to get in. Think of a way by yourself? Song Rui was puzzled. December is the peak season of Heron Island. If the number of tourists reaches the upper limit, we won't be able to enter the campus. Xiao Ruofei smiled mysteriously and said, You don't have to worry about it. I will find a way. Brother Zhao, Song Rui, the two of you should change your way of thinking from time to time. Don't just look for relationships to solve any problems. Zhao Yongjun was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, All right. Then we don't have to worry about it. We'll listen to your commands. Zhao Yongjun and the others were indeed used to this mode. No matter what they encountered, they could basically find someone they knew who could solve the problem. It only took 1 or 2 phone calls to solve the problem. Xiao Ruofei suggested that he would think of a way by himself, which gave Zhao Yongjun a sense of novelty. Everyone chatted as they drove. Ho Liang and Su Zishuan's business car naturally followed behind the Night 15 off-road vehicle. Song Rui asked hesitantly, Ruofei, this doesn't seem to be the way to Heron Island University, right? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, You're talking about the main entrance of Heron Island University and the Botanical Garden, right? We're not going in from there. The security at the entrance there is the strictest. In fact, he had heard from Lin Qiao that Heron Island University was restricted from entering, so he went online last night to look for a guide to entering the university. Xiao Ruofei quickly drove to a school gate near the bus stop of Heron Island University Hospital under the guidance of the GPS. This was a small gate that many outsiders didn't know about, and there were relatively few tourists. Xiao Ruofei drove to the front of the school gate, and a security guard who was obviously a little lazy walked over. Xiao Ruofei rolled down the window and said with a smile, Hello, sir. We're from Sanshan Taoyuan Company. We're looking for Professor Chen Siming to consult on some legal issues. Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui looked at Xiao Ruofei with great interest. They thought it was quite interesting. The security here wasn't as strict as the main entrance. The security guard asked casually, Which building are you going to? Xiao Ruofei answered fluently, Professor Chen said he's at the law school building. The security guard nodded and said, Register with me. Both cars need to be registered. Okay. Thank you. Xiao Ruofei quickly registered the license plate numbers of the 2 cars in his book. Then, the security guard gave them some simple directions to take to get to the law school. After Xiao Ruofei expressed his gratitude, he slowly started the car and smoothly entered Egret Island University. He looked back at Song Rui and Zhao Yongjun proudly and said with a smile, How is it? My method works, right? Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, It's quite interesting. In fact, these guides were all available on the internet. Many ordinary tourists used all kinds of methods to get into Egret Island University. This was the simple and real life of ordinary people. Zhao Yongjun and the others found it very refreshing. In fact, as long as they drove, it was easy to get into the campus. They just had to register and get a pass. When they left the campus, they just had to return it. Most of the time, taxis could enter and leave the campus. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't ask Song Rui to use his connections. The reason why Egret Island University limited the number of tourists was that there were too many people who came to visit because of its reputation. It would affect the normal teaching order. This also reflected that Egret Island University had a very good environment and beautiful scenery. Xiao Ruofei drove along the road inside the school. There were beautiful scenery on both sides of the road. Some students were walking in 2s and 3s while others were pushing their bicycles. Not far away, there were many students sitting on the grass and reading seriously by the lakeside. There was never a lack of hormones on the basketball court. The boys were sweating profusely. As soon as they entered the school, they immediately felt the youthful atmosphere that greeted them. Xiao Ruofei parked the car by the road. He rolled down the window and stuck his head out. He called out to a girl who was passing by. "Student, can you tell me how to get to the female dormitory in the School of Journalism and Communication?" Lin Xiao majored in advertising from the School of Journalism and Communication. When the girl who was holding a book saw the handsome Xiao Ruofei driving a luxurious car, she blushed slightly. Then, she told Xiao Ruofei in detail how to get to the female dormitory. Xiao Ruofei thanked her politely and started the car again. Song Rui said with a smile, "Ruofei, you're getting more and more charming. I saw that girl blushing just now." "Go away." Xiao Ruofei laughed and scolded him. "That's because you're hiding it. If you had gone down to ask for directions, she might have wanted to lead the way for you herself." "I like what you said." "Ha ha ha." Song Rui grinned and laughed. He didn't know if the girl had said something wrong because she was nervous, or if Xiao Ruofei had a problem with his understanding. In any case, he followed the girl's directions and went around in circles, but he still couldn't find the place. In the end, he had to ask for directions again and finally arrived at Lin Xiao's dormitory. When Lin Xiao came to register, Xiao Ruofei had been here once. When he got close to the dormitory building, he immediately remembered. Xiao Ruofei stopped the car by the roadside and took out his phone to call Lin Xiao. Hearing the dial tone from the phone, Xiao Ruofei thought to himself, "This girl better not be in the dormitory. Otherwise, my wish of creating a surprise for her will be in vain." In order to make a surprise attack today, Xiao Ruofei even specifically told Huzi's mother not to tell Lin Xiao that he was coming to Heron Island in advance. Soon, Lin Xiao's happy voice came from the phone. "Brother Ruofei. Why did you think to call me today? We haven't talked for a long time. I'm just worried about you," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. He then opened the car door and jumped out, leaning against the car door. It was hard not to attract attention with the domineering appearance of the Night 15. Most of the people coming in and out of the dormitory were girls. Many people couldn't help but glance at Xiao Ruofei curiously. Lin Xiao pouted and said, "You also know that we haven't talked for a long time? I thought you forgot about me." "How could that be? I wouldn't dare to forget about my sister," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "That's why I called you." "Oh yeah, Xiaoer, where are you now?" "The dormitory," Lin Xiao said casually. "I don't have class this morning. It's too cold, so I didn't want to go out. So I stayed in the dormitory. I'm about to go out for lunch with my roommates." Xiao Ruofei was secretly glad. If he came a little later, Lin Xiao might have gone to the cafeteria to eat. He laughed and said, "You're in the dormitory? Did you miss Bro Ruofei?" Lin Xiao said without hesitation, "Of course. Bro Ruofei, I want to change my mind. I want to go back for a day on New Year's Day. I miss my mom, and you." Lin Xiao's words were not emotional, but there was a strong sense of attachment. Xiao Ruofei's heart warmed. He said, "Xiaoer, go to the window now, what's wrong?" Lin Xiao's voice was a little nervous. She guessed a possibility, but she was afraid that she had misunderstood. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You'll know when you go there. I prepared a surprise for you." Xiao Ruofei heard the sound of light footsteps from the phone. Then, with his strong eyesight, he immediately saw a shadow flash by the window of Lin Xiao's dormitory upstairs. Then, Xiao Ruofei heard Lin Xiao's surprised scream from the phone. "Ah!" Xiao Ruofei quickly moved the phone away from his ear so that his eardrums wouldn't burst. In fact, even without the phone, Xiao Ruofei could hear Lin Xiao's surprised scream from downstairs. Many students who passed by looked up in confusion. After a while, Xiao Ruofei saw Lin Xiao's figure rushing out of the dormitory. Lin Xiao was wearing a white down jacket paired with blue jeans and white sneakers. Her ponytail swayed left and right as she ran, full of youthfulness. The smile on her face was like a fresh flower. This was a kind of joy that came from the bottom of her heart. Lin Xiao was like a swallow flying into the forest as she threw herself into Xiao Ruofei's arms. Xiao Ruofei subconsciously hugged Lin Xiao's youthful body tightly. His expression was slightly sluggish. He could feel the ambiguous gazes from the two cars behind him. Brother Ruofei, why did you suddenly come here? Why didn't you tell me? Lin Xiao said excitedly. Her voice was even a little choked up. Xiao Ruofei could feel Lin Xiao's strong attachment. He gently patted Lin Xiao's back and said, Xiao, there are so many people watching, I don't care. I'm hugging my brother. Who can stop me? Lin Xiao said in a slightly spoiled manner. However, she quickly let go of Xiao Ruofei with a red face. At this time, many students at the entrance of the dormitory looked over with smiles on their faces. Lin Xiao's cheeks were even redder. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, didn't I want to give you a surprise? If I told you in advance, it wouldn't have this effect. How is it, Xiao? Are you surprised? Lin Xiao glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said, it's a surprise. I'm even a little shocked. Lin Xiao couldn't help but blush and laugh when she thought about how she had lost her composure when she saw Xiao Ruofei downstairs through the window. Oh right, Godma also brought you a lot of thick clothes. Recently, the cold wave passed by and the weather is a little cold. She specifically told me to tell you to wear more clothes. Xiao Ruofei said. Oh. She also made a lot of braised food for you. I'll bring it to you later. When you go back, share it with your roommates. Let's go eat lunch first. Anne, I'll follow your arrangements. Lin Xiao lowered her head slightly and said softly. At this time, Lin Xiao noticed the two cars in front and behind, as well as the faint silhouettes that could be seen through the car windows. She couldn't help but ask shyly, Ruofei Ge, you brought people with you? Xiao Ruofei looked back and said with a smile, a few of my Beijing friends came to Heron Island for a vacation. You should know Song Rue, and a few of my friends have good personalities. There's no need to be reserved. It's just a meal together. And with you by my side, I won't be nervous. Lin Xiao said mischievously. Because Xiao Ruofei had specifically instructed them, whether it was Zhao Yongjun, Song Rue, Ho Liang, Su Zixuan, or the others, they all stayed in the car. Otherwise, the night 15 was already eye-catching enough. If a group of rich kids surrounded it, they might have been photographed and posted on the school forum. Then let's go. Xiao Ruofei said, oh right, do you have classes in the afternoon? I have 2 electives. Lin Xiao said mischievously, but since Ruofei Ge is here, I'm not going to go. How can that be? You still have to go to class. Xiao Ruofei said. Ruofei Ge, don't worry about it. Lin Xiao said coquettishly, Professor Lu never takes attendance. Plus, I've already self-studied all of his courses. I'll definitely be able to pass the exam. Xiao Ruofei was not an old pedant. Although he did not go to university, he knew that skipping classes was not a big deal. Plus, it was just an elective. Since Lin Xiao promised that she would be able to pass the exam, and he spoiled Lin Xiao, he naturally would not force her to go to class. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei said, okay then. I'll take you to Galanjiu in the afternoon. You can be our tour guide. That's great. Lin Xiao said happily, Ruofei Ge is the best. Xiao Ruofei said helplessly, just this once. Yes, Lin Xiao said mischievously as she saluted Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei rubbed Lin Xiao's nose and said, get in the car. Lin Xiao froze in the middle of opening the car door. She blushed and turned her head back. Xiao Ruofei also turned his head in the direction of the voice. 3 girls were standing not far away, looking curiously at Xiao Ruofei and the domineering Night 15 off-road vehicle. The girl who had spoken was standing in the middle. She looked delicate and pretty, and the most impressive thing about her was her long black hair. The girl was looking at Lin Xiao inquisitively. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment before she came back to her senses. She quickly said, Sister He, Wanzi, Cici, why did you come down? The girl called Sister He by Lin Xiao said with a reproachful face, stop talking. You were on the phone and suddenly you went crazy, screaming and rushing downstairs. We were all scared. How could we not come down to see? What if something happened? Sister He glanced at Xiao Ruofei as she spoke. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. A flashy luxury car, a young appearance, and the entrance of the girls' dormitory. These girls seemed to have thought of some bad social phenomena. Lin Xiao also quickly realized it. Her pretty face suddenly blushed. She said coquettishly, "Sister He, what could happen to me? What were you thinking?" Lin Xiao's shy appearance made Sister He and the others even more suspicious. Xiao Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao with some amusement and took the initiative to ask, "Hello? Are you Xiao's classmates?" When Sister He heard Xiao Ruofei call Lin Xiao so intimately, she looked at Xiao Ruofei with some vigilance. She had already equated Xiao Ruofei with those young men who drove luxury cars to the campus to keep girls as their mistresses. Ekrad Island University was a well-known university in the country, so this kind of phenomenon was relatively rare. However, it was precisely because of this that Sister He felt even more sorry for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was usually a young and lively girl who was loved by everyone. She didn't expect Lin Xiao to go astray for material enjoyment. Xiao Ruofei saw that the three girls were silent, so he smiled and took the initiative to explain. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Xiao Ruofei, we're not interested in what your name is." Sister Lotus interrupted Xiao Ruofei's words. Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, "You may have misunderstood. I'm Lin Xiao's brother." Lin Xiao also came back to reality. "That's my brother. What are you thinking?" Sister He suddenly felt embarrassed, but she quickly came back to reality. She looked at Xiao Ruofei and Lin Xiao suspiciously and said, "What a coincidence. I saw the family situation form you filled out. You don't have a brother. Also, you don't have the same surname, and you don't look alike." Sister He was the eldest sister in the dormitory, and she was also a class committee member, so she had the opportunity to see the forms everyone filled out. Her words made Lin Xiao think of her brother, Lin Hu, who had sacrificed himself. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. Xiao Ruofei saw this and gently patted Lin Xiao's shoulder. Then, he said to Sister He, "It's not that Xiao doesn't have a brother, but, her brother sacrificed himself for the country, ah?" Sister He suddenly covered her mouth. Xiao Ruofei continued, "I'm her brother's comrade in arms. Her mother is my godmother, and she is my godsister. Do you understand now?" Sister He and the others had already believed most of what he said. After all, Lin Xiao usually didn't worship money at all. She was a very simple and lively girl. There might be a girl at Heron Island University who would accept a rich man's support, but this person would definitely not be Lin Xiao. At this time, another girl next to Sister He shouted, "I remember now. Xiao said that her Mac laptop and iPad were given to her by her brother. It should be you." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Sister He also remembered that Lin Xiao had indeed said something like that. However, she was prejudiced, so she suddenly remembered that Lin Xiao's form didn't have a brother. Sister He was a little embarrassed, and her face was red. She quickly glanced at Xiao Ruofei, then lowered her head and said, "Xiao, I'm sorry. We misunderstood you." Lin Xiao smiled very generously and said, "Sister He, it's okay. It's fine as long as you explain clearly." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Xiao, these are your classmates, right? They really care about you." "Oh, right, you haven't introduced me yet." "That's right," Lin Xiao said with a smile. "Brother Ruofei, then let me formally introduce you. This is He, the big sister in our dormitory. Don't be fooled by her soft and weak appearance. She has a black belt in Taekwondo." He said, a little embarrassed, "I just practiced as an amateur." "You can get a black belt even as an amateur. That's very impressive," Xiao Ruofei said with a gentle smile. "That's right. 3 to 5 boys can't even get close to Sister He," Lin Xiao said. "But Brother Ruofei, your kung fu is still better." He glanced at the fair and clean Xiao Ruofei with some surprise. There was a hint of eagerness to fight in her eyes. Xiao Ruofei knew that these amateurs loved to challenge others. He quickly said, "Xiao, don't talk nonsense. I've been out of the army for so many years. The kung fu I learned has long since fallen behind." Xiao Ruofei mastered the ability to kill people. Why would he want to use it to spar with a little girl? Besides, what if he accidentally hurt He? Then Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "There are still 2 classmates I haven't introduced. As soon as Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, the short-haired girl on He's right said with a smile, I'll do it myself. Brother Xia. My name is Xianxia. I'm from Cantonese. I'm Xiao's roommate, and also her best friend. Brother Xia, please take care of me in the future. Xianxia looked like a lively girl. She wasn't shy with strangers at all. She called him Brother Xia very sweetly. Coupled with her slightly accented Mandarin, it sounded very comfortable to listen to. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, okay. Please take care of Xiaoer. This girl is sometimes careless and easily forgets things. How could I? Lin Xiao muttered a few words, then said, Brother Ruofei, there's another one. This is Qingwan. She's from Xiongnan province. The four of us are in the same dorm. Qingwan looked gentle and quiet. She was not as fierce as Xiongnan, and she blushed easily. Xiao Ruofei's gentle gaze swept over, and her face suddenly flushed. She smiled shyly at Xiao Ruofei as a greeting. Xianxia said charmingly, Brother Xia. It's not easy for you to come to Heron Island. Shouldn't you treat us to a big meal? She. He quickly pulled on Xianxia's sleeve, using her eyes to stop her from continuing. Xiao Ruofei didn't mind and said, no problem. You're all Xiao's good classmates and friends. I'll treat you to a meal at noon. Yeah. I can finally improve my life. I've had enough of the school cafeteria's food. Xianxia shouted happily. He shook her head helplessly, then looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, Xia. Mr. Xia, forget it. You siblings are reunited, so we won't cause trouble. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, how can you call it causing trouble when we're eating together? Besides, I'm not alone, I have a few friends with me. We're all young people, so there's no need to be so formal, right? It's settled then. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, let's go to Galangjiu for lunch. We can also enjoy the beautiful scenery of Heron Island. Originally, Xiao Ruofei was going to take Zhao Yongjun and the others to eat some of Heron Island's specialty snacks before going to Galangjiu. However, he couldn't treat Lin Xiao's classmates so casually. Moreover, they went to school here, so they must have tasted all of Heron Island's specialty snacks. If he treated them to a meal, he had to be a little more upscale. The food and accommodation at Galangjiu were all arranged by Lu Jia. The State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission had designated the reception unit, so it definitely wouldn't be bad. Lin Xiao also persuaded her sisters with a smile. Under her and Xianxia's urging, he and Qingwan finally agreed. Thus, Xiao Ruofei opened the car door and told Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui to let Song Rui call Lu Jia and ask him to arrange lunch. Then, considering that Lin Xiao already had 4 people, Zhao Yongjun and he took the initiative to get out of the car and squeeze in with Ho Liang and the others. After all, it wasn't very far from the pier. When Zhao Yongjun and he got out of the car, Xiao Ruofei smiled and said to Lin Xiao, Xiaoer, let me introduce you. You know Song Rui, and this is Zhao Yongjun from Beijing. You can call him Brother Zhao too. Big Brother Zhao, Big Brother Song, nice to meet you. Lin Xiao said gracefully. Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, hello. I heard from Ruofei about you guys. Your brother is a very amazing person. As a former soldier, I have to express my respect. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Lin Xiao said with her eyes slightly red. There are a few friends in the car over there. I'll introduce them to you guys when we get to the pier. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, let's go. Xianxia and the others were very new to the mighty and domineering Knight 15 off-road vehicle. The 3 girls sat in the second and third rows, and Lin Xiao naturally took the front passenger seat. In a moment, the 4 young and beautiful girls got into the luxurious off-road vehicle together. This scene attracted a lot of attention, especially a lot of boys who pretended to look over unintentionally. They couldn't hide the envy in their eyes. Xiao Ruofei casually put on the polarizing glasses on the dashboard. Once she put on the classic aviator glasses, she looked even more unruly. The delicate feeling that came from her fair skin was instantly neutralized by quite a bit. Lin Xiao, who was sitting next to Xiao Ruofei, couldn't help but secretly look at Xiao Ruofei's side profile. Her heart was beating wildly. After the 2 cars started, they drove out of Egret Island University's campus and then went along the island road to the ferry pier. Galangyu was very close to Egret Island City. Standing at the pier, they could see the situation on the opposite island, especially the huge Xingqiangong statue. It was very clear. Xiao Ruofei and the others found a place to park the car, then gathered together and walked toward the pier. Xiao Ruofei also introduced Lin Xiao to Ho Liang and the others. On the way, Zhao Yongjun briefly told everyone about Lin Xiao's situation. In addition, Lin Xiao was Xiao Ruofei's sister, so everyone was very warm to her. Even Lin Xiao's roommates were very friendly to her. When Xiao Ruofei and the others walked to the pier's ticket office, a young man in a black jacket hurried over and asked politely, "Are you Mr. Xia?" "I'm Mr. Luge's friend. I'm from Egret Island State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission." This young man was arranged by Luge to receive Xiao Ruofei and the others. Just now, when Song Rui called Luge, he immediately called Egret Island. Because Xiao Ruofei and the others were originally scheduled to go to Galangyu in the afternoon, the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission had already left people on Galangyu to receive them. After receiving the call, they immediately took the fastest ferry back to the pier. Luge had already told the reception staff on Egret Island that Xiao Ruofei and the other 4 girls were here. He also carefully sent Xiao Ruofei's photo, so the group of 7 men and 4 women was very obvious. The young man even secretly checked the photo before quickly walking over to greet him. "I'm Xiao Ruofei." Xiao Ruofei smiled gently and asked, "What's your surname, sir?" The young man quickly said, "My surname is Zhang. You can just call me Xiao Zhang." "Director Zhang, you've worked hard," Xiao Ruofei said. Xiao Zhang quickly said, "You flatter me. Mr. Xia, I'm just an errand boy. Please don't kill me." Xiao Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun looked at each other and said with a smile, "Then I'll call you Xiao Zhang. Don't call me Mr. Xia. Usually, people younger than me call me Brother Xia." Okay. Brother Xia." Xiao Zhang immediately changed his way of addressing him. He was originally in charge of receiving people, so he was naturally smooth and slick when it came to dealing with people. Xiao Zhang continued, "Brother Xia, I've already booked 2 speedboats. Let's not take the ferry. We can just take the speedboat. We can also take a few laps around the island to see the scenery, then we can go for lunch. What do you think?" The main reason was that Xiao Ruofei and the others had decided to go to Galangyu for lunch at the last minute. The hotel needed some time to prepare, and the experience of taking the speedboat was naturally much better than taking the ferry. When the time came, they could let the speedboat make a few more laps, and the time would naturally be bought. Xiao Ruofei readily said, "I'm fine with it. I'll listen to your arrangements when we get here." "That's good." Xiao Zhang secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Everyone, this way please." Xianxia and the other girls had been studying at Heron Island for half a year, so naturally, they had been to Galangyu more than once. However, every time, they took the cheap ferry back and forth. They were not willing to spend money to rent a speedboat, so when they heard this, they were very excited. The group of people followed Xiao Zhang to the dock. There were many speedboats parked next to the big ferry, each of which could seat 6 or 7 people. 2 of the speedboats had boards attached to them, waiting for Xiao Ruofei and the others to board. Xiao Ruofei made a simple allocation. Lin Xiao and the other girls were naturally on the same boat as him. He also asked Song Rui to come along, so there were a total of 6 people on the same boat. Xiao Zhang was arranged to go with Zhao Yongjun and the others, so there were also 6 people. Galangyu and Heron Island were only about 600 meters apart. Even if they took the slow ferry, it would only take 5 to 6 minutes to reach the island. The speed of the speedboat was much faster than the ferry, and it was extremely fast. The island, which was already in their line of sight, quickly became bigger in everyone's field of vision. Standing on the dock, they could vaguely see the shadows on the beach. Looking from the speedboat, they could clearly see the people playing in the water. The speedboat seemed to be flying on the water. Lin Xiao and the other girls were so excited that they screamed. Even the introverted Qingwan was excited. At the same time, they were a little nervous, and their hands were tightly gripping the metal bars on the sides of the seats. The wind blew everyone's hair into a mess. Xiao Ruofei was worried that Lin Xiao would catch a cold, so he quickly helped her straighten the collar of her down jacket. Lin Xiao smiled sweetly at Xiao Ruofei and said loudly in Xiao Ruofei's ear, "Thank you, brother Ruofei." She had to be loud. The wind whistled in their ears, and their soft voices could not be heard at all. When the speedboat was about to reach the shallow waters near Galanjiu, it made a smart turn. It was like drifting in a race car, bringing out a beautiful white arc. The girls screamed again and again. The speedboat sped around Galanjiu, and they could see that the island was very green. There were lush trees everywhere. When the speedboat came to the side of Xingqinggong's statue, they could really feel the statue's huge size. Although the statue was very high up, there was still a sense of oppression when they looked up. After circling a few times, the speedboat that Xiao Ruofei and the others were on gradually slowed down and finally stopped at the Galanjiu pier. Lin Xiao and the others still felt like they had not had enough. Everyone walked onto the pier in a single file. Xiao Zhang had already arranged for an electric car to pick up tourists and was waiting there. He enthusiastically asked everyone to get on the car. The group of people took the electric car and arrived at the hotel that Lu Zhe had arranged for them in advance. "Brother Xia, everyone must be hungry, right?" Xiao Zhang said enthusiastically, "The hotel rooms are already booked. How about we go to the restaurant to eat first and then check in?" "No problem, we will follow your arrangements," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Hence, little Zhang brought everyone to the restaurant on the first floor. The private room that had been prepared in advance was very warm. He had already ordered some dishes. After everyone found a seat and sat down, he asked the waiter to bring over a few menus and invited Xiao Ruofei and the others to add a few more dishes. Xiao Ruofei wasn't particularly particular about food, it was mainly because he was used to the delicious vegetables in Taoyuan, so he didn't feel anything special when eating delicacies outside. Therefore, he chuckled and gave the menu to Lin Xiao and the others. Then, he said to Zhao Yongjun, "Brother Zhao, let the ladies order." "Does anyone have any objections?" Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "Of course. Moreover, the beauties all went to school on Heron Island, so they definitely know what's good there." Lin Xiao didn't stand on ceremony and ordered a few specialties according to the menu. He and the others were relatively reserved. Under Xiao Ruofei's urging, each of them ordered another dish. Xiao Zhang returned the menu to the waiter and said, "Let the kitchen make the best use of the time. Hurry up and serve the dishes I ordered before. Also, bring out all the wine you've prepared." "Okay. Please wait a moment," the waiter quickly said. This was the reception unit of Heron Island State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, and Xiao Zhang was specifically in charge of reception. Even their boss had to curry favor with Xiao Zhang, so the waiter's attitude was naturally respectful. The waiter first uploaded the menu to the system, then whispered a few words through the walkie-talkie. Then, the prepared drinks were served. Xiao Zhang said politely, "Brother Xia, let's drink at noon." Xiao Ruofei glanced and saw that the prepared white wine was actually Zui Baxian. He couldn't help but be happy. He said, "Okay. Men will drink white wine. Women are free to drink. If you want to drink red wine, that's fine too. If you don't want to drink, you can drink juice. You guys can choose." "I want red wine." Lin Xiao immediately raised her hand and said. "Then I want red wine too." She didn't want to be left behind. The steady He and the quiet Qingwan chose juice at the same time. One of them asked for orange juice, and the other asked for cucumber juice. After pouring their drinks, Xiao Ruofei raised his glass and said with a smile, "Let's drink together. I propose that the first toast is to the students. Thank you for taking care of Qiao'er." Lin Xiao smiled and looked at Xiao Ruofei, a warm feeling filling her heart. Zhao Yongjun and the others were naturally very supportive. They all raised their glasses, making He and the other two a little embarrassed. However, they didn't hesitate. Soon, they picked up their cups and toasted together. After Lin Xiao drank half a glass of red wine, her face turned red and she looked very cute. The dishes were quickly served. Xiao Zhang was in charge of reception and was very good at ordering dishes. The various combinations were very reasonable. In an island city like Heron Island, there was naturally a lot of the freshest seafood. This was also the most expensive part of the lunch. In addition, there were local specialties such as ginger duck and tongan pork. The main dishes were also very special, such as taro buns and chives. There were also fishball soup, barbecued meat dumplings, frozen bamboo shoots, and other dishes that were very unique to Heron Island. Whether it was Zhao Yongjun and the others from Beijing, or Lin Xiao and a few of her roommates, they all ate with relish. Chen Shi, who had the most lively personality, chewed on the frozen bamboo shoots and said, "This frozen bamboo shoots taste even better than the one at the south gate of our school. Brother Xia, can I pack a portion to bring back?" The name of the frozen bamboo shoots had bamboo shoots in it, but it had nothing to do with bamboo shoots. Its main ingredient was a kind of mollusk from the sea. Its shape was very similar to an earthworm, so the locals usually called it the sea earthworm. The sea earthworm had a lot of colloid. After boiling it, it was poured into a mold and frozen. After it was shaped, it was cut into small pieces. It was paired with soy sauce, vinegar, sweet and spicy sauce, mustard, garlic, jellyfish and coriander, shredded radish, shredded chili, and tomato slices. It was a famous dish on Heron Island. In the eyes of outsiders, it was like jelly with earthworms sealed inside. Zhao Yongjun and the others were all men, and they had a strong curiosity about new things. It was understandable that they liked to eat this. Chen Shi was a girl, but she didn't feel afraid at all. Instead, she ate with relish. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. He said with a smile, "Chen Shi, you really didn't disgrace the name of your Cantonese." The people of Cantonese were famous for their delicious food. What was the saying? There was nothing that the people of Cantonese didn't dare to eat. Chen Shi giggled and said, "I've eaten things that are even stranger than this before. What's the big deal about bamboo shoot jelly? Look, you even dare to eat wanzi." Although the quiet Qingwan also ate, she only tasted it. She didn't like it as much as Chen Shi did. When she heard Chen Shi mention her, she couldn't help blushing and said, "Isn't it all because of you?" Lin Xiao laughed and said, "Brother Ruofei, the first time Wanzi ate bamboo shoot jelly, she bought it. She even mashed it and put it on a plate for Wanzi to eat." Later, when she found out that she was eating sea earthworms, Wanzi almost spat out her gallbladder. Chen Shi said with a smile, "Wanzi is too timid." Later, didn't she slowly get used to it? Is it that scary? Not to mention sea earthworms, even if it's a real earthworm, as long as it tastes good, I still dare to eat it. Qingwan was eating a piece of bamboo shoot jelly. When she heard Chen Shi's words, she almost spat it out. She put down her chopsticks and said coquettishly, Shi, can you not talk about such disgusting things while eating?" Everyone burst into laughter. After the meal, everyone became familiar with each other. Qingwan and he weren't as reserved as they were at the beginning. He even took the initiative to change her red wine and toast to Xiao Ruofei. She especially apologized for misunderstanding Xiao Ruofei at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Xiao Ruofei didn't take it to heart at all. Instead, he thought it was quite interesting. A few girls were worried that Lin Xiao would go astray, so they hurriedly chased after him. And this also reflected the harmonious relationship between he and the other girls in the dormitory. The sisters were very concerned about Lin Xiao, which also made Xiao Ruofei feel a lot more at ease. After the guests and the host enjoyed themselves, Xiao Zhang, who went to pay the bill in advance, came over with a few fast food boxes and said with a smile, "Brother Xia, here are some takeaways that the girls like to eat, ginger duck, and so on. Let your friends bring them back to try. You're so considerate." Xiao Ruofei smiled to express his gratitude, then handed the packed food to Chen Shi and said with a smile, "Here, classmate Chen Shi, Xiao Zhang specially prepared this for you." "Thank you," Chen Shi said with a sweet smile. Lin Xiao had already decided to skip class in the afternoon, and he and the others still had to rush back to school. The four of them had all signed up for this elective. If Lin Xiao didn't go to class, they still had to go. Xiao Ruofei thought about it, then asked Xiao Zhang to send them back to school. Before leaving with Chen Shi and the others, Xiao Zhang first helped Xiao Ruofei and the others with the check-in procedures. They were all sea view rooms. Lying on the bed, they could see the sea. Just a few steps away from the door was the beach. It was the best room in the hotel. Because Lin Xiao also stayed, an extra room was temporarily booked. It was also a sea view room, and it was right next to Xiao Ruofei's room. After checking in, Xiao Zhang was busy arranging for an electric car to send Xianxia and the others back to Egret Island University. At the entrance of the hotel, he and the other two got into the electric car with Xiao Zhang and waved goodbye to Xiao Ruofei, Lin Qiao, and the others. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, Xiao Zhang, since you're leaving the island, I'll have to trouble you to do something for me. Brother Xia, you're too polite. If there's anything you need, just tell me. Xiao Zhang said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei took out his car keys and handed them to Xiao Zhang, saying, my car is parked in the parking lot on the east side of the pier. It's a Night 15 off-road vehicle. It should be easy to find. After you send the girls back to the pier, help me bring a white plastic bag from the car here. There are food boxes in the plastic bag, so there's no mistake. Xiao Ruofei considered that he would be spending the night at Galangjiu. If the braised food made by Huzi's mother was stuffed in the car for the whole night, even if the weather was cold, it might go bad. Therefore, he wanted Xiao Zhang to bring the big bag of braised food to Galangjiu and store it in the hotel's refrigerator. No problem. Xiao Zhang said readily. After I find your car, I'll call you if I don't understand anything. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Okay. Then I'll have to trouble you. You're welcome. It's what I should do. Xiao Zhang said with a smile. Brother Xia, it takes about 1.5 hours for me to come and go. If you need anything, just tell the hotel. I've already told them. I got it. You don't have to worry about this. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. We'll have free time in the afternoon. We're going to walk around this island. Okay, call me if you need anything. I should be back at the hotel before 3:30 in the afternoon. My room is opposite yours. Xiao Zhang said. Their unit had reserved a standard room in the hotel for a long time. Usually, everyone could stay at Galangjiu if they wanted to spend the night there. When there was a reception mission, it would be used as a staff room. It was very convenient. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, okay, Xiao Zhang. Your mission is to send the 3 girls back to school safely. We can handle it here. You guys go quickly. Don't delay your afternoon classes. After that, Xiao Ruofei waved goodbye to He and the others. They watched as the electric car drove out of the hotel and disappeared from everyone's sight. Xiao Ruofei turned around and said with a smile, Brother Zhao, we came to Galangjiu for leisure. How about we make our own arrangements in the afternoon? If you want to go out for a walk, then go out for a walk. If you want to sleep, if you want to daydream, if you want to look at the beauties on the beach, that's fine. Just do whatever you want. Agreed. I haven't been so relaxed in a long time. After coming to this beautiful island, I feel like the pace has slowed down. I feel so relaxed. Zhao Yongjun said. So, everyone disbanded at the hotel entrance. Ho Liang, Wei Jun, and Lu Jian went to buy beach clothes and prepared to go to the beach to admire the beautiful scenery. Zhao Yongjun and Su Zixuan were more interested in the different styles of Galangjiu's architecture. The two of them left the hotel one after the other. Song Rui went straight to his room. After eating and drinking, he wanted to have a good sleep. Brother Ruofei. I want to go out with you. Lin Xiao looked at Xiao Ruofei and said. Xiao Ruofei rubbed her nose lovingly and said with a smile, You've been to Heron Island for half a year. Don't tell me you haven't been to Galangjiu before? That's different. Lin Xiao said innocently, in the past, I came with my classmates. This time, you're coming with me. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, No problem. You can go anywhere you want. My mission today is to accompany you. That's great. Lin Xiao said happily, then let's go. I know a shop that makes great immortal roasting grass. I'll take you to try it. You ate so much for lunch. Can you still eat? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile, Be careful that you don't become a fat chick and can't get married. Brother Ruofei, you're so naughty. Why are you making fun of me? Lin Xiao said unhappily. The first impression that Galangjiu gave people was that it was a leisurely place. There were many romantic and artistic shops on the island, and there were no cars and horses on the island. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed everywhere. Once one arrived here, the pace would subconsciously slow down. Of course, with the development of tourism, there were more and more tourists on the island. Fortunately, it was not a holiday, so at least there were no crowds. Xiao Ruofei and Lin Xiao wandered around the island aimlessly. They did not go to the scenic spots with many tourists. Instead, they preferred to go to the original alleys. These alleys all had a classical feel to them. Xiao Ruofei also discovered that Galangjiu had preserved many Chinese and foreign-style buildings in perfect condition. There were traditional huaxia temples, small and exquisite Japanese houses, and a 19th-century European-style consulate of the original Western countries. Different cultures intertwined here, but there was nothing out of place. Instead, Galangjiu was known as the World Expo. Xiao Ruofei admired the various historical buildings with great interest. He took out his camera from time to time. The scenery of Galangjiu was very beautiful, and the photos he took were very beautiful. Lin Xiao was happy to have Xiao Ruofei's company. He was like a happy bird, bringing Xiao Ruofei to many fresh and artistic shops to taste the pies and milk tea. Strolling along the small path, tasting the specialty snacks, walking and stopping casually. Everything was so simple and natural. Xiao Ruofei really liked this kind of slow pace because he was originally a lazy person who liked leisurely moods. The two of them walked for 2 to 3 hours, but Lin Xiao was not tired at all. He was still in high spirits. Unknowingly, they walked near the hotel. Xiao Ruofei was worried that Lin Xiao was too tired. Just as he was about to suggest that they go back to the hotel to rest for a while, Lin Xiao excitedly pointed at an inconspicuous coffee shop on the side of the road and said, "Brother Ruofei, I want to go to that shop." Xiao Ruofei glanced at it and said, "We drank coffee half an hour ago, didn't we? Again? This one is different." Lin Xiao grabbed Xiao Ruofei's arm and shook it as he said, "Brother Ruofei, I want to drink." Xiao Ruofei had no choice but to nod and say, "Okay. Let's go in if you want to drink, but you have to tell me what's different about this coffee shop." "It won't do if you can't tell me." Lin Xiao said happily, "No problem. But let's go in first. I'll tell you about it later." Xiao Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao dotingly and said, "All right then." Lin Xiao pulled Xiao Ruofei into a coffee shop called Monkey Time. The shop was very small, and the corridor was a little slender. It gave off a sense of seclusion. It was very unique. Various abstract oil paintings hung on the walls, and there were also some very thoughtful decorations. It was very romantic. The two of them went to the guest loft and found an empty seat to sit down. There were many books in the room, all of which were from the 1990s. There was faint music in their ears, and the air was filled with the thick smell of coffee. After Lin Xiao ordered 2 cups of coffee, Xiao Ruofei asked, "Xiaoer, tell me about it. What's so special about the shop?" Lin Xiao pointed at the girl who had just come to take their order and said, "That's the lady boss of this shop. Her surname is Ma." Xiao Ruofei rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "So the boss's surname must be Ho?" Lin Xiao clapped and said, "Amazing. Brother Ruofei, your brain is really fast. You guessed it right away." Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "Who knows when? It's not hard to guess." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "But you definitely don't know that many years ago, this wasn't a coffee shop, but an art gallery. The owner of the art gallery is the current owner of this coffee shop. The paintings on the wall on the first floor just now were painted by the owner." At this moment, the lady boss who had just taken their order came over with 2 cups of coffee. The freshly ground coffee was still steaming and filled with the rich aroma of coffee. She put the coffee down with a smile and said, "Please enjoy." Lin Xiao was just telling their story when the main character came over. She suddenly felt a little embarrassed. The lady boss, on the other hand, was natural and unrestrained. She smiled and looked at Xiao Ruofei and Lin Xiao, then turned around and left. Lin Xiao smiled at Xiao Ruofei a little embarrassedly and continued, "At that time, the lady boss was still very young. She came to Heron Island alone for a vacation. She wandered around Galangjiu and came to this art gallery. She chatted with the boss, and then they fell in love." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Yeah. After that, the lady boss stayed." In order to commemorate the time when the two of them met, the boss changed the art gallery to a coffee shop. The name was also changed to the Year of the Monkey. The two of them spent every day in this small coffee shop. Lin Xiao's face showed a hint of yearning as she continued, so, this is the place where their romantic love sprouted. This coffee shop is also the proof of their love. Brother Ruofei, I said that this coffee shop is very special, right? Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Sounds like a beautiful story. Of course. Lin Xiao said. Every time my roommates come to Galanjiu, we come here for a cup of coffee, hoping to meet our beautiful love. Lin Xiao took a quick look at Xiao Ruofei, then quickly lowered her head and stirred the coffee in front of her. Her heart was beating fast. She had imagined that she would bring Xiao Ruofei to visit this coffee shop, but she didn't expect it to come true so soon. Actually, when they left, they had already passed by this coffee shop, but Lin Xiao didn't have the courage to do so. When they walked back, she finally mustered the courage to pull Xiao Ruofei in. Because of Love was playing from the ceiling speakers. On such a long winter afternoon, listening to the beautiful melody, smelling the rich coffee aroma, and sitting quietly with the man she liked, Lin Xiao felt as if her heart had melted. Xiao Ruofei casually picked up a book from the bookshelf and flipped through it. He seemed to have been assimilated by the slow pace of leisure on this island. He didn't have to think about anything else and just sat quietly in the small attic, killing time. This kind of feeling was quite good. The two of them chatted casually while drinking coffee. The atmosphere was very warm. Xiao Ruofei had already decided to sit for a while. After all, he didn't feel tired after walking for a long time, but Lin Xiao was a girl. She didn't feel tired now because she was excited, but by tomorrow, her waist and legs would be sore. Lin Xiao's phone on the table rang with a WeChat notification. She picked it up and took a look. She said happily, "It's Jennifer." Last time, Xiao Ruofei took Lin Xiao on a graduation trip to Australia. On the way, they met Tang Yitian and Jennifer. Lin Xiao and Jennifer became good friends who talked about almost everything. Xiao Ruofei was a little surprised. Jennifer uses WeChat too? Lin Xiao replied without raising her head. Of course. And she uses the Chinese version. Her Chinese is pretty good. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Don't tell me you're her only WeChat friend? Although WeChat dominated the instant messaging industry in Xianxia, its influence in the world was still inferior to instant messaging software like MSN. Users in Western countries were more used to using software like Line and MSN. Jennifer's relatives and friends in Australia definitely didn't use WeChat. Lin Xiao said with a smile, "How is that possible? Isn't her company investing in a movie in Xianxia? She usually uses WeChat to contact us at work." As the two were talking about this, Lin Xiao's phone rang again. This time, it was a video call request. Lin Xiao immediately accepted the request. She picked up the phone and said with a smile, "Jennifer." Xiao Ruofei sat opposite Lin Xiao. He couldn't see the screen of Lin Xiao's phone, but he could hear the sound coming from the phone. "Lin, are you drinking coffee?" Jennifer said. "It looks like a great coffee shop." "Yeah. Sister Jennifer. The coffee in this shop is delicious." Lin Xiao said with a smile. "And you definitely won't be able to guess who I'm with." "Oh?" Jennifer asked with some interest. "Your boyfriend? Aren't you?" "Sister Jennifer." Jennifer was interrupted by Lin Xiao in the middle of her sentence. She blushed and said, "You'd better see for yourself." After that, Lin Xiao turned the phone around and pointed the front camera at Xiao Ruofei. Naturally, her phone had a rear camera. However, by flipping it around, Jennifer could see Xiao Ruofei and Xiao Ruofei could see Jennifer at the same time. Xiao Ruofei saw that Jennifer was wearing a short shirt and shorts on the screen. The background was a beautiful beach and the blue sea. Australia and Xianxia were in opposite hemispheres, and the seasons were opposite. It was still summer in Australia. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved at the camera. "Hi. Jennifer, long time no see." Jennifer opened her eyes wide in surprise and covered her mouth with her hand. After a while, she said, "Xia. I didn't expect you to be with Lin. Is she on vacation?" "Not yet, but I'm traveling to Heron Island, so I thought I'd visit Xiao'er." "Xia." Ruofei said. Then, he asked, "Jennifer, is everything okay at home? How's Heron?" "Very good. He's practicing the kung fu you taught him very hard." Jennifer said. But he's not with me. Otherwise, I could let him talk to you. He and his father are in Sydney. This time, I'm on vacation by myself. That's a pity. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, add me on WeChat later. When you're with Howren, let's have a video call. Yes, yes. Jennifer said happily. He misses you, too. I might come to Australia again in 2 months. Xiao Ruofei said, tell Howren to work hard and practice martial arts. I'll check on his progress when the time comes. Jennifer smiled and said, okay. I will definitely pass on your earnest teachings. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that Jennifer's habit of using idioms hadn't changed. Lin Xiao said coquettishly, Bro Ruofei, it's my turn to chat with Jennifer. My hands are sore from holding it like this. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, okay. Jennifer, I'll see you in Australia. I'm looking forward to seeing you again. Jennifer said. Lin Xiao then turned the phone and said intimately, Jennifer, the scenery over there is so good. It's a pity that the next time Bro Ruofei comes to Australia, my school will have already started. I really want to go there again. Jennifer said with a smile, then you can come during the summer vacation. You're always welcome here. Oh yeah, Lin, is this the coffee shop with a romantic love story that you told me about last time? Lin Xiao's face blushed slightly. She nodded gently and said, looks like your wish has come true. Jennifer said with a smile. Congratulations, Lin. Lin Xiao quickly said, Bro Ruofei and I just happened to pass by here today, so we came in to sit for a while. Jennifer, wait a minute. After that, Lin Xiao quickly looked at Xiao Ruofei and said embarrassedly, Bro Ruofei, you. Do you want to go down for a walk? Xiao Ruofei was stunned and asked, what's wrong? Is there anything to see down there? Lin Xiao said coquettishly, I want to talk to Jennifer about some girls' topics. It's not convenient for you to listen. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, all right. You were the one who dragged me in, and now you're saying that I'm in the way. No. Lin Xiao said coquettishly, Bro Ruofei, please help me, okay, I'm scared of you. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and stood up. Then you guys take your time talking. I'll go downstairs and take a look. Bro Ruofei is the best. Lin Xiao immediately said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei went downstairs and paid for 2 cups of coffee. Then, he walked out of the coffee shop and strolled around nearby. His hearing was much more sensitive than ordinary people's. If he stayed in the shop, even if he was downstairs, he might be able to hear the conversation between Lin Xiao and Jennifer. Since Lin Xiao didn't want him to listen, he might as well walk further away. After Xiao Ruofei went downstairs, Lin Xiao let out a sigh of relief and said to Jennifer, Jennifer, I haven't confessed to Bro Ruofei yet. He treats me like his own sister. You almost spilled the beans just now. Speaking of this, Lin Xiao's face showed a hint of disappointment. Jennifer showed a puzzled look and said, a slip of the tongue? My mouth wasn't hurt? Why would it be? Lin Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, spilled the beans. It means that I almost revealed my secret, and Bro Ruofei heard it, oh. Jennifer suddenly understood. Then, she smiled and said, isn't that great? Since you don't dare to confess to Xia, I'll help you. Oh yeah, I can tell him about this on WeChat. Jennifer pursed her lips into a smile and said, I'm just kidding. Look at how scared you are. Lin Xiao blushed and said, Sister Jennifer, I'm actually very conflicted myself. But it's okay, I'm still very young, and Bro Ruofei isn't married yet. Let's just take it one step at a time. Jennifer's experience in relationships was not rich, and after they got married, Tang Yitian doted on her even more, so she couldn't give too much substantial advice. The two of them chatted on WeChat for a while. When Lin Xiao finished her video call with Jennifer and went downstairs, she realized that Xiao Ruofei was no longer in the coffee shop. She panicked and quickly called Xiao Ruofei. Bro Ruofei, where did you go? Lin Xiao's voice had a hint of uneasiness. She was worried that Xiao Ruofei would be angry at her for chasing him away. She went back to the hotel. Xiao Ruofei's hearty laughter came from Lin Xiao's phone. Xiao are you done chatting with Jennifer? Yeah, I'm on the first floor, but I don't see you. Lin Xiao said carefully. Come to the door. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Lin Xiao took her phone and walked to the door, but she didn't see Xiao Ruofei. However, before she could ask, she heard Xiao Ruofei say, "Look to your left." Lin Xiao immediately turned her head to the left and saw Xiao Ruofei walking over with his hands behind his back. She quickly hung up the phone and walked over to greet him. Xiao Ruofei took out something from behind his back and waved it in front of Lin Xiao. He said with a smile, "Xiaoer, this is for you. Do you like it?" Lin Xiao took a closer look and saw that it was a small and exquisite pink Peppa Pig doll. She suddenly smiled in surprise and held the doll tightly in her hands. She said happily, "It's so cute. Brother Ruofei, you're the best." Xiao Ruofei touched his nose and said, "Actually, I was bored just now and saw it in a small shop at the corner of the street. I thought it was cute, so I bought it. It's good that you like it." "I love it." Lin Xiao held the doll in his arms, then looked at Xiao Ruofei in embarrassment and said, "I thought you were angry and didn't want to talk to me, so you went back to the hotel by yourself." Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he burst into laughter. He reached out and tapped Lin Xiao's head, saying, "Silly girl, why would I be angry with you? Do I look like such a petty person to you?" "No, no. Brother Ruofei is the most generous," Lin Xiao quickly said. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "That's more like it. Let's go. Let's go back to the hotel and rest for a while before dinner." "Okay." Lin Xiao nodded heavily. She held the Peppa Pig doll tightly in one hand and held Xiao Ruofei's arm with the other. She said happily, "Let's go back to the hotel." Xiao Ruofei also knew Lin Xiao's personality, so he smiled and let her hold him. The two of them walked side by side in the direction of the hotel by the sea. It was close to evening, and many tourists had already taken the ferry back to Heron Island. Only a few tourists who stayed in Galanjiu were still wandering around, so the streets were much quieter. The winter sun shone on them, and their shadows grew longer and longer on the quiet stone streets. It was a very warm and harmonious scene. After returning to the hotel, Xiao Ruofei found that Zhao Yongjun and the others had already returned, and some were still wandering outside. They had created a new WeChat group, and Zhao Yongjun also called everyone in the group to return to the hotel for dinner at 6 o'clock sharp. Xiao Zhang had already returned to the hotel after sending He and the others off. He didn't go back to his room to rest, but waited in the hotel lobby. His most important task for the past 2 days was to ensure that Xiao Ruofei and the others were well received. He basically served them 24/7. When Xiao Zhang saw Xiao Ruofei, he immediately got up and greeted him. He handed the car keys to Xiao Ruofei and said, "Brother Xia, I brought the things over. They're stored in the hotel's freezer." "Okay, thank you for your hard work," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile as he took the keys and put them away. Xiao Zhang said politely and didn't want to disturb Xiao Ruofei too much. He warmly invited Xiao Ruofei and Lin Xiao to go back to their rooms to rest. He also knew that Xiao Ruofei and Lin Xiao must have been walking around the whole afternoon and must be very tired. Being a receptionist meant that you had to know how to read people's expressions. Basically, people who were qualified for this position had to know how to treat people well. Xiao Ruofei and Lin Xiao went back to their rooms and prepared to take a shower and rest for a while before dinner. Showering for men was relatively simple. Xiao Ruofei quickly finished showering and changed into a clean set of clothes. He sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling bay window in the hotel room and looked at the beach nearby, admiring the sea under the setting sun. However, he didn't stay quiet for too long. After a while, he heard the doorbell ring. Xiao Ruofei shuffled over to open the door in his hotel slippers and saw Lin Xiao standing at the door with his hair still wet. He was holding a towel in his hand and drying his hair. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Aren't you tired after walking the whole afternoon? Why don't you rest in your room for a while?" Lin Xiao giggled and said, "I can rest in your room too." Actually, she didn't want to spend such precious time alone in the hotel room because she had to go back to school early the next morning. There were 3 or 4 classes tomorrow morning, and it was taught by a very famous professor. Lin Xiao was also a good student. Occasionally skipping an elective class wasn't considered deviating from the norm. However, it was a rare opportunity for a professor to teach a new undergraduate student. She didn't want to miss it no matter what. Therefore, Lin Xiao especially cherished every moment she spent with Xiao Ruofei. She had just taken a quick shower and then ran over. Xiao Ruofei opened the door and said, "You didn't take a nap in the afternoon. There's still an hour before dinner. You should sleep for a while." "I'm not sleepy." Lin Xiao walked into Xiao Ruofei's room. The ends of her hair brushed past Xiao Ruofei's nose, and there was a hint of shampoo fragrance. Even though Xiao Ruofei only saw Lin Xiao as his own sister, he still couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Lin Xiao came to Xiao Ruofei's bedside and sat down. She said coquettishly, "Brother Ruofei, help me dry my hair. My hair is too long. I can't dry it myself." Xiao Ruofei shook his head dotingly and said, Okay. I'll help you." "Hee hee. You're so nice," Lin Xiao said happily. Xiao Ruofei walked to the bathroom and found the hairdryer in the cabinet under the sink. He then went back to the bed and plugged the hairdryer into the socket behind the bedside table. Xiao Ruofei said, "Shower, sit closer. This line isn't long enough." "Got it." Lin Xiao moved closer to the bedside table, then smiled at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Thank you, Brother Ruofei." Xiao Ruofei took off his slippers and got on the bed. He sat cross-legged behind Lin Xiao and turned on the hairdryer to dry Lin Xiao's hair. In order to evenly heat her hair, he moved the hairdryer slowly and used his hands to grab her hair. Lin Xiao felt the warm wind blowing and the feeling of Xiao Ruofei's hands carefully grabbing her hair. It was as if her heart was filled with warmth. Her eyes became a little blurred. All of this was like an illusion. It was a scene that she would often construct in her mind when she was imagining things, but it was really happening. Lin Xiao felt a little shy and nervous at the same time. She was worried that Xiao Ruofei would notice something, so she didn't dare to move. She sat upright and still, and even her neck was a little stiff. After a while, Xiao Ruofei gently touched Lin Xiao's hair and said, "It's almost dry." "Shower, wait a moment. I'll go get you the comb." "Okay," Lin Xiao said softly. She didn't turn around, but she heard Xiao Ruofei's footsteps walk to the bathroom and then back to the bed. Her heart was filled with sweetness. "Even if it's just an illusion, I'm satisfied," Lin Xiao thought to herself. Lin Xiao took the comb from Xiao Ruofei's hands and placed her hair in front of her. She gently combed it. Xiao Ruofei went to make a cup of tea and sat across from Lin Xiao, drinking slowly. The two of them didn't speak, but the atmosphere was very warm. At 6 o'clock in the evening, everyone returned to the hotel and went to the restaurant for dinner. Zhao Yongjun and the others were very satisfied with the arrangements for coming to Heron Island and Galanjiu. This quiet and leisurely island was very suitable for people like them, who had a lot of social interactions and irregular lives, to cultivate their minds and spirits. Even if they just sat by the beach and stared blankly, they felt very comfortable. Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, "Ruofei, no wonder there are so many sanatoriums on Galanjiu. There are military and local ones. This island is really great." Ho Liang said with a hint of yearning, "If we can buy a small island overseas, even if it's smaller than Galanjiu, and make it our private territory, that would be awesome." "Oh right, once we buy a foreign island, it'll be permanent property rights. We can modify it however we want." Song Rui joked, "Among us, only Ruofei has the hope of achieving such an achievement. We can only count on Tycoon Xia to work hard and earn more money. When the time comes, you can buy a small island, and we can also bask in the glory and go on vacation occasionally." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei also joined in the fun. "When the time comes, I'll develop a resort hotel. You guys can come over and get a 20% discount." Song Rui said exaggeratedly, "We have such a good relationship, and you still want to take money? Food and lodging should be free of charge, and there should also be all kinds of free food, drinks, and entertainment." Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "Talking about relationships hurts money. Foreign islands are so expensive. If I don't take money, how can I recoup my costs?" "So you're just relying on your brothers to spend money so that you can recoup your costs?" Song Rui said. Lin Xiao saw that Xiao Ruofei and the others were bickering over a so-called private island that had no shadow. She found it very interesting and couldn't help but chuckle. While Xiao Ruofei and the others were drinking and chatting in the seaside villa hotel on Galanjiu, Jing City was not peaceful. Of course, the politics of the upper class was as calm as water as always. The not peaceful here was mainly in the circle of some young playboys. The Noble Clubhouse was a good red wine-themed clubhouse in Jing City, and a small banquet was being held there. A young man wearing a full Armani casual suit was holding a glass of red wine with a charming smile on his face. From time to time, he would raise his glass to greet his friends. His name was Wang Jia, and he was a famous playboy in the circle of playboys. Of course, compared to Zhao Yongjun and the others, his level was much lower, and his circle of friends was limited to some second generation and third generation. Wang Jia was smiling and chatting with a girl in an evening dress. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a tall young man who had just entered the door. He immediately politely apologized to the girl, and then held a glass of wine to greet him. "Brother Rue, why are you so late?" Wang Jia smiled and greeted him. "There's another round that just ended." Brother Rue clinked glasses with Wang Jia and said with a smile, "Are there any good-looking girls tonight?" The person called Brother Rue by Wang Jia was called Li Rue. Like Wang Jia, he was also one of the more senior playboys in their circle. The difference was that Li Rui's company was profitable, and his economic strength was among the top in this group of people. In the case of similar status and background, economic foundation often determined status, so Li Rue was relatively prestigious in their circle, and many people respectfully called him Brother Rue. Of course, if it was an ordinary low-level official or businessman, they would inevitably call him Young Master Li when they saw him. Wang Jia and Li Rue walked to the seats in the corner of the hall, nodding and saying hello to their friends from time to time on the way. After sitting down, Li Rue asked, "Jia, why did you call me here tonight?" Wang Jia looked around and whispered, "Brother Rue, have you heard about Tian Xiaojuan's matter?" Li Rue's eyes flashed with a strange light, and then returned to calmness. He said faintly, "I heard it from someone else." "What's wrong?" Wang Jia grinned and said, "I witnessed the whole thing. I don't know what's wrong with this Tian Lauer. He doesn't even care about his face anymore. He even specially called a large group of friends to gather together and then told them all about his embarrassing matters. He even glorified it as a reminder to everyone. It's really funny." Li Rue glanced at Wang Jia and said, "Jia, there must be a reason for this abnormality. Haven't you thought about the deeper reason?" Wang Jia said with some indifference, "Do you still need to ask? Tian Xiaojun must be scared out of his wits. But this guy has always been timid. After all, he's not a native of Beijing. He's from a small town, so he can't be seen in public." Li Rue picked up the glass and took a sip of red wine. He didn't comment on Wang Jia's evaluation of Tian Xiaojun. Wang Jia looked around and continued, "Brother Rue, if Tian Xiaojun didn't mention it, I really wouldn't have paid attention to this Taoyuan company. I specifically looked it up this afternoon, and this company is really good at making money. The Yuji ointment is selling like hot cakes. It's like running a banknote printing factory." Li Rue glanced at Wang Jia and said, "Jia, if you want to say something, just be straightforward. Is it fun to beat around the bush with me?" Wang Jia smiled and said, "Brother Rue, I think Tian Xiaojun is a coward, but it doesn't mean that we can't do it. This is a company with an annual output of at least 2 billion yuan. The rarest thing is that it's a small company in the countryside." Stop. Before Wang Jia finished speaking, he was mercilessly interrupted by Li Rue. Wang Jia couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Li Rue hesitantly, and then said with a dry smile, "Brother Rue, don't scare me. Does this company have some unknown background?" "I don't think so." Li Rue's eyes flashed with a trace of disgust. "Come on, Jia, you don't have to beat around the bush. I don't know the background of this company either." Wang Jia was a little puzzled. Then, "Brother Rue, Li Rue said impatiently, "It's because we don't know, that's why it's scary. Brother Jia, please enlighten me." Wang Jia said shamelessly, "You know me, I'm just a hothead. I don't want to get into trouble." Li Rue looked at Wang Jia and said, "You're a hothead? You know how to drag others down with you." Wang Jia said awkwardly, "Brother Rue, you misunderstood me. I didn't mean that." Li Rui looked at Wang Jia with a faint smile and said, "That's enough, it doesn't matter whether I have that intention or not. I'm not going to get involved in this mess. If you want this piece of fat meat, you can try it yourself." Wang Jia's expression became more and more awkward. He said, "Brother Jia, help me analyze it. You were smarter than us when we were young, and I always followed in your footsteps." When Wang Jia talked about his childhood, Li Rui's expression softened a little. They were in the same courtyard when they were young, and their relationship was quite good. However, in recent years, their fathers had been promoted and transferred to different units, so they didn't have much contact with each other. Li Rui took a sip of red wine and said slowly, "Jia, I think you've had too much success these years, and you've become a little arrogant. You can treat Tian Xiaojuan's incident as a joke, and treat other people's accidents as stories. That's okay, but the lesson is right here. If you still dare to get involved, then you're a little stupid." Wang Jia looked at Li Rui resentfully, but didn't say anything. Instead, he took a sip of wine sullenly. Li Rui didn't mind and continued, "Tian Xiaojun is a little bit worse, but you're not much better than him. You admit that, right? That's reasonable." Wang Jia said with a wry smile. "Isn't it settled?" Li Rui said. "Tian Xiaojuan's a so-called fat meat, why do you think you can get a piece of it? Do you think everyone is a fool? Now, look who's still in the mood to do so. Are you the only smart one?" Wang Jia's expression changed slightly. "But Tian Xiaojun, are you trying to say that Tian Xiaojun is no match for the local tyrant?" Li Rui interrupted Wang Jia and said, "Don't forget that Tian Xiaojuan's father is also from Southeast Province. He's at least half a local tyrant in Xianxia City. Furthermore, the most important point is..." At this point, Li Rui stared at Wang Jia and said slowly, "Tian Xiaojun obviously didn't suffer a loss this time, but was completely crushed by someone else. Otherwise, with his character, even if he was given the cold shoulder, he would at most swallow it. How could he possibly publicize it?" Wang Jia finally became a little more alert, and hesitation appeared on his face. Li Rui took another sip of red wine before continuing, "The only possibility is that the company has a shocking background, or they have someone we can't afford to offend supporting them. That's why Tian Xiaojun exposed his shortcomings and took the initiative to publicize his disgraceful past." Wang Jia said in surprise, "It's just a small company in Xianxia City. How could, never underestimate anyone." Li Rui said meaningfully. "Especially when you haven't seen the other party's background clearly, you should be even more cautious. Don't look at us on the surface, one wrong step and you may lead your whole family to eternal damnation." Wang Jia said solemnly, "Brother Rui, I understand. Thank you for your reminder." Li Rui nodded, looked around, and then leaned close to Wang Jia's ear and whispered, "I heard that when Tian Xiaojun and the others arrived in Xianxia City, Zhao Yongjun from the Zhao family also rushed over, what?" Wang Jia couldn't help but exclaim when he heard Zhao Yongjun's name. Li Rui glared at Wang Jia, and then looked around vigilantly. Only then did Wang Jia realize it. He quickly covered his mouth, and then lowered his voice and asked, "Brother Rui, is the news accurate? Could it be a coincidence?" Li Rui said, "If it's a coincidence, it's too much of a coincidence. And I heard that Brother Jun wasn't the only one who went this time. The eldest young master of the Song family, Ho Liang, and the others also went with him. I don't know what kind of luck Wei Jun had recently, but Brother Jun seemed to have brought him along too." When Li Rui said this, he couldn't help but show a look of envy in his eyes. Wang Jia hesitated for a moment and asked, "Wei Jun? His father is Tong Rentang." "That's him," Li Rui said. "This news was told to me by Wei Jun's friend. Although I don't know the specific purpose of their visit to Sanchon City, Tian Xiaojuan's behavior yesterday was too abnormal. If it's related to Brother Jun, then everything makes sense." Wang Jia thought deeply and said, "Only someone like Brother Jun can make Tian Xiaojun a stray dog. Brother Rui, I think your analysis is very reasonable. It seems that there is steel hidden in the fat meat of the Taoyuan company. If you're not careful, you'll break your teeth." Li Rui nodded and said, "If it's really Brother Jun, then it's obvious that Tian Xiaojun did this because he was under pressure from Brother Jun. Brother Jun only has one purpose, and that is to make an example out of him. so that people won't dare to covet the Taoyuan company anymore. Although he accidentally became a monkey, Wang Jia had to admit that Li Rui's analysis was very reasonable. In fact, Li Rui's judgment was very close to the truth. What he didn't know was that Zhao Yongjun and the others didn't specially rush over for this matter, but just happened to be there. Xiao Ruofei's strength was very frightening. Even without Zhao Yongjun and the others, Tian Xiaojun couldn't have succeeded, and his end might have been even worse. Wang Jia couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He said, "I thought I found a fat meat, but I didn't expect it to be a hard bone to chew." Li Rui patted Wang Jia on the shoulder and said, "That's enough. You should be glad. If you didn't meet me, you would have stupidly gone to Sanshan. That's just asking for a slap in the face." Wang Jia said with some lingering fear, "Brother Rui is right. I have to thank you. Come, I'll toast you." The conversation between Wang Jia and Li Rui was playing out in different places in Beijing. Tian Xiaojuan's abnormal behavior didn't dispel everyone's covetous thoughts about the Taoyuan company. Instead, it attracted the attention of a few people like Wang Jia who didn't pay attention to the Taoyuan company. Of course, there were a lot of people in the circle who understood. Zhao Yongjun and the others' trip to Sanshan wasn't a secret. Slowly, everyone knew about this matter and linked Tian Xiaojuan's matter to it. Therefore, a few people like Wang Jia who wanted to swallow the fat meat completely dispelled the idea. In a residential area in Beijing, Tian Xiaojun walked into the elevator of Unit 1 dejectedly with a briefcase under his arm. This time, he had suffered a big setback in Sanshan. Although Zhao Yongjun and the others had promised to let bygones be bygones, Tian Xiaojun was still very nervous. So, he began to behave himself, which was rare. He obediently went to work until 6 o'clock, then left on time. Of course, he was in no mood to have fun now. Yesterday's matter quickly spread in the circle. Now, he was like a joke, and he felt strange everywhere he went. If nothing unexpected happened, he would need to hibernate for a long time. When everyone gradually forgot about this matter, he would be able to go out. During this time, he had to go to work honestly. Tian Xiaojun was very upset. In addition to losing face, the three of them had to collect 1 million yuan to donate to the Taoyuan charity fund. This matter should be done sooner rather than later, so as not to provoke Xiao Ruofei, the god of death, again. 1 million yuan was not a big deal for the three of them, but it was definitely not a small sum of money. Now that he had lost all his prestige, even Xianxia and Zhong Zixin, who had always followed his lead, were starting to disobey him. Even though they had agreed to split the 1 million yuan compensation among the three of them, the two of them were starting to make excuses. Tian Xiaojun was very clear that if the money was not in place, although Xianxia and Zhong Zixin would not be able to get anything out of it, Xiao Ruofei would definitely hit him first. After all, he was the leader. With such annoyance, Tian Xiaojun opened the door of his house. This was the family building of the Price Administration. Tian Xiaojun was not married yet, and he did not want to open his own business, so he had been living with his parents. However, in the past, he used to go out and indulge in debauchery every few days. It was common for him to not return home at night. His parents doted on him very much and were too lazy to care too much. As soon as Tian Xiaojun entered the house, he felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. His father, who used to be very busy and came home very late, was actually one step ahead of him. He was sitting on the sofa in the living room with a sullen face. Hearing the sound of Tian Xiaojun entering the house, Tian Shunliang immediately turned his head and looked over. His sharp eyes made Tian Xiaojun's heart tremble slightly. "Dad, you didn't work overtime today?" Tian Xiaojun asked carefully. "With such a big thing happening at home, how can I still be in the mood to work overtime?" Tian Shunliang said in a muffled voice, "Tian Xiaojun, you are really strong now. You even dare to cause such a big trouble for the family." Tian Xiaojun was changing his shoes. Hearing this, his hands trembled slightly, and the slippers in his hand fell to the ground. His face became a little pale. Xiao Ruofei's second request was indeed a little fatal. After this matter was publicized, it was basically impossible to hide it from his parents. Tian Xiaojun did not expect the news to spread so quickly. He was not even mentally prepared at all. Tian Xiaojun walked to the living room dejectedly and sat down across from Tian Shunliang. Tian Shunliang glanced at his disappointing son and said angrily, "Why are you so depressed? Weren't you very good at causing trouble? You've lost all your face. How can I go back in the future? Dad. I." Tian Xiaojun opened his mouth and stopped talking. "Just say what you want to say," Tian Shunliang said angrily. "I don't have time to play riddles with you." Oh, Tian Xiaojun lowered his head and recounted everything that had happened in the past 2 days from beginning to end. He didn't even dare to hide some of the details. Like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube, he spilled everything. When Tian Shunliang heard Tian Xiaojun say that he was forced to squat by the wall for half a night in the cold winter, he couldn't help but feel sorry for his son. But when he saw Tian Xiaojun's face, he couldn't help but snort and say, "You deserve it." "Tian Xiaojun, do you know what you did wrong?" Tian Shunliang asked. Tian Xiaojun lowered his head and said, "I shouldn't have had any ideas about the Taoyuan company, *T. Tian Shunliang swore. "You were wrong to be the first one to stand out. You didn't understand the situation and acted rashly. You think you're the only one who's well informed? Why is it that everyone else is slower than you? Why did you rush to the 3 mountains in such a hurry?" Tian Xiaojun lowered his head and said, "I know, you don't know." Tian Shunliang said, "You must be unconvinced. Do you feel that you were unlucky this time and kicked an iron plate?" Tian Xiaojun didn't say anything, but he did think so. According to common sense, when he went to the 3 mountains last time, he was almost sure that there wouldn't be any accidents, but it just happened. Tian Shunliang snorted and said, "There's bound to be accidents. Did you do any research before you made such an impulsive decision? Don't tell me that you checked the business registration information. That information is useless." Tian Xiaojun opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Tian Shunliang said everything he wanted to say, so he closed his mouth obediently. "Do you think that even if you investigate the Taoyuan company, you might not be able to find any useful information?" Tian Shunliang asked. No one knew a son better than his father. Tian Shunliang knew his disappointing son quite well. Tian Xiaojun nodded and said carefully, "Dad, this Xiao Ruofei is too good at hiding, nonsense." "Then you've been blinded by money." Tian Shunliang said mercilessly, "Even if you can't find out about his relationship with family Song and the Zhao family, can't you find out about what this person did in the 3 mountains? What's the use of the contacts I left in Southeast Province? Since you've decided to go to the 3 mountains to do this, why didn't you ask for more detailed information in advance?" Tian Xiaojun was speechless. He was indeed blinded by money. He had no way to refute Tian Shunliang's words. Tian Shunliang glanced at Tian Xiaojun with an exasperated look and continued, "After I heard about this incident today, I spent an hour making calls in the afternoon and found out some information. I'll tell you about it." Tian Xiaojun wasn't interested at all. It had already happened. What was the use of analyzing it now? However, he didn't dare to refute his father. He could only sit on the sofa obediently and listen. Tian Shunliang said, "The boss of the Taoyuan company, Xiao Ruofei, has a close relationship with the former secretary of the 3 mountains, Tian Huilan. Tian Huilan has personally helped him solve his problems many times. She even dealt with the deputy director of the county's public security bureau because of him. What's more memorable is that after Tian Huilan was promoted, her successor, Song Qiming, still looked at him favorably. Song Qiming even invited him to have dinner at his house. Song Qiming's daughter also introduced him to many children of important department leaders in the 3 mountains and Southeast Province." When Tian Xiaojun heard this, his heart was slightly shaken. Lu Zhe had once reminded him that Song Wei and Xiao Ruofei had a very good relationship. He actually knew about the last thing Tian Shunliang said, but he didn't take it seriously. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't that Song Wei and Xiao Ruofei had a good relationship. It was that even Song Qiming valued Xiao Ruofei very much. If Tian Xiaojun had known about this, he wouldn't have acted rashly. Even if he didn't take the local officials seriously, Song Qiming, who was a deputy minister with real power, was already at the top of the pyramid structure in Huaxia. His influence was definitely not limited to a small corner. Tian Xiaojun didn't dare to provoke him. Thinking of this, Tian Xiaojun couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he had paid more attention to Lu Zhi's warning and asked his father's old subordinates and colleagues for more information, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Tian Shunliang looked at Tian Xiaojun and continued, you should know about the Tian Huilan and Song Qiming's situation, right? With the information I just gave you, as long as you analyze it a little, you can basically infer that Xia Ruofei and Family Song's relationship isn't ordinary. This is the information I gathered in a very short period of time. If I were you, I would definitely spend more effort to gather information before going to the Three Mountains, then decide on the next step. But you didn't do anything. This is more disappointing than the trouble you caused. Tian Xiaojun said with a face full of regret, Dad, I was wrong. Tian Shunliang sighed and said, Xiaojun, I'm old, and there's almost no room for development. I'm already burning incense to be able to get the benefits of a deputy minister before I retire. But you're different. You're still very young, and you're already a deputy minister. Your future is limitless. If you're always so immature, how can I be at ease? Tian Xiaojun said in a low voice, Dad, I'm sorry. I'll change. At this time, Tian Xiaojun's mother, Zhou Shumi, came over with a plate of washed fruit and said, Old Tian, don't say so much. Xiaojun doesn't feel good right now. Tian Shunliang stared at her and said, Xiaojun became like this because you spoiled him. Zhou Shumi slammed the plate of fruit on the coffee table and said, How can you say that? Xiaojun isn't your son? Don't you know that it's the father's fault if the son doesn't teach him well? Tian Shunliang was speechless for a while. After a while, he said angrily, I'm talking to my son about something serious. Why are you interfering? Is the food ready? I'm starving to death. Zhou Shumi rolled her eyes. As she walked to the kitchen, she muttered, You only know how to teach this and that. Can't you talk nicely? Tian Shunliang's face turned red and white, but he could only pretend that he didn't hear anything. After Zhou Shumi went back to the kitchen, Tian Shunliang continued, Xiaojun, from what you said just now, this matter is considered over. Yes. As long as the 1 million donation is received, I think Xia Ruofei won't make things difficult for me anymore. Tian Xiaojun said. Tian Shunliang nodded and said, You made it up in time. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. This setback is nothing. But Xiaxia and Zhong Zixin are giving all kinds of excuses. They don't want to fork out the money. Tian Xiaojun couldn't help but say. Tian Shunliang snorted and said, I'll call old Xia and old Zhong. The trouble was caused by the three of you. Why should you bear it alone? Don't worry, they won't dare to go too far. Tian Xiaojun was slightly relieved and said, Thank you, Dad. Although he was reprimanded, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing if his father knew about it. After all, father and son were connected. At least he had a strong helper on his side. Tian Shunliang continued, I'll tell your cousin to donate 1 million to the Taoyuan Charity Fund in the name of Yongxin Company. Ah? Tian Xiaojun couldn't help but cry out, Why? Dad, there's no need for that. Brother Gang doesn't have much money. Tian Xiaojun's cousin, Tian Xiaojang, opened a trading company. Under Tian Shunliang's care, it was a small success. However, the whole company only had 10 to 20 million in assets, and this was including some fixed assets. If he were to donate 1 million at once, the liquidity might be a little tight. Tian Shunliang's face darkened and said, What do you know? Is this the time to worry about money? Besides, how did Xiaojang earn so much money? He knows it in his heart. If I asked him to donate 1 million, would he dare to not listen? No. Dad, I mean we don't need to give any more money. 1 million is already a lot for the three of us. Tian Xiaojun said. You're short-sighted. Tian Shunliang said mercilessly, Xia Ruofei offered 1 million, and you only gave 1 million? That's free money. Who would take the initiative to give more? Tian Xiaojun muttered, besides, Zhao Yongjun is a witness. They definitely won't go back on their word. Yes, they won't do anything to you, but one day, when they think about it, they'll do something to you. Who are you going to reason with? Tian Shunliang said, especially when you're at the critical point of promotion and important position. If they do something like that to you, what will you do? It shouldn't be that bad, right? Tian Xiaojun hesitated. This possibility can't exist. Tian Shunliang said, your future is the most important. Everything else is dispensable. Money can be earned again, but if your future is ruined, you'll be like this for the rest of your life. So now, you have to do your best to please Xiao Ruofei. Even if you can't become friends with him, at least you have to leave him the impression that you're sensible, have a good attitude, and are sincere in admitting your mistakes. Only in this way can you completely eliminate the hidden danger. Okay then. Tian Xiaojun nodded and said. The older, the wiser. He still had confidence in his father's judgment. Besides, he wasn't using his father's money. As long as the result was good for him, why should he go against his father? Also, the 300,000 that you're supposed to pay, you have to gather it as soon as possible. Tian Shunliang said, this money will be from your salary and legitimate savings. If it's not enough, you can borrow some from your friends. In short, you have to know where it came from. Tian Xiaojun knew the key points, so he said without hesitation, I know, Dad. I was going to do that, Tian Shunliang nodded and said, you're not too stupid. But you have to change your impulsiveness in the future. I will, Dad. Just watch my performance. Tian Xiaojun was obedient this time. Tian Shunliang rubbed his temples and showed a trace of tiredness. He said, okay. This matter ends here. During this time, remember to keep a low profile and be honest. Don't leave any evidence for others. Gulanjiu. After dinner, Lin Xiao dragged Xiao Ruofei to the beach for a stroll. Although they couldn't play in the water in winter and the wind was quite strong at night, Lin Xiao was still in high spirits. She even borrowed beach toys from the front desk of the hotel and built a castle on the beach like a child. Her hands were full of sand. After Xiao Ruofei saw this, he had no choice but to play with her. On the beach of Galanjiu, one could see the opposite shore a few hundred meters away. The lights of the entire Heron Island and the lights of the cruise ships on the sea made for a beautiful night scene. The sound of the waves and Lin Xiao's cheerful laughter could be heard. If the cold sea breeze wasn't considered, it would be perfect. However, the wind was so strong at the beach. Xiao Ruofei was worried that Lin Xiao would catch a cold. Since she was having so much fun, he could only take off his jacket and put it on Lin Xiao. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Xiao was reluctantly pulled back to the hotel by Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei pushed Lin Xiao into her room and told her to quickly wash the sand off her hands. He went to Zhao Yongjun and the others' rooms and found that Song Rui, Lu Jian, and Su Zixuan were playing cards. Zhao Yongjun took Ho Liang and Wei Jun out for a stroll. There were many pubs on Galanjiu. Zhao Yongjun and the others went to find a place to drink and chat. Xiao Ruofei wasn't interested in playing cards. After watching for a while, he went back to his room. Lin Xiao ran to Xiao Ruofei's room and stayed for a long time. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Ruofei persuaded her to go back to her room to rest. Then, Xiao Ruofei went to take a shower. After changing his clothes, Xiao Ruofei took out his laptop from the Ring 2 space and listened to music on the internet to kill some time. At midnight, he started cultivating. The environment of this island was better than Taoyuan Farm. Perhaps it was because of the spiritual energy from the sea, Xiao Ruofei felt that his cultivation speed was a little faster than usual. When midnight passed, Xiao Ruofei exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. He stood up and felt comfortable all over. He slept until 5 o'clock in the morning, which was the beginning of the morning. Xiao Ruofei started cultivating as usual and finished at 7 o'clock. Therefore, if he cultivated normally, Xiao Ruofei slept less than 5 hours every night. According to science, this amount of sleep was definitely not enough. However, Xiao Ruofei was still in high spirits every day. On one hand, it was because he cultivated the Tao formula. Even if he didn't sleep for several days and nights, he wouldn't feel unbearably tired. On the other hand, these 5 hours of sleep were the true deep sleep after cultivating. In terms of resting effect, it was much better than 8 hours of sleep for ordinary people. Therefore, there was naturally no problem of insufficient sleep. After finishing his cultivation, Xiao Ruofei tidied up his bed, put on his coat, and walked out of the room. He knocked on Lin Xiao's door and woke her up. She had to go back to school in the morning, so she had to eat early. However, Lin Xiao's classes were 3 to 4 periods in the morning, so she had more than enough time. Young girls always took a lot of time to wash up and put on makeup. Even if Lin Xiao didn't put on makeup, she still dawdled until 7:30 before arriving at the hotel restaurant. After everyone finished their breakfast, Xiao Ruofei said, "Brother Zhao, I'll send Xiaoer back to school in the morning. You guys can do whatever you want. Anyway, this is a leisure trip." Lin Xiao quickly said, "Brother Ruofei, you don't have to send me back. It's not the first time I've come to Gulang Island. I'll take the ferry to the other side and then take the bus back. That's because I wasn't at Heron Island before." Xiao Ruofei said, "Since I'm with you, how can I let you go back alone? Besides, there's a big bag of clothes in my car." "It's decided." Lin Xiao felt warm in her heart. She said sweetly, "Okay then. Thank you, Brother Ruofei." Zhao Yongjin chuckled and said, "I think we should all go to Heron Island together. We went to Heron Island University yesterday. There are still a lot of fun places in Heron Island that we haven't visited yet. We'll split up at the opposite pier and go wherever we want. Ruofei will send little sister Lin Xiao back to school. Then, we'll set a time to meet at the pier and return to Gulang Island for the night. How about that?" "Oh yeah, I'll have to trouble Xiao Zhang to help us coordinate the ferry." Xiao Zhang quickly said, "No problem. Oh yeah, I'll coordinate 2 more cars for you to use on Heron Island." Zhao Yongjin smiled and waved his hand. "There's no need for cars. We have a business car, but we don't plan on using it. Since it's a leisure trip, we'll go wherever we want. We don't plan on going together anyway." "Okay, we'll listen to your arrangements," Xiao Zhang said. Naturally, no one had any objections to Zhao Yongjin's suggestion. They could go to Heron Island by themselves, and they didn't need anyone to accompany them. They just needed to coordinate the ferry back to Gulang Island in the evening. Xiao Zhang could also take a break for a day. Naturally, everyone was happy. After breakfast, everyone took the hotel's electric car to the pier. They were going directly to Heron Island, so there was no need to take a speedboat. After all, it would only take 5 to 6 minutes to get there by ferry. Xiao Zhang coordinated the nearest ferry and sent everyone onto the boat. A few minutes later, everyone boarded the pier on Heron Island. Zhao Yongjin chuckled and said, "Brothers, let's split up here. We'll meet here at 4:30 sharp. We won't wait for you if you're late." "Alright. Let's go have fun by ourselves," Song Rui said with a smile. Ho Liang and the others nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao sweetly said goodbye to Zhao Yongjin and the others, then followed Xiao Ruofei to the parking lot not far away. Xiao Ruofei was carrying a big bag of food in his hand. It was the braised food that Huzi's mother had made overnight. It was stored in the hotel's freezer yesterday. The two of them drove straight to Heron Island University. When they arrived at Heron Island University, Lin Xiao, a student of the university, was there. The car was smoothly registered and allowed to enter. Xiao Ruofei drove the car directly to Lin Xiao's female dormitory and took out 2 big bags of food from the car. "Xiaoer, can you carry it?" Xiao Ruofei asked, "Do you want to call your dorm mates to come down and help?" Lin Xiao said with a smile, "Ruofei, you're underestimating me. When I was at home, I could carry water, chop wood, and cook. I could do anything." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be absent-minded. He recalled the first time he had met Lin Xiao. At that time, Lin Xiao was carrying water. Her thin and weak body carried a heavy bucket of water as if she would be crushed at any time. It was an indescribable heartache. At that time, Huzi's mother had already reached the end of her life due to uremia. Even Xiao Ruofei himself couldn't see any hope in life due to his terminal illness. Fortunately, it was all in the past. Xiao Ruofei said in his heart, "With me around, Godmother and Xiaoer won't have to suffer like that anymore." "Brother Ruofei, what are you thinking about?" Xiao Ruofei heard Lin Xiao's voice. When he came back to his senses, he saw Lin Xiao's face very close to his, almost touching his face. A pair of beautiful eyes were looking at him curiously. Xiao Ruofei was so scared that he took a step back. He said with anger and amusement, "Xiaoer, what are you doing? You scared me." Lin Xiao said with a smile, "You're still talking about me? I called out to you a few times just now, but you didn't respond. It was as if someone had hit your acupoints. I thought you were bewitched. How can you say that? Xiao Ruofei pretended to be strict and said, you have no respect for your elders. Lin Xiao laughed, stuck out her tongue and said, you're not much older than me. Besides, we're of the same generation. But I'm still your brother. How dare you say that your brother is possessed? Xiao Ruofei deliberately said with a grimace. Lin Xiao also cooperated and made a frightened expression. She took a step back, then couldn't help but giggle. Her giggling attracted the attention of many passing boys. Stop fooling around, stop fooling around. We're in front of the dormitory. Xiao Ruofei said, since you're so strong, hurry up and carry it up yourself. Don't delay class. Brother Ruofei, stay with me for a while. Lin Xiao said coquettishly, it's still early. The second class has just started. Xiao Ruofei said helplessly, it's better to be prepared early. It's not good to be late. How about this? I'll walk around your campus in the morning, and then we'll have lunch together. Is that okay? Lin Xiao immediately said happily, okay, okay. Brother Ruofei, I'll go up then. After she finished speaking, she took the 2 big bags from Xiao Ruofei's hands and walked into the dormitory with some difficulty. At the top of the stairs, Lin Xiao turned around and smiled at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei also smiled and waved at Lin Xiao. Only then did Lin Xiao walk upstairs with satisfaction. The Night 15 off-road vehicle was too eye-catching, especially when it was parked in front of the girls' dormitory. It was simply an eye-catching artifact, so Xiao Ruofei drove the car to a secluded part of the campus and parked it there. Then, he locked the car and started to wander around Egret Island University. There must be a reason why tourists flocked to Egret Island University, so much so that the number of visitors was limited. The campus scenery was very beautiful, and there were many cultural sites. While Xiao Ruofei was waiting for Lin Xiao's class to end, he wasn't bored. He strolled around the campus leisurely. He even went to the famous Furong Tunnel on the internet to admire the various graffiti in the tunnel. When he was almost done, he sat down on the grass by Furong Lake to rest. There were many students who didn't have classes sitting by the lake, reading and chatting. Xiao Ruofei heard youthful laughter from time to time. He realized that he liked this kind of quiet and plain campus environment. It was a pity that he hadn't gone to university in his life. At around 11 o'clock, Xiao Ruofei received a call from Lin Xiao. She had finished her class. When she heard that Xiao Ruofei was by Furong Lake, Lin Xiao asked him to stay where he was. After a while, Xiao Ruofei saw Lin Xiao running over happily. The two of them tasted the special sand noodles at the restaurant in front of the campus. Xiao Ruofei asked Lin Xiao, who still had classes in the afternoon, to go back to the dormitory to rest. Before she left, Lin Xiao said pitifully, Brother Ruofei, I want to go to Galangjiu with you tonight. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, you little girl. Why are you so playful? It's not the weekend tomorrow. You have to come back to class. I have classes in the afternoon tomorrow. There's plenty of time. Lin Xiao said quickly, the final exam is coming soon, and the class schedule isn't very tight. I can bring my books and review my homework in the hotel. The environment at Galangjiu is even better. Xiao Ruofei thought about it, then nodded and said, that's fine. You go to class in the afternoon, and I'll drive over to pick you up. Yeah. Thank you, Brother Ruofei. Lin Xiao said happily. Xiao Ruofei sent Lin Xiao back to the dormitory, then took his car and left the campus of Egret Island University. Xiao Ruofei went out from the main entrance and went directly to Nampuchuo Temple, which was next to Egret Island University. After a tour, he drove to Huli Mountain Fort, which was near another gate of Egret Island University. He stayed there until 3 o'clock. After he received a call from Lin Xiao, he left Huli Mountain and drove to the entrance of Egret Island University to pick up Lin Xiao. Then, he went straight to the dock. At around 4:30, Zhao Yongjun and the others, who had been free in Egret Island City for the day, arrived at the dock one after another. Xiao Zhang also took the ferry to pick everyone up, so everyone took the ferry back to Galangjiu together. On the ferry, Zhao Yongjun took out a small box from his bag and said with a smile, Sister Lin Xiao. I didn't prepare any gifts for our first meeting, but I happened to see a nice little toy when I was shopping today, so I bought it for you. Lin Xiao said in surprise, Brother Zhao, I have a gift? Of course, you're Ruofei's sister, so you're everyone's sister. Of course, we have to give you a gift since it's our first meeting. Zhao Yongjin said with a smile, open it and see if you like it. Lin Xiao took the box and opened it. Inside was a beautiful woman's watch. It had a steel case, a key-shaped crown, a synthetic spinel inlaid, a silver-plated dial with a sun-pattern radiation effect, a sword-shaped blue steel needle, and a bright wine-red crocodile leather strap. It looked very delicate. Xiao Ruofei also came over to take a look. It was a classic Cartier women's watch. Although it wasn't a luxury item, this watch cost at least 30,000 Huaxia dollars. Xiao Ruofei said, Brother Zhao, this gift is a bit too expensive. Xiaoer is a little girl, so it's not good to use such a good watch. When Lin Xiao saw the watch, she already looked very fond of it. When she heard Xiao Ruofei say that, she couldn't help but ask, Brother Ruofei, is this watch expensive? Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, it should be around 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. Lin Xiao was shocked. She quickly stuffed the box into Zhao Yongjin's hands and stuck out her tongue. Brother Zhao, I can't accept such an expensive gift. Zhao Yongjin pretended to be angry and glared at Xiao Ruofei. Then he said, Sister, it's not as expensive as Ruofei said. It's only 29,999 yuan for today's event. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, that's not the same. It's only 30,000 yuan. Zhao Yongjin said, Ruofei, why can't I give my sister a gift? You're too nosy. Lin Xiao, don't listen to your brother. It's just a gift. This money is nothing to me. Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei hesitantly. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, Xiaoer, since Brother Zhao has already bought it, you should accept it. This is a female watch. He can't wear it himself. If we accept it, we can prevent him from using this watch to harm other girls. It's also a good deed. Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Yongjin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, why are you so sarcastic? After some jesting, Lin Xiao accepted Zhao Yongjin's gift. She liked it very much and tried it on. Under the contrast of the wine-red band, her wrist looked even fairer. This watch was small and exquisite, but it didn't lose its heroic spirit. It was very suitable for Lin Xiao's temperament. It had to be said that Zhao Yongjin's taste was very good. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Lin Xiao said sweetly. Zhao Yongjin said with a smile, you're welcome. It's good that you like it. I was afraid that the gift I bought last minute wouldn't be to your liking. It's all Ruofei's fault. He did a good job of keeping it a secret. He only told us that his sister was studying here when we were almost at Heron Island University. Lin Xiao looked at Xiao Ruofei with a smile and chuckled. SH? I? RF? Z? FNZQ? RT? M? X? 4A? T? W? Is that so? Zhao Yongjin knew what was going on, but he still found it funny. Arsong Rui said, you obviously wanted to buy Lin Xiao a gift, but you didn't tell us. You secretly went to buy a gift. And you didn't even take it out when we were at the dock. You waited until we all got on the ferry before giving it to Lin Xiao. That's too much, Arsu Zishuan also joked, yeah. I didn't know you were like that, Brother Jun, or you're too scheming. Ho Liang also gathered his courage and said. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Lin Xiao also blushed and said embarrassedly, actually, you don't have to give me a gift, how can that be? Song Rui said righteously. Brother Zhao may not be very kind, but he's right. You're Ruofei's sister, so you're everyone's sister. How can we not give you a gift? Yes, yes, yes. Sister Lin Xiao, we were careless today. We'll definitely give you a gift tomorrow. Su Zishuan said quickly. Xiao Ruofei was completely in the mood to watch the show. He didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. He smiled and said, don't wait until tomorrow. Actually, it's still early today. But, the things sold on Gulang Island are all handicrafts. They're pretty, but they're not classy. Ho Liang said hesitantly. Our Song Rui came back to his senses. He said, why buy it on Gulan Island? The ferry only takes 5 or 6 minutes. We'll take the ferry back to Heron Island. Ruofei is right. It's still early. Our Lu Jian's eyes lit up. What Brother Rui said makes sense. Even if the ferry stops, little Zhang should be able to help us arrange a speedboat, right? Ras Lu Jian spoke. He looked at Xiao Zhang. Our Xiao Zhang quickly said, no problem. No problem. If you want to go back to Heron Island to buy gifts, I can accompany you. I'm quite familiar with the high-end brands on Heron Island. Song Rui was overjoyed. He patted Xiao Zhang on the shoulder and said, good comrade, then it's decided. Su Zixuan said. Lin Xiao hurriedly said, brothers, there's really no need to go through so much trouble. If you really want to give me a gift, just buy something on Galanjiu. Like the Peppa Pig doll that Brother Ruofei gave me yesterday. I really like it too. Our Song Rui looked at Xiao Ruofei with disdain and said, how can we compare ourselves to that stingy Ruofei? Sister Lin Xiao, now you know why your brother is so rich, right? It's all because he's rich. Lin Xiao immediately retorted, Brother Song Rui is talking nonsense. Brother Ruofei isn't stingy at all. For the sake of my mother and me, he's already spent a few million. Our Xiao Ruofei bought a penthouse apartment with a loft for Lin Xiao as a graduation gift, so it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he spent millions. Our Song Rui was stunned. He quickly said, Sister Lin Xiao, don't be angry. I was just joking. Oh. Lin Xiao said sullenly. Our Zhao Yongjun, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh. He said, Xiao Rui, now you know what it means to speak without thinking. Ruofei's position in Lin Xiao's heart isn't something that you can slander. Our Su Zixuan also said sternly, Comrade Song Rui, what you're doing is very dirty. You must be fully aware of your mistakes, or you must also deeply analyze your own heart and make a profound self-reflection. Lu Jian also said seriously. When Lin Xiao heard this, she said embarrassedly, It's not that bad. I'm not angry either. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but gently pat Lin Xiao's head. He said, silly girl, don't pay attention to these guys. They're just joking. Su Zixuan and the others suddenly burst into laughter. The journey from Heron Island to Galanjiu was very short. While they were talking and laughing, the ferry arrived at the harbor. Xiao Ruofei, Lin Xiao, and Zhao Yongjun took the battery-powered car that Xiao Zhang had arranged for them to go back to the hotel. The others waited at the harbor for the ferry to depart so that they could return to Heron Island to buy gifts. It wasn't until 6:30 that Song Rui and the others hurried back. Xiao Ruofei and Lin Xiao only had some shacha noodles for lunch, so they didn't wait for Song Rui and the others. Who knew if they would eat at Heron Island when it was time to eat? So, they pretended that it wasn't cruel to wait while eating and ordered food with Zhao Yongjun at the hotel restaurant. When Song Rui and the others returned to the hotel, Xiao Ruofei and the others had just finished eating and came out of the restaurant. Xiao Ruofei was still picking his teeth with a toothpick. Song Rui and the others couldn't help but look at each other. Song Rui asked, you guys, have already eaten? Xiao Ruofei said innocently, yeah. I thought you guys ate at Heron Island, Song Rui said helplessly, we were all busy choosing gifts. How could we have time to eat? Xiao Ruofei secretly laughed in his heart, but he still said seriously, then hurry up and eat. Oh right, we ordered a lot of dishes at that table, and we haven't finished a few of them yet. Hurry up and go in, the waiter probably hasn't had time to take them away, Song Rui said with grief and indignation. Xiao Ruofei, you're too much. Xiao Zhang didn't know that their friends often made these kinds of jokes before, so he quickly said, Brother Song, I'll get the restaurant to arrange another table right away, it'll be ready soon. Lin Xiao already knew the way Xiao Ruofei and the others got along, so he couldn't help but purse his lips and secretly laugh. Song Rui said, Xiao Zhang, then I'll have to trouble you to arrange it. We'll be down in a bit. Then he said, Sister Lin Xiao, we all brought gifts for you, go open them in your room. Yes. Opening the gifts is more important. Xiao Ruofei quickly said. Song Rui said, it's not like they're for you, why are you so enthusiastic? Xiao Ruofei naturally retorted, I have to check for my sister. What if you buy fake goods to fool her, what kind of person do you think I am? Song Rui felt like he was about to explode. Lin Xiao hurriedly said, "Cut it out. We'll go upstairs first, there are a lot of people watching here. Or go upstairs." Zhao Yongjin also said with a smile. The group took the elevator upstairs and entered Lin Xiao's room together. Then Song Rui and the others took out the gifts they had prepared, and the 5 gifts were arranged in a row on the bed. Under everyone's urging, Lin Xiao somewhat embarrassedly began to open the gifts. Since they went shopping together, there was no problem of buying the same things. Some of them gave her a pearl bracelet, some gave her a small LV bag, and some even gave her some expensive cosmetics. These gifts were not too expensive for Song Rui and the others, but the average price was 20 or 30,000 yuan, and they were all things that girls liked. Including Zhao Yongjin's watch, the gifts from the 6 of them added up to almost 200,000 yuan. Lin Xiao looked at the exquisite and expensive gifts, and hesitated. For her, these things were too expensive. She had seen the LV bag used by a rich girl in her class, and it was said that it cost more than 30,000 yuan. There were also cosmetics. She had heard from Xianxia in the dormitory that the small black bottle seemed to be a limited edition face cream from Lancome. Only 50 milliliters sold for more than 10,000 yuan, and it was not something that could be bought with money. There was also a box of aquamarine mystery skin revitalizing essence. There were 3 small bottles of 15 milliliters each, and the price was as high as 20,000 yuan. The 2 cosmetics added up to almost 40,000 yuan. A few days ago, Xianxia had said, with a face full of yearning, that if she could use this face cream, what would it be like? Lin Xiao did not expect to receive a gift the next day, and not only Lancome's face cream, but also the more expensive aquamarine mystery skin revitalizing essence. "Xiao, these are the gifts from the rich brothers, just accept them." Xiao Ruofei saw Lin Xiao's hesitation and said with a smile, "Yes. It's just a small gift." Zhao Yongjin also said, and then half-jokingly said, "You've already accepted my gift, if you don't accept theirs, these guys will be jealous." Song Rui and the others also made a bitter expression. Lin Xiao then said, "Then I'll accept it." "Thank you, brothers." Song Rui immediately beamed with joy and said, "That's right. Sister Lin Xiao, you're welcome." Lu Jian also said, "If you go to Beijing in the future, you can come and play with us. Beijing is much more fun than Heron Island." Yes. Su Zixuan said, "We can go skiing in the winter. It's time to play golf in the bright and beautiful spring. Right, there's also a very exciting underground car race." Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "Hurry up and stop. Don't lead my sister astray." Right, aren't you guys about to faint from hunger? How do you still have the energy to talk? Xiaoer has accepted the gifts, you guys hurry up and go downstairs to eat. Song Rui muttered, "You little brat, this is called burning the bridge after crossing the river, getting rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness." Lu Jian echoed, "You're the donkey." Song Rui and Su Zixuan said in unison. Everyone suddenly burst into laughter. However, Song Rui and the others were indeed very hungry, so they didn't stay in Lin Xiao's room for long and left one after another. Zhao Yongjin also smiled and said goodbye to Xiao Ruofei and Lin Xiao, then went back to his room. Lin Xiao looked at the gifts on the bed, still somewhat at a loss. These gifts were worth nearly 200,000 yuan. If she accepted them, wouldn't she have to worry about losing them every day? And Song Rui and the others gave her such expensive gifts because of Brother Ruofei, then wouldn't Brother Ruofei owe them a lot of favors? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Xiao, don't feel pressured. These guys are very close friends of mine, and they don't lack money. Giving them these gifts is like giving them a gift, but this is too expensive." Lin Xiao said with a conflicted face, "I don't feel safe leaving it in the dorm. How about, you help me bring it back to Sanshan, and let my mom keep it at home?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "Aren't these things bought to be used? How can keeping them reflect their value? Besides, why would you put these things in the dorm?" Xiao Ruofei pointed to the things on the bed and said, "You can wear the watch and the bracelet when you're free. And this bag, you girls carry a lot of small things with you, so you need a bag. You can just get rid of the one you're using now. And this, they're all things that you can use on a regular basis. But using such expensive things, isn't it too high profile?" Lin Xiao said hesitantly. Or what kind of high profile is this? I'm Xiao Ruofei's sister, so it's natural for her to enjoy these things. I wasn't thoughtful enough in the past. Now that these guys have bought everything you need, you can just accept it. Xiao Ruofei said. Arlin Xiao was already in college, so it was normal for her to use better bags, wear more expensive watches, and even put on makeup. There was no need for her to be so low-key. Xiao Ruofei also thought that it would be better for Lin Xiao to use these things. At least people wouldn't think that she was a country girl, and those boys who wanted to pursue Lin Xiao wouldn't dare to approach Lin Xiao with small favors. Those who didn't have the financial ability would also back off. Xiao Ruofei didn't have any feelings for Lin Xiao, but he really treated her like a sister. It was a bit like a father with a daughter. Even if his daughter eventually found a boyfriend and got married, as a father, he would still feel a little awkward. Just like when Xiao Ruofei thought that Lin Xiao had found a boyfriend, he would also feel a little strange. He wouldn't feel jealous, but he would feel a little disappointed. Of course, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't deliberately stop Lin Xiao from dating because of this, but he could help her filter some people. Of course, Lin Xiao didn't think too deeply about it. After hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, she felt warmth in her heart, but at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He had always treated her as his own sister. Xiao Ruofei didn't notice Lin Xiao's disappointment. He continued, and these cosmetics? Oh, by the way, who gave them to you? You're so blind. Lin Xiao's memory was very good. She said, Song Rui gave them to me. Brother Ruofei, this set of cosmetics is the most expensive of all the gifts, Xiao Ruofei said. What's the use of expensive? Don't tell me you need to use other cosmetics. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, then she smiled softly and said, I really don't need to. Lin Xiao usually used only one type of skincare product, which was the jade skin ointment. Every time she didn't use it up, Xiao Ruofei would ask the company to send her a new batch. Her skin was already very good. After applying a little bit of the jade skin ointment every day, it became even more delicate. It was as if her skin was congealed. Several of her roommates were very envious, and they all asked her how she maintained her skin. However, the jade skin ointment was very expensive, and Lin Xiao was relatively simple in other aspects. She didn't want her roommates to think that she was showing off, so she had always been vague about using it. Every time she used it secretly. Of course, no one thought much about it. They all praised her natural beauty. Xiao Ruofei arranged the use of the gifts in a few sentences, and Lin Xiao naturally had no objections. As for the 2 sets of cosmetics Song Rui gave her, she didn't care about them at all. What Lancome? What Sea Blue Mystery? How could they compare to the Yuji ointment made by Brother Ruofei himself? It was decided happily. Poor Song Rui. In order to make his gift stand out, he had to use his personal connections. Lancome's facial cream was a limited edition, and it couldn't be bought in ordinary stores. Unexpectedly, his gift was the most miserable one. Lin Xiao gave it to someone else. The gifts from the others were kept by Lin Xiao for her own use. Lin Xiao carefully put away the gifts. Xiao Ruofei said, Xiao, we're going back to Sanchon tomorrow. Study hard at school. If it's not easy to get a high-speed train ticket, I'll get someone to pick you up. Huh? We're leaving tomorrow? Lin Xiao was a little reluctant to leave. These 2 days were the happiest days of her life since she went to university on Heron Island. With Xiao Ruofei by her side, she felt that all her worries were gone. The only problem was that she had trouble concentrating. When she was studying or in class, she couldn't help but think of Xiao Ruofei. Yeah. Everyone is taking a break from work to relax. We can't play outside all the time. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. In fact, Zhao Yongjun and the others didn't have much time to play. They all wanted to go back to Beijing and finalize the location of the clubhouse. Then, they would start to get the land and build it. Everyone was very concerned about the clubhouse that they started together. Of course, they were also very optimistic about the future of the clubhouse. Oh. Got it. Lin Xiao was a little depressed. She said, Don't worry. I'll study hard. Don't worry about the high-speed train ticket. Sister, he found a ticket-grabbing software. We should be able to get it. It was not easy to buy train tickets during the spring festival. However, everyone had their own unique abilities. Many software and plugins were created to snatch tickets, but it was not clear how effective they were. Xiao Ruofei was obviously not as confident as Lin Xiao. He smiled and said, "It's best if you can buy it. If you can't, give me a call. Anyway, Heron Island is not far from Sanshan. I'll send a car to pick you up." He didn't dare to say that he would drive over to pick her up. On one hand, he couldn't guarantee that he would have the time. On the other hand, based on his understanding of Lin Xiao, if he said that, the girl would say that she couldn't buy the ticket even if she did manage to buy it. "Got it," Lin Xiao said. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Don't be unhappy. I've received so many gifts today." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "I'm not unhappy. I just don't want you to leave. The holidays are coming up in a few days. Won't we meet again then?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Let's go. I'll take you out for a walk." "Okay," Lin Xiao said. Xiao Ruofei saw that Lin Xiao was a little down, so he wanted to take her out for a walk. He knew that this girl was dependent on him, but this mood was probably temporary. He just needed to divert her attention. The two of them left the hotel and walked forward. Lin Xiao suddenly pointed to the front and said, "Brother Ruofei, I want to eat ice cream." Xiao Ruofei looked in the direction Lin Xiao was pointing and saw a Turkish ice cream shop that had been renovated into a small wooden house. A tall Westerner was busy in the shop. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Eating ice cream in the middle of winter? Isn't it old-fashioned?" Lin Xiao said, "Who said that you can only eat ice cream in the summer? Besides, the winter on Heron Island isn't that cold." Okay. As long as you're not afraid of having a stomachache, we'll go eat it," Xiao Ruofei said. Lin Xiao said with a smile, "I'm not afraid. Don't I have you, the great miracle doctor?" In Lin Xiao's eyes, Xiao Ruofei was almost omnipotent. He could even cure such a serious uremia. Wouldn't eating ice cream and catching a cold be a piece of cake for him? "So you're waiting for me here?" Xiao Ruofei said with a bitter smile, "Satisfy your appetite first. If there's a problem with eating, then treat the illness. I think you're also a little foodie, comparable to Song Rue." Lin Xiao said slyly, "The shop is open in the winter, which means that there's business in the winter. If others can eat it, why can't we eat it?" Xiao Ruofei took a look. The Turkish ice cream shop's business wasn't good. Other than the fact that there weren't many tourists at night, it must have something to do with the weather. However, Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't say it out loud. It was rare for Lin Xiao to make a request, and it wasn't a big deal. Naturally, he had to satisfy her. So, the two of them walked towards the small wooden house that sold ice cream. The tall old man was quite handsome. When he saw the two of them, he smiled and said, "Welcome. Our shop has all kinds of ice cream flavors. You're welcome to choose." His Chinese was quite good. Xiao Ruofei looked at the foreigner curiously, then turned his head and asked with a smile, "Xiaoer, what flavor do you like?" "I want 3-colored ice cream," Lin Xiao said without hesitation. "Me too," Xiao Ruofei said to the foreigner who sold ice cream, 2 3-colored ice creams. "Okay, please wait a moment," the foreigner said. Then, he deftly took down one of the ice cream cones that were stacked very high. He skillfully used a small shovel to scoop out the ice cream and put it into the cone. The foreigner smiled and asked, "Who wants to go first?" Xiao Ruofei naturally prepared to let Lin Xiao eat first. After all, she wanted to eat ice cream, and ladies first, but before Xiao Ruofei could speak, Lin Xiao said, "Brother Ruofei, you go first." "Why?" Xiao Ruofei was a bit puzzled. Didn't this girl really want to eat it just now? Why is she being so modest now? "Aya, you go get it," Lin Xiao said coquettishly, "it'll be quick anyway." "Isn't it the same who goes first?" Xiao Ruofei thought about it and felt that it was true. So, he stepped forward and prepared to take the ice cream. He didn't see a sly smile flash in Lin Xiao's eyes, as if some scheme had succeeded. The foreigner used the small shovel with a long handle to stick the ice cream and handed it forward. Xiao Ruofei reached out to take it. At this moment, he keenly felt that the shovel trembled slightly. Xiao Ruofei was already a cultivator, and his spiritual power was very strong. His five senses were far better than ordinary people. In a flash, he almost subconsciously turned his wrist and accurately predicted the trajectory of the shovel's movement. Then, he grabbed the cone without missing a beat. The foreigner who sold the ice cream was stunned, and so was Lin Xiao. Xiao Ruofei gently pulled and felt that the ice cream was very sticky. If he used too much strength, it might stick to the shovel. He could only take one cone. So, he gently shook his wrist and used a skillful force to easily remove the ice cream. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei realized that Lin Xiao and the foreigner who sold the ice cream had a confused look on their faces. "What's going on?" Xiao Ruofei asked. What he didn't know was that the Turkish ice cream shop on Galanjiu was very popular on the internet. The good taste and the authentic ingredients were secondary. The reason why the shop became popular was because the handsome Turkish uncle knew how to play tricks. Every time the person who bought the ice cream reached out to grab it, the owner would nimbly use the shovel to avoid the customer's hand. Sometimes it would fly up and down, sometimes it would swing left and right. The customer couldn't grab the ice cream no matter how hard they tried. Sometimes, when they finally managed to grab it, they didn't realize that the boss had actually used 2 cones. The boss would raise his hand, and the real ice cream would be taken back along with the cones, leaving the customer with only one empty cone in his hand. The whole process was very interesting, so much so that it became famous on the internet. During the summer day, there was always a long line here. The customers were all waiting in line to be played. Lin Xiao deliberately didn't tell Xiao Ruofei because he wanted to see the omnipotent Ruofei make a fool of himself. The owner naturally didn't expect that Xiao Ruofei was a cultivator with a very high cultivation level. No matter how fast his movements were, it was impossible for him to escape Xiao Ruofei's eyes. His reaction speed was also on a completely different level. So, he used the usual method to deal with ordinary customers to deal with Xiao Ruofei. Naturally, he failed immediately. Except for his occasional mistakes, the owner rarely encountered such a situation. So, he was devastated. Why didn't you follow the script? This wasn't the script. Xiao Ruofei didn't know any of this. He even thought that the owner's hand wasn't steady just now. He even thought that it was fortunate that he caught it in time. Otherwise, the ice cream would have fallen to the ground, and that would have been a waste. Lin Xiao stared at Xiao Ruofei with his mouth agape. After a while, he said, "Brother Ruofei, how did you do it?" Xiao Ruofei was confused. "What do you mean, how did I do it?" Lin Xiao told Xiao Ruofei about the specialty of the Turkish ice cream shop. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "If you had told me earlier, I would have cooperated with him." These words made the owner, who was fluent in Chinese, want to cry but have no tears. When did I fall to the point where I need the cooperation of customers to perform? Lin Xiao looked at Xiao Ruofei with some amusement and muttered, "It's really boring to come out with an expert like you." After that, she smiled sweetly at the foreigner and said, "Boss, there's still my ice cream." The foreigner, who was deeply shocked, came back to his senses. He quickly took out another cone and quickly prepared the ice cream. Lin Xiao stood in front of the counter, full of expectation. The foreigner also took a deep breath and secretly made up his mind. This time, he must not screw up. One of them was looking forward to being fooled, while the other was cheering for himself to succeed. Xiao Ruofei looked at the two of them and couldn't help but feel a little funny. The foreigner's next performance was very successful. Lin Xiao tried his best to catch the ice cream, but the ice cream was like a naughty elf. Under the foreigner's control, it floated left and right, making Lin Xiao chuckle. After a fancy performance, the foreigner took a paper bag and wrapped it around the cone. Lin Xiao skillfully high-fived the foreigner and took his tricolored ice cream. For Lin Xiao, happy times were always short-lived. After staying at Galanjiu for a night, Xiao Ruofei and the others were about to return to Sanshan. She also had to go back to school to continue studying and prepare for the final exams. However, the 2 days spent at Galanjiu had already become a very beautiful memory in Lin Xiao's heart. The leisurely Galanjiu Road, the romantic Monkey King Cafe, the cute Peppa Pig doll, and the Turkish ice cream shop owner who failed to act cool. The scenes of the past 2 days were all engraved in Lin Xiao's heart. She stood at the school gate and watched the flashy Night 15 gradually merge into the traffic. The feelings that had been unknowingly sprouting for a long time became even more difficult to suppress. After a long time, when Xiao Ruofei's car was no longer in sight, Lin Xiao took a deep breath. Her eyes seemed to become more determined. Lin Xiao pursed her lips and turned to walk back to school. Xiao Ruofei and the others returned to Sanshan in 2 cars. It was already evening by the time they arrived. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei asked Zhao Yongjun and the others to return to Taoyuan Farm to rest for the night. The next day, they were arranged to meet with Ling Xiaotian at the headquarters of Ling Ji Restaurant Group. Although Ling Xiaotian's assets were not ranked in the country and the influence of Ling Ji Restaurant Group was nothing in the eyes of Zhao Yongjun and the others, he was Xiao Ruofei's future father-in-law. Therefore, when they met, they were very respectful to Ling Xiaotian. Ever since Ling Xiaotian found out about Zhao Yongjun and the others' identities through Xiao Ruofei, she attached great importance to this meeting. She would not look down on them just because they were young. Both parties had a strong desire to cooperate, so the atmosphere of the meeting was very pleasant and enthusiastic. It didn't take long for everyone to finalize their intentions for cooperation. Ling Xiaotian officially decided to open a branch of Ling Ji Restaurant in Beijing. It was an independent entity that was included in the club system that Xiao Ruofei and the others were about to set up. The club would be in charge of the finances. Ling Ji Restaurant would have a dedicated accountant who would keep separate accounts. Both parties would check the accounts once a month and settle the accounts once a month. In order to promote deeper cooperation between both parties, they also agreed to exchange shares in the future. They would hold each other's shares. The main shares would be the Ling Ji Restaurant branch in Beijing and the club. What was interesting was that during the meeting, they also decided on the name of the club. It would be called the Taoyuan Club. There were many reasons. For example, Taoyuan was becoming more and more famous. Using this name was also good for the brand of the club. Moreover, the meaning of the name Taoyuan was very good. It had the meaning of Shangri-La. The club was to be built into a place like Shangri-La. As long as people could think of something, they could enjoy it here. In addition, Zhao Yongjun and the others also had new inspiration after meeting with Ling Xiaotian. In the future, the Taoyuan Club would set up a special exhibition space for Taoyuan Company's products. Taoyuan de Hongpo, Taoyuan Iron Maple Bucket, Taoyuan Caterpillar Fungus, Yuji Ointment, as well as seasonal Taoyuan fruits, one-headed abalone, truffles, and so on. They would be exquisitely packaged and displayed there. Members of the club could also buy these popular products through the club. Of course, those who could become members of the club were not short of money. So, the prices would not be cheaper than outside. Because of the exquisite packaging, the prices would be more expensive than outside. The only difference was that there was no need to rush to buy. Everyone could buy whatever they wanted within their quota. People with money and status wanted a little special privilege that was different from the rest. Ordinary people needed to line up, rush to buy, or wait for their computers to buy. As long as they had a membership card and were within their quota, they could buy whatever they wanted at any time. They could even have it delivered to their doorstep. The introduction of this system would definitely be very attractive. Xiao Ruofei also agreed with Zhao Yongjun's proposal. His Taoyuan company had always been on the fine line. High-end consumers had always been Xiao Ruofei's key customer group. The customers who promoted the Taoyuan company's products in the club could all be said to have been selected. 100% of them were the elites of society. Compared to the profits created, this kind of brand influence was very welcome by Xiao Ruofei. So, not only did he agree with it, but he also expressed on the spot that he could give the club a certain amount of preference in the allocation of resources. Moreover, the price could be discounted from the market price. Anyway, he also had shares in the club. If he gave away a certain amount of benefits, a quarter of the income would go back to him. The loss of money was very small. Compared to the huge fame that the Taoyuan company had gained, it was almost negligible. It could be said that the meeting at the headquarters of Ling Ji Restaurant Group was very successful. Everyone smoothly reached an agreement. Of course, Ling Xiaotian and the others didn't sign any written agreement. There wasn't even a contract of intent. The main reason was that the club only existed in the concept at the moment. Not only was the location not decided, but the company hadn't even been registered. Moreover, with Xiao Ruofei around, the relationship between everyone was unbreakable. When they officially cooperated, it was natural that they had to write it clearly in black and white. At this stage, it was enough for everyone to reach an agreement verbally. Basically, there was no room for regret or other variables. The group had taken an important step in its expansion. Moreover, it had established a bridgehead in a national center like Beijing. Ling Xiaotian was also very happy. At noon, he invited Zhao Yongjun and the others to a meal at Ling Ji restaurant. Although they had already tasted the delicious shad and Buddha jumps over the wall a few days ago, when they saw these two dishes again today, everyone still moved their chopsticks as if they were flying. They quickly finished the dishes and were still full of praises for them. After lunch, Xiao Ruofei said goodbye to Ling Xiaotian and his daughter. He personally drove Zhao Yongjun and the others to the airport. In front of the VIP security passage at the airport departure hall, Zhao Yongjun patted Xiao Ruofei's shoulder and said with a smile, "Ruofei, our trip this time was really worth it. Not only did we get to eat a rare delicacy, but our bodies and minds were also very relaxed. Most importantly, everyone found an opportunity to cooperate. Now, all of us are full of enthusiasm." "Thank you. Brother Zhao, you're too polite." Xiao Ruofei grinned and said, "I was afraid that I didn't treat you well enough. After all, when I went to Beijing, you all treated me very well. Excessive modesty is arrogance." Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "Ruofei, after we go back, we will inspect it as soon as possible. We will try to determine the target before New Year's Day and get the land before the Spring Festival." "Okay. After all, I can't keep an eye on Beijing for a long time. Moreover, you guys are so successful in Suzhou City that I can't compare with you." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "When you need funds, give me a call. I can transfer the initial funds to you at any time." "Okay." Zhao Yongjun patted Xiao Ruofei's shoulder with a smile. Xiao Ruofei then looked at Song Rui and said with a smile, "Xiao Rui, this time when you go back, you have to work harder to get Zhuyi. A man should put his career first, go. If you don't have confidence, just say so." Xiao Ruofei curled his lips and said, "We've helped you as much as we can. The rest is up to you. You're not going to back out, are you?" "How is that possible?" Song Rui immediately said, "I'll ask her out this time when I go back. The next time you come to Beijing, we'll definitely be together." Speaking up to this point, Song Rui asked, "I say, when are you going to Beijing? You bought such a big house, but it's empty every day. I feel that it's a waste. Why don't you just let me live in it? Go away." Xiao Ruofei laughed and scolded him, "If you want to live in a big house, you have to work hard to buy it. How can you always think about getting something for nothing?" Song Rui smiled and said, "We're brothers, aren't we? What's yours is mine." Xiao Ruofei said slowly, "According to your theory, Zhuyi, don't talk nonsense. You can't covet your friend's wife." Song Rui immediately said vigilantly, "Look at how much I respect my sisters-in-law. Whether it's Ling Qingxue, Lu Yu, or Song Wei, oh, and Lin Qiao, I've never had any improper thoughts." Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Besides Qingxue, what do they have to do with me? Don't talk nonsense." Song Rui laughed and said, "All right, Ruofei, don't pretend to be serious. Everyone has a tacit understanding." Then, Zhao Yongjun called out from the front, "It's almost time, let's go through the security check." Xiao Ruofei then let go of Song Rui and said loudly, "Brothers, I'll stop here. I prepared some tea leaves and an iron maple bucket for you. They're all in the blue cardboard box that was checked in just now. When you arrive in Beijing, remember to take them out and divide them. Everyone will have a share." "All right. Thank you, brother," Zhao Yongjun said with a forthright smile. Ho Liang and the others also thanked him, and then the group of people walked towards the security check. Xiao Ruofei stood outside the yellow line and said with a smile, "Brothers, have a safe trip." "Oh yeah, it doesn't seem good to take a plane downwind, so I wish everyone a safe trip." Zhao Yongjun and the others laughed easily and waved at Xiao Ruofei. After watching everyone pass through the security check and walk towards the VIP departure hall, Xiao Ruofei then turned and walked out of the airport and drove back to Taoyuan farm. These few days, Xiao Ruofei had accompanied Zhao Yongjun and the others, so he didn't have time to care about the company's matters. Now that he had sent them on the plane, Xiao Ruofei had to hurry back to the farm to have a good rest. Why don't you hurry up and deal with your work? Come on, accompanying people to eat and play is also very tiring. Of course, he had to have a good rest to recover his energy. Only in this way, he would be in a better state to work. However, Xiao Ruofei's beautiful wish came to nothing. He had just returned home to the farm, and before he had time to be intimate with Lightning and Little Hay, he received a call from Feng Jing, saying that she had work to report. Feng Jing could handle the general work by herself. Since she had to report, it must be something important. Xiao Ruofei could only ask her to wait in the office for a while, and he would go over. He complained as he put on his coat and walked towards the building. Xiao Ruofei seriously suspected that Feng Jing had bribed the veteran on duty at the door. Otherwise, why would she call him when he had just stepped into the house? In fact, Xiao Ruofei had really wronged Feng Jing. He had lunch with Zhao Yongjun and the others in the city, and then sent them to the airport. When he returned to the farm, it was almost time to go to work in the afternoon. When Xiao Ruofei's flashy Night 15 off-road vehicle drove in, it happened to be seen by Feng Jing, who was going downstairs to work. She happened to have a backlog of several things to report, so she made the call just now. Feng Jing waited at the door of Xiao Ruofei's office. When she saw Xiao Ruofei, she asked with a smile, "Chairman, did I disturb your rest? Why are you asking when you already know the answer?" Xiao Ruofei said gloomily, "I haven't even sat down when you called me." "What rest?" Feng Jing couldn't help but chuckle and say, "Chairman, it's normal to be busy at the end of the year. You have to get used to it. Besides, if I could make a lot of money like you, I'd be willing to be 10 times busier." Xiao Ruofei shook his head with a wry smile, opened the door of the office and walked in. Although he hadn't been here for a few days, the office was still spotless. The administrative office arranged for someone to clean it every day. Xiao Ruofei sat down on the chair, added spring water into the teapot, and then turned on the heater. He looked up and said, "Sit down. By the way, didn't you say to call me by my name when there's no one around? Why are you still calling me chairman?" "Sister Jing." Xiao Ruofei's half-smile made Feng Jing's pretty face slightly hot, and then she said in a coquettish manner, "I'm still not used to it." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I'm just kidding. Sister Jing, tell me, what important work do you want to talk about?" Feng Jing glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Can't I report to you if it's not important? Are you still the boss?" Xiao Ruofei laughed dryly and said, "Don't I have a capable general manager like you?" Okay, I misspoke. Let's talk about work, When Feng Jing saw Xiao Ruofei's awkward look, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, she quickly held back her laughter, opened her notebook, and began to report to Xiao Ruofei. "First of all, there are a few things I need to report to you about." Feng Jing said seriously, "The handover procedures of the Hingli building have been officially completed. Now the whole building belongs to our Taoyuan company, and all the balance has been settled. This work has been successfully completed." Xiao Ruofei nodded. This was also expected, the contract had been signed and the money had been paid. Even if the transfer of ownership was done normally, it should have been done after so many days. He asked casually, "How's the renovation of the few floors we plan to use?" Feng Jing said, "The renovation progress is normal, but our requirements are relatively high. Besides, your reputation is so great that they don't dare to fool around, so it may take some time." The renovation of the office building was eventually handed over to Liang Weiman's Jianda company. His real estate company had a renovation company that met the requirements and had rich experience. Xiao Ruofei simply didn't go through the bidding process and directly handed it over to Liang Weiman, who he trusted. It wasn't the first time that they had worked together. For Xiao Ruofei's project, Liang Weiman naturally attached great importance to it. He sent the best construction team and repeatedly told them to ensure the authenticity of the materials and the quality of the project. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Fine work comes out of slow work. I'm not in a hurry." Feng Jing nodded with a smile and said, "It's close to the Spring Festival. The renovation company may be a little tight on labor. They have already worked overtime. I also told the construction team that if they can't finish it, they can finish it after the spring festival. Okay. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, for us, it's not particularly urgent. The company can still be transferred to the farm. It's just that everyone's office environment is a little cramped. We can overcome it for the time being. Understood. Feng Jing nodded and said, regarding the sales of the shad fish, we also did some promotion on the internet according to your arrangements. We also asked the Internet Water Army to write some articles. At the same time, we contacted several powerful channel merchants. In general, everyone is very interested. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I noticed. When I was at Heron Island the day before yesterday, I saw a gourmet guide that also promoted Ling's private kitchen. Feng Jing said with a smile, that report was first published by the Sanshan Evening News. It was written by a regular reporter. We just contacted some online media and the Internet Water Army to repost it. Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile, it cost a lot, right? Feng Jing pursed her lips and said with a smile, it's normal publicity expenses. It's not over the budget, it's okay even if it's over the budget. Xiao Ruofei said, it's money that should be spent. We can't skimp on it. Xiao Ruofei was not the kind of person who was inflexible, nor was he a moral clean freak. It was normal to ask the media to help with the publicity and give them a small thank you fee and travel expenses. He didn't reject it in his heart. Xiao Ruofei then pulled the topic back on track and said, in terms of the choice of suppliers, I'm inclined to work with only one company. As for who to work with, it depends on the conditions they offer and the follow-up negotiations. Feng Jing thought for a moment and nodded. After all, the production of shad fish is limited. I agree with your opinion. It's enough to find a powerful channel merchant. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, I think so too. Whether it's e-commerce or physical supermarkets, we only choose one. Of course, as you said, in addition to whether the other party's conditions are favorable or not, we should also consider the other party's strength and target customers. As for the convenience supermarket, at least for the sales of shad fish, I have no interest in working with them. Understood. Feng Jing said, I will follow up on this project in the future. Xiao Ruofei giggled and said, I'm not worried about you. Just tell me the final result. Feng Jing smiled helplessly as she nodded her head in resignation, I know. I won't let you down. Xiao Ruofei was amused and laughed. At this time, the water in the teapot was boiling. Xiao Ruofei first poured some water to heat up the teapot and tea set. He washed the teacups, then took out the tea box and scooped some tea leaves into the teapot with a teaspoon. He began to skillfully brew the tea. He said without raising his head, Sister Jing, go on. I'm listening. Feng Jing said, there are still a few things that need to be decided by you. She glanced at the notebook and continued, the first is the launch of the heart-nourishing soup. It's scheduled for the morning of the day after tomorrow. We have rented the venue of the Sanshan Hall, and the media invitations have been sent out. Factory manager Shui would like to invite you to attend. Xiao Ruofei didn't even think before saying, sure, but I won't speak. The heart-nourishing soup was an important product of his company, and the launch of this medicine was definitely a good thing. He naturally had to be there to show his support. Even if he didn't speak, the presence of a big boss like him was a great encouragement to the pharmaceutical factory's employees. Although Xiao Ruofei didn't ask about the preparations for the launch, he still continued to pay attention to it. Feng Jing nodded and said, okay, I'll let factory manager Shui know in a while. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, the pharmaceutical factory should be crazy busy during this time, right? Isn't that right? The production line of Yuji ointment almost never stops except for routine maintenance and maintenance. The workers work in 3 shifts. Feng Jing said, although the heart-nourishing soup hasn't held a product launch yet, this is already a Chinese patent medicine approved for the market. So, we have already received a lot of orders. They were all sent by the hospitals that participated in the clinical trials. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. This was great. They didn't even need a pharmaceutical sales representative. They didn't even need to go to any medical departments or hospital leaders to produce a drug. They could just take the initiative to send an order over. They just had to ask if they were happy with it. I'm afraid that after the launch, the orders will increase crazily. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Shui Jinshan should be mentally prepared. I think he should be well prepared. Feng Jing said, on the one hand, there is a lot of stock during this time, and it should be able to cope for a while. On the other hand, factory manager Shui has begun to prepare for the rainy days. The reports of adding production lines and recruiting new workers have been submitted to me. Okay. If you really need it, buy what you need and recruit what you need. Xiao Ruofei said, if the liquid funds on the books are not enough, let me know. I still have a lot of private funds. The purchase of the Hengli building almost used up all the liquid funds of the Taoyuan company. Even the money from the first sale of caterpillar fungus was used on this. In addition, the renovation of the new headquarters was still in progress. The more familiar Xiao Ruofei was with Liang Weimin, the more he couldn't delay the construction and material payments. So, he also instructed Peng Hao in finance to settle the accounts on time. In addition, now that the company was getting bigger and bigger, the daily expenses such as staff salaries were not a small number. In this way, unless there was another Yuji ointment rush, the financial side would be somewhat stretched for a while. However, the rush to purchase Yuji ointment could also be too frequent. On the one hand, the production capacity couldn't keep up. On the other hand, the essence of hunger marketing couldn't be lost. So, Xiao Ruofei was worried that the financial side would not be able to handle the turnover. Feng Jing smiled and said, the funds are not a problem for the time being. Ruofei, don't forget that we have a lot of profitable businesses. The daily income of vegetables is enough to cover the expenses. In addition, the online flagship store's sales are getting higher and higher. For example, Iron Maple Bucket, Taoyuan de Hong Pao, and so on, the profits are very high. That's good. Anyway, if you need money, just let me know. Xiao Ruofei said, I have money here. Originally, Xiao Ruofei didn't have much money in his private account, most of his funds were in overseas accounts. But this time, the dividends of the Dingfeng winery would be in his account soon. Xiao Ruofei could get about 50 million yuan. More than half of the money invested in the club had been settled. If the company needed it, he could use the funds at any time. Feng Jing said with a smile, I know you have money. Why don't you give me a few million yuan? If Sister Jing is short of money, it's not a problem. Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation. Feng Jing said quickly, I'm kidding. Why would I need so much money? Although Feng Jing was just joking, Xiao Ruofei didn't even stutter. He agreed without thinking, which made her feel touched in her heart. Hee, is there anyone who doesn't love money? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. A gentleman loves money, but he gets it in the right way. Feng Jing said with a roll of her eyes. So, giving you money isn't the right way? Xiao Ruofei asked with his eyes wide open, I'm not keeping you. Feng Jing's face suddenly turned red. Xiao Ruofei also felt that his joke seemed to be a bit ambiguous. He quickly changed the topic and said, Sister Jing, let's continue to talk about work. Besides the heart-nourishing soup, what else is there? Feng Jing's watery eyes glanced at Xiao Ruofei and continued, there is also the company's annual meeting. Xiao Ruofei first handed the brewed tea to Feng Jing, then he sat up straight and said, the annual meeting is more important. We have to do it well. This was the first time that the Taoyuan company had a formal annual meeting. Now, the number of employees had reached hundreds. The company was getting bigger and bigger. This first annual meeting must be done well. Feng Jing said, the specific plan has been entrusted to a special celebration company. Now, there are two issues to be settled. One is the time, and the second is the location. Speaking of this, Feng Jing paused and took a sip of tea. Then she said, Ruofei, I suggest that we hold it after New Year's Day and before the Spring Festival. After all, New Year's Eve is the last day of the year in most people's minds. New Year's Day is obviously not as meaningful as the Spring Festival. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, yes, many companies in Huaxia treat the Lunar New Year as the end of the year. Why don't we hold it on the eve of New Year's Eve? The whole company can have fun. Okay. Feng Jing said as she wrote it down, the Spring Festival is over. The annual meeting can't be delayed so late. Many employees have to go back to their hometown for the Spring Festival. It's good for everyone to celebrate the Spring Festival together. But I don't know if the hotel is good enough. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, ask the administrative department to hurry up and book it. If they can't book it, let me know. Then we can hold the annual meeting in Ling's restaurant. Feng Jing looked at Xiao Ruofei with a faint smile and said, I almost forgot that your girlfriend's family runs a hotel. I was worried for nothing, Feng Jing said, then the location shouldn't be a problem. At least we have Ling's restaurant as a candidate. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, of course, it's not that I don't like Xianxia's restaurant. But if we can book a better hotel, it's better to book it in a hotel. Don't worry about the money. Everyone has worked hard for a year, and we can't save money. After all, Ling's restaurant was a civilian restaurant. The dishes were very authentic, but the environment was definitely not as good as a star hotel. Ling's restaurant's private kitchen was of a high class, but the place was so small that it couldn't accommodate hundreds of employees. The best place was naturally the banquet hall of a star hotel. Okay. Feng Jing nodded and said, since the time has been set, I'll immediately get the administrative department to follow up on this matter. Okay. Also, other than the hotel, don't save money. Let's make the prizes for the annual meeting a little better and have a wider coverage. Xiao Ruofei said, get the administrative department to come up with a plan. I'll personally review it. Understood. Feng Jing said, there's one more thing. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, why aren't you done yet? Can't we drink tea happily for a while? Feng Jing said helplessly, it's the last thing. I've never seen such a mischievous boss. Feng Jing said in her heart. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said listlessly, hurry up and say it. Once you're done, I'll go home and take a nap. I've been driving for hours, and I'm so sleepy. Our company's management team hasn't been able to find a suitable team, right? Feng Jing said, actually, I've been asking the headhunting company to help me find one. This time, I really did find one. 2 days ago, the headhunting company recommended a candidate for the position of CEO. Feng Jing said as she handed a resume to Xiao Ruofei. Then she continued, you can take a look at the resume first. Xiao Ruofei took the resume with a smile. Before he opened it, he glanced at the photo on the cover and subconsciously frowned slightly. It's a woman? Feng Jing was unhappy when she heard that. She said, what's wrong with a woman? What era is this? Are you still discriminating against women? Xiao Ruofei suddenly realized that he had misspoken. Wasn't the person in front of him also a beautiful woman? And she was a standard career woman. Many men were not as good as her in the management of the company. He quickly smiled and said, Sister Jing, that's not what I meant. I wanted to say that the CEO of the company is in charge of the daily affairs. There are more chores and more work. If a woman takes the position, will she? Many of the CEOs of big companies are women. Feng Jing said, women also have many advantages in this position, such as affinity, carefulness, and so on. Speaking of this, Feng Jing couldn't help but glance at Xiao Ruofei and said, you'd better take a look at the resume first. If you think it's okay, I'll contact her first. She may not agree to come over now. Okay. Xiao Ruofei smiled and opened the resume. This woman named Dong Yan's resume was quite eye-catching. It was not inferior to Feng Jing's. She was also an overseas returnee, and she had a master's degree in business administration from Harvard, which was a well-known gold-plated signboard in the world. Her work experience was also amazing. After graduating from Harvard, she entered a well-known company on Wall Street. After that, she had been developing in the United States and served as the CEO of many companies. Feng Jing observed Xiao Ruofei's expression and asked with a smile, how is it? Xiao Ruofei closed the resume and said, it looks good. 2 questions. Go ahead. First of all, Dong Yan's resume is undoubtedly brilliant. However, I discovered a phenomenon. The longest time she worked in a company was 1 year and 8 months, and the shortest time she worked there was only 1 week. In just 5 years, she has already changed jobs more than 10 times. Xiao Ruofei said unhurriedly, I'm worried that even if she comes, she won't be able to work for long, and I have reason to doubt her attitude towards work. Feng Jing smiled and said, Ruofei, I know a little about Dong Yun. She is very famous and capable. Of course, she also has a strong personality. Basically, she chooses her job based on her likes and dislikes. Those jobs that she changes jobs in a short period of time are because she doesn't have the same philosophy as her boss, or because the environment makes her uncomfortable. Moreover, Dong Yun is very serious about her work. Even if she only worked in a company for a week, she can't find any problems with her work during that week. Speaking of this, Feng Jing looked at Xiao Ruofei meaningfully and said, "So, if you can recruit this general, whether you can keep her or not, it will depend on the boss's ability." Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Whoa. You even checkmated me. Big Sister Jing, how many bosses are there in this world who are as good as me? If I can't keep a talent, then it's definitely not the boss's problem." Feng Jing was amused by Xiao Ruofei's shameless words. She looked at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly and said, "Would a good boss praise himself like this?" All right. Tell me your second question." Xiao Ruofei shrugged and pointed to the resume and said, "It's very obvious. She's still in the United States. Since she graduated from the MBA, she hasn't returned to China. If we recruit her, the probability of success isn't high, right? Does it make sense?" Feng Jing said, "When I saw this resume, I was also very surprised. However, since the headhunting company gave us this resume, it means that there is hope to recruit her. It's even possible that Dong Yun herself wants to return to China to develop, so she revealed the information to the headhunting company." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "In principle, I agree. You contact the headhunting company. Try to get in touch with them." Now, the Taoyuan company was no longer the same as before. Through the Yuji ointment, truffle, and abalone auctions, the development potential of the Taoyuan company was known by more and more people. Therefore, the dilemma of high-end talents not being willing to come to the company when it was first established no longer existed. The company's HR mailbox often received self-recommended resumes. However, Xiao Ruofei also hoped that the company's high-level configuration would be excellent, so he was very cautious about the recruitment of directors. Ordinary people couldn't enter his eyes. "Right." Xiao Ruofei said, "Didn't I ask you to find a candidate for the vice president? Our company's valuation is over 1 billion yuan. How can we not have a few vice presidents? Now, the company's big and small affairs are basically done by you alone. In the long run, your body won't be able to take it." Feng Jing's heart was filled with a warm current. She smiled and said, "I'm looking. But you also said that it's better to have nothing than to have something substandard. How can a real talent be so easy to find?" Speaking of this, Feng Jing smiled again and said, "Besides, if we can recruit Dong Yun, she will be the best candidate for the company's vice president in the future. It's not even set in stone yet." Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, "Even if we recruit her, giving her the position of administrative director is the most we can do. After that, it still depends on her performance. If we promote her too quickly, what will the old people think? Not to mention others, Xiaocheng will be the first to disagree." As the company grew bigger and bigger, Xiao Ruofei's consideration of problems became more and more comprehensive. After all, the company was like a small society. Sometimes, it needed some ways to control it. Although the Taoyuan company was different from other companies, as long as Xiao Ruofei was there, even if he opened a new company, it would still be able to do well. To put it bluntly, the core competitiveness was actually Xiao Ruofei, but this didn't mean that he could completely not follow the rules of company management. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to recruit a senior professional manager like Feng Jing, and he wouldn't have needed to let Feng Jing go around looking for candidates for a few high-level positions. Feng Jing seemed to have a crazy confidence in Dong Yun. She smiled and said, "If we can successfully recruit Dong Yun, I believe that she will soon prove her strength. Even if she becomes the vice president, she will definitely make others speechless." Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "Then I'll wait and see. But the most important thing is to get in touch with her first. What if she looks down on a small company like ours?" Feng Jing chuckled and said, "Ruofei, this is not your style. Haven't you always been very confident? Confidence can't make a living, and it can't stop other people's prejudice." Xiao Ruofei said helplessly. "Well," Feng Jing said with a smile, "I will do my best. You wait for my good news. Then Feng Jing breathed a sigh of relief and said, finally, I've finished reporting all the work. You can also be free. Why don't you go back and rest? I'm going back to the office too. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, have some tea before you go. This tea is really good. Feng Jing glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said, don't be so modest. You can't wait for me to go quickly. You already found me annoying just now. Xiao Ruofei smiled embarrassedly and said, to be honest, when you don't talk about work, you are still very cute. Feng Jing's face turned hot, and her heartbeat inexplicably sped up a lot. She glared at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly, got up and said, I find that you are getting more and more talkative. I'm not going to talk to you anymore, I'm going back to work for you, the capitalist. Xiao Ruofei also laughed, stood up and personally sent Feng Jing to the office door. Then, he came back to drink some tea, and personally cleaned up the tea tray and tea set. Although the company had dedicated staff to take care of the cleanliness of his office, he still didn't want to leave it to others. Then, Xiao Ruofei picked up his handbag, skipped work and went home with a clear conscience. Back at the villa, Xiao Ruofei played with Little Hay, Lightning and the rest for a while, then went back to the house. He originally thought that since he hadn't been home for a few days, he should clean the house, but he found that the house was very clean, almost spotless. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and shook his head. It must have been Yi Linyun who brought people to do it. He had to leave for a few days, and Little Hay, Lightning and the rest, as well as the blood-red dragon in the fish tank in the living room, all needed someone to take care of them, so he left the key to Yi Linyun. With regards to Yi Linyun, Xiao Ruofei had absolute trust in him. Of course, his biggest secret was the spiritual map scroll hidden in his palm, and there was nothing in this small villa that couldn't be seen by others. Seeing that there was no need to clean the house, Xiao Ruofei simply went upstairs, prepared to take a bath and sleep for a while. Returning to his bedroom, he saw a thin layer of dust on the table. It seemed that Yi Linyun had a good grasp of propriety, and did not casually enter his bedroom. Thus, Xiao Ruofei rolled up his sleeves, cleaned his room, then took a hot bath, changed into his home clothes, and slept comfortably. The next day, Xiao Ruofei patrolled around the farm, including the water tower at the top of the mountain, the water tower in the herring workshop, and so on. He secretly added some spirit heart flower petal solution. Then, he drove to the company's new headquarters in the Hengli building to check on the renovation. Liang Weiman received a call from the foreman, and knew that Xiao Ruofei had arrived at the Hengli building, so he put down his work and rushed over personally. This made Xiao Ruofei feel a little apologetic, and he constantly scolded Liang Weiman for making a fuss over nothing, but Liang Weiman just laughed and let Xiao Ruofei complain, without explaining. The progress of the renovation was very satisfactory, and the workers looked very experienced. In addition, Liang Weiman had personally instructed them, so they worked very hard, and many details were improved. Xiao Ruofei was very satisfied when he saw it. As for the possible delay of the construction due to the Spring Festival, Xiao Ruofei did not care about it. After walking around, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Uncle Liang, I'll treat you to lunch. We haven't seen each other for a long time, and you specially left your work to come over today. I'll feel bad if I don't treat you to a drink or two. Liang Weiman laughed and said, Ruofei, I won't be polite with you. If you treat me, I'll definitely go. That's great. Xiao Ruofei said, it's almost time. I'll call Lingji Private Kitchen and ask them to prepare in advance. Let's drive over now. 10 minutes later, Xiao Ruofei and Liang Weiman arrived at Lingji Private Kitchen. It was still the private room in the backyard that was not open to the public. Liang Weiman praised the environment and said, it's not the first time I've come to Lingji Private Kitchen, but I've never been in this courtyard. The decoration here is really good. It's grand but not luxurious, very tasteful. Xiao Ruofei motioned for the waiter to serve the dishes, and then said with a smile, Uncle Liang, if you need this when you have a banquet in the future, I can help you arrange this private room. Liang Weiman nodded and said, okay. At that time, I might really have to trouble you. Although he said that, Liang Weiman also knew that this kind of courtyard was not open to the public. It was definitely reserved for the boss's own use. It was fine if he asked Xiao Ruofei to help with 1 or 2 important banquets, but if it was done too many times, it would definitely be annoying. Because Xiao Ruofei had called in advance, the dishes were served very quickly. When Liang Weiman saw the Buddha jumps over the wall, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He said, "Ruofei, I didn't expect to be able to eat Buddha jumps over the wall at the last minute. You're still the most popular one. Uncle Liang, Lingji Private Kitchen has recently developed a new dish. Do you know about it?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. "I haven't been here for a while, so I really don't know about it." Liang Weiman asked curiously, "What new dish is it?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Then you can try it later. I guarantee that it won't be worse than Buddha jumps over the wall. If you think it's good after eating it, you can help to promote it when you go back." Liang Weiman knew about the relationship between Xiao Ruofei and the Ling family, so he naturally agreed with a smile. "Oh yeah, Uncle Liang." Xiao Ruofei suddenly asked, "How is Brother Liang recently? Does he call home often?" Liang Weiman revealed a strange expression and asked with a smile, "Ruofei, aren't you Qi Chao's boss? You should be very clear about his situation." Xiao Ruofei smiled and scratched his head. He said, "I've left everything in Australia to Brother Liang, including Old Man Tang. We all trust him very much, so we basically don't ask too much." Speaking of which, Xiao Ruofei hadn't called Liang Qichao to ask about the situation of Australia's Paradise Farm for a long time. Liang Weiman laughed and said, "That kid is a bit unpolitical. Can't he take the initiative to report if you don't ask? He's not like me at all." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, "Uncle Liang, you're suspected of boasting. But you've wronged Brother Liang. The big strategy of the farm's operation was approved by me. Brother Liang also knows my style. He basically won't tell me everything about the implementation." Coincidentally, when Xiao Ruofei and Liang Weiman were talking about Liang Qichao, Xiao Ruofei's phone on the table vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was actually Liang Qichao calling. This person hadn't contacted Xiao Ruofei for at least 10 days. He didn't expect that the moment he called, he would be when Xiao Ruofei was eating and drinking with his father. Liang Weiman couldn't help but be stunned. Then he remembered that this kid hadn't called home for a long time. Now that he saw his son calling Xiao Ruofei, he couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Was the boss more important than his parents? Although Liang Weiman knew that there was no comparison at all, he couldn't help but have this thought. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't notice Liang Weiman's thoughts. He pressed the answer button and said with a smile, "Brother Liang, I haven't contacted you in a long time. Do you have any good news for me?" Liang Qichao naturally didn't know that his father was next to Xiao Ruofei on the other end of the phone. Hearing this, he said with some annoyance, "Ruofei, you're too relaxed as a boss, aren't you? I didn't call to report, and you didn't ask? So the farms in Australia aren't worthy of your attention, right?" Liang Qichao's voice was quite loud, and Liang Weiman, who was sitting next to Xiao Ruofei, could vaguely hear it. He couldn't help but feel speechless. "I thought this kid had improved. I didn't expect him to speak to his boss in such a tone. I'm so angry." However, Liang Weiman also quickly noticed that Xiao Ruofei didn't take it to heart. He was still smiling. He knew that the relationship between his son and Xiao Ruofei was very good. The two of them weren't just boss and employee. Perhaps they were used to this way of getting along. Thinking of this, Liang Weiman couldn't help but feel a little gratified. Liang Weiman was very clear that Xiao Ruofei had a lot of power. Not to mention other things, Xiao Ruofei's connections in the Three Mountains were really wide. He also vaguely felt that maybe what he saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Xiao Ruofei's Real foundation might be deeper. As a father, he was naturally very happy that his son could become good friends with someone like Xiao Ruofei. At the same time, he was worried that Liang Qichao was too careless, which would make Xiao Ruofei unhappy. All kinds of contradictory thoughts were intertwined. Xiao Ruofei didn't know Liang Weiman's complicated thoughts. He still said with a smile, "Brother Liang, let's not talk so much. Let me tell you. Today." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei looked at Liang Weiman. He was about to tell Liang Qichao that Liang Weiman happened to be eating with him, but he was interrupted by Liang Qichao. "Ruofei, my business here is more important. Let me speak first," Liang Qichao said. Xiao Ruofei and Liang Weiman were stunned. Liang Weiman couldn't help but roll his eyes. Xiao Ruofei looked at Liang Weiman apologetically, then smiled bitterly and said, okay, then tell me first. What's so important that you can't even wait for a moment? Don't tell me you've taken care of Dafra and can't wait to share the good news with me? Dafra was the assistant manager of Wonderland Farm. Not only was she very capable, but she was also a blonde with big breasts. Last time when Xiao Ruofei went to Australia, he felt that Liang Qichao was flirting with her. For a moment, he forgot that Liang Weiman was still by his side, so he made a joke without thinking. When Liang Weiman heard this, he couldn't help but perk up his ears and straighten his back subconsciously. What's going on? This kid isn't working properly outside, but is actually flirting with a foreign girl. If he dares to bring a foreign girl back, I'll break his legs for sure. As Liang Weiman thought about it, he couldn't help but show an expression of gnashing his teeth. Xiao Ruofei looked up and saw the scene. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have said too much. Liang Qichao was still oblivious. Instead, he laughed and said, what kind of good news is this? If I, Master Liang, really wanted to make a move, how many foreign girls can resist my charm? Xiao Ruofei couldn't stop him in time. He could only look innocently at Liang Weiman, who was about to go crazy. At the same time, he silently prayed for Liang Qichao in his heart. Liang Weiman was a relatively old-fashioned person. He was very strict with his son's private life. In the past, Liang Qichao had to be sneaky if he wanted to go out for a drink in China. He also had to rack his brains to find excuses. If he really did flirt with a foreign girl, his stubborn father would probably fly to Australia to bring him back. Liang Weiman made a gesture to Xiao Ruofei, indicating that he wanted to talk to Liang Qichao. Xiao Ruofei couldn't refuse. He could only helplessly hand over the phone. Liang Weiman took a deep breath, then took the phone and said calmly, Liang Qichao, you've grown up now. There was dead silence on the other end of the phone. Liang Qichao would never have dreamed that his father would actually be with Xiao Ruofei. Furthermore, it was obvious that his father had heard his joke and taken it seriously. After a while, Liang Qichao seemed to wake up from a dream. He quickly said, Dad. Why are you with Ruofei? I was just joking with Ruofei. Who's Dafra? Liang Weiman was unmoved and asked calmly. Liang Qichao hurriedly explained, she's the deputy manager of our farm, a normal colleague. Last time when I asked you about your colleague, didn't you tell me that the deputy manager was a bald man? Liang Weiman asked calmly. However, Xiao Ruofei and Liang Qichao could feel that under this calmness, there was a volcano that could erupt at any time. Liang Qichao wanted to cry but had no tears. He was worried that his old-fashioned father wouldn't be at ease, so he told a white lie last time. Now, he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Moreover, Liang Qichao felt guilty for no reason. This kid wasn't a cat that didn't have an affair. Although he hadn't progressed to a home run with Dafra, he still flirted with her when they were in contact. Of course, he still knew how to control himself and wouldn't harass a female colleague. He didn't expect that Liang Weiman would hear him bragging to Xiao Ruofei. Coupled with the lie from before, this was the truth. Dad. This? Dafra is a new employee. You're still lying to me. Liang Weiman's voice suddenly became louder. I really didn't. I couldn't even wait to work hard outside. How would I dare to mess around? Liang Qichao said, besides, Dafra doesn't like me. I'm so fat, and I don't have much money. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ruofei. Liang Qichao was now praying that Xiao Ruofei could speak up for him. Otherwise, he would definitely be wronged. Liang Weiman snorted and said, at least you have some self-awareness. I won't talk so much with you today. Don't you have something to report to Ruofei? You guys talk about work first, I'll deal with you later. Then, Liang Weiman looked at Xiao Ruofei apologetically, handed over the phone and said, Ruofei, I'm sorry, it's okay. Xiao Ruofei quickly took the phone and said, Uncle Liang, actually, Brother Liang was just joking with me, you don't have to cover for him. I know my own son. Liang Weiman said, you guys talk about work first. I'm going out for a smoke. Then, Liang Weiman got up and left the room. Xiao Ruofei put the phone to his ear with a bitter smile and said, if you're not digging your own grave, then what is? Liang Qichao shouted angrily, digging my own grave? Ruofei, you're too unkind. You were with my dad, but you didn't even tell me. I wanted to tell you at the first opportunity. Xiao Ruofei said innocently. You didn't want to hear it, so you interrupted me and said that your matter was more important. Think about it carefully, isn't that the case? Liang Qichao thought about it seriously, and it seemed to be the case. But he quickly came to his senses and said indignantly, no. Even if it was because of my own reasons, I didn't have time to let you talk, but later on, you led the topic to Deborah. Aren't you tricking me? Xiao Ruofei smiled awkwardly and said, I wasn't paying attention, wasn't I? Besides, if you didn't brag, would this matter have happened? You'd better reflect on yourself first. Xiao Ruofei was a little guilty at first, but the more he spoke, the more self-righteous he became. Liang Qichao was so angry that he almost smashed the phone. But thousands of miles away, he couldn't do anything. In fact, even if Xiao Ruofei was in front of him, he couldn't do anything. He couldn't beat him, and he didn't have as much money. Most importantly, he was still his employee. Thinking about it made him sullen. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, okay, Brother Liang, let's talk about business. I'll help you explain to Uncle Liang later, it's okay. You must tell him properly, you must prove my innocence. Liang Qichao said with grief and indignation. I know. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said perfunctorily. Then he asked, why are you looking for me? Liang Qichao asked impatiently, what day is it today? Have you forgotten? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a chill. He couldn't help but think of something bad. For example, Liang Qichao twisted his chubby body and said coquettishly, you don't even remember my birthday, you're so bad. Xiao Ruofei shuddered and said quickly, if you have something to say, say it. Don't beat around the bush. Then he couldn't help but ask curiously, what day is it? Why are you so resentful? I'm resentful. Liang Qichao couldn't help but scold him. Today is Christmas. Did you forget the Christmas promotion I told you last time? Xiao Ruofei slapped his head and came back to his senses. On the way to the hotel, there seemed to be a strong festive atmosphere. There were many shops on the street with Christmas trees, Santa Claus, little bells, and so on. Xiao Ruofei did not have any concept of these foreign festivals and was even more ignorant of them. If Ling Xianxia was more free, the two of them might have taken the opportunity to have a battle. But recently, Ling Xianxia had been very busy, so no one reminded him. How could Xiao Ruofei remember? Oh. Xiao Ruofei said quickly. So, you're talking about this. How's the situation? Previously, Xiao Ruofei and Liang Qichao had agreed to officially launch the Taoyuan vegetable series in Australia at the end of the year. Before that, Liang Qichao had brought Wonderland Farm's products to several trade fairs, and the response was naturally quite good. Then, with the promotion of Black Friday, Wonderland Farm also tested the waters. Tang Etienne also spared no effort to promote Wonderland Farm. It could be said that the work of creating momentum had been done to the extreme. Of course, because of the production capacity, the real battle to promote Wonderland Farm's brand in Australia was set for Christmas, the most important holiday in the West. I've never seen a boss with such a big heart. Liang Qichao couldn't help but complain. Then, he said, since 8 o'clock this morning, the promotion has been going on for half a day. Guess what the results are? Australia was 3 hours faster than Xianxia. At this time, it should be around 4 o'clock in the afternoon in Australia. The day hadn't ended yet, but Liang Qichao couldn't help but call him. The results must be quite good. Xiao Ruofei thought of this and said with a smile, how do you want me to guess? Just tell me the results. You're so boring. Liang Qichao said. But he couldn't suppress his excitement, and even temporarily put aside the monstrous anger he was about to face from his father. Liang Qichao cleared his throat and said, Boss Xia, please listen carefully. As of half an hour ago, the total sales of Taoyuan vegetables in 1653 Maya supermarkets in Australia reached 2,000 tons. The turnover has exceeded 60 million Australian dollars. Although he was mentally prepared, Xiao Ruofei was still secretly speechless when he heard this number. 60 million Australian dollars was equivalent to about 47 million US dollars. Even if the labor costs, transportation costs, and taxes in Australia were relatively high, The profit could at least be about 15 million US dollars. It had only been less than a day. The spending power of Australians was so high? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but open his eyes. He couldn't help but ask, 2,000 tons? That's equivalent to more than a ton per store? And it's less than a day? Isn't this too exaggerated? Liang Qichao said proudly, what's so strange about that? Mr. Tang gave us a lot of resources and put in a lot of effort in the early stages of publicity. He also gave us the best display space. This is just the average number. In some large stores in central cities, the highest sales data has exceeded 5 tons. Amazing. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Brother Liang, this time in front of Mr. Tang, you really showed your face. Have you reported to him? The reason why Liang Qichao was so serious about running Wonderland Farm was not only because of Xiao Ruofei, but also because of Mr. Tang He. The old man had no children. How his tens of billions of US dollars would be distributed in the future, and who would get the biggest share, would depend on the performance of the younger generation. So, Liang Qichao also tried his best to compete with his cousin in the United States. There was no doubt that Liang Qichao was definitely in the lead this time. Liang Qichao said with a smile, yes. The old man doesn't usually praise people, but this time he really praised me. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, then keep up the good work. The Christmas promotion will last for 3 days. I'll try to break 200 million Australian dollars in sales. Liang Qichao said confidently, this time it's a hit. In the future, the sales of our Taoyuan vegetables will be even less of a problem. The channels have also been completely opened. By the way, Ruofei, you have to thank Mr. Tang. This time, without Tang Etienne's help, Wonderland Farm's vegetables might have performed well, but it would have taken a long time, and it would have been impossible to shine as brightly as it did now, or even become the focus of the Australian media. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, don't worry. I know. By the way, you'd better think about how to deal with your father's anger. In the end, Liang Weimin let Liang Qichao off the hook. It was not that he believed Xiao Ruofei's explanation, but that he was also shocked by the results of Wonderland Farm. In less than a day, the sales exceeded 60 million Australian dollars, and the average sales volume of all the stores in Australia exceeded 1 ton. This was simply an amazing result. Liang Weimin had no doubt that his son had fought a good battle this time, and his importance in the eyes of Tang He had undoubtedly increased by a large margin. It could be said that he was ahead of all the competitors. In comparison, the matter of Liang Qichao flirting with the foreign girl was a trivial matter, and there was no need to be too serious about it. Liang Weimin was more traditional, but traditional men had a more deep-rooted concept that a man should prioritize his career, and that a successful career was more important than anything else. Liang Qichao's performance was obviously to Liang Weimin's satisfaction. After lunch, Liang Weimin hurriedly said goodbye and left. In fact, after Liang Qichao's phone call, Liang Weimin was a little absent-minded while eating. Even the delicious shed only diverted his attention for a moment, and he soon began to daydream again. On the one hand, he was thinking about how Liang Qichao should develop in the future, and on the other hand, he could not wait to share this good news with his wife. After Xiao Ruofei left Lingji private kitchen, he did not go directly back to the farm, but called Yi Linyun and asked him to send the company's minivan to the warehouse in the city. For the needs of business development, the company had purchased several minivans. Then Xiao Ruofei drove to the warehouse and took out the Dendrobium ironhide fresh strips and Dahongpo tea leaves that Xia Qing had prepared in advance. After the minivan arrived, they would all be transported back to the farm and handed over to Yi Linyun and the others to make iron maple bucket and Dahongpo tea leaves of the peach garden. The minivan started and returned to the farm. Xiao Ruofei also drove back, but he only stayed in the villa for a short while before carrying a box of shad fry to the breeding workshop. Ring 2 space herrings were all free-range. They usually lived in the Sea of Space, and when it was the breeding season, they would swim upstream and lay eggs in the big river of space. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei's control over space was very strong, and his mental power was also very strong. So, although the sea was very wide, Xiao Ruofei easily used the invisible power of space to gather the anaconda fry. Jiang Hua was already used to Xiao Ruofei sending new larvae every once in a while, so he skillfully arranged for people to receive these precious larvae. Xiao Ruofei also asked about the situation of the rearing of the shad. Since the business partner had not been confirmed yet, for the time being, other than supplying Ling's private kitchen every day, there were not many sales of the shad to the outside world. Of course, because there was no need for long-distance transportation, there was no need to freeze them in the cold storage. The shad that had not been sold for the time being could be raised. Although they would not grow any longer at this level, the cost of breeding would not increase much. In any case, the taste of fresh shad was definitely better than that of quick frozen and then thawed. All kinds of hype and all kinds of soft articles on the internet were just for sales service. If it was not necessary, there was no need to freeze the shad. Xiao Ruofei also took a look at the situation of the shad breeding workshop, expressed his appreciation for Jiang Hua's work, and encouraged him to continue working hard, because the sales of the shad would soon be on the right track. After confirming the channel partner, the task here would be even more important. The next day, after Xiao Ruofei had breakfast in the staff cafeteria, he drove away from the farm with Feng Jing and went to the Sanshan Hall in the city. In addition to Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing, the Taoyuan company also sent a commercial car. Peng Hao, Xiao Chang, and other middle-level leaders of the company also went to support. Now, the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory was a celebrity team in the Taoyuan company. Not only did it generate a lot of income, but it was also quite famous. The heart-nourishing soup was the first Chinese patent medicine launched by Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory. The people in the company also knew that this medicine had epoch-making significance for the treatment of autism. The launch of this medicine was a great deed of boundless virtue. Therefore, as long as they were not too busy with work and could not leave, everyone would definitely be present. Moreover, the chairman and general manager were participating together, so they had to go and support. Even Chow Tai-shu, who spent all day in the greenhouse, changed into a new suit that his wife had specially bought for him from the mall and joined in the fun. Now, Chow Tai-shu was also a mainstay of the Taoyuan company. The couple both worked in the company, and their salary had been raised several times, which made the villagers extremely envious. Xue Jinshan, the director of the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory, arrived at the Sanshan Hall early. He was both excited and nervous. Ever since he joined the Taoyuan company, he had been looking forward to the day when the heart-nourishing soup was listed on the market. As a top student with a professional background, Xue Jinshan had encountered a lot of doubts when he chose the Taoyuan company, which was a complete layman in the pharmaceutical industry. Whether it was his classmates or his family members, they all thought that his decision was ill-considered and very unwise. However, Xue Jinshan was completely attracted by the heart-nourishing soup. Back then, it was only a small-scale experiment, but Xue Jinshan could not help but feel excited. The process of a new medicine being listed on the market was quite complicated and difficult. Even if it was a Chinese patent medicine, it also had to go through all kinds of difficulties, whether it was animal testing, clinical stage 1, or clinical stage 2. It was possible to be stuck at any stage, and then all the previous work would be wasted. It could be said that Xue Jinshan had witnessed the entire process of the heart-nourishing soup being qualified to be listed on the market in such a short time and listed as a guided medicine. Even when the Yuji ointment was selling like hotcakes, Xue Jinshan was not as excited as he was today. After all, he had a professional background. No matter how well the Yuji ointment sold, it was only a skincare product. The heart-nourishing soup was a good medicine that was truly beneficial to the country and the people. Such a good medicine that was destined to become a phenomenal product was released under his personal guidance. The sense of accomplishment was incomparable. Boss Xia, Manager Feng. When Xue Jinshan saw Xiao Ruofei and the rest, he immediately went up to them. Jinshan, you've worked hard. Xiao Ruofei laughed and asked, is everything ready? Everything is ready. We have rehearsed the process several times. Xue Jinshan said confidently. The media reporters have also arrived. There are quite a few of them. Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory was definitely a superstar enterprise in Sanshan City. The Yuji ointment was famous both at home and abroad, and there would be a craze every time they tried to buy it. So when Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory sent out an invitation letter, the media reporters were very interested. Furthermore, some well-informed media outlets had already obtained some information during the heart-nourishing soup's experimental stage. They were also very interested in this medicine that could fill in the gaps, and they had all sent out their elites. Xiao Ruofei looked at the media reporters who were signing in not far away. He smiled and nodded. Then it's up to you later. We are here to cheer for you today. You have to rely on yourself to set up the stage and perform. Boss Xia, are you really not going to say a few words? Shui Jinshan couldn't help but ask. He knew very well that the heart-nourishing soup's formula came from Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei had also participated in the entire process of the heart-nourishing soup. Even now, the key steps of the heart-nourishing soup were still in the hands of Xiao Ruofei. It could be said that the heart-nourishing soup was created by Xiao Ruofei. Now that it was time to make a name for himself, Xiao Ruofei was actually so low-key. He even personally rejected Shui Jinshan's PowerPoint presentation about his invention of the heart-nourishing soup. Shui Jinshan couldn't understand this. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. What do I have to say? You were the one who followed up on the heart-nourishing soup project. You know everything like the back of your hand. The question that the reporters are interested in is definitely not how handsome I am. Xiao Ruofei's joke made everyone laugh. Shui Jinshan could only smile bitterly and say, all right then. Boss Xia, Manager Feng, leaders, please come in. After that, Shui Jinshan personally led Xiao Ruofei and the others into the already set-up hall. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing's seats were naturally in the middle of the front row. The middle-level leaders of the Taoyuan company were also arranged to sit very close to the front. Xiao Ruofei looked around the venue. The layout was very standard. Other than some necessary promotional posters, there were only a few billboards placed at the entrance and around the venue. This was also Xiao Ruofei's request. The heart-nourishing soup and Yuji ointment had different positions. The heart-nourishing soup had a bit of a public service nature. At least in China, the heart-nourishing soup's price was far cheaper than its unique role in the field of autism treatment. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei's request for this press conference was to be beautiful and elegant, but not wasteful. There was also no gimmicks, and there was no need to invite young male idols to the stage. There were also many reporters in the media area who had already arrived. Everyone was looking at the brochures and press releases that they received when they signed in with great interest. There were also reporters who noticed Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing. Feng Jing's fame on the internet was even greater than Xiao Ruofei's. She also had a group of die-hard fans. She was affectionately called Beautiful CEO by her fans, and her fans even called themselves Jingdian. They even set up a fan base on Baidu Tieba. Naturally, the reporters who often covered entertainment news knew Feng Jing. Although the VIP area and the media area were separated, the reporters were definitely not people who followed the rules. Otherwise, they would not be able to get any news. Therefore, several reporters climbed over the invisible barrier and came in front of Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing. Manager Feng, what are your company's strategic considerations for launching this new drug? Boss Xia, the Taoyuan company started from selling agricultural products. Now, it is suddenly entering the highly specialized pharmaceutical industry. What are your considerations? Manager Feng, I am a reporter from Daily Entertainment. Please say a few words to your fans. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing looked at each other. They did not expect to become the focus of the media when they were just here to be an audience. This was really unexpected. Xiao Ruofei looked and quickly said, Everyone. Everyone. There seems to be some news over there. You guys should go over first. Manager Feng and I can't run away. After the press conference, we will definitely be interviewed. A few reporters hesitated for a moment. They seemed to think that Xiao Ruofei's words were quite reasonable. Their colleagues over there had already stood up. They didn't want to miss out on any valuable news in the end. Thus, they quickly greeted Xiao Ruofei and the others with smiles and left one after another. Chairman, are you really going to be interviewed later? Feng Jing said with a smile. With our beautiful CEO blocking the fire, wouldn't it be easy for me to escape? Xiao Ruofei smirked. I think these reporters are all your static. Feng Jing couldn't help but pout coquettishly and wanted to hit Xiao Ruofei. But she immediately realized that this was a public place. Not only were her colleagues sitting behind her, there were also many media reporters, so she abruptly stopped her hand and glared at Xiao Ruofei. It's all because of you. If it wasn't for Xiao Ruofei insisting that she appear on camera, she wouldn't have inexplicably become an internet celebrity. Although she didn't like to shop like other girls, and Taoyuan Farm was located in a remote area, she rarely went out except for work. But, her life was still inevitably affected. Just like today, as long as she appeared in a public place, it was inevitable that she would be chased by reporters. It was a little annoying. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Sister Jing, you can obviously rely on your looks to make a living, but you insist on walking the path of a strong career woman. You're making those who aren't good-looking have nowhere to go." Feng Jing's pretty face turned red and said coquettishly, "I'm too lazy to talk to you." Xiao Ruofei laughed and teased Feng Jing. His attention couldn't help but be attracted by the reporters. Many media reporters had already stood up and left their seats and walked towards the entrance. Feng Jing also noticed the scene and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What happened?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "Who knows? Ignore them." Just when the two of them were guessing, a person walked into the venue surrounded by media reporters. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be happy when he saw it. It was an old acquaintance, He Kuan, the deputy director of the Southeast Province's Drug Administration. He Kuan was also in charge of the Chinese patent medicine department. It was no wonder that the reporters were like cats that smelled blood and all gathered around to watch the drug conference of a company without a care in the world. "Director He, may I ask why are you attending the press conference of Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory?" "Director He, are you representing yourself or are you representing the Provincial Drug Administration?" "Director, He Kuan's to speak," Taoyuan's words. He Kuan had a kind smile on his face. Even if the microphone was poking his face, he still didn't feel offended. However, his mouth was very tight. He just said, "Dear media friends, the protagonist today is Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory and Factory Manager Shui. I'm just here to watch the ceremony." Although the reporters didn't dare to ask too much because of He Kuan's official status, the meaning behind his words could be understood by anyone with a discerning eye. They just wanted to know what kind of special relationship there was in private. Otherwise, why would He Kuan attend the press conference with his sensitive identity? He Kuan's evasive answer made the reporter's imagination run wild. Even if there were some content that the media didn't dare to report, the self-media was so developed now. Who didn't have a few Weibo accounts? Wouldn't it be a simple matter to post it on the internet? However, they didn't know that He Kuan came here today as a representative of the drug administration. The reason why he didn't say anything was that he didn't want to steal the limelight of Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory. He Kuan quickly noticed Xiao Ruofei and the others. His eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, "Dear media friends, please make way. After the press conference ends, I will accept interviews depending on the situation. Now, please return to your seats." He Kuan had been in a high position for a long time, so he still had some momentum. These reporters, who were known as the uncrowned kings, were still people in the system. Their questions earlier were already a little overboard. Naturally, they didn't dare to stop He Kuan and made way for him. "Boss Xia, long time no see. You're still as elegant as ever." He Kuan walked over quickly and said with a smile on his face. Xiao Ruofei also stood up and shook hands with He Kuan. He smiled and said, "I'm flattered that Director He actually came to attend our press conference in person." "You're too kind." He Kuan quickly said modestly. "Your company's new medicine can be said to be boundless merit. It's only right for me to come and support you. Our Director Li just happened to be in Beijing for a meeting today. Otherwise, he would have come in person." Xiao Ruofei didn't know who Director Li was, but judging from He Kuan's tone, he was most likely their top leader. The media reporters who often covered pharmaceutical news knew very well who He Kuan was talking about. They couldn't help but be shocked. Whether going to Beijing for a meeting was real or an excuse, since He Kuan said so, it at least showed that Director Li attached great importance to Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory. These reporters originally had some bad guesses in their hearts, but now they began to question their own judgment. Shui Jinshan came in with He Kuan. They were all old acquaintances. When the heart-nourishing soup went to Beijing for approval, it was He Kuan who personally went to Beijing with Xiao Ruofei. Later, in the process of approval, Shui Jinshan often dealt with He Kuan. He arranged for He Kuan to sit next to Xiao Ruofei, then said with a smile, "Director He, please take a seat and rest." the press conference will start soon. He Kuan laughed and said, Director Shui, go do your work. I'll talk to Boss Xia for a while. Okay. Shui Jinshan said. At this moment, a staff member hurried over and whispered a few words into Shui Jinshan's ear. Shui Jinshan's face changed slightly. He quickly excused himself and hurriedly walked to the entrance. The media reporters seemed to have received some news, and they all followed him out. When He Kuan saw this, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, these reporters finally left. Just now, Shui Jinshan was standing next to Xiao Ruofei. With Xiao Ruofei's hearing, he naturally heard what the staff member said. He laughed and said, that's right. Someone diverted their attention, so Director he can relax a little. Oh? He Kuan immediately came to his senses and looked at the entrance with interest. Which leader is here? The answer was quickly revealed. The person who came was Jiang Liangyu, the deputy mayor in charge of science, education, culture, and health. Although Jiang Liangyu and He Kuan were at the same level, their authority was very different. He Kuan was only a deputy in a provincial unit, while Jiang Liangyu was the deputy mayor of this provincial city. Not only was he in charge of the health industry, but he was also in charge of technology, education, culture, and other fields. Even though his ranking among the deputy mayors was not very high, he was still a deputy director. Furthermore, he was attending this press conference as an official, so he was representing the government. Therefore, the reporters' enthusiasm was even higher. Not only were the text reporters eager to ask questions, but there were also many photographers looking for a spot to take photos. The deputy mayor's event was to be reported by the local media. Therefore, Jiang Liangyu also brought reporters to attend this press conference. This way, there were even more people around, and the scene was a little chaotic. Fortunately, the veterans that Xiao Ruofei temporarily transferred to maintain order were very experienced. They quickly opened up a path and escorted Jiang Liangyu and Shui Jinshan into the venue. Mayor Jiang, this is the chairman of our Taoyuan company, Xiao Ruofei. This is the general manager, Feng Jing. Shui Jinshan introduced. Jiang Liangyu was not very old. He looked to be in his 40s, and he had an elegant temperament. Xiao Ruofei had accidentally seen Jiang Liangyu's resume once, so he had a little impression of him. He knew that the deputy mayor used to be a teacher and also worked in the education system for a long time. After he was promoted to deputy mayor, he was still in charge of science, education, culture, and health. Jiang Liangyu immediately smiled and extended his hand to Xiao Ruofei. He said, I've heard that Boss Xia is young and promising, but I didn't expect you to be so young. No, I'm young, but I don't dare to say that I'm promising. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Mayor Jiang, you flatter me. The Taoyuan company is our city's star enterprise. Boss Xia is our Sanchen's star entrepreneur. Jiang Liangyu joked. If this doesn't count as young and promising, us old men would be too ashamed to live. Then, Jiang Liangyu shook hands with Feng Jing with a smile. It could be seen that he was a modest gentleman. His eyes were very clear, and when he shook hands, it was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. He didn't do anything excessive just because Feng Jing was a beauty. After exchanging a few words with Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing, Jiang Liangyu smiled and said to He Kuan, Director, he is here too. He Kuan had worked in Sanshan for a long time, so he was very familiar with the situation in Sanshan. He knew Jiang Liangyu even better. The two had worked together for a period of time. Haha. Mayor Jiang took time out of his busy schedule to come here. As the higher-ups in charge, we can't fall behind. He Kuan said half-jokingly. Jiang Liangyu smiled and said, Director, he is right. We, the local government, and the authorities in charge, should pay more attention to a company like Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory. The media reporters couldn't help but look at each other. Wasn't this a little too obvious? Wasn't this kind of operation not popular now? Weren't they afraid of people gossiping behind their backs? Jiang Liangyu and He Kuan came to the press conference without informing anyone. Fortunately, Shui Jinshan was well prepared. He adjusted his seat temporarily. Jiang Liangyu was in the middle, Xiao Ruofei sat on his left, He Kuan sat on his right, and Feng Jing was still sitting next to Xiao Ruofei. Shui Jinshan saw that it was almost time, and there shouldn't be any higher-ups attending, so he walked to the stage and signaled to the staff. The lights on the stage gradually dimmed, and only a spotlight shone on Xue Jinshan. The clamor in the venue naturally stopped, and everyone's eyes were focused on Xue Jinshan. Xiao Ruofei also paid attention to the situation on the stage with interest. Although he had instructed that this press conference shouldn't be too big, he was still very curious. How would Xue Jinshan do this press conference? Xue Jinshan took a deep breath and adjusted the position of his headset. He then smiled and said, "Welcome, respected Mayor Jiang and Director He. Welcome, Chairman Xiao Ruofei and General Manager Feng Jing of the Taoyuan Company. Welcome to all the media friends and colleagues of the Taoyuan Company. On behalf of all the employees of Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory, I would like to thank everyone for taking time out of their busy schedules to attend today's press conference." After a simple opening speech, Xue Jinshan paused for a moment and looked around. He then continued, "Before introducing the new drug that will be released today, I would like to invite everyone to watch a VCR." A faint piece of music began to play. At the same time, a slightly low female voice narrated. "They are called the children of the stars. They are like the stars in the sky, shining alone in the distant and dark night sky. They are as beautiful and pure as the stars, but also as cold and lonely as the stars." The first 3 sentences immediately drew everyone's attention. At this time, the screen was still pitch black, only accompanied by lines of white subtitles accompanying the narration. Then, the screen flashed, and handsome and beautiful faces began to appear. From the screen, it was impossible to tell that these children were any different from normal children. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that when they faced the camera, their eyes were all evasive. Almost none of them were looking directly at the camera. The voice of the narrator became even lower. "In Huaxia, on average, 1 in 100 newborns will have autism. Each child will affect 3 to 4 families and 6 to 8 people. Before this, the pathogenesis of autism has not been determined, and there are no effective drugs for the treatment of autism." The faces of parents under great pressure appeared on the screen. In the corner of the image, there were often children who were playing with toys, completely immersed in their own world, ignoring the camera. The reporters in the venue were all silent. Even the reporters who were adjusting the equipment and communicating with each other stopped and silently watched the scenes that flashed across the big screen. In the past few years, autism had become a child mental illness that everyone paid more attention to. Everyone knew more about this disease and had a deeper understanding of the suffering of the families of children with autism. Some of the reporters who knew about the heart-nourishing soup could not help but secretly praise it in their hearts. This was really an amazing achievement. The video was very short, less than 3 minutes. It only introduced the situation of autism and the current state of research on it around the world. The video ended with this sentence: "These children living in the stars, they look at Earth from afar, but they can't receive any signals from Earth." After the short video ended, Xue Jinshan walked back to the stage from the side. The spotlight was turned on again, following Xue Jinshan's footsteps. He reached out and adjusted the microphone, then said with a smile, "I think everyone has guessed it." Some of the reporters who are well informed have even grasped more detailed information. Xue Jinshan's words caused the reporters below the stage to laugh kindly. More reporters who did not know the situation were busy asking their colleagues around. In any case, the news would be announced at the press conference soon. This was not exclusive news, so the reporters who knew the news did not hide it and readily revealed what they knew. However, Xue Jinshan quickly pulled everyone's attention back to him. He went straight to the point and said, "That's right. The first new drug released by our Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory is related to autism. To be precise, this Chinese patent medicine is the only special drug in the world that can effectively treat autism." The reporters who were still inquiring about the news turned their heads to look at Xue Jinshan. Some of the more impatient ones even stood up to ask questions. However, Xue Jinshan waved his hand and said, "There will be a question and answer session later. Please allow me to introduce our Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory's new autism-specific medicine, heart-nourishing soup." As soon as Xue Jinshan's voice fell, a picture of the newly packaged heart-nourishing soup appeared on the big screen behind him. This is a pure Chinese medicine preparation. After a long period of arduous research by the research and development team of the Taoyuan Company, they consulted countless Chinese medicine books and went through layers of approvals, animal experiments, clinical trials, and other procedures before finally approving it to be listed on the market. Xue Jinshan spoke frankly on the stage, and Xiao Ruofei looked at him with a gratified smile. The press conference was indeed normal. There were no stars, no beautiful PowerPoint, and even the venue layout could only be said to be passable. However, the content of this press conference was very satisfactory to Xiao Ruofei. Except for the short video at the very beginning that stirred up everyone's emotions, the rest of the press conference was basically following the rules. Xue Jinshan introduced the research and development process of the heart-nourishing soup. Of course, this was modified to a certain extent. He couldn't say that it was the work of Xiao Ruofei, the chairman of the Taoyuan company, alone, could he? Then he focused on some of the data in the clinical trial process of the heart-nourishing soup, including the first few autistic children who participated in the heart-nourishing soup trial. The whole process was tracked and filmed from the beginning until now, so the information was very complete. There was no need for professionals. Just from the few videos revealed at the press conference, everyone could see that the children's symptoms had significantly improved after taking the heart-nourishing soup for several courses. The reporters became more and more excited. What was news? In layman's terms, a dog biting a person was not news, but a person biting a dog was news. As for the treatment of autism, it was a worldwide problem. Developed countries in Europe and the United States had no breakthrough in the study of the pathogenesis of autism. The treatment had always been based on behavior modification, and no effective drugs had been found at all. Now, such a worldwide problem had been solved by the people of Huaxia. And it was solved with pure traditional Chinese medicine techniques. In today's day, when traditional Chinese medicine was being questioned and was on the decline, this news was undoubtedly a shot in the arm. This was definitely explosive news. Therefore, when Xue Jinshan finished the press conference and began to ask questions, almost everyone raised their arms in unison. Xue Jinshan had expected the enthusiastic response of the reporters. He calmly picked up the mineral water on the speaker's seat, unscrewed it, and took a sip. Then he casually pointed to a female reporter and said with a smile, "Ladies first. The first question is for the lady in yellow in the third row." The female reporter, who was given the opportunity to ask questions, was a little excited. She took the microphone from the staff and began to ask questions directly. After a few sentences, she was surprised to find that the microphone was still turned off. She quickly turned it on with a red face. Everyone couldn't help but smile at this little interlude. Xue Jinshan also smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, take your time. There is no time limit for our questions." "Thank you, Factory Manager Xue." The female reporter was indeed a frequent presenter. She quickly adjusted to the slight embarrassment with an elegant smile on her face and introduced herself. "I'm a reporter from the Straits Daily and the Straits News Network. Thank you, Factory Manager Xue, for giving me the opportunity to ask the first question." Then, the female reporter went straight to the point and asked, "Factory Manager Xue, the efficacy of the heart-nourishing soup is so obvious. How much will it be sold for? We know that many families with autism are still very poor. Can these children afford the heart-nourishing soup?" Xue Jinshan smiled slightly. Although the team had prepared some information for him and prepared some answers for the reporter's questions, he didn't look at it at all. He said directly, "Regarding the price of the heart-nourishing soup, it was originally going to be announced on our company's official website and the website of the Drug Administration at the same time, but since you asked, I'll announce it here." Speaking of this, Xue Jinshan paused for a moment. After attracting everyone's attention, he continued, "The price of our heart-nourishing soup is 168 yuan per box. Every 10 boxes is a course of treatment. Depending on the severity of the illness, the symptoms can be significantly improved after 3 to 6 courses. Most children can basically return to normal after 10 courses." When Xue Jinshan announced the numbers, the reporters in the audience were also quickly calculating. One course of treatment at 1,680 yuan was definitely not considered expensive. Even if it was taken for 10 courses, it would only be 16,800 yuan. It should be known that the slightly better autism correctional institutions were quite expensive. A perceptual integration course cost at least 1 or 200 yuan. 2 or 3,000 yuan a month was considered cheap. Most importantly, this kind of course couldn't treat autism. It could only improve the children's perceptual integration and, at the same time, correct certain behaviors. Furthermore, it required long-term classes. According to what Xue Jinshan said, they only needed to fork out half a year's worth of expenses to basically be cured. It didn't take much to figure out which was more cost-effective. It was believed that most families would be able to afford 16,800 yuan. Even poor families could still afford it if their relatives and friends pooled together a little and lived frugally. If the effect of the medicine was really as good as it was described, and there was no need to take it for a long time, then the price could really be called a good price. Xue Jinshan paused for a few seconds to give everyone time to digest the information before continuing. In order to ensure that every child with autism can receive effective treatment, the parent company of our pharmaceutical factory, the Taoyuan Company, will also set up a special fund in the Taoyuan Charity Fund to subsidize children from poor families. At the same time, our pharmaceutical factory will also donate 10,000 boxes of heart-nourishing soup every year to provide free of charge to autistic children with real difficulties. These charitable acts will be implemented one by one in the future, and we welcome the supervision of all our friends in the media. After Xue Jinshan finished speaking, there was a sudden burst of warm applause from the audience. Even the reporters who were busy taking photos or writing quickly on their computers stopped what they were doing and applauded vigorously. It was really not easy for a company to do this. Other things aside, if a pharmaceutical factory developed such a special medicine to fill the gap, first of all, the price wouldn't be so low, because this medicine didn't have to worry about sales at all. It was completely monopolizing the market, and with a high proportion of autistic children, there would definitely be a shortage of supply. No matter how much the cost was, the price of the heart-nourishing soup was 168 yuan per box, which at least lowered the threshold to a level that most people could afford. In addition, they also considered some particularly poor families and specially listed a separate project in the charity fund, and donated medicine every year. Wasn't such a socially responsible company worthy of sincere applause? Xue Jinshan waited for the applause to stop a little, then smiled and said, "Next question. Please ask the man in the blue tie in the middle of the first row." "Thank you, Factory Manager Xue." The male reporter took the microphone, stood up and said, "I'm a reporter from the Sanshan TV news channel. I can foresee that the demand for heart-nourishing soup will be very high in the future. I want to ask Factory Manager Xue, what is the current production capacity of your factory? Will this medicine be limited like the jade mussel ointment?" This reporter's words caused a burst of laughter, especially from the female reporters who had tried to buy the jade mussel ointment several times. They looked at Xue Jinshan with resentment. Xue Jinshan felt these gazes and felt like there was a knife at his back. He smiled bitterly in his heart. This was all Boss Xia and Manager Feng's decision. I'm just an employee, and our factory is only in charge of production. The sales segment has nothing to do with me. He avoided the female reporter's gazes, organized his words, and said, "Objectively speaking, the production capacity of the heart-nourishing soup can't meet the demand of patients for the time being, but we are already actively dealing with it. On one hand, after the medicine passed the review, we have already started production at full capacity, and now we have a certain amount of stock, which can alleviate some of the pressure. On the other hand, the company has already approved the factory's application, and we will immediately continue to import production lines from Germany to further expand our production capacity. This time, we will invest heavily to import 6 production lines at once. I believe that very soon, the shortage of heart-nourishing soup will be effectively alleviated." Speaking of this, Xue Jinshan also showed a sincere smile and said, "Heart-nourishing soup is different from jade mussel ointment. It is a type of medicine, and it is currently the only effective treatment for autism. During the process of drug development and drug testing, we have come into contact with too many families with autism, and we can empathize with their pain. Therefore, we will not monopolize the market and raise the price, nor will we hoard it. We will only continue to expand our production capacity while ensuring the quality of the medicine. Let the children of the stars receive the signal from Earth as soon as possible." Another round of enthusiastic applause sounded. "Great! Well said, Factory Manager Xue." The reporters below the stage applauded and couldn't help but cheer. The scene became very enthusiastic. It didn't seem like a press conference, but more like a fan meeting. Shui Jinshan made it clear that the heart-nourishing soup would only be sold in Xianxia for the time being, and it could only be prescribed from hospitals. That meant that the current limited production capacity would be used for the autistic patients in Xianxia. Moreover, he also said that he would coordinate with the competent health department to jointly supervise and prevent certain hospitals and doctors from colluding with scalpers to privately prescribe the heart-nourishing soup to people who didn't need it. This made everyone applaud and cheer even more. After all, if the heart-nourishing soup's efficacy was as good as described before, and the price was relatively low, it would inevitably lead to the emergence of a group of scalpers. If it wasn't stopped from the beginning, it was likely that there would be patients who really needed this special medicine, and they could only buy it from scalpers at a high price. In this way, the Taoyuan company's low-price policy would have no meaning, and instead, it would fatten a group of scalpers. Shui Jinshan slightly lowered his hands and said with a smile, "I'd like to take this opportunity to report a piece of good news to all the media friends. Our heart-nourishing soup has been officially included in the new autism guidance list by the Health and Family Planning Commission. This list will be announced soon." After hearing the news, the reporters also had a feeling of realization. No wonder Jiang Liangyu and He Kun came to today's press conference openly. It turned out that the heart-nourishing soup had been included in the guidance list before it was even on the market. Moreover, for such a good medicine with boundless merit, as the head of the government and the head of the superior department, attending the press conference showed that they valued it. There was nothing to avoid at all. The reporters' enthusiasm for asking questions was even higher, and they all raised their hands high. Originally, they thought that it was just a routine interview task. They came to get the transportation fee and a draft, and then went back to edit it slightly and put it on the manuscript review platform. As for whether it could be on the front page of their own media, even they didn't care. Every year, press conferences of all sizes were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. If it weren't for the Taoyuan company's recent popularity, many media outlets might not have sent people to attend even if they had the money. However, at this point in the press conference, the reporters also reacted. This was not a simple press conference. It was very likely to be recorded in the annals of history. After all, from today onwards, the heart-nourishing soup had officially entered the public eye. No one could imagine how far the heart-nourishing soup could go in the future. Shui Jinshan was full of confidence. He casually picked a few reporters and asked them to ask questions. The reporters asked all sorts of strange questions, but most of them revolved around the heart-nourishing soup. Some inevitably asked about the jade skin ointment. Shui Jinshan was very familiar with these two businesses. Basically, he didn't need to look at the information that the team had prepared for him in advance. A lot of the data was at his fingertips. Soon, the Q&A session ended and the press conference came to an end. Originally, the new drug conference could have ended right away, but two uninvited guests, Jiang Liangyu and He Kun, came today. As usual, the leaders had to say a few words. Xiao Ruofei had already made it clear that he wouldn't go on stage and speak. When the staff asked for their opinions in advance, Jiang Liangyu and He Kun refused in all sorts of ways. If Jiang Liangyu didn't come today, He Kun would definitely go on stage and say a few words about the heart-nourishing soup. However, since Jiang Liangyu was also present, He Kun didn't want to be in the limelight no matter what. After a few more rejections, Jiang Liangyu reluctantly agreed to let He Kun speak on stage. When the staff saw that the big shots had finally come to a consensus, they secretly sighed in relief. They hurriedly informed Shui Jinshan, who was on stage, through the walkie-talkie. Shui Jinshan was almost done with the process. He was just waiting for news from the two leaders. When he heard the exact news from his earpiece, he immediately smiled and said, "Finally, let us warmly welcome Mr. Jiang Liangyu, the deputy mayor of the People's Government of Sanshan City, to speak on stage." Jiang Liangyu stood up and buttoned up his suit. He walked on stage with a smile on his face. Shui Jinshan politely shook hands with Jiang Liangyu and handed the microphone to him. Then, he gave up the stage. Jiang Liangyu was naturally used to speaking on various occasions. Although he didn't prepare any script, he was still full of confidence. He unhurriedly turned on the microphone and said with a smile, "Actually, I didn't plan to speak at first. The main purpose of coming here today is to watch the ceremony. However, since I'm here, I still have to say a few words." Because I'm not only representing myself, I'm also representing the people's government of Xianxia City. At the same time, I was entrusted by Director He Kuan of the Provincial Food and Drug Administration to represent him to send a few words of blessings to Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory. He Kuan, who was below the stage, smiled and nodded. Although Jiang Liangyu's words were polite, they made people feel comfortable. Jiang Liangyu's gaze turned to Xiao Ruofei, who was sitting below the stage. He said, "Just now, I was sitting next to the Taoyuan company's boss Xia. We also chatted for a while and found that we have a lot in common." Xiao Ruofei was stunned. He thought to himself, this Mayor Jiang doesn't follow the routine. Don't leaders always speak in a calm and steady manner? Why is this guy so trusting? I don't even remember what we talked about just now. How did he find something in common? However, he couldn't help but admire Jiang Liangyu's ability. He had aroused everyone's interest with just a few simple words. Originally, the reporters weren't very interested in the leader's speech. Anyway, they could just record it and summarize the main points like 1 is 2 is 3 is, and write them into their reports. However, Jiang Liangyu's short words made the reporters curious. They frequently turned their gazes to Xiao Ruofei. Jiang Liangyu smiled and said, "The biggest thing we have in common is that we used to be soldiers." Reporter friends who know Boss Xia might know that Boss Xia was a very outstanding soldier before he started his business. And I am also a retired officer. I once served in the Coastal Defense Division stationed in Southeast Province for a long time. At this point, Jiang Liangyu paused for a moment, then continued, "I learned that Boss Xia's company hired many retired soldiers to solve their livelihood problems and gave them very generous treatment. This moved me very much. Boss Xia was a good soldier when he was a soldier. Now, he has completed a magnificent turnaround and become an entrepreneur. He is also an outstanding entrepreneur." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why is he still praising me on stage? Mayor Jiang is a bit off topic, isn't he? Xiao Ruofei wanted to keep a low profile recently and didn't want to be in the limelight. When he came to attend the press conference, he told Shui Jinshan in advance that he wouldn't go on stage or speak. However, he still couldn't prevent it. Jiang Liangyu continued, "At the same time, I also noticed that the Taoyuan company has also set up a charity fund worth tens of millions of dollars. While the company is developing, it doesn't forget to give back to society. This time, it has also set up a special fund for autistic patients. It has also promised to donate no less than 10,000 boxes of heart-nourishing soup every year. All of this is a reflection of the company's social responsibility." After beating around the bush for a long time, Jiang Liangyu finally got to the point and began to speak with fervor. Of course, his previous words weren't in vain. Those very down-to-earth words were more popular with the reporters, and it successfully made the reporters notice Xiao Ruofei. For the reporters, the leader's impassioned speech on stage didn't arouse their enthusiasm at all. Instead, it made them sleepy. However, Jiang Hua, who was a little casual like Jiang Liangyu, was easier to listen to. Jiang Liangyu's speech could only be regarded as a platitude. It was nothing more than affirmation of the social responsibility of Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory and even the Taoyuan Company. He expressed optimism about the prospects of the heart-nourishing soup in the medical market. At the same time, he also represented the local government to express support for the Taoyuan Company. However, he was a very good person. Even if it was a platitude, it was still witty. The reporters were more convinced by his words and responded with warm applause. Jiang Liangyu came down from the stage, and today's press conference was considered to have come to a successful end. Shui Jinshan walked on stage and said with a smile, "Okay, thank you to all the leaders, friends from the media, and colleagues from the Taoyuan Company for your support. Today's press conference is over. Please leave in an orderly manner from the east side of the venue. We have prepared a gift at the east exit. It is the Yuji ointment produced by our Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory, Xianxia series. Everyone can exchange for it with their admission cards." The media reporters, who had already begun to pack up and leave, couldn't help but cheer in a low voice. Especially the female reporters, who were so excited that they almost jumped up. Although the Xianxia series was the cheapest basic version of the Yuji ointment on sale, with a uniform price of 588 yuan in the country, it was especially difficult to buy because it was relatively cheap. Every time they tried to buy it, it was basically gone. Several female reporters tried to buy it 3 times, but they still couldn't buy it. Now, it was great. They came to a press conference and actually got a set for free. It was definitely a big surprise for them. There were also bold reporters who jokingly shouted, "Factory manager Shui, for the sake of the Yuji ointment, I will use the most beautiful words to promote your heart-nourishing soup when I go back." Shui Jinshan also smiled and cupped his hands in the direction of the reporters. This was naturally a joke. In fact, Jiang Liangyu and Hikuan's presence today had already set the tone for the media reporters. Moreover, today's press conference was so harmonious and full of positive energy. Most of the reporters had a conscience and were hot-blooded. Regardless of whether there was a gift or not, the majority of the articles published today would definitely be praiseworthy. When the reporters left, Xiao Ruofei and the others weren't in a hurry to leave. When Jiang Liangyu returned to his seat, Xiao Ruofei said with a bitter smile, "Mayor Jiang, you are killing us with your flattery today." Jiang Liangyu laughed and said, "Boss Xia, how can you say that? How can it be killing us with flattery? I am telling the truth. How am I exaggerating? You didn't recruit a large number of veterans? Or you didn't set up a charity fund? Or the size of the fund is exaggerated?" "No." Xiao Ruofei said, "But, that's right." Jiang Liangyu said, "I am just telling the truth. This is all positive energy and should be promoted vigorously. Never debate with a leader, because no matter if it's positive or negative, you will never be able to win against them." Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Mayor Jiang, I guess you were a political commissar when you were in the army, right?" Jiang Liangyu chuckled and said, "Director Xia, I've been a platoon leader, an instructor, an officer in the government, and a camp instructor. However, before I could become a political commissar, I left my job. My first job after leaving my job was as a political instructor at a university. Isn't that the same?" Xiao Ruofei said, "I knew it. One look and I can tell that you are a political worker. The level of your speech is so high." Jiang Liangyu laughed and patted Xiao Ruofei on the shoulder and said, "Boss Xia, if there is a chance, let's get to know each other more. Although I am a political worker, I don't like to pretend. I prefer to do practical work." "I can see that." Xiao Ruofei said sincerely, "Mayor Jiang not only has a high theoretical level, but he also has a lot of practical work experience." "Is this flattery?" Jiang Liangyu asked humorously. Hikuan couldn't help but join in the fun and said, "Mayor Jiang, this is called appreciating each other." Jiang Liangyu couldn't help but laugh heartily. He looked like a gentleman, but at this moment, he seemed to have the shadow of a soldier. Xiao Ruofei said, "Leaders, we have prepared a simple meal. Do me the honor of having lunch together." Jiang Liangyu immediately said, "There is no need for lunch. Boss Xia, if there is a chance, let's meet again in private." Hikuan nodded and said, "Yes. This is a sensitive issue right now. Boss Xia, please understand." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Of course I understand." "Then it's settled. I will arrange it this weekend. Leaders, please do come." Jiang Liangyu smiled and said, "If it's the weekend, no problem. We have no reason to reject Boss Xiao's invitation." Hikuan also said with a smile. Jiang Liangyu was able to attend this press conference today because the Taoyuan company was a celebrity enterprise, and the heart-nourishing soup was on the list of recommended medicines issued by the Health and Family Planning Commission. But on the other hand, Song Qiming's influence was more or less involved. Otherwise, there were many influential enterprises in society, and Mayor Jiang might not have to attend all of them. There were many ways to express importance. Sending a congratulatory letter was important, sending a secretary to send a flower basket was important, asking the leaders of the relevant departments in the city to attend was important, and attending personally was also important. Therefore, Jiang Liangyu was very willing to interact more with Xiao Ruofei. Hikuan was even more so. He had seen Xiao Ruofei's amazing connections in Beijing. After returning to Sanshan, they still had a lot of polite interactions. After everyone agreed, Xiao Ruofei personally sent the two leaders out of the venue and into the car. After watching the car leave, he returned to the venue and met up with Feng Jing, Shui Jinshan, and the others. Since the press conference was successfully held, it was necessary to have a celebratory party. The restaurant that Xiao Ruofei booked was Ling's restaurant. He even called Ling Xiaotian in advance and asked Ling's private kitchen to specially prepare the secret recipe of Buddha jumps over the wall and deliver it to Ling's restaurant. There was a large portion for each table. There were a total of 8 tables set up at noon, and there were 5 tables left. Because the employees of Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory worked in shifts, it was impossible for everyone to be there at the same time. The workers who were on duty at noon had to wait for the next shift to take over before they could leave. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't forget about them. He specially reserved 5 tables for them. This shift basically ended work in the evening, so he specially asked Xue Jinshan to arrange for a bus to pick them up from the factory in the evening. At the same time, he asked Xue Jinshan and a few other factory leaders to accompany these hardworking workers for dinner. Whether it was 8 tables at noon or 5 tables at night, Ling's private kitchen's secret recipe of Buddha jumps over the wall was the standard. This was also because Xiao Ruofei had a lot of face. Otherwise, if he had asked for so many portions at once, it would have been impossible to reserve them even a month in advance. After accompanying the employees of the pharmaceutical factory to have a celebratory feast, Xiao Ruofei and the others went back in separate cars. Feng Jing was still sitting in Xiao Ruofei's car. Xiao Ruofei was driving, and she was looking at her phone in the front passenger seat. Suddenly, Feng Jing burst out laughing. Xiao Ruofei turned to look at her in confusion and asked, "What's going on?" Feng Jing also looked up at Xiao Ruofei and was even more amused. This made Xiao Ruofei even more confused. "What's going on?" Xiao Ruofei asked, "Is it really that funny?" At this time, there was a red light in front of them. After the car stopped, Feng Jing handed her phone to Xiao Ruofei. She pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Look at it yourself." Xiao Ruofei took the phone and looked at it. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the afternoon, some of the more time-sensitive online media had already released the news about the heart-nourishing soup. And what Feng Jing showed Xiao Ruofei was one of them. However, the main point of this report left Xiao Ruofei speechless. The title of the news was "A Veteran's Feelings for His Country." When Xiao Ruofei saw such a big topic, he felt that something was wrong. He quickly read the content. As expected, the beginning of the report was quite normal. It included some of the actual information in the draft, as well as the news of Jiang Liangyu and He Kuan's attendance at the press conference. However, it went completely off topic. The reporter began to describe how Xiao Ruofei, an outstanding veteran, built the Taoyuan company from scratch. He repeatedly shocked the market with high-quality products, including Taoyuan vegetables, Taoyuan fruits, Taoyuan tea leaves, and Yuji ointment. Then, he quoted Jiang Liangyu's original words and praised Xiao Ruofei. Even Xiao Ruofei felt embarrassed when he read it. Then, the report was accompanied by photos of Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei didn't attend many public events. These photos were taken at the press conference today. Because of the angle, most of the photos were of his side profile. However, it had to be said that the photographer's skills were quite good. In these photos, Xiao Ruofei's side profile was well-defined, and his posture was tall and straight. It showed his temperament incisively and vividly. Feng Jing saw Xiao Ruofei's expression and couldn't help but laugh. She said, "Ruofei, continue to read the comments." "Really? The comments are better than the news." Xiao Ruofei looked at Feng Jing hesitantly, then clicked on the comments. "Wow. He's so handsome. One look and I can tell that he was a soldier. His back is straight even when he's sitting on the sofa. He looks so righteous. He's my type." After reading the first half of the news, I was worried that he would drag down the Taoyuan company's appearance. After seeing the photos, I'm completely relieved. The comment above is also static. Haha. I think Boss Xia and our beautiful president would make a great couple. Together. Together. Fine. After the news was skewed, the comments were even more skewed. There were only a few posts discussing the Yangxin soup. Xiao Ruofei's expression was a little strange. He felt that Feng Jing probably didn't see the last few comments. At this time, the traffic light in front of them turned green. Xiao Ruofei drove the car while handing the phone to Feng Jing. He asked with a smirk, "Sister Jing, are you talking about these comments?" "Yes." Feng Jing didn't notice Xiao Ruofei's mischievous expression. She took the phone and smiled as she looked at it. She said, "You have a lot of fans now." Hmm? I. At this time, Xiao Ruofei finally couldn't help but laugh. He took the time to quickly turn his head and look at Feng Jing. He saw that she was blushing and had quickly turned off the phone screen. Seeing Xiao Ruofei look over, Feng Jing said angrily, "What are you looking at?" "Hey! What does your static have to do with me?" Xiao Ruofei said innocently. "Isn't it all your fault?" Feng Jing said coquettishly, "I'm telling you, I'll remember this for the rest of my life." What beautiful president. It's so unpleasant to hear. Then Feng Jing couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, when she saw the fans saying that they were a great couple and many people calling for them to be together, her heart beat violently several times. Her reaction after that was actually to hide the nervousness and shyness in her heart. Feng Jing continued to smile and said, "But I think someone should be able to understand my pain now." Xiao Ruofei said bitterly, "Why do you think Mayor Jiang suddenly put me on such a high pedestal?" Feng Jing broke into a smile, revealing her white and neat teeth. She said, "This shows that you are excellent. Mayor Jiang loves talented people. But this rhythm is not right." Xiao Ruofei said, "Today's press conference is to promote the heart-nourishing soup. Sister Jing, hurry up and look at the other websites. How are they writing about our heart-nourishing soup? This group of uncrowned kings is too hard to please. I've already given each of them a box of jade skin ointment, but they still..." Feng Jing said with a smile, "I just looked at a few websites. They're pretty similar. But there's nothing wrong with them. The whole article is full of fancy praises for you, but none of the media outlets are slandering you." "But I don't want praise," Xiao Ruofei said dejectedly, "Sigh. Is it so hard to be a quiet and handsome man?" Feng Jing was drinking water from a bottle. When she heard Xiao Ruofei's words, she spat out all the water on the windshield. She pulled out a tissue in a hurry to wipe it, and laughed until she was out of breath. After calming down a little, Feng Jing said, "Ruofei, next time, can I trouble you to not tell a joke when I'm drinking water? I'll die." Xiao Ruofei was even more depressed. "I'm not that ugly, right? Look at how scared you are." Feng Jing said with a smile, "You're not ugly at all. Is that okay? A quiet and handsome man?" Along the way, Feng Jing was scrolling through her phone, and from time to time, she would giggle. Xiao Ruofei knew that she had seen some funny comments, and could only helplessly shake his head and smile bitterly. Back at the farm, Xiao Ruofei sent Feng Jing downstairs, and immediately returned to the villa. He went back to his room and turned on his computer. Feng Jing wasn't exaggerating. Xiao Ruofei flipped through many news articles, and almost all of them mentioned him. The only difference was the length. After all, Jiang Liangyu was the deputy mayor, and his words had a lot of influence. Xiao Ruofei even saw a more in-depth report. The so-called in-depth report was to dig into the news and find more material to enrich the report. The author of this report actually found the Transfer Military Resettlement Department in such a short period of time, hoping to get information about Xiao Ruofei's military service. However, Xiao Ruofei's military service was highly confidential, and the reporter naturally couldn't find much. But it couldn't be said that he didn't find anything. At least the reporter got some information from his comrades in the Military Resettlement Department. Comrade Xiao Ruofei was a second-class hero. The reporter wrote in the report, "As a former soldier with 2 years of military service, I know how difficult it is to get a second-class hero in peacetime. I dare to conclude that this handsome company CEO's military service is absolutely brilliant. How many people can't see the darkness because someone used their life to block the darkness in a place you can't see? How many people can't see the fire and smoke of war? The so-called peaceful years are just people carrying the burden for you." When Xiao Ruofei saw this paragraph, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. It was as if he had returned to the military camp of straight lines and squares. However, after a short period of excitement, Xiao Ruofei felt more helpless. There were already reporters digging into his military service. If this continued, wouldn't he end up like Feng Jing? This was not the life he wanted. Fortunately, it was mainly the local media reporting, and most of the posts were from local netizens, so the influence was limited. What Xiao Ruofei was most afraid of was these reports being forwarded to national forums or social media platforms like Weibo. If that happened, his peaceful days would come to an end. Mayor Jiang really is a troublemaker. Xiao Ruofei laughed bitterly as he muttered to himself, I have to make him drink a few cups this weekend. If I don't make him drink, it won't be enough to appease the public. Xiao Ruofei couldn't control the media's reports, but he knew that in the age of the internet, it was hard to keep everyone's attention on one point for a long time. Even if these kinds of reports were spread to national platforms, as long as he kept a low profile for a while and didn't create any more explosive news, the popularity would quickly die down. Of course, the report on the heart-nourishing soup also attracted a lot of attention. A doctor left a message, our hospital participated in the clinical trials of this new medicine, and the effects are really good. There is hope for Xianxia's children, a parent of an autistic child left a message, when we saw this report, our family couldn't help but feel excited. Right now, we are very conflicted. We are both happy and nervous. We are happy because we can finally see hope for our child's health, but nervous because we are afraid that we will be happy for nothing. Over the years, we have experienced countless ups and downs like this. We have seen hope again and again, but we have seen it shattered again and again. I sincerely hope that this time, we will not be disillusioned again. A volunteer left a message, I am a university student volunteer. My job is to accompany autistic children to paint and sing. These children are really very cute. Very smart. They only have social and emotional difficulties. I hope that society can be more tolerant of these special children. Of course, I will also recommend this report to the parents. If this report is true, it will undoubtedly be good news for the majority of autistic children. There were also many enthusiastic netizens who replied to the parents and volunteers. Some of them were parents of autistic children who had participated in the clinical trials, while others were hospital doctors who had participated in the clinical trials. These people's replies were naturally to promote the heart-nourishing soup, hoping to dispel their doubts. Xiao Ruofei read the comments for a while, and his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. This sense of accomplishment was much stronger than the tens of millions of dollars he had earned. Although many people had a wait-and-see attitude towards the heart-nourishing soup, including many parents of autistic children, Xiao Ruofei knew that with the announcement of the new drug guidelines, the heart-nourishing soup would officially enter the major hospitals and become the first drug for autistic doctors. After the first course of treatment, the parents' doubts would disappear. It could be foreseen that there would be a large wave of patients coming to the hospital for treatment, and the demand for the heart-nourishing soup would also skyrocket. The proportion of autistic patients was still very high, and most of the attention was paid to children under the age of 10. However, these children would grow up. In fact, there were now many autistic patients in their 20s and 30s. However, due to serious social difficulties, these people could only be raised at home by their parents after they reached adulthood. They could not integrate into society and could not work normally. Once their parents grew old and passed away, these patients' later lives would be very sad. As more and more people became familiar with the heart-nourishing soup, these patients whose families had basically given up on treatment would also go to the hospital for treatment. At that time, the production capacity of the heart-nourishing soup would be the biggest test. Xiao Ruofei estimated that it would be very soon. Perhaps it would usher in this peak in 3 to 5 months. Therefore, he also asked Shui Jinshan to hurry up and introduce a new production line. Even if they had to work overtime during the Spring Festival to debug the new production line, they had to put the new production line into use as soon as possible. The recruitment of new workers was also in progress, but labor shortages were common before the Spring Festival. Now, they could only try to recruit as many workers as possible and undergo pre-job training as many as they could. Xiao Ruofei was most assured about the raw materials because they had already cooperated with many villages and signed a package agreement with the farmers. The Taoyuan company would provide the seeds and seedlings, and the farmers would plant the medicinal materials. They could only sell them back to the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory at the agreed price. The heart-nourishing soup officially entered the public's attention. Several of the reports were reprinted by some authoritative websites, including Huaxia Medical Network, Huaxia Traditional Chinese Medicine Network, which had the background of the Health and Family Planning Commission. Some reports about Xiao Ruofei were also posted on Weibo, Tianya, and other national platforms. Speaking of which, Xiao Ruofei was still riding on Feng Jing's coattails. her fan group, Static Electricity, was at its most enthusiastic. News about Feng Jing would be posted on Static Electricity's exclusive Tieba, Weibo, WeChat, forums, and other places. In several news photos that day, Feng Jing was sitting next to Xiao Ruofei. One of them was the chairman, and the other was the general manager. Naturally, these fans paid attention to them. Fortunately, autism was not a terminal disease such as cancer or AIDS. The public's awareness of this disease was not that high. Even though society had paid more attention to it in recent years, most people's understanding of autism was still at a very shallow stage. For example, some people only thought that autistic patients were geniuses in a certain aspect. These were all influenced by movies. In fact, this kind of eccentric genius was only a small group of autistic patients. It was called Asperger syndrome. The condition of this group of patients was generally not very serious. They only had slight social disorders. However, the vast majority of autistic patients actually had serious social and language disorders, as well as problems such as stereotyped and repetitive behavior. It was also because of the lack of social awareness that the news of the heart-nourishing soup did not become a particularly hot topic. Of course, this was explosive news in the professional field, as well as in the group of parents of autistic patients. However, this was still only a small group. In addition, Xiao Ruofei was not a beauty like Feng Jing. He did not have a natural advantage. Therefore, although the reports and photos about him also caused a lot of discussion and posts, it was not as spectacular as when Feng Jing was trending on Weibo. Of course, Xiao Ruofei was happy to see this situation. He did not want to be a person who lived in the spotlight, so he tried to keep a low profile during this period. Wonderland Farm's Christmas promotion also ended smoothly. After 3 days, the sales exceeded 280 million Australian dollars, which was much more than Liang Qichao's goal. More importantly, Wonderland Farm's brand had been thoroughly established in Australia, establishing the farm's position in the high-end vegetable industry. After the Christmas promotion ended, the high-end vegetables of Wonderland Farm were restored to their original price in Maya's supermarket. The average price of about 30 Australian dollars was far more than ordinary vegetables, but the sales had always been very good. These good-looking vegetables with excellent taste were loved by the middle class, and the brand awareness was increasing day by day. Even old Master Tang he personally called Xiao Ruofei to discuss the development strategy of Wonderland Farm. At the same time, he once again proposed that Xiao Ruofei cooperate with him to acquire more farms and expand the plantation area. However, Xiao Ruofei still politely declined. On one hand, Xiao Ruofei didn't want to invest more energy overseas for the time being and was still preparing to invest in the domestic market. On the other hand, even if he wanted to enter the overseas market on a large scale, Xiao Ruofei was only willing to invest in the Taoyuan company alone. Wonderland Farm was a special case, and he didn't want his overseas development to follow this model in the future. Tang he had roughly guessed Xiao Ruofei's thoughts last time, so he wasn't too disappointed. He just smiled and said that if Xiao Ruofei had the intention of financing or looking for partners, he should be the first to consider him. For this kind of verbal favor that didn't require any cost, Xiao Ruofei naturally agreed. Liang Qichao quickly sent the seed requirements for the next few months. He led the team to readjust the planting structure of Wonderland Farm to ensure that there was a continuous supply of popular vegetables every month. The key to the sustainable development of Wonderland Farm lay in the seeds. It could be said that the seeds were the lifeline of the farm. Xiao Ruofei also attached great importance to this overseas gold-sucking beast. He immediately contacted the seed company and began to order seeds according to Liang Qichao's requirements. Regarding the seeds, Xiao Ruofei had always handled it personally. The seeds ordered were also sent to his warehouse in the city. After all the seeds were processed in the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei let the company's people handle the relevant procedures and airlift the seeds to Australia. On the weekend, Xiao Ruofei also invited Jiang Liangyu and He Kuan to have a meal. During the meal, Xiao Ruofei gritted his teeth and repeatedly toasted Jiang Liangyu. Jiang Liangyu, who was also from the military, had a good alcohol tolerance, but he couldn't withstand Xiao Ruofei's fierce drinking. In the end, he was drunk and had to be carried back by his secretary. Jiang Liangyu was also careless. As a deputy director, few people dared to force him to drink. He didn't know that Xiao Ruofei didn't care about his identity at all. As soon as he came up, he rushed forward and hit him. Before Jiang Liangyu could react, he was already drunk. Once a person entered a drunken state, they basically didn't need others to persuade them to drink. They would drink by themselves. Even if others tried to persuade them to drink less, they would still be anxious. Therefore, Jiang Liangyu drank until he collapsed without any suspense. He Kuan, who didn't speak on stage that day, escaped the disaster. Although he was drunk, he didn't directly pass out. The next day, Jiang Liangyu gave Xiao Ruofei a call. He smiled bitterly and complained that Xiao Ruofei didn't care about his old bones and made him drunk. Xiao Ruofei complained angrily that Jiang Liangyu's speech that day had caused him to get into all kinds of trouble. In the end, the two shook hands and called it even. Of course, after the meal, Xiao Ruofei and Jiang Liangyu's relationship became much closer. Those who had been in the military knew that many friendships were formed through drinking. After arranging this meal, Xiao Ruofei had a few days of leisure. Soon, it was New Year's Day. Lin Xiao didn't go home this holiday. Xiao Ruofei specially brought Huzi's mother to the farm villa to stay for 2 days. This year's spring festival came earlier, around the middle of January. Therefore, after New Year's Day, all the schools started their winter break. The primary school holidays were a few days earlier than the university holidays. After Nanan's break, Huzi's mother didn't need to be fetched. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei went to the Forestry Bureau's dormitory and helped Huzi's mother pack her things. Then, he sent her to the new house in Deguan Xianxia district. Then, the two of them tidied up the house together, cleaning it both inside and out. It was almost New Year's Day. Huzi's mother also wanted to tidy up everything before Lin Xiao came back. Then, she would have a good New Year's Day in the new house. Xiao Ruofei didn't ask for help, nor did he hire a part-time worker. He rolled up his sleeves and started cleaning. He didn't even let Huzi's mother do some of the climbing work. He finished it himself. After that, Xiao Ruofei drove to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities such as vegetables, rice, oil, and salt that the new house lacked. After making arrangements for Huzi's mother's life here, he accompanied Huzi's mother for a meal in the new house. Xiao Ruofei then left and drove back to the farm. As the company's annual meeting approached, Feng Jing finally finished the 2 proposals that she had been polishing and revising. She immediately went to Xiao Ruofei's office to report. Chairman, I finished the 2 proposals regarding the company's senior management incentive system and the company's structural adjustment that you instructed me to do last time. Feng Jing went straight to the point. Today, I'm here to report to you. Oh? Xiao Ruofei heard her and sat up straight. He said, Sister Jing, you've been staying up a lot lately, right? Thank you for your hard work. Then, Xiao Ruofei stood up and said enthusiastically, Come. Let's talk over tea. He led Feng Jing to the sofa in the guest area and sat down. Then, he started to boil water and make tea. Feng Jing knew Xiao Ruofei very well. She knew his temper and style very well, so she didn't show too much restraint. When Xiao Ruofei was still busy, she said directly, Chairman, considering that this incentive system is mainly for the senior management, I'll report the company's overall structural adjustment plan first. Xiao Ruofei nodded. This was also a reasonable order. After all, after the company's structural adjustment, the composition and number of senior management would be different from now. The incentive system had to be built on the basis of the company's structural adjustment. Feng Jing handed the thick adjustment plan to Xiao Ruofei. She took another one and began to report the plan that she had thought about over the past few days. Ruofei, this plan generally adopts your idea. I mainly made some refinements. Feng Jing said, generally speaking, we will set up 2 separate subsidiaries, Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory and Taoyuan Agricultural Byproducts Company. Both subsidiaries will be wholly owned by the Taoyuan Company. The head office will have 1 president and 2 vice presidents, who will be in charge of the business of the 2 subsidiaries. In addition, we will add an e-commerce department and a director. Considering that although Wonderland Farm has no affiliation with the Taoyuan Company, it is still an industry under your name. Moreover, we will have more and more overseas business in the future, so I suggest that we add an overseas department. At the same time, we will upgrade the administrative department, marketing department, and finance department. The heads of the three departments will be the chief administrative officer, the chief marketing officer, and the chief financial officer of the company. In this way, the company's leadership structure will be clearer. It will be composed of the chairman, president, vice president, and the heads of the three departments. Xiao Ruofei nodded as he listened. He could see that Feng Jing's reorganization plan was basically based on the structure of the company. In fact, although the Taoyuan company had not been changed to Taoyuan Group, according to the current business volume, market share, and company valuation, this was the scale of a company. Feng Jing's plan was obviously very scientific and in line with the rules of management. Feng Jing's plan was very detailed. Not only did it have an overall plan for the company's reorganization, but it also listed the functions and tasks of each department in detail. She even put forward her own suggestions for each new position. For example, she suggested that Chao Taishu be the manager of Taoyuan Agricultural Byproducts Company. The chief marketing officer and chief financial officer were the current marketing director, Xiao Chang, and the finance director, Peng Hao. In addition, the directors of the e-commerce department and the overseas department were also selected from the existing staff. They were Luo Xing, a senior marketing manager who was mainly in charge of the e-commerce business, and Jiang Limei, an old employee of the administrative department who was first recruited into the company. Xiao Ruofei had a better understanding of these two people. Luo Xing was originally the backbone of the marketing department and Xiao Chang's right-hand man. After the Taoyuan company began to plan for the e-commerce business, Luo Xing had been in charge of this work. Jiang Limei was originally a top student at the University of Foreign Trade. Her English was very good, and at the same time, she knew about foreign trade. Now, she was the one who was in contact with Wonderland Farm. When she returned to Hong Kong to prepare for the press conference, Feng Jing had also brought her along. It could be said that these two people had grown up in the Taoyuan company. Now, they had no problem taking charge of things on their own. Xiao Ruofei nodded secretly. It could be seen that Feng Jing had really put in a lot of effort in this plan. Moreover, there were no selfish thoughts. It was just to put the most suitable person in the most suitable position. Xiao Ruofei could not help but secretly rejoice. He had chosen Feng Jing to be the general manager of the company. He was really lucky. I agree with this plan. Xiao Ruofei carefully read the original text of the plan and said, Sister Jing, from today onwards, you can start to prepare for the reorganization. I'm going to announce this plan at the company's annual meeting. The Spring Festival can be considered as a trial period. While straightening out the working relationships, it's also a trial period for these new officials. If everything goes well, we can basically move to the new headquarters in terms of time. When the time comes, we can plan the office area according to the new department's settings. Understood. Feng Jing said straightforwardly. By the way, those few candidates who are going to be promoted, such as Old Chao, Luo Xing, and Jiang Limei, you have to talk to them in advance. Xiao Ruofei said, as for Xiao Chang and Peng Hao, who are going to be promoted to the head of the head office, I'll talk to them personally. Although the Taoyuan company was a purely private enterprise and did not need to organize a formal conversation like the system, as the first and second leaders of the company, it was still necessary to talk to the new officials before they took office. At the same time, it was necessary to make a request. No problem. I'll arrange this work before the annual meeting. Feng Jing then asked, Ruofei, when is it convenient for you? Feng Jing smiled bitterly and said, it's only been a few days. Plus, she's not even in Huaxia. Could it be that you haven't contacted her yet? Xiao Ruofei looked at Feng Jing and asked. Feng Jing nodded embarrassedly, then quickly said, but the headhunting company said that Dong Yun should be coming back to China for the Spring Festival this year. They'll try to arrange for me to meet her. That's fine, it won't hurt to wait a few days. Xiao Ruofei nodded, then realized something. He turned to look at Feng Jing and asked, Sister Jing, you won't be coming back home for the Spring Festival, right? Feng Jing looked a little strange and said, I don't want to go back this year. Plus, the company just started this year, so I'm too busy. Do you have money or not? Go back home for the Spring Festival. Xiao Ruofei said, the company also needs a holiday. Why are you staying at the company during the Spring Festival? Sister Jing, it's most important to go home for the Spring Festival. If you really can't find Dong Yun, we don't have to contact her. Our company is getting better and better, and when the time comes, all the talents will be fighting for it. We don't need one more. Dong Yun is different. She's really strong. Feng Jing said, plus, me staying for the Spring Festival has nothing to do with Dong Yun. I really don't have any plans to go home, how can that be? Xiao Ruofei said, if you don't go back, uncle and auntie will be lonely. Feng Jing glared at Xiao Ruofei and said, why are you so nosy? I'm willing to stay and work overtime, okay? Don't tell me you don't want to pay me 3 times the salary? Am I that stingy? Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, Sister Jing, the Spring Festival is the most important festival in Huaxia. You really don't plan to go home? I've already decided. Ruofei, this matter can't be explained clearly in a short time. In short, don't worry about it. I know what to do. Feng Jing said. Xiao Ruofei asked with a strange expression, Sister Jing. Are you afraid of being forced into marriage? Feng Jing suddenly became angry. She stomped her feet and said, hey. Are you done yet? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, damn. Could it be that I guessed it right away? Sister Jing, is it that serious? Who told you not to go home? This. Uncle and auntie will be very sad. Feng Jing helplessly said, Ruofei, you don't understand my parents. In short, they must be living a good life, so you don't have to worry about them. But, hey. I still have work to report. Do you want to hear it? Feng Jing asked coquettishly. Xiao Ruofei raised his hands and surrendered. He decided not to care about Feng Jing's family matters. However, since Feng Jing was staying for the new year, he also took note of it. When the time came, he would invite her, Huzi's mother, and Lin Qiao to have New Year's Eve dinner with him. In addition, he had to remember to ask the administrative department to prepare more New Year's goods, such as Spring Festival couplets, lanterns, and the like for Feng Jing. She was alone in the company for the new year, so he had to let her feel the warmth of the company. While Xiao Ruofei was thinking about Feng Jing's matter, Feng Jing had already started to report her second plan. Ruofei, I've also drafted a plan for the company's senior executives that you mentioned last time. Feng Jing said, according to the company's reorganization plan, a total of 12 people will enter the ranks of the senior management. You and I will not participate in the bonus, and the positions of the chief administrative officer and 2 vice presidents are vacant. There will be 7 people participating in the bonus, namely the chief marketing officer, the chief financial officer, the director of the overseas business department, the director of the e-commerce business department, the person in charge of the charity fund, and the managers of the 2 branch companies. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, there are still 7 people? I remember that last time, you said to give out 5% of the profit as a bonus. Wouldn't that be too little? If it doesn't work, then add a little more. Since you want to do incentives, you have to be able to greatly promote everyone's enthusiasm. Otherwise, it's better not to do it, lest it backfires. Feng Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, Ruofei, 5% is not a small amount. The financial statements for the past year are still being calculated, but I have the rough numbers. The net profit is about 300 million, so 5% is 15 million. Xiao Ruofei also felt a little surprised and said, last year's profit margin was quite high. I really don't know how you became a boss. Feng Jing couldn't help but complain, and then she explained, it's mainly due to the Yuji ointment. This profiteering project directly increased the profit by a lot. Ruofei, next year, the profit generated by the Yuji ointment will be even higher. In addition, the shad has also started to be sold on the market, and the prospects for the heart-nourishing soup are also very good. So, next year's profit may increase by several times. I suggest that you lower the bonus ratio. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, 5% isn't high. The more profit everyone creates, the more bonus they should get. Feng Jing was silent. This rule was naturally very suitable in other companies, but it wasn't so in the Taoyuan company. Because the core competitiveness of the entire company was undoubtedly Xiao Ruofei. Whether it was the Yuji ointment, the shad, or the highly profitable Dendrobium candidum, caterpillar fungus, peach blossom dehongpo, these were all created by Xiao Ruofei alone. In contrast, the company's administrative team and operation team only did some basic work. In fact, Feng Jing felt that the sense of achievement in working in Xiao Ruofei's company was divided into two aspects. On the one hand, the company she led was thriving, and she created miracles again and again, so the sense of achievement was very high. On the other hand, sometimes this sense of achievement was infinitely weakened, because she often felt that all the results didn't seem to have much to do with her. If it was in other companies, Feng Jing might have already jumped ship. She had never chosen a job based on money. But this was Xiao Ruofei's company. Feng Jing knew that she had unknowingly been bound. As long as Xiao Ruofei wanted her to stay, she definitely wouldn't leave. Feng Jing unconsciously thought a lot. Xiao Ruofei saw that Feng Jing didn't speak, so he thought that she didn't agree with his opinion. He patiently explained, Sister Jing, in fact, 5% of the bonus isn't much. It's like taxes. The more I pay, the more I earn. You know my character. If the company develops well, how can I treat everyone unfairly? Feng Jing came back to her senses. Her cheeks were slightly hot. She smiled uncomfortably and said, Okay, since you insist on this ratio, then I have no objection. Then, Feng Jing opened her own plan and said, Because there aren't enough senior executives this year, I'm thinking of taking a part of the 5% bonus to motivate the ordinary employees who have performed well in their work. After all, these employees are the first generation of entrepreneurs in the company. I agree. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Tell me about your plan. Feng Jing nodded and said, I plan to take out 1% of the profit bonus, which is about 3 million huaxia dollars to motivate the ordinary employees. This is an additional reward on the basis of the year-end bonus. I think the reward range should be limited to 50 people, so that each person can get an additional reward of about 60,000 yuan. Okay. Xiao Ruofei agreed. The annual income of the ordinary employees in the Taoyuan company was about 70,000 to 150,000 yuan after deducting insurance and housing funds. The year-end bonus was about 10,000 to 50,000 yuan. To be able to get an additional 60,000 yuan as a special reward was already very good for the ordinary employees. Moreover, the staff size of the Taoyuan company was only about 200 to 300 people. If the reward range was too large, it would become a general reward and lose the incentive meaning. Therefore, it was more appropriate to limit the reward range to about 50 people. The other 4%, which is about 12 million yuan, will be used to reward the senior executives of the company, including the person in charge of the newly established department after the reorganization, Feng Jing continued. Xiao Ruofei naturally had no objection to this point. Although the newly established department had just been established, the directors of these departments had been responsible for this part of the work in their original jobs. Their actual work was actually equivalent to the director's level, so they should be rewarded. Feng Jing said, Considering that the amount of the bonus will be relatively high, I personally think that we should not repeat the year-end bonus. Xiao Ruofei opened his mouth and instinctively wanted to express his objection, but Feng Jing said first, Ruofei, listen to me. According to the company's previous salary system, the year-end bonus for the senior executives is about 500,000 to 800,000 yuan. If we use the dividend plan, each person can get an average of 1.8 million yuan, which is equivalent to more than twice the year-end bonus. I think the incentive effect is very obvious. It is more appropriate to use this kind of dividend as a form of year-end bonus. Otherwise, if the income gap between the senior executives and the ordinary employees is too obvious, it may not be a good thing. Speaking of this, Feng Jing muttered, In fact, I feel that the gap is already quite big. Xiao Ruofei thought about it and finally nodded and said, Okay, let's do it according to what you said. How are we going to distribute it? Feng Jing had already made a plan for this. She said without hesitation, the chief marketing officer and the chief financial officer will get 2 million yuan each, and the rest of the directors and branch managers will get the same standard, 1.6 million yuan each. What do you think? The CMO and CFO were both company leaders, and the director was a department leader. The branch managers were similar, so it was necessary to have a certain difference in treatment between the two. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, let's tentatively set this plan. Sister Jing, keep it a secret for a few days. I'm going to announce it at the annual meeting and give everyone a surprise. Feng Jing pursed her lips and smiled. She said, no problem. I did all this work myself. Even Lu Qian doesn't know anything about it. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret. Following this, Feng Jing pulled out a thin document and handed it to Xiao Ruofei. Over the past 2 days, I've been thinking about the company's structure. It's mainly related to the salary structure. I'll report it to you as well. Okay. Xiao Ruofei took it and glanced at it. He showed an interested look and said, salary grading system? Feng Jing nodded and said, with the expansion of the company, it is imperative to improve the salary system. The existing salary system is too primitive. The gap between the old employees and the new employees is not obvious, and there is no distinction between technical and administrative staff. Of course, the more important role of setting up a grading system is to establish a career path and promote work enthusiasm. Xiao Ruofei was not a rookie who knew nothing about business. Although he was used to being a hands-off manager, he had been running the Taoyuan company for almost 2 years, so he quickly understood what Feng Jing said. He said with a smile, to be precise, this is the personnel grading system. Feng Jing nodded and said, yes. The benefits of this system are obvious. For example, if we already have a personnel grading system, we only need to define a range of participating levels and then determine the proportion of dividends for different levels of personnel. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, it's a bit interesting. Tell me more about it. Feng Jing said, I've followed the current mainstream salary system and made some adjustments based on the company's current situation. It's mainly divided into 2 categories, technical positions and management positions. They're T and M respectively. Each category is divided into 10 levels. Come on, have some tea and tell me slowly. Xiao Ruofei pushed the brewed tea in front of Feng Jing. Feng Jing took a sip of the tea and continued, T1 and M1 are basically some relatively low-end positions, such as the front desk, reception, cleaning, as well as the primary workers in factories and farms, and so on. There are also fresh graduate students who have just joined the company. T2 and M2 correspond to undergraduate students who have just joined the company. Feng Jing used as concise as possible to introduce the corresponding personnel for each position. According to her design, the M10 was basically the company's chairman alone, while the T10 was similar to the chief scientist. It could be one person, or it could be more than one person. However, this requirement was extremely high. If there was anyone in Taoyuan who was qualified, it would be Xiao Ruofei. As the company's president, she set herself as M9, and so on. The vice president was M8, CMO, CFO, and so on were M7. The department's deputy director and branch company's deputy manager were M6. The technical positions were similar, and the evaluation standard was naturally technical strength. Every level had a corresponding salary standard and benefits. The entry-level T1 and M1 salaries started at 6K, with a yearly salary of 15K and a year-end bonus. Senior executives above level 7 were basically paid an annual salary of 400K, with a yearly salary of 400K, plus a profit bonus. In addition, Feng Jing also formulated a detailed evaluation standard, which would be carried out twice a year. The employee's working years, technical strength, work performance, and so on would be included in the evaluation scope. Each evaluation would determine whether the employee would be promoted, retained, or demoted. Xiao Ruofei listened as he looked at Feng Jing's plan and nodded in his heart. According to the salary comparison table Feng Jing had made, her corresponding annual salary in M9 was only 600,000 yuan, which was about the same as the salary in M8. There was only one CEO in M9, so it was obvious that she had deliberately set her salary low. Feng Jing said, it's not low at all. 600,000 yuan is definitely a high salary in a company of our size. You'll know if you look at the other companies. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Feng Jing and said, you know what I'm talking about. How can it be compared to the other companies? We have to compare horizontally. This salary is only the standard for senior M7 or M8 positions in the company. You're a CEO. Ruofei, my salary is high enough. Besides, most of my income is in dividends. Feng Jing said. A 2% annual dividend is much higher than my salary. Feng Jing held 2% of the company's shares, which was a reward given to her by Xia Ruofei. Based on this year's profit, she could get 6 million yuan in dividends. Xia Ruofei glanced at Feng Jing and said, Sister Jing, do you really think I'm a rookie? You hold 2% of the company's shares, but how can it be the same as dividends? To put it simply, the other executives' dividends were the company's rewards, which were taken out of the profits and distributed to everyone. Feng Jing and Xia Ruofei were shareholders, so naturally, they couldn't get all the profits. If Feng Jing got 6 million yuan, then Xia Ruofei would get more than 200 million yuan. In that case, would the company still have development funds? Moreover, even if all the dividends were distributed, the executive and outstanding employees' bonuses totaled about 15 million yuan, which was taken out of the profits. Therefore, this 15 million yuan would naturally be deducted from Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing's dividends. The two of them would have to bear this 15 million yuan proportionately. Based on this calculation, Feng Jing would get less than 6 million yuan. In fact, at the end of the year, everyone would usually agree on a dividend ratio. For example, 10% of the year's profits would be used as dividends for shareholders, and the rest would be used as the company's working capital. If it was a company that was in a period of rapid development and had a greater need for funds, it was possible that there would be no dividends at all. It was even possible that not only would there be no dividends, but the shareholders would also have to increase the capital proportionally and continue to invest in the company. Therefore, Feng Jing's 2% shares did not mean that she could get 2% of the profits every year. In fact, the money she could get was not much. Of course, her shares were still very valuable. Even if it was valued at around 1 billion yuan, her assets would reach 20 million yuan. In other words, she had become a millionaire after working at the Taoyuan company for more than a year. It's just that this money can't be cashed out. Feng Jing smiled and said, Ruofei, I've taken enough, and I don't need much money. What's the point of saving so much money? Dowry. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Who would complain about having too much money? Feng Jing could not help but glare at Xia Ruofei. This guy really knows how to touch a sore spot. Who didn't know that at the end of the year, single women were most afraid of the topic of marriage? It was as if the whole world was forcing them to get married. Don't talk nonsense. Feng Jing said. A salary of 600,000 yuan is not low. Moreover, you're an M10 employee. The salary is only a symbolic 1 yuan. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, How is that the same? The whole company is mine. Isn't it just a matter of how much the salary is? But I'm also a shareholder of the company. Feng Jing said unhappily. Jingjia, your sense of ownership is very commendable. Xia Ruofei said earnestly, but after all, you're doing practical work. Moreover, once the salary is set, it'll be troublesome to change it in the future. You don't care if it's 100,000 or 200,000 less, but other people care. Don't tell me the other colleagues will always be M6 or M7 employees? In the future, if they perform well in the evaluation or make a significant contribution to the company, they might be able to get M9's salary even if they don't become the president. Although this situation might be very rare, if they can be promoted to this level, they must be extremely outstanding employees. We can't dampen their enthusiasm. This. Feng Jing could not help but hesitate after hearing Xia Ruofei's words. Xia Ruofei struck while the iron was hot. It's settled then. M9's annual salary will be between 800,000 and 1 million yuan, and you'll also enjoy the benefits of profit dividends. Since you have the shares, I'll cancel the dividends for you. However, as a senior M9 employee who has made great contributions to the company's development, your salary will be the upper limit of M9, which is 1 million yuan per year. Do you have any objections, Sister Jing? 1 million. Isn't that too much? Feng Jing could not help but be a little speechless. Compared to the standard she had set before, this was almost double the standard she had set. Not much, not much. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, Not much at all, Sister Jing. I can't wait to give you an annual salary of 10 million yuan to keep a talent like you. No need, I definitely won't leave. Feng Jing blurted out. She did not think about it at all and said it completely subconsciously. After she said it, her face turned red as if Xiao Ruofei had discovered some secret, and she suddenly felt a little guilty. However, Xiao Ruofei did not think of anything else. Instead, he laughed happily. He said, I know. That Sister Jing will definitely not abandon me and the company. That's why I can't treat Sister Jing badly. This 1 million yuan per year salary is settled. When you first joined the company, there wasn't much money. Now that it's profitable, we'll definitely raise your salary, so don't decline. Feng Jing could hear that Xiao Ruofei sincerely wanted to give her a better salary, and her heart felt warm. She nodded lightly and said, all right. As for the M9 salary, I'll go back and revise it. Xiao Ruofei said happily, that's right. You said that I didn't have any objections to the 3 proposals you came up with, except for the M9 salary, which is a small change. Just based on this, you have to give me face, right? Feng Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry. She said, this isn't a child's play. All right, didn't I already agree? Feng Jing's tone was a little doting, and Xiao Ruofei's heart could not help but waver slightly. He could not help but look up at her and see that there was still a faint blush on her delicate face. Her delicate skin seemed even more alluring, and Xiao Ruofei could not help but fall into a daze. Feng Jing felt Xiao Ruofei's gaze, and her heart raced. She quickly got up and said, Ruofei, then I'll go back and revise the proposal. Xiao Ruofei also came back to his senses. He stood up and said, all right. Sister Jing, since we've decided to implement these proposals, then some work has to be done first, especially when it comes to the personnel for the first time. This concerns everyone's vital interests, so it must be carried out strictly according to the standards. Our colleagues in the Human Resources Department have to work harder these few days. If necessary, let them work overtime. I understand. Feng Jing said with a smile. I'll personally follow up on the personnel's work. I'll definitely not allow any malpractice for personal gains. I have absolute confidence in you. With your words, I can sit back and relax. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, oh right, our company's annual meeting is in a few days. I've proposed a few amendments to the proposal that the administrative department reported last time. Let them hurry up and revise it. I still need to take a look. All right. I'll let Lu Qian inform them. Feng Jing said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei also attached great importance to the company's first official annual meeting. For the first time, he took the initiative to ask for a review of the annual meeting's proposal. Therefore, the administrative department naturally attached more importance to it. They specifically pulled out a team to be responsible for the work related to the annual meeting. They also developed a fairly complete plan and reported it to Xiao Ruofei. However, in Xiao Ruofei's view, their thinking was still not broad enough, especially on some key links. Therefore, he wrote a few hundred words on the proposal and then sent it back. Xiao Ruofei personally sent Feng Jing to the office door and gave her enough courtesy. Back in his office, Xiao Ruofei leaned back in his office chair and let out a long sigh. This year was the year that the Taoyuan company developed by leaps and bounds. It could be said that through the accumulation of half a year last year, the company's performance this year had also ushered in a huge explosion, and at the same time, laid a more solid foundation. It could be imagined that the company's business would also show explosive growth next year. At such a juncture, the 3 plans that Feng Jing had personally planned and designed could be said to be quite timely and necessary. Xiao Ruofei believed that as the company's headquarters moved to the city center, and as these 3 plans were implemented one by one, the Taoyuan company's rapid growth would be an irresistible trend. He closed his eyes to rest for a while, and then he heard a soft knock on the door. Xiao Ruofei rubbed his eyes, sat up straight, and said loudly, please come in. The person who came in was the marketing director, Xiao Chang. Feng Jing was very efficient. Xiao Ruofei decided to start the pre-appointment talk today, so when she returned to her office, the first thing she did was to inform Xiao Chang to report. Xiao Chang didn't know why Xiao Ruofei was looking for him. In his impression, this big boss basically didn't care much. Feng Jing was in charge of almost all the company's affairs. Therefore, at this moment, Xiao Chang was still a little nervous. He said carefully, Boss Xia, Manager Feng said that you were looking for me? Xia Ruofei had a gentle smile on his face. He pointed to the chair opposite his desk and said, Director Xiao, please take a seat. Xiao Chang didn't have any personal relationship with him, and today was a very formal pre-appointment talk, so Xia Ruofei naturally wouldn't invite him to make tea. Thank you, Boss Xia. Xiao Chang quickly said. Then, he sat down on the chair opposite Xia Ruofei and looked at Xia Ruofei seriously, pretending to listen. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Director Xiao has been in our company for almost a year, right? Yes. Time flies. Xiao Chang guessed the purpose of Xia Ruofei's visit as he replied. How do you feel in the company? Xia Ruofei still asked with a smile as if they were talking about small matters. Xiao Chang deliberated for a moment, then said, Boss Xia, it feels very good to work here. The company's management is more humane, and it's full of vitality. The company's development momentum is so good, and everyone's work is very comfortable. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Director Xiao has served the company for more than half a year, and the results are obvious to all. Boss Xia, you flatter me. I'm just trying my best to do my job. Xiao Chang quickly said modestly. At this moment, his heart was beating like a drum. Xia Ruofei was so amiable, and the content of the conversation was asking about his years of service, understanding his feelings, and even praising him. According to conventional judgment, it was usually not a good thing to say good things at this time. Could it be that the company wants to kick me out? Xiao Chang couldn't help but panic. Logically speaking, the company's development was so good that almost every department was lacking people. They had to recruit every once in a while, so it was unlikely that they would lay off people at this time. Just as Xiao Chang was worrying about gains and losses, Xia Ruofei asked with a smile, Director Xiao, if the company decides to give you more responsibilities, how do you feel personally? Can you take on more important positions? Xia Ruofei's words were like the sound of nature to Xiao Chang. It was as if he had been wandering around the gates of hell a moment ago, and now he had returned to the clouds. He was a little dizzy. Fortunately, he had been a senior executive for a long time, and his psychological quality was still strong, so he quickly reacted and quickly said, Boss Xia, I'll obey the company's arrangements. This could be considered a standard answer. He couldn't say that he was definitely qualified, right? The leader wouldn't like such an arrogant person. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, To tell you the truth, the company's next step is to adjust its structure and absorb more middle-level backbone into the company's leadership. Manager Feng recommended you to me and thinks that you're more suitable for the position of CMO. A big rock in Xiao Chang's heart finally fell to the ground, and it was replaced by an indescribable ecstasy. CMO, Chief Marketing Officer. Although the scope of his work was basically the same as the current marketing department, he would be in the company's leadership, unlike now when he was just a department director. Moreover, this was the first step of the company's collectivization. He was chosen for the first time to set up a CMO position, instead of hiring people with more experience and higher ability from outside. This also showed the trust the company's leaders had in him. The Taoyuan company's job had high pay and good benefits. Most importantly, the company's development prospects were too good. How could Xiao Chang not be overjoyed to be able to stay in the company and be promoted to a more important leadership position? Thank you, Boss Xia and Manager Feng, for your trust. Xiao Chang suppressed his excitement and quickly expressed his position. I will definitely live up to the company's leaders' expectations and strive to achieve good results in my new position. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Then, he said some encouraging words and made some requirements for Xiao Chang's future work. At the same time, he also emphasized the confidentiality requirement. Before the company's annual meeting, only he could know about this matter and could not spread it around. Xiao Chang's attitude was also quite proper. When Xia Ruofei gave instructions, he quickly took notes with a pen and nodded in response from time to time. Xia Ruofei recognized Xiao Chang's ability and quality. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to Feng Jing's suggestion so readily. When Xiao Chang heard this, he knew that Peng Hao had been appointed as the chief financial officer, which was also the CFO. He couldn't help but feel envious. In fact, Xiao Chang, who came from a famous school, looked down on Peng Hao, who didn't have a high education level. This was also a common problem of elites from famous schools. They looked at people with prejudice. However, Peng Hao was Xiao Ruofei's classmate. His position in the company was very stable, second only to the general manager, Feng Jing. Xiao Chang couldn't be envious of this. He quickly adjusted his attitude, stood up, and said respectfully, "Okay, Boss Xia. I'll inform him right away. Then I'll go down first." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He stood up and said, "President Xiao, do a good job in the future. The company won't mistreat meritorious subjects." Xiao Chang felt a burst of excitement in his heart. He felt flattered. Director Xiao and President Xiao. Although there was only one word difference, the meaning was completely different. The director was the leader of the department, while President Xiao was the leader of the company. Xiao Chang quickly said, Of course. Boss Xia, please wait." After saying that, he quickly bowed slightly to Xiao Ruofei and quickly left the office. He didn't dare to let Xiao Ruofei personally send him out. In fact, Xiao Ruofei was just pretending to get up. He didn't have any intention of sending Xiao Chang out. After Xiao Chang left, Xiao Ruofei took the opportunity to sit down and scribble in his notebook. He mainly wrote down some of his judgments about Xiao Chang through the conversation just now. Now, Xiao Ruofei was becoming more and more like the leader of the company. Even though he was a hands-off boss most of the time, his prestige in the hearts of the employees had never decreased. Even Feng Jing was not as good as him. Soon, Peng Hao knocked on the door and walked into the office. He said, "Boss Xia, are you looking for me?" After more than a year of experience, Peng Hao had also become more mature. He did not feel superior just because he was Xiao Ruofei's classmate. On the contrary, he had always been in a state of vigilance, reminding himself not to be arrogant just because he was pampered, and even more so, not to embarrass Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Fatty, there's no one else in the office. Why do you have to be so formal? Sit, I just want to chat with you." Hearing this, Peng Hao relaxed a lot and sat down in the chair opposite Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei pushed the brewed tea over and said, "Have some tea. Let's talk while drinking." He used a large teacup for receiving guests. After all, today was considered an official pre-appointment talk, and he didn't want to be too casual. The two of them couldn't chat while making kung fu tea. "Ruofei, if there's anything you need, just give me a call," Peng Hao said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Fatty, the main reason I called you over today is to let you know that our company's structure will be adjusted and optimized soon." In general, we will be using the structure of a group company, so the number of people in the company's leadership has also increased. I discussed with Manager Feng, and we have decided that you will be the company's CFO, which is the Chief Financial Officer. After hearing this, Peng Hao couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. His mouth opened slightly, and the smile on his face seemed to have frozen. Obviously, this good news was too sudden for him. Xiao Ruofei found it a little funny. He waved his hand in front of Peng Hao and said, "Hey, come back to your senses." Peng Hao came back to his senses and said, "Ruofei, you're not joking with me, right?" "Nonsense. This is such an important matter. Why would I joke about it?" Xiao Ruofei said snappily, "Why? You don't seem to be very willing?" Peng Hao smiled bitterly and said, "Of course I'm 100% willing, 1000% willing. Who doesn't like to be promoted?" Peng Hao's relationship with Xiao Ruofei was closer, so naturally, he wouldn't be like Xiao Chang, who had to think for a long time before speaking. He also didn't need to figure out the deeper meaning of Xiao Ruofei's words, because Xiao Ruofei definitely wouldn't beat around the bush when speaking to him. Whatever he said would be what it was, and there would be no hidden meaning. Peng Hao then changed the topic and said, "Ruofei, I'm just worried that I'm not capable enough. Will it affect my work? You see, Manager Feng, Director Xiao, and the others all graduated from famous schools, and I'm just a junior college." "I don't like to hear this." "So what if you're a junior college?" Xiao Ruofei said, "Haven't you been doing well for the past year? I don't see any mistakes in your work. Besides, aren't you also self-studying financial and accounting courses?" "That's different my *SS. Xiao Ruofei mercilessly interrupted Peng Hao and said, "According to your theory, then I should be guarding the door." After all, I haven't even gone to university. You're the boss. How can it be the same? Peng Hao said with a smile. Bill Gates, Zuckerberg, and the other big shots all dropped out of university. I think you just don't have confidence. Xiao Ruofei said, isn't it just a CFO? Isn't the work still the same? Would it be more complicated than being the CFO now? Are you afraid of others gossiping? Not entirely. Peng Hao said with a bitter smile, there's also the worry of ability. After all, the company is developing faster and faster, and the scale is getting bigger and bigger. The complexity of the financial work is also increasing geometrically. Kid, water must have entered your brain. Xiao Ruofei said with disappointment, you're the leader. Do you understand? Leave the specific work to the people below. Your responsibility is to steer the ship. Help me take care of the entire finance department. If you think the work is too complicated, then continue to build a strong team. Our company is hiring every 3 to 5 days. Tell me your requirements. Peng Hao said, I understand. Ruofei, don't say anything else. Since you trust me so much, I will definitely take care of the Taoyuan company's money bag. That's right. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, that's the attitude I want from you. Today, I'm not asking for your opinion, I'm just informing you. Kid, don't even think about quitting. Peng Hao was one of Xiao Ruofei's few good friends in high school. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei knew him well and trusted him completely. He had to support such a good brother. Xiao Ruofei didn't want the company to grow bigger and bigger, while his good brothers around him were left behind, including Yi, Lin Yun and the veterans. Peng Hao revealed an excited expression and said, I understand. Ruofei, you don't have to worry about the finance department. Xiao Ruofei nodded with relief and said, if you really feel that your ability is lacking, you can apply for further studies. You can choose any of those famous foreign universities. The company will take care of all your expenses. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely go for further studies. Peng Hao said, but not in the near future. Since the company is going to start restructuring and set up a branch company, the finance department has to be separated from each other. There is too much work. I definitely won't be able to leave for a few months. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, then wait until you have a little more free time. Oh yeah, Xiao Peng, the restructuring of the company is still in a confidential stage. You know it in your heart, but don't spread it. Okay. I will keep it a secret. Peng Hao said. Very soon, Xiao Ruofei ended his conversation with Peng Hao. The two of them were good brothers, so there was no need for him to make any requests or make any hopes. When Peng Hao was about to get up and leave, he suddenly thought of something. So, he sat back down in his seat. He said, Ruofei, Guanping doesn't seem to be very happy in the company recently. Last week, he had a drink with me and complained. Guanping was Xiao Ruofei's classmate who worked as a real estate agent in the second-hand house trading company. When Xiao Ruofei bought the villa on the farm, Guanping did all the relevant procedures for Xiao Ruofei for free. At that time, the landlord of the villa was abroad, so he entrusted a friend in China to act as the agent. Xiao Ruofei still remembered that the agent, Zhao Xueqing, was quite good-looking, and Guanping seemed to be interested in her. Xiao Ruofei also threw an olive branch to Guanping, but at that time, Guanping's job was stable, and the income level of the second-hand house intermediary industry was good, so he didn't take the initiative to ask for a job in the Taoyuan company. Xiao Ruofei also didn't want to keep asking. Later, Xiao Ruofei was busy with the company's affairs, so they didn't have as much contact as before. But according to Peng Hao's words, he still had a lot of contact with Guanping. Because when they were in school, Xiao Ruofei, Peng Hao, and Guanping were the closest. For Xiao Ruofei, only Peng Hao and Guanping kept in touch after graduation. Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly and said, this guy never told me. Does he still treat me as a brother? Peng Hao smiled and said, you can't blame Guanping. You're usually too busy and often run around. Even I rarely get to see you in the company. Maybe he didn't want to bother you. Bull*T. Xiao Ruofei said, I think this guy is treating me as an outsider. Later, you can arrange for the three of us to have a meal together. I have to scold him. Okay. Peng Hao said, I will try to arrange for everyone to get together before the new year, just the three of us. Peng Hao knew that as long as he mentioned it, Xiao Ruofei would definitely take this matter to heart. At that time, he wouldn't need to say anything. Xiao Ruofei would naturally come forward to help Guanping. The Taoyuan company was developing so rapidly that there were many positions lacking people. Guanping and Xiao Ruofei were such good friends, plus his ability wasn't weak. It was very suitable for him to be in a sales position in the Taoyuan company. Okay. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, let me know the time when it's decided. I will arrange the place. Understood. Peng Hao nodded and said, then I will leave first. After that, Peng Hao got up and left Xiao Ruofei's office. In the next few days, the personnel department of the Taoyuan company began to get busy. They began to formulate various evaluation forms, and then went down to various departments, farms, and pharmaceutical factories for personnel evaluation. At the same time, there was a group of people working overtime to check everyone's files. From time to time, someone would receive a notice that they needed to check the information or supplement the information. The people below were also talking about it. Some said that it was to prepare for the year-end bonus, some said that it was to promote a group of people to middle-level leadership positions. In short, there were all kinds of guesses. However, most of the guesses were on the positive side. After all, the company was developing so well, the employees were working hard, and the internal atmosphere was very harmonious. At this time, it was generally unlikely that there would be layoffs or other negative news. Xiao Ruofei, Feng Jing, and the others also knew about the discussions below. However, as long as it did not affect the normal work order, Xiao Ruofei and the others did not interfere. In fact, Xiao Cheng, Peng Hao, and a few people who were going to be promoted to the director of the new department and the leader of the branch company were all aware of the company's possible next actions. However, they were all asked to keep it a secret, so they could not reveal it to the people below. They only asked everyone to work in peace and not be distracted by these things. Time passed in a flash, and it was soon the little new year. The Taoyuan Company's annual meeting was held as scheduled in the Grand Banquet Hall on the third floor of the Shangri-La Hotel. Other than the necessary personnel on duty and the workers in the pharmaceutical factory to ensure the operation of the production line, most of the Taoyuan Company's employees came to attend the annual meeting. There were more than 20 tables in this Grand Banquet Hall. Of course, those employees who could not attend could also receive a number while enjoying high overtime pay. They could also enjoy the lottery benefits in the annual meeting. As for whether they could win the big prize or only the general prize, that would depend on their luck. The banquet hall had been decorated in advance. There were many logos of the Taoyuan Company. There was also a huge spray-painted background board on the stage. Other than the logos of the Taoyuan Company and the images of some of its main products, there was also a line of eye-catching words, the Taoyuan Company's annual meeting. The company's executives were all dressed to the nines. Xiao Ruofei had also changed into a custom-made suit that was only worn on formal occasions. His well-proportioned and muscular figure was set off by the custom-made suit that was extremely exquisite in every detail, making him look even more outstanding. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, the employees began to enter the venue one after another. Before everyone entered the venue, they would receive a lottery ticket. When they entered the venue, the ticket had already been put into the lottery box. Tonight's annual meeting had a lot of lottery segments. Although no one knew what the specific prizes were, everyone knew that Xiao Ruofei was a very generous boss. The prizes for the company's first annual meeting would definitely not be shabby. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to it. After they sat down, they looked around, greeted familiar people, and whispered to each other. Xiao Ruofei also mingled with the employees. He smiled and nodded to greet them from time to time. Before the annual meeting started, the banquet hall was filled with a happy atmosphere. Xiao Ruofei was whispering to Feng Jing when a few more people walked in from the entrance of the banquet hall. Xiao Ruofei saw Luo Xing, who was about to be promoted to director of the e-commerce department, walk into the banquet hall with someone else. This person was Lin Xiao. Once she entered, her eyes found Xiao Ruofei. She smiled sweetly at Xiao Ruofei, and there was a hint of pride in her smile. Xiao Ruofei was stunned. Didn't Xiaoer say that she would be back tomorrow? Why was she back at Sanshan tonight, and even at the company's annual meeting, Feng Jing seemed to have known that Lin Xiao would come. She saw Xiao Ruofei's stunned expression, so she nudged Xiao Ruofei and said, "Chairman, why are you still standing there? Why aren't you going to welcome them?" Xiao Ruofei turned to look at Feng Jing and asked, "What's going on? Do you think I'm the only one who doesn't know about your little tricks?" While Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing were talking, Lin Xiao and Luo Xing walked over. Lin Xiao heard Xiao Ruofei's words, so she pursed her lips and smiled. She said coquettishly, "Bro Ruofei, what are you talking about? I'm considered half an employee of the Taoyuan company, right? Don't tell me I'm not qualified to attend the annual meeting?" Xiao Ruofei said unhappily, "That's not what I'm talking about. You little girl. Didn't you send me a WeChat message a few days ago, saying that you're going back to Sanxian tomorrow morning? Can you explain why you're at Sanxian now? I really didn't believe you." Feng Jing laughed and said, "Chairman, Lin Xiao and I discussed this. We just wanted to give you a surprise." Lin Xiao also laughed and said, "Bro Ruofei, I didn't lie to you. I couldn't get a high-speed train ticket back today, and I booked a ticket for tomorrow morning. She said that it's the company's annual meeting today, and it would be a pity if I couldn't attend. She had a friend who was driving back to Sanxian from Heron Island, and she gave me a lift. If you don't believe me, I can show you the ticket refund records." Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "No need, no need. You guys kept me in the dark for a long time. You guys did a good job keeping it a secret." Lin Xiao stuck her tongue out and said, "Manager Feng told me not to tell you in advance, and then suddenly appear in front of you, and he wanted to see if you'd be shocked." Feng Jing couldn't help but say something. "Comms to be honest. How can you sell me out so easily?" Xiao Ruofei said, all right. You two don't have to echo each other. The annual meeting is starting soon. Xiaoer, find a place to sit." Luo Xing quickly said, "Boss Xia, we've arranged everything. Lin Xiao is very close to the colleagues in the e-commerce department. Let her sit with us." Xiao Ruofei looked at Luo Xing and said, "That means you also knew that Xiaoer was coming back today?" Luo Xing scratched his head embarrassedly and laughed. Xiao Ruofei said, all right. Bring Xiaoer over." Lin Xiao laughed and said, "I know. Bro Ruofei, you can't be angry at Manager Feng and Manager Luo. Now you know how to be a good person?" Xiao Ruofei glanced at Lin Xiao and said, "I want to punish Manager Feng and Luo Xing." Feng Jing couldn't help but laugh and said, "All right. You're such a big boss, why are you fighting with a little girl? Lin Xiao, don't mind your brother. Go with Luo Xing." "All right," Lin Xiao said as she winked at Feng Jing. Then she giggled and looked at Xiao Ruofei before following Luo Xing to the e-commerce department. Almost all the employees had arrived. At this time, the warm-up music gradually died down. As tonight's MC, Lu Qian walked up the stage in her evening gown with a smile. Lu Qian was also a multi-talented girl. In university, she had hosted the campus singing competition, freshman welcoming party, graduation party, etc. So, after discussing with Xiao Ruofei, Feng Jing decided to let her be the MC. When Lu Qian walked up the stage, the employees slowly quieted down. No matter if they were chatting or playing with their phones, they all stopped and focused on the stage. It was obvious that the Taoyuan company's employees had good discipline. Lu Qian held the microphone and said with a smile, "Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Taoyuan company's annual party. I am tonight's MC, Lu Qian." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a warm applause from the audience. Several young people who were familiar with Lu Qian in the company's headquarters even screamed. Lu Qian improvised and said, "Yo. Why are there people jeering? Don't hide, I'm talking about you. Xiang. Do you still want to win the lottery later?" Everyone suddenly burst into laughter. Xiang, who was called out by Lu Qian, also pretended to be very scared. He kept bowing and bowing. Lu Qian laughed and then immediately went back to the topic. She said, "Tonight, the Taoyuan company's employees are gathered here. Everyone has worked hard for a year. Today, Boss Xia, President Feng, let's celebrate the new year together. They have also prepared very generous prizes for everyone, which will be given out in many lucky draws tonight. And Boss Xia will also announce a number of important decisions, which are related to everyone's interests. When everyone heard this, their interest was greatly increased. They all pricked up their ears and looked at Lu Qian intently, for fear of missing something important. Unexpectedly, Lu Qian said with a smile, "Don't look at me like that. Actually, I don't know what the specific prizes are, and I don't know what important news Boss Xia is going to announce. Every word I said was written on the cue card. I want to know what the specific content is more than any of you." When the employees heard this, they all burst into laughter, and the tense atmosphere suddenly became relaxed again. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He found that Lu Qian was really suitable to host such an annual party. She was very relaxed on stage and was very good at adjusting the rhythm. Lu Qian continued, "In order to prepare for tonight's annual party, colleagues in all departments of the company have carefully prepared programs. Everyone can enjoy the wonderful programs of their colleagues while tasting the delicious food. Now, let's first invite the employees of the pharmaceutical factory to perform the silly dance for us." Amidst the applause, 10 employees of the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory walked onto the stage. They were wearing the uniforms of the pharmaceutical factory, but when the magical song Panama sounded, the 10 employees immediately danced in unison. This song was sung by a Romanian singer. Recently, someone had choreographed a dance on the internet, filmed it, and posted it on some short video platforms. Soon, it became popular all over the internet. The rhythm of Silly was very light, the dance was very simple, and the melody was full of magic. It could be said that it was suitable for all ages. Without any suspense, it became the new generation's divine song. It could be seen that the employees of the pharmaceutical factory had rehearsed seriously. Although their expressions were a little reserved, their dance movements were very accurate, and the beats were very accurate, so their movements were quite neat. After a dance, the atmosphere of the annual party became more enthusiastic. At this time, Lu Qian also came onto the stage and asked the lead dancer, who was about to leave, to stay. Lu Qian did a small impromptu interview on the spot. The lead dancer was called Xianxia, who was born in the 90s. Today's program was first learned on the internet, then taught to her colleagues, and rehearsed with them. Lu Qian left Xianxia on the stage, then said with a smile, "Colleagues, today's first lucky draw is here. I suggest that Xianxia draw for everyone. What do you think?" "Okay. No problem. Beauty, you must draw me." The employees answered one after another, and they all began to look forward to it. Lu Qian blinked and said, "I finally got a new cue card. Let's see what the first prize is." As she spoke, she slowly opened the cue card, and there was a very nervous look on her face. This scene couldn't help but make everyone laugh. Everyone knew that even if Lu Qian didn't know what Xia Ruofei was going to announce, as the host of the party, it was impossible for her not to know what the specific prize was. Lu Qian was just acting to adjust the atmosphere. Although her acting was a bit exaggerated, everyone was very happy to see it. After Lu Qian glanced at it, she quickly closed the cue card and said, "The first prize to be drawn is the 6th prize of tonight's annual party. There are a total of 50 winners. We will ask Xianxia to draw 10 lucky winners first." "Oh. I think I forgot to see what the prize is," Lu Qian said as she patted her head. Everyone burst into laughter. Several employees who were more familiar with Lu Qian couldn't help but jeer. "Lu Qian, you are such a drama queen. You are addicted to acting." "Assistant Lu. Stop acting. Your mom is asking you to go home for dinner." Ha ha ha, Lu Qian wasn't affected at all. She carefully opened the cue card, glanced at it quickly, and said, "It's amazing. It's just a 6th class prize, but there is actually a Jingbei Mall e-card worth 3,000 yuan. Then, the 5th prize, the 4th prize, the 3rd prize, and even the special prize. What will it be? I'm really looking forward to it." After Lu Qian revealed the answer, the employees were also very excited. The Jingbei Mall e-card was actually a shopping card that could be used in full in Jingbei Mall. Jingbei Mall was already the 2nd largest e-commerce transaction. There were a lot of products, especially the self-operated part. Not only was the logistics fast and the quality good, but the after-sales quality was also very high. Therefore, this 3,000 yuan Jingbei Mall e-card was worth 3,000 yuan. This was only a 6th class prize, and there were 50 winners directly. It was definitely a big deal. The entire Taoyuan company only had more than 300 people. Lu Qian personally took the lottery box and placed it on the small platform in the center of the stage. Then, she said to Jiang Shaowan, "Shaowan, please help us draw 10 lottery tickets." Jiang Shaowan nodded and nervously reached into the lottery box. After stirring it a few times, she pulled out a lottery ticket and put it on the tray next to the lottery box. Then, she did the same thing. Before each draw, she would first stir up the lottery tickets in the box. Soon, all 10 lottery tickets were drawn. "Okay, let's thank Shaowan again with warm applause," Lu Qian said. Jiang Shaowan went down the stage amidst everyone's applause, and Lu Qian began to announce the winning lottery numbers. Number 012. Number 213. Number 162. As Lu Qian announced the winning numbers, she showed the lottery ticket in her hand to the camera. The camera gave a close-up, so everyone could clearly see the lottery ticket numbers through the big screen. The employees whose numbers were called walked up to the stage happily. In the first batch of 10 6th-class prizes, 8 employees were present, and 2 of the winning employees were on duty at the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory. In terms of probability, this was also a more reasonable result. Lu Qian also specially set up a live connection segment. She started a video connection with the winning employees outside the venue. Everyone interacted with each other inside and outside the venue. The winning worker was also very surprised. When he heard that he had won a 3,000 yuan e-card, he thought that he had won the annual meeting grand prize. He was quite excited, and the employees who knew the situation couldn't help but laugh. Later, when the worker learned that his 3,000 yuan e-card was only a 6th-class prize, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he quickly reacted. If the 6th-class prize was a 3,000 yuan e-card, then the grand prize would be even better. So, he quickly expressed his gratitude to the company's leaders. After the connection ended, the second program immediately began. This was a female chorus brought by the beauties of the marketing department, and it also won the hall. After the performance, Lu Qian kept one of the employees as usual and started the second lucky draw. In the second round of the lucky draw, we will first draw 10 6th-class prizes with 3,000 yuan e-cards, and 5 5th-class prizes. There are a total of 20 5th-class prizes, and they will be drawn in batches. This year's annual meeting's lucky draw was the highlight. After many discussions, the team in charge of the annual meeting's preparation finally decided not to use the usual procedure of starting from the lowest prize and drawing all the prizes in one go. This was because it would lead to a large number of winners at the beginning, but the attractiveness would be relatively low. When it came to the grand prize, although the attractiveness of the prize would be great, the probability of winning would be very low, causing everyone's psychological gap. So, after discussion, the final plan was to draw all kinds of prizes interspersed, roughly following the order from low to high. Thus, the arrangement just now was made. Lu Mimi will draw the second batch of 10 6th-class prizes for us, and then we will ask Manager Luo of the e-commerce department to draw the first batch of 5 5th-class prizes for us. Lu Qian said, "Let's invite Manager Luo to come on stage." After Luo Xing went on stage, he went straight to Lu Qian, reached for her microphone, and said, "Chief Assistant Lu, on behalf of the colleagues below the stage, I'd like to ask, what is this 5th-class prize that you've been talking about for so long?" Lu Qian froze for a moment, then said cutely, "I didn't say it just now?" Everyone suddenly roared with laughter. Lu Qian purposely paused for a moment and quickly looked at the cue cards in her hand. Then, she said in an exaggerated tone, 25th prize winners are actually 5,000 renminbi with a Beijing Mall e-card. This was too extravagant. I can't wait for the big prizes. Let me win the 5th prize. Lu Qian's funny tone made everyone laugh. At the same time, they were looking forward to the lucky draw even more. Just as Lu Qian said, the attraction of the 5th prize was already very big. It was a whole 5,000 yuan e-card, and there were 20 slots. The probability of winning was quite high. The employees who didn't win before also began to hope that they would be lucky. After all, there were only 10 6th prize winners. There were still 46th prize winners with 3,000 renminbi e-cards and 25th prize winners with 5,000 renminbi e-cards. There were even bigger prizes waiting for them later. Lu Qian quickly asked the female employee surnamed Lu to draw 10 sixth prize winners. However, she didn't announce it immediately. Instead, she put the vouchers on the tray and continued to ask Luo Xing to draw 5 fifth prize winners. After the lucky draw, Lu Qian expressed her gratitude to the two of them and asked them to take a seat. Then, she began to announce the winners of the two prizes. This time, she didn't keep them in suspense. After all, there were still many parts of the annual meeting. It was okay to occasionally adjust the atmosphere. Otherwise, the rhythm would be a little slow. Every time Lu Qian announced a number, the camera would give a close-up of the voucher. Everyone could clearly see the number on the voucher on the big screen. Out of the 10 sixth prize winners, 9 were won by the employees in the venue. The 5 fifth prize winners were all won by the employees in the venue. Xiao Ruofei sat at table 1 and said to Feng Jing with a smile, "Director Feng, it seems that the employees who didn't come didn't have much luck." Feng Jing said with a smile, "The big prizes are at the back. I also hope that the employees who are on duty or working overtime today can win more prizes. They have worked too hard." Xiao Ruofei nodded in agreement as he watched the employees happily go on stage to receive their prizes. The e-cards for the two prizes were specially made physical cards. After the card was scratched, it could be recharged to any Jingbei Mall account. The cards were also printed with the Taoyuan Company's logo. The e-cards for different amounts were the same, but the colors were different. The Taoyuan Company and Jingbei Mall had close cooperation. It was easy to customize a special e-card. The annual meeting continued. In the third lucky draw, 26th prize winners were chosen, which was 3,000 renminbi e-cards. Another 17 employees in the venue won, and only 3 of the employees who didn't come won. The pace of the annual meeting was very fast. Not only were there snacks such as peanuts and melon seeds, but there were also Western dishes such as steak, foie gras and foie gras. Although it was a combination, there was one Western food, steak, foie gras, one person, one. Every department had meticulously prepared a small program, and the larger departments with more employees had even prepared multiple programs. And there was a lucky draw round after round. Draw. In the fourth round of the lottery, the last 10 sixth prize winners and 5 fifth prize winners were selected. After the end of the next round of performances, the fourth prize was finally announced. Lu Qian said excitedly, "Dear colleagues, the fourth prize is the latest iPhone 8. There are a total of 15 places. If I had known, I wouldn't have prayed for a prize. I wanted to change my phone long ago." Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Lu Qian would pray during every round of lucky draw. In the last round, her prayers really came true. She won the 5,000 renminbi e-card. In this round, the remaining 10 winners of the 5,000 renminbi e-card and 5 winners of the iPhone 8 were chosen. Just as Lu Qian announced the winning numbers, Xiao Ruofei heard an exclamation from the side behind him. "Ah! I won the prize?" It was Lin Xiao's voice. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but look back. He saw Lin Xiao waving her lottery ticket embarrassedly and saying, "I'm number 169. I think I won the iPhone 8. Luo Xing laughed and said, "Lin Xiao's luck is really good. Hurry up and go on stage to receive your prize." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect this girl's luck to be so good. The probability of drawing 15 out of 300 people wasn't high, but she actually won the prize. Lin Xiao said embarrassedly, "This isn't very good. I'm just here to join in the fun. Besides, I'm not an employee of the company. It's a bit against the rules for me to win the prize." Luo Xing said, "Who dares to say that you're not an employee of the company? You did so many things for the company during the summer vacation and only received a little internship allowance. Basically, it's all unpaid work." The other employees of the e-commerce department all agreed and urged Lin Xiao to go on stage to receive her prize. Although these employees didn't know that the e-commerce department was going to be an independent department, they usually worked together, so they all sat at 1 or 2 tables nearby. They were all colleagues who were very familiar with Lin Xiao. Xiao Ruofei also turned around and smiled. Shower, don't let the host wait for too long. Go up and receive your prize. Lin Xiao's pretty face blushed slightly and said, Bro Ruofei, I have an iPhone. I don't need it. Why don't we let them pick another prize? Yours is from the previous generation. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, this prize is the latest one. Its performance has been enhanced a lot. Go and receive your prize. Oh. Lin Xiao stuck out her tongue and walked up to the stage with a red face amidst everyone's kind laughter. She received her prize with a few other lucky employees. Bro Ruofei, why don't I give this phone to you? Lin Xiao stopped when she passed by Xiao Ruofei's table and said, my phone is still very new. I don't need to change it, I don't need it either. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I think you should use a new phone. Give the one you used before to godmother. You can also teach her how to surf the internet and how to video chat. I think it's necessary for her to change to a smartphone. That way, she can video chat with you when she misses you in the future. Lin Xiao thought that Xiao Ruofei's suggestion was good, so she smiled and said, okay then. I'll listen to you. The annual meeting continued and the lucky draw came one after another. Everyone was nervous and excited. The employees who had already won the prize before were also laughing and watching the fun. They were paying attention to whether their colleagues had won the prize. After the 15 iPhone 8s, the third prize was 10 iMac laptops. The value of the prize had reached more than 10,000 yuan. Feng Jing was right. For the next few prizes, the winning rate of the employees outside the venue increased. Out of the 10 iMac laptops, 5 of them were won by the employees outside the venue. The number of employees who came to the venue was almost twice as many as the employees who were not present. Half of the third prize was won by the employees outside the venue. This probability was very high. After all the third prizes were given out, Lu Qian returned to the stage. She looked at the employees in the banquet hall with a smile and said, colleagues, I think the atmosphere of the annual meeting is very lively now. Let's add fuel to the fire. Let's welcome the chairman of the company, Mr. Xiao Ruofei. Boss Xiao will personally give everyone a show. As soon as Lu Qian's voice fell, there was a thunderous applause in the venue, accompanied by screams, as if a big star had appeared. Xiao Ruofei stood up with a smile, tidied up his suit, button to button, and then walked to the stage and took the microphone from Lu Qian. Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything. He just nodded slightly to the staff in charge of the sound mixer. A beautiful folk song melody sounded. Xiao Ruofei slowly put the microphone to his mouth, and the expression on his face became extremely calm. Mother sat in front of the door humming flowers and young men. Although many years have passed, I still remember her tears. This was a folk song from Suwei that everyone was familiar with. Xiao Ruofei's voice was slightly low. It was a bit similar to Suwei's voice, but it wasn't a complete imitation. Especially after he cultivated the great Dao technique, his voice naturally became more moving. It was just like how his appearance was not considered handsome, but it made people feel very comfortable when they looked at him. Everyone was unconsciously attracted by Xiao Ruofei's singing. Soon, it came to the chorus. Xiao Ruofei, who had been singing in a low voice, suddenly raised his voice a lot. Life is more than the grind in front of you. There are also poems and distant fields. You came to the world barehanded, desperate to find the sea. I'm walking away alone. There's a young man under my knees. The young man grows up day by day. One day I'll leave home. When Xiao Ruofei sang this part, Feng Jing and Lin Xiao in the audience felt their hearts tremble at the same time, as if they had seen a picture of the future. Their hearts involuntarily beat faster, and their minds went wild. It wasn't until the end of the song and the staff warmly applauded that the two came back to their senses, with a touch of blush on their faces. This song had mixed reviews on the internet. The main complaints were because of the lyrics, and many people began to make fun of it. For example, life was not only about the immediate, but also about the long term. But it was undeniable that this song still had a positive meaning, and Xiao Ruofei's interpretation was very successful. Everyone applauded for a long time, not because of his identity as the chairman, but because of the applause from the heart. Xiao Ruofei waited for the applause to subside a little, then said with a smile, "This song is for all of our colleagues. I also hope that we can accompany each other all the way and walk together to the distance that belongs to our Taoyuan company." "Thank you, Boss Xia." You said it so well. Lu Qian said. Then she showed a sweet smile and said, next, we will invite Boss Xia to draw 5-second prizes for us. Of course, before that, I have to, Lu Qian, if you continue to keep us in suspense, you will make everyone angry. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, so I decided not to give you this chance. I will personally announce the second prize. Haha. Finally, someone can control her. Boss Xia, well done. The staff were also cheering. Lu Qian pretended to be wronged and said, Chairman. Aren't I doing this for the effect of the show? After saying that, she immediately smiled sweetly and said, Director Xia, then please tell everyone what our second prize is tonight. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, okay. I believe everyone has seen the special glass room next to the stage, right? There was a small glass room quietly standing next to the stage, which was a bit like a bathroom's shower room. Everyone had already noticed it as soon as they entered the banquet hall, and many of them guessed what it was for. Now that Xiao Ruofei mentioned it, it seemed that the second prize had something to do with this glass room. The staff began to make guesses. Xiao Ruofei did not keep them in suspense and said directly, our second prize will be given cash directly, but how much you can get depends on your own ability. Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei pointed to the glass room and said, the colleagues who are selected will get a chance to enter the glass room to fish for money. We will put in at least 150,000 yuan in cash, and the colleague who wins the prize will have to use a net bag. However much money he gets in 30 seconds will be his. Wow. Awesome. Boss Xia is indeed not short of money. This award is interesting. The staff spontaneously applauded. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, this award is purely about money, and there will not be a blower or anything like that inside. The net bag will definitely not leak. In short, there are no tricks. How much you get depends on your own skill. Everyone laughed, and a bolder staff said, Boss Xia, hurry up and draw the prize. We can't wait. May God bless me and let me win. I was wondering why I hadn't won a prize before. It turns out that this award was waiting for me. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, let's stop talking and start drawing the prize. Lu Qian, bring the prize box over. Coming. Lu Qian carried the prize box and walked quickly to the center of the stage. Xiao Ruofei took the prize box and shook it a few times. Then, he reached in and stirred it a few times before he drew a ticket. Xiao Ruofei pretended to hand the ticket to Lu Qian. Just as Lu Qian reached out her hand, Xiao Ruofei retracted his hand. I've decided to announce the winning number myself. Xiao Ruofei said with a grin. Seeing that Lu Qian, who had been keeping everyone in suspense the whole night, was being played by Xiao Ruofei, the staff found it particularly funny. Lu Qian also cooperated and said with an aggrieved expression, Boss Xia, if you don't want to give me the ticket, can you not reach your hand out to me? Xiao Ruofei blinked and said innocently, I just wanted to raise my hand to see what time it was, ha ha ha. The staff couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into laughter. After making a small joke, Xiao Ruofei returned to the main topic. He switched the prize ticket to his left hand, reached in with his right hand, and stirred a few times to draw a second ticket. Then, the third, fourth, and fifth tickets. Number 33. Number 8, Xiao Ruofei started to announce the number of the winning voucher. From time to time, there would be cheers from the audience. The employees who had won the prize were so excited that their faces turned red. Their colleagues at the same table also cheered for them to treat them. The atmosphere was lively. However, when Xiao Ruofei finished announcing the fourth number and picked up the fifth voucher, he stopped with a strange expression on his face. Everyone was confused. At first, they thought that Xiao Ruofei was trying to keep them in suspense like Lu Qian. The cameraman was still working faithfully. Even though Xiao Ruofei was stuck, the close-up of the voucher was quickly transmitted to the big screen. Everyone naturally turned their gazes to the big screen. At first, there was silence. A few seconds later, they burst into laughter in unison. There was a number printed on the voucher, number 1. Everyone knew that the number 1 voucher corresponded to Xiao Ruofei and the number 2 voucher corresponded to Feng Jing. It turned out that Xiao Ruofei had drawn him by coincidence just now, no wonder he looked like he had seen a ghost. There were hundreds of vouchers in the lottery box, but he actually drew his own number. This was too much of a coincidence. Xiao Ruofei's mind spun quickly. Then, he smiled and said, everyone can see that the last winner of the second prize is myself. I will abide by the rules of the game. I will be the last to go in and get the money. The employees laughed knowingly. Indeed, according to the rules, Xiao Ruofei was also a member of the annual meeting. In theory, even if he won the special prize, he could still receive the prize. Therefore, no one felt that there was anything wrong with it. Even if Xiao Ruofei had drawn himself, no one would think that there was anything shady about it. A big boss like Xiao Ruofei was not short of money. Furthermore, judging from the quality of the banquet and the prizes, this annual party would cost at least several million yuan. With so much money given out, how could Xiao Ruofei cheat on a prize that was worth at most tens of thousands of yuan? Moreover, the annual meeting was just for fun. The chairman, who was usually elusive, would personally enter the glass room to fish for money. This was a rare spectacle. The employees were all looking forward to it. Several other lucky winners also came up to the stage. Among the 4 lucky winners, one of them was a worker working on the pharmaceutical factory's production line. Just now, the staff had contacted this worker and told him that he had won the lottery. He had also appointed a co-worker on the scene to take his place. The 3 winning employees and the representative of one winning employee came to the stage and stood beside Xiao Ruofei. Their expressions were somewhat reserved, but at the same time, they couldn't suppress their excitement and anticipation. Xiao Ruofei smiled gently and said, everyone, don't be nervous. In a while, according to the order of winning the lottery, everyone will go in to fish for money. Then, Xiao Ruofei said, however much the first winning employee gets, we will immediately add in the same amount of cash to ensure that everyone plays the game under the same conditions. Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei gestured to the staff on the side of the stage. The staff of the finance department immediately took 15 stacks of 100 yuan bills and walked up to the stage. These were new banknotes that were specially taken out from the bank today. Each stack was worth 10,000 yuan. The staff of the finance department opened all 15 stacks of banknotes on the stage in front of everyone and scattered them in the glass room. After a while, the floor of the glass room was covered with a layer of red 100 yuan bills. It looked very visually impactful. The cameraman even specially gave a close-up. The employees who didn't win the lottery were very envious. However, this was only the second prize. Generally speaking, there was the first prize and the special prize. According to the rules, these 2 prizes were definitely bigger. Although the probability of winning the lottery was a bit low, there was still hope for everyone. As for the employees who had already won the lottery, they had the mentality of watching a show. They were very relaxed as they looked at the stage. Xiao Ruofei said to the first winning employee, you can go in now. The rules are very simple. The time limit is 30 seconds. After you go in, you can't use any part of your body to touch the banknotes. The banknotes under your feet don't count. When the time is up, however much money there is in the net will belong to you. Do you understand? Understood. The employee said excitedly. Go in. The winning employee took the long-handled net from the staff and walked into the glass room. This was an ordinary net used to fish. The hole was quite big. The company didn't play any tricks on this. Xiao Ruofei personally became the referee. Time, start. A 30-second countdown suddenly appeared on the big screen. The winning employee immediately began to fish for money with the net in a hurry. Come on. Come on. Move faster. There's more money on your left. The employees below the stage all cheered for the winning employee. Today, the finance department prepared new banknotes, so they were relatively smooth. In addition, these banknotes were spread out very widely. The opening of the net was still a little thick. Therefore, in the first few seconds, although the employee was in a hurry, he only caught a few banknotes. Everyone below the stage was laughing and cheering. The atmosphere was quite warm. The winning employee quickly came to his senses. He wasn't in a hurry to fish for money directly. Instead, he used the net to push the money together. After increasing the thickness, the effect was much better than before. Through the close-up shot taken by the photographer outside the glass room, everyone could clearly see that the thick stack of banknotes had been successfully caught. Although these banknotes were piled up messily and took up a little space, this stack of banknotes was at least a few thousand yuan. The employee continued to push the money together. In the process, he would use the net bag, so his movements were a little bigger. Some of the money that he had scooped up earlier fell out of the net bag again. This scene made everyone laugh out loud. Soon, the countdown reached the last few seconds. Everyone saw that the employee was still sparing no effort to get the money and hurriedly reminded him loudly. The winning employee also realized that there wasn't much time left. He hurriedly used the net to fish as much banknotes as possible. Time's up. Stop. Xiao Ruofei loudly announced when the countdown reached 0 seconds. The employee was also very obedient. He immediately stopped what he was doing. The glass room was transparent on all sides, and there was a camera recording the whole process. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he naturally wouldn't violate the rules just to get 1 or 2 more banknotes. The finance staff took the net from him and took it to the center of the stage to count. Although it was only a short 30 seconds, the winning employee was sweating profusely. His carefully groomed hair was all messed up, and he looked a little embarrassed. Everyone thought it was a little funny, but when they saw the large stack of banknotes under the camera's close-up, they felt incomparably envious. Of course, when the employees thought that Xiao Ruofei would personally come down in a moment, they were even more expectant. Everyone had a trace of malice in their hearts. I don't know if the chairman will be so embarrassed later. Soon, the finance staff counted the banknotes. There were a total of 236 banknotes, which was 23,600 yuan. Xiao Ruofei personally handed the banknotes to the winning employee. There was a warm applause from the audience. The winning employee couldn't close his mouth and repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Xiao Ruofei. Then, under everyone's envious gaze, he walked back to his seat with more than 20,000 yuan in prize money. The finance staff quickly counted out 236,600 yuan banknotes and redistributed the banknotes in the glass room so that they were distributed as evenly as possible on the floor of the glass room. The second winning employee was eager to give it a try. He took the net and walked into the glass room. After Xiao Ruofei announced the start of the competition, he immediately waved the net and worked hard to get money. Speaking of which, the first person to appear was more or less at a disadvantage because he didn't have any experience from his predecessors. The content of this award was also announced at the last minute. He didn't even have the chance to look up strategies for similar events on the internet in advance. The second person to appear could summarize some effective ways to get money from the first person's process of getting money. For example, the second employee didn't rush to get money directly after the competition started. Instead, he tried to gather the money as much as possible. This was obviously a summary of the gains and losses of the first employee. The effect was obvious. The second employee's final result was 248 banknotes. He was 200 yuan away from reaching 25,000 yuan. Naturally, the third and fourth employees also adopted this method. However, there was still a gap in personal operation. Some people's body coordination was better, while others were relatively weaker. Therefore, the third employee got 218 banknotes, and the fourth employee got 251 banknotes. The final amount of the 4 winning employees was far more than 20,000 yuan. This was similar to the judgment of the company's annual meeting team. In fact, in the original plan submitted by the team, the prizes were not so rich at all. However, that plan was directly rejected by Xiao Ruofei and criticized for being too conservative. He made it clear that the level of the prizes had to be increased and that they couldn't save money for the company. He also gave a standard of 1 million yuan and said that if the total value of the revised draft was lower than this number, the person in charge of the team would be severely criticized. Therefore, the annual meeting preparation team revised the plan overnight and redesigned the prize plan. In the end, the total value of the prizes was about 1.2 million yuan. As for the money-making segment, the team had conducted many experiments. Even for those who had practiced it many times, the amount of money they could earn in 30 seconds was between 25,000 and 30,000 yuan. The final result was indeed so. The staff of the preparation team, who were paying attention to the progress of the annual meeting, secretly sighed in relief. Everyone's expectant eyes fell on Xiao Ruofei. According to the order, he was the last winner. Now, it was his turn to go on stage. Xiao Ruofei pretended to take off his suit jacket and handed it to the staff on the side. Then, he stretched his legs and moved his wrists and ankles on the stage to warm up. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lu Qian finally took back the power of the host. When Xiao Ruofei entered the game, she would be the referee. When Xiao Ruofei rolled up his sleeves and took the net and walked into the game, Lu Qian asked with a smile, "Chairman, are you ready?" Xiao Ruofei stood in the glass room and raised the net to Lu Qian and nodded. Lu Qian immediately said, "The countdown begins." She gave the order so quickly that Xiao Ruofei was stunned. The countdown on the big screen had already begun. Everyone knew that Xiao Ruofei had been tricked by Lu Qian, and they couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Ruofei quickly came back to his senses. He immediately bent down and picked up the net to fish for the money. Xiao Ruofei's movements didn't seem very fast, but his actual efficiency was quite high. In fact, if Xiao Ruofei wanted to, he could fish all the money into the net in 30 seconds because he had the invincible true qi and spiritual power. This was a game. If Xiao Ruofei used his true qi and spiritual power, it would undoubtedly be cheating. Naturally, he wouldn't do that. However, cultivation improved his physical fitness in all aspects. His body coordination was many times better than the previous staff, and his perception of subtle movements was far better than that of ordinary people. Therefore, although Xiao Ruofei's movements didn't seem fast, he could accurately fish out handfuls of money every time, and the net swayed very slightly. Xiao Ruofei also subconsciously used some force dissipation skills. None of the money that was put into the net would leak out again. The staff in the audience didn't notice these details. They only saw that Xiao Ruofei's movements were neither fast nor slow, and he didn't seem to be nervous like the previous 4 staff members at all. The staff all thought that Xiao Ruofei was deliberately going easy on them and didn't use his full strength. Soon, it was time. The finance staff took the net from Xiao Ruofei's hand and prepared to count the money. Professional finance staff were still sensitive to the weight of the money. In addition, they had already counted the money of the 4 people before, so when the net was in his hand, he immediately felt a slight weight in his hand. The finance staff couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. When Xiao Ruofei was fishing for the money, he also watched the whole process. In his opinion, Xiao Ruofei's slow movements should be the lowest among the 5 people. However, when he held the net in his hand, he felt that the weight was wrong. It seemed that he had fished out more money than the previous few people. How was this possible? The finance staff thought that maybe he was too high today, so there was a problem with his hands. However, he quickly denied it again. As the counting process continued, he realized that Xiao Ruofei had indeed fished out more money than the previous few people. 318 notes. This was the result Xiao Ruofei achieved in 30 seconds. When the staff in the audience saw this result, they also felt that it was incredible. The chairman is too awesome. He has the demeanor of a martial arts master. I'm impressed by our boss Xiao this time. He actually won the championship without anyone noticing. While everyone was talking, the finance staff had already counted the money again and confirmed the result. Just as Lu Qian was about to award Xiao Ruofei put the microphone to his mouth and said, "Everyone, this little game is over. I also participated in the game according to the rules. In other words, this lucky draw segment is complete." Xiao Ruofei paused and turned to Lu Qian and said, "Lu Qian, go and bring the lucky draw box up." When everyone heard this, they had already guessed Xiao Ruofei's intention. As soon as Xiao Ruofei's voice fell, the employees below suddenly boiled up. Each of them was extremely excited. The chairman is so cool. Huaxia is such a good leader. So bright. Chairman, I love you to death. Xiao Ruofei had the best result in this round of the game. He had earned a total of more than 30,000 yuan. Now that he had drawn an additional award-winning employee, it meant that he didn't even need to participate in the game to get the highest prize. Was there anything more awesome than this? Lu Qian came to Xiao Ruofei with the lucky draw box and asked pitifully, "Chairman, can the people who have won before still participate in your special lucky draw this time?" Xiao Ruofei said with amusement, "You're thinking too much, Lu Qian. Can you conjure up a lottery ticket for me?" The lottery tickets that had won before would not be put back into the lucky draw box. Instead, they would be sealed and kept by the staff. The employees below the stage also burst into laughter. Lu Qian was actually just trying to adjust the atmosphere. The annual meeting was for fun. She was not a greedy person. She had already won a prize before. How could she want to win again? Xiao Ruofei said, I'm going to start the lucky draw. Colleagues who haven't won yet, please say your number loudly. Number 77. Number 307. Number 285. The voices of the employees rose and fell one after another, each louder than the other. A young man even shouted until his voice was hoarse, causing another round of laughter. Xiao Ruofei reached into the lucky draw box and stirred it a few times. Then, he pulled out a lottery ticket. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on this small lottery ticket. Xiao Ruofei smiled and held the lottery ticket tightly. Even the camera couldn't capture a close-up image. Then, he carefully flipped open a corner of the prize voucher, took a quick look, and immediately covered it. The employees couldn't help but laugh. They rarely saw Xiao Ruofei. Today, not only did they see him sing on stage, but they also saw him participate in the money-making game. Now, they saw Xiao Ruofei's funny side. They suddenly felt that the chairman's image was much more approachable. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Do you want to know the winning number? Yes. Chairman, quickly announce it. Stop keeping me in suspense. Don't learn from Lu Qian. Lu Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was shot even though she was lying down. Xiao Ruofei said unhurriedly, If you want to know my number, then let me hear your applause and cheers. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause immediately rang out, mixed with all kinds of cheers of different pitches. It was as if even the ceiling of the banquet hall was trembling. Xiao Ruofei nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, How about? Let Lu Qian announce this number? Lu Qian quickly waved her hand and said, No, no, no. I didn't do anything and I became a negative example. I don't want to offend anyone again. Ha ha ha. The employees all laughed heartily, and the slightly nervous atmosphere suddenly eased. Xiao Ruofei no longer kept them in suspense and said, Let us congratulate. Number 111. While he announced the winning number loudly, he also showed the lottery ticket in his hand to the camera. A close-up of the lottery ticket suddenly appeared on the big screen. It was indeed number 111, a very regular number. Xiao Ruofei said loudly, Where is the employee who holds the number 111 lottery ticket? Originally, Xiao Ruofei thought that the employees would respond happily soon. He didn't expect that after he finished speaking, the employees below the stage were also looking around, but no one stood up. At this moment, a staff member quickly flipped through the record book and said a few words into the walkie-talkie. Lu Qian listened with one hand on her earpiece and quickly nodded slightly. Then, she said to Xiao Ruofei, Chairman, the staff confirmed that the owner of the number 111 lottery ticket is Gung Ben from the security department. He stayed on duty at the farm today and did not come to the scene. Xiao Ruofei was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Gung Ben, who was on duty at the farm, would win this prize. However, he quickly smiled and said, That's not bad. I think it's more meaningful for the brother who gave up on attending the annual meeting to win this special prize. Don't you think so, everyone? Although the employees below the stage were a little regretful that they didn't win, they still responded loudly to Xiao Ruofei's words. Yes. The chairman is right. Thank you for your hard work, brothers from the security department. You deserve to win this prize. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said to Lu Qian, Try to video call Gung Ben. Okay. Lu Qian said and quickly stepped down to make arrangements. Originally, if the off-site employees won the prize, they would choose a few of them to be connected to the scene. This prize was contributed by Xiao Ruofei, and it happened to be won by the security department's employees. Naturally, it had to be connected. Moreover, Lu Qian also knew that Xiao Ruofei and the veterans of the security department had a very good relationship, so she didn't dare to neglect it. She immediately dialed the farm gate's number with her phone. When Gung Ben found out that the annual meeting was going to video call him, he was a little confused. After he came back to his senses, he quickly agreed. After he added a WeChat account that the annual meeting team had specially applied for, he quickly received a video call request. As soon as the video was connected, Gongbin saw that the screen was filled with people, and the thunderous applause gave him a fright. At this time, Lu Qian was holding the work phone, and the camera was facing the employees below the stage. The phone was also connected to the computer, and the image was directly projected on the big screen. Lu Qian said with a smile, "Gongbin, now that everyone can see you on the big screen, say hello to everyone." Gongbin was a little stunned. After hesitating for a second or two, he subconsciously saluted to the camera and said, "Hello, colleagues. I'm Gongbin from the security department." Lu Qian didn't explain the reason for this call, and Gongbin didn't know that he had won the special award contributed by Xia Ruofei. He was still wondering why a security guard like him would suddenly be connected to the annual meeting, but his thoughts were quickly interrupted by the thunderous applause. Lu Qian said with a smile, "Gongbin, you must be wondering why you are suddenly video calling." Gongbin smiled honestly, scratched his head and said, "I'm really a little confused now." "Then you will be even more confused later." Lu Qian said with a smile, "I'll let the chairman tell you." Xia Ruofei also stayed on the stage at this time. After Lu Qian turned the phone camera to him, Gongbin immediately saw Xia Ruofei on the phone. Gongbin immediately stood at attention, puffed out his chest, and said loudly, "Hello, chairman." These veterans all called Xia Ruofei Brother Xia in private, but they all followed the rules in formal occasions. They wouldn't act recklessly just because they had a good personal relationship with Xia Ruofei. On the contrary, the employees of the security department had always been the example of the Taoyuan company in terms of discipline. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Gongbin, everyone is here to reunite on the eve of New Year's Eve. Your brothers on duty have worked hard." Gongbin quickly said, "Chairman, this is our duty." "It's not hard at all." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Today's call is mainly for two purposes. The first is to say hello to the employees on duty on behalf of the company. As for the second, do you still have the prize voucher that was given to you today?" Gongbin nodded and said, "Yes, the higher-ups told us to carry it with us." "Then take it out and show it in front of the camera," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Gongbin quickly took out the prize voucher from his jacket pocket and pointed the camera at it. Number 111, the lucky number printed on it. The scene suddenly burst into applause again. When Gongbin pointed the camera at himself again, Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Gongbin, I believe you have heard the applause at the scene. I am happy to inform you that in the lottery that just ended, your number won the prize." "Really?" Gongbin said with a smile, "I didn't expect my luck to be so good." At this time, Lu Qian also came to Xia Ruofei's side. She held the phone with one hand and said, "Gongbin, this award is very special. Originally, it was the chairman who won the prize. He even got the best result in the game segment and received a total of 31,800 yuan. Then, he personally contributed this prize and selected an employee to win the prize. This luck finally fell on your head." Gongbin was even more excited when he heard this. He quickly said, "Thank you, chairman." More than 30,000 yuan was equivalent to several months of his salary. It was even higher than his year-end bonus. This was undoubtedly the best reward for him, who had worked hard for a year. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "You're welcome. You have contributed a lot to the company this year. This is also the reward you deserve." Gongbin said, "Thank you, chairman. I will work harder. I will not let down the expectations of the company's leaders." Xia Ruofei nodded with relief and said, "I will ask the brothers in the security department to bring the prize back to you. Please also send my regards to the other brothers who stayed behind." "Yes," Gongbin said. After the video call ended, the fun and exciting second prize lottery segment was officially over. The annual meeting was gradually coming to an end. The final first prize and special prize were announced in turn. The first prize was a luxurious 10-day 9-night trip to the Maldives. The company would cover the expenses for the whole family. The winning employees could have a maximum of 4 places, bringing their parents and wives, husbands. If the employees with children won, they could apply for an additional place to bring their children. All the expenses were covered by the company. It could be said that it was very humane. There were a total of 5 places for such a luxurious prize. The only special prize was even more luxurious. It was a luxurious family trip to Europe. The quota was the same as the first prize. Feng Jing went on stage to draw the first prize, and Xiao Ruofei naturally drew the special prize. In the end, 3 people won the first prize. The other 2 first prizes were won by more than 100 employees of the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory who were guarding the production line. The special prize went to an employee of the marketing department who came to the scene. Whether they won the prize or not, everyone felt that tonight's annual meeting was very exciting. However, many people had the same feeling in their hearts. Although the first and special prizes were exciting, the most exciting part was still Xiao Ruofei drawing his own number and participating in the game segment. In the end, he generously contributed the prize. That part left a deep impression in the hearts of many employees. It was believed that many years later, when they talked about today's annual meeting, the first thing they would think of was this scene. The special prize was worth more than 150,000 yuan. It could definitely be said to be a super prize. The employee who won the prize was a girl in her 20s named Lin Jessen. When the super lucky hit her head, she was dizzy. After going on stage, she felt as if she was dreaming. After the lottery, Xiao Ruofei also stayed on stage. He would personally give the prize to Lin Jessen, and then give a speech to announce some of the company's restructuring decisions. Of course, the first and special prizes couldn't be brought to the stage, but the annual meeting preparation team made some colored cardboard in advance, with the awards and prizes written on it and so on. After Lin Jessen went on stage, Lu Qian, as usual, did a live interview with the only lucky person tonight. "Congratulations, Jessen. You are the biggest winner tonight," Lu Qian said with some envy. Lin Jessen said a little blankly, "Thank you. So I'm not dreaming, right?" The employees below the stage couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Ruofei, who was standing on the side, also couldn't help but smile. Lu Qian said, "Of course it's not a dream. It seems that our Jessen was a little caught off guard by this big prize. Actually, you can give it to me. I don't mind." "I mind," Lin Jessen immediately said after coming back to her senses. "Sister Qian, you can't suppress the newcomers." Okay. Lu Qian said, "What are you feeling now? Can you share it with everyone?" I just feel a little unreal." Lin Jessen seemed to want to carry on with her blankly cute act. "I have never won a prize since I was a child. I didn't even win a small 2 yuan prize when I bought the scratch-off ticket. I didn't expect to win the special prize this time." Lu Qian couldn't help but laugh and said, "It seems that you saved up all your luck, and then exploded it all at once." Then Lu Qian asked again, "Jessen, how many places are you going to apply for?" Lin Jessen pondered for a moment and said with some embarrassment, "It should be 3 people. If my parents can apply for leave, I will take them to Europe." Lu Qian heard and reminded her, "Jessen, family members also include boyfriends. They don't have to get married." "I know," Lin Jessen said with a smile. Lu Qian immediately reacted and said, "So, Jessen is still single." She then said to the employees below the stage, "What are the single young men below the stage hesitating for? Hurry up and attack. Take a gamble and change. No. Once you succeed, not only can you have such a lovely and well-behaved girlfriend, but you can also get a free luxurious tour of Europe." The employees also cheered, and Lin Jessen suddenly blushed. Xiao Ruofei also said, "I think it's possible. This family member quota can be reserved for you for a month." Did everyone hear that? Lu Qian said immediately, "The chairman gave a month. Our single male colleagues have to hurry up." Then Lu Qian showed a flattering smile to Lin Jessen and said, "Jessen, you don't have to consider your male compatriots. In fact, if there is a luxurious tour of Europe, I can also accept female." Lin Jessen was still a young girl who had just graduated not long ago. She blushed when she heard Lu Qian's bold words. She didn't know how to respond. Xiao Ruofei found it funny and said, "Okay, Lu Qian, Jessen is as pure as a little white rabbit. How can you tease her like this?" Lu Qian smiled and said, Okay. Jessen is really pitiful. Even the chairman couldn't help but stand up for her. I can't afford to offend her. Then, let's invite the chairman to give Jessen the award." Xiao Ruofei nodded and took the display board with the words "Special Award" printed on it from the staff. He turned around and handed it to Lin Jessen. Lin Jessen's face was still a little red. She said in a low voice, "Thank you, Chairman." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You're welcome. By the way, the 1-month promise is still valid. If you find a boyfriend during this time, you can apply for an extra slot from the company." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei glanced at Lu Qian and said, "Forget about the girlfriend." These words caused everyone to burst into laughter again. Lin Jessen said with a red face, "I know. Thank you, Chairman." Lin Jessen walked off the stage under everyone's envious eyes. Lu Qian also put away her playful expression and said seriously, "Finally, let's invite the chairman to give us some instructions." After that, Lu Qian walked off the stage and left the stage to Xiao Ruofei. The staff in the audience also focused their eyes on Xiao Ruofei. At the beginning of the annual meeting, Lu Qian had left some suspense. She said that Xiao Ruofei was going to announce an important decision of the company, so everyone had been curious about what it was. Everyone was silent. Xiao Ruofei took the microphone and said with a smile, "It's not much of an instruction. I just want to use this happy occasion to announce something." Xiao Ruofei pondered for a while and continued, "First, for the sake of the company's development, Manager Feng and I have discussed and decided to make some adjustments to the company's structure. We will set up Taoyuan Agricultural Products Company and Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Company. Chao Taishu and Shui Jinshan will be in charge of the branches respectively. In addition, the company's leadership has been expanded. Xiao Chong will be promoted to the company's chief marketing officer, Peng Hao will be promoted to the company's chief financial officer, and Feng Jing will be promoted to the company's president. The company will also set up 2 vice presidents and 1 chief administrative officer positions, which are temporarily vacant." At this point, Xiao Ruofei paused for a moment to give everyone some time to digest. The employees below the stage were also excited after hearing this, especially those who had been promoted to the company's leaders and the heads of the branches. Although they had already accepted the pre-appointment talk a few days ago, they still couldn't help but feel excited after the appointment was officially announced. It was as if they were full of motivation to start a business. Xiao Ruofei continued, "For business needs, the company will set up 2 new departments directly under the company, the Overseas Business Department and the E-Commerce Business Department. Jiang Limei and Luo Xing will be the directors of these 2 departments respectively. The directors of the Finance Department and the Marketing Department will be Peng Hao and Xiao Chong." At this point, Xiao Ruofei saw that the audience was still silent, so he smiled and said, "The structure and position adjustments have been announced. I suggest that everyone applaud warmly and congratulate the newly appointed colleagues." Only then did the employees come back to their senses and applaud warmly. Xiao Chong and the others also quickly stood up and bowed slightly to express their gratitude. Time is limited today, so I won't invite the above-mentioned colleagues to come on stage to give their inaugural speeches. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "After going down, all the departments will have a meeting to straighten out the working relationships as soon as possible. After the Spring Festival, our company will officially start operating according to the new structure." Xiao Ruofei continued, "The second thing, I believe everyone has noticed. Recently, the colleagues in the personnel department have been very busy. They have gone to various departments to conduct a large number of questionnaires and assessments. Some colleagues have even been asked to check the files. Everyone must be guessing if the company has any important movements. Today, I will reveal it to everyone. The next step is that our company will carry out a personnel reform. All personnel will be graded." Xiao Ruofei said, "According to the nature of the position, it is divided into management positions and technical positions. Each position has 10 levels, corresponding to different salaries and benefits. The colleagues in the personnel department have been working overtime recently to complete the initial grading of personnel." After the employees below the stage heard this, they couldn't help but discuss it. The company's management was formalized and a personnel grading system was imperative. However, this was related to everyone's immediate interests. Everyone was concerned about what level they would be assigned and whether their salary would be affected. Xiao Ruofei pressed his hands and said, "Everyone, don't talk about it. Let me finish my words. There will be a very detailed and scientific standard for personnel grading. When the time comes, it will be issued in the form of a company document. Everyone can refer to it. Moreover, there are also very clear assessment standards for the promotion of ranks. Everyone can clearly see their own promotion channel. In addition, please don't worry. After the first grading, the results will be announced on the company's internal website. If you have any questions, you can directly feedback to the personnel department. Also, I can clearly tell everyone that under the new grading system, the salary of most colleagues will be increased. Xiao Ruofei continued, the personnel grading system is only to clarify everyone's career development path and promote everyone's work enthusiasm. It is not to reduce the salary. After Xiao Ruofei's explanation, the employees gradually relaxed. After all, the Taoyuan company's salary had always been higher than that of other companies. The company's benefits had always been good. During the holidays, the company would provide various benefits. The most important thing was that the company's development had been quite good this year. Under such circumstances, the company was unlikely to take measures to reduce salary. Of course, after the personnel grading system was adopted, various assessment standards would be clear. It would be basically impossible to laze around in the company in the future. However, for the employees who really wanted to have a career in the Taoyuan company, it would basically have no impact. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, okay, now that we've finished talking about the two important matters, let's talk about some happy things. In the past year, under the joint efforts of all the colleagues, the company's development has been thriving, and the performance is quite bright. All of these achievements are inseparable from the colleagues who stayed at home, especially the company's leaders and some core employees, who have put in a lot of hard work. So, I've decided. At this point, Xiao Ruofei paused and kept them in suspense for a while before continuing. The company's leaders, the person in charge of the branch companies, and the middle-level leaders at the level of department directors will be rewarded with dividends. In addition, the ordinary employees who perform particularly well will also receive additional dividends. The range of this year's planned rewards is about 50 people. As soon as Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, the audience burst into enthusiastic cheers. This matter had always been known only by Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing. Even Xiao Chang, Peng Hao, and the others did not know about it. This could be said to be a huge surprise. No one could live by their dreams alone. No matter how career-minded a person was, they still had to support their family. Moreover, being able to receive dividends was also a reflection of personal value. The newly appointed chief financial officer, Peng Hao, was the clearest about the company's financial situation. The profits this year were so high that even a little bit of dividends would be a huge income for them. In addition to the middle-level and high-level leaders who were within the range of dividends, the ordinary employees were also full of anticipation. This was because 50 of them would also receive dividends. In a company of about 300 people, this ratio was quite high. Especially the business backbone of those departments, they felt that their hopes were very high and their hearts were full of longing. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, the company's profit this year is about 300 million Huaxia dollars. I plan to take out 5% of the profit, which is 15 million yuan, as a bonus reward. Of the 15 million yuan, 3 million yuan will be used to reward ordinary employees, and 12 million yuan will be used as dividends for the company's leaders. The difference is that ordinary employees will receive additional rewards in addition to the year-end bonus, while the company's year-end bonus will be directly given in the form of dividends. After Xiao Ruofei announced the specific amount of dividends, the scene became even more enthusiastic. It felt as if it was about to go out of control, and everyone couldn't help but start discussing. Naturally, everyone felt that this distribution ratio was very reasonable. In any company, the most precious wealth was the outstanding management, and it was common for them to receive high dividends. In contrast, ordinary employees would receive 3 million yuan as a bonus, which was 60,000 yuan per person. Moreover, the employees who received this bonus could also receive a year-end bonus. These two bonuses added up to more than a year's salary. What was there to be dissatisfied with? As for Peng Hao and the others, after knowing that they would no longer receive a year-end bonus after receiving their dividends, they didn't care. At their level, it was basically impossible for their year-end bonus to exceed 1 million yuan. However, according to the current dividend plan, they would be able to receive at least 1 8 million yuan, which was equivalent to double or even triple their year-end bonus. Where else could they find such a good deal? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, because the company hasn't implemented a grading system this year, the selection of the 50 employees will also be quantified and evaluated by the HR department according to the assessment standards. The top 50 employees will naturally receive dividends and rewards. At that time, the evaluation results will also be announced on the company's intranet. Everyone is welcome to supervise. There was a thunderous applause from the audience. Whether or not there was a chance of winning the award, the employees were very excited. Xiao Ruofei continued, the profit distribution system will be maintained for a long time. And I promise that this dividend ratio will only increase, not decrease. This year's profit is 300 million yuan, so the dividend will be 15 million yuan. If next year's profit reaches 3 billion yuan, then the dividend will be 150 million yuan. As I said before, the company will naturally give you a big return based on your contribution to the company. Good. Long live the chairman. Long live the Taoyuan company. The employees in the audience were so excited that they even began to shout the slogan Long live the chairman. Xiao Ruofei also felt a chill. He gestured with his hands and said, starting next year, the dividend system will be more formal under normal circumstances. In the future, the annual dividend range will be linked to the employee's level. Whether you are in a technical position or a management position, as long as you reach a certain level, you will be able to participate in the dividend. Different levels, the dividend ratio will be different. Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, so, the personnel grading system is very important. Everyone should study this system carefully after you go down, because every promotion assessment is related to your own interests, especially the big cake of year-end profit distribution. Only the elite employees are qualified to share it. Xiao Ruofei's words also inspired the employees' fighting spirit. Some people had some concerns about the grading system before, but now this concern was thrown to the back of their minds. Everyone couldn't wait to see the specific policy. Xiao Ruofei said seriously, finally, I want to tell everyone that the personnel grading system can be promoted or demoted. It doesn't mean that you can sit back and relax just because you have reached the level where you are qualified to participate in the dividend. Simply put, the assessment will be carried out quarterly. If you are excellent in 3 consecutive assessments, you will be eligible to apply for the promotion exam. Similarly, if you are only competent in the same level after 3 consecutive assessments, or if you are evaluated as unqualified in one of the assessments, you will be demoted. Xiao Ruofei's words also cooled down the employees' fiery spirits. Everyone began to examine whether they could adapt to the requirements of the position, and began to feel a sense of crisis in their hearts. This was the effect that Xiao Ruofei wanted to achieve. After Xiao Ruofei announced 3 things, the annual meeting officially ended. For the employees of the Taoyuan company, this was destined to be an unforgettable day. When everyone began to get up and leave, Lu Qian held the microphone and said, colleagues, for those who didn't win the prize just now, don't forget to collect the general prize that the company has prepared for you with your prize voucher at the exit. The prize vouchers of the employees who won the prize would be taken back, so those who still held the prize vouchers were naturally those who didn't win anything. Since it was an annual meeting, it was natural to be fair. The employees couldn't go back empty-handed, so the general prize was also very necessary. Some employees asked loudly, Assistant Lu, what is the general prize of the company this year? Lu Qian said with a smile, 1,000 yuan of Beijing Mall East card. Everyone will get a share. Colleagues who didn't come today can collect it from the administrative department tomorrow. Please pass it on to each other when you go back. Awesome. The general prize is so big. The company spent a few million on this annual meeting. It's really a big deal. This consolation prize is more valuable than many of the company's grand prizes. As the employees walked out, they discussed excitedly. They were originally a little depressed because they didn't win the prize, but their depressed mood was swept away. Xiao Ruofei also walked out side by side with Feng Jing. He heard Xiao Cheng and Xiao Taishu discussing this year's bonus not far behind him. His heart skipped a beat, and he said to Feng Jing, Director Feng, have you seen Peng Hao? I think he went out in front of us. Feng Jing said, why are you looking for him? After Feng Jing called Peng Hao, they continued to walk out. Soon, they saw Peng Hao waiting at the entrance of the banquet hall. "Boss Xia, what instructions do you have for me?" Peng Hao asked jokingly. Peng Hao was in a good mood after knowing that he will receive 1 to 2 million renminbi as a year-end bonus. A year ago, Peng Hao was still a third-rate college student working in the finance department of a small company. His monthly salary was not even enough to cover his expenses. After joining the Taoyuan company, he was in charge of the entire finance department. His salary had increased a few times, and his year-end bonus was so big that he could not believe it. With this year-end bonus, he could buy a house in the city. It might be difficult to pay the full amount, but it should not be a problem for him to pay the down payment. Now, his monthly salary was so high, and a few thousand RMB was nothing to him. In the future, who would dare to look at him with prejudice? In the past, whenever it was the end of the year, Peng Hao would always feel inferior when his relatives and friends reunited. Other people's children had graduated from famous schools and had high salaries in big companies, but he couldn't even support himself. His relatives' intentional or unintentional comparisons made him feel uneasy. This year, Peng Hao was looking forward to the reunion dinner. His relatives, please tremble in fear, Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Let's talk as we walk. You and Manager Feng can take my car back." Nowadays, the Taoyuan company had also purchased a lot of vehicles. They even bought 2 buses, mainly for the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory which had more employees. However, Xiao Ruofei was still used to driving by herself and did not ask the company to assign a driver to her. After all, Feng Yu was used to being free, and he often needs to go to the warehouse in the city to handle some Ring 2 space-related matters. For example, iron maple bucket, tea, Zui Ba Xian wine, etc. If a driver follows him, it will be inconvenient. The 3 of them walked out of the hotel together. Xiao Ruofei asked, "Xiao Peng, I want to know how much liquid funds we have in our accounts. If we want to withdraw some of our funds, how much can we withdraw?" As the financial manager, Peng Hao did his job well. Some numbers came out of his mouth without needing to think at all. He said without hesitation, the net profit this year is about 300 million, but the annual expenses are about 2 million. In addition, according to the dividend plan you announced, there is another 15 million to be spent at the end of the year, so it's about 280 million. At this point, Peng Hao changed the topic and said, "However, we don't have that much cash on hand. Some of the funds have been used on other projects, including the deposit for the pharmaceutical factory's production line and the gap in the purchase of the building. The company's liquid funds are about 180 million. Of course, I need to go back to the company to calculate the exact number before I can confirm it. However, this number should not be too far off. It should not be more than 5 million yuan." Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked again, "Is 80 million yuan of liquid capital enough for the company? Will it put pressure on the capital chain?" Beside him, Feng Jing was shocked. Before Peng Hao could respond, she quickly asked, "Chairman, are you planning to transfer $100 million into the company? Are you going to make a big move again? It's dangerous for the company to have too little liquid capital, especially when the structure of the company is about to be adjusted. The finance of the 2 subsidiaries will also be independent. This 180 million yuan is all the liquid capital of the company's headquarters and the 2 subsidiaries. The Taoyuan company had developed to its current scale, so its daily expenses were also very high. For example, the salary of the employees was a large expense. In addition, although the pharmaceutical factory's profits were frighteningly high, the expenses were also not small. The pharmaceutical factory was a labor-intensive industry after all. There were many employees, and the production line ran 24 hours a day. The daily electricity bill was not a small amount. In addition, there were a variety of taxes, management fees, and the purchase of raw materials, etc. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I don't want to make a big move. I'm just a little short of money recently. Considering that the company has made a lot of money this year, I want to take out some of the funds for my own use. What do you need such a large amount of?" Feng Jing suddenly realized Xiao Ruofei's purpose halfway through her words. She quickly said, "Chairman, I'm not short of money. You don't have to take out such a large amount of money for me." When Xiao Ruofei said that he wanted to withdraw the 100 million yuan from the company's account, Feng Jing was mainly worried about the safety of the company's capital chain at first, so she didn't think about anything else at all. However, she quickly realized that Xiao Ruofei wanted to give her a dividend. Because Xiao Ruofei was not short of money at all, Feng Jing also knew that Xiao Ruofei's overseas account had a large amount of US dollars, at least tens of millions, which was hundreds of millions of Huaxia dollars. Why would he need to take profits from the company? What's more, why would he need to take out 100 million yuan at once? The only possibility was that Xiao Ruofei wanted her to be able to get a dividend. After all, there were currently 2 shareholders in the company in a legal sense. Although her 2% share was very small, she was still one of the shareholders. If Xiao Ruofei took out 100 million yuan of profit, then he naturally had to give 2% to Feng Jing. This was equivalent to a shareholder's dividend. Xiao Ruofei was not short of money, but if he did not take a dividend, Feng Jing would not be able to get a corresponding proportion of the dividend. 2% of 100 million yuan was exactly 2 million yuan. This number was 1 to 200,000 yuan higher than the dividends that Peng Hao, Xiaochang, and other executives of the company could get. It was just in line with Feng Jing's identity as the president. It could be said that Xiao Ruofei had put in a lot of effort. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Manager Feng, I really need money for myself. Of course, both of us are shareholders. If we cash out the dividends, it will naturally be proportional. I'll take 98 million yuan, and you'll take 2 million yuan. It's fair and square." Xiao Ruofei's purpose was very obvious, but he would definitely not admit it. He also had his own considerations. Feng Jing had worked hard for a year. If there was no dividend at the end of the year, then Xiaochang and the others would have happily received 1 or 2 million yuan in year-end red packets. As the president, Feng Jing would be empty-handed. Even if Feng Jing herself did not have any thoughts, Xiao Ruofei would not be able to get past himself. Of course, this year was a special case. There were fewer executives participating in the dividend this year, and the personnel classification system had not been implemented yet. Therefore, relatively speaking, everyone received more money. At this time next year, there would be no distinction between ordinary employees and executives. When they reached a certain level, they would be able to receive dividends according to the corresponding proportion. Moreover, the vice president and chief administrative officer would be in place by then. When that time came, the money that the executives could receive would be spread out. Of course, if the company's profits doubled next year, everyone would definitely receive more money. This was another matter. Feng Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Chairman, isn't this a little too childish?" "How is it childish?" "The company law stipulates the shareholders' dividend distribution method." Xiao Ruofei pretended to be confused. "I'm a major shareholder. Under the premise that it doesn't affect the company's normal development, I have the right to request for dividends. Even if it's a vote, I have 98% of the voting rights. That's an overwhelming advantage." Feng Jing stomped her feet and said, "Chairman, aren't you being shameless? I really don't need so much money. Moreover, if this money is left for the company's development, won't we be able to earn more money? You said it yourself, I'm also a shareholder of the company. How can I be so short-sighted?" Xiao Ruofei said without any room for argument, "This is a special case. We'll talk about how to do it in the future." Peng Hao could not interrupt at all. Seeing that Feng Jing was speechless by Xiao Ruofei, he said in a timely manner, "Boss Xia, Manager Feng, can I say a few words? Don't tell me that 80 million is not enough." Xiao Ruofei looked at Peng Hao threateningly. "Chairman, you can't use your authority to oppress others." Feng Jing said, "You have to respect the opinions of professionals. If the company needs to be standardized, as the chairman, you can't mess around." Speaking of this, Feng Jing said to Peng Hao in a pleasant manner, "Mr. Peng, don't worry. As long as it's an objective opinion, the chairman won't dare to do anything to you." Feng Jing's Mr. Peng made Peng Hao happy. This was another reminder that he was now one of the company's leaders. Peng Hao grinned and said, "Manager Feng, actually, I want to say 80 million in liquid funds is more or less enough." "Ah?" Feng Jing did not expect Peng Hao to have such an opinion. It turned out that all her previous efforts had been in vain. Peng Hao quickly explained, "It's really enough." Of course, that's on the premise that the company doesn't have any big expenditure plans in the near future. Actually, our company's cash flow has always been very abundant, and our partners are also very fast. So, there's no need to keep too much funds. I've calculated, 60 to 80 million should be enough. Feng Jing asked suspiciously, Mr. Peng, don't give up on your principles just because you want to please the chairman. If there's a cash flow problem, it's very serious. Of course, it's not that serious. This is because the company's boss, Xiao Ruofei, is also a tycoon. He can easily transfer out a few hundred million. If the company's cash flow was really in danger, Xiao Ruofei can also inject funds into the company at the last minute. It's just that Feng Jing does not want Xiao Ruofei to use so much funds for her. That's why she hoped that Peng Hao could help her persuade Xiao Ruofei. But she did not expect this to happen. Peng Hao smiled and said, Manager Feng, you shouldn't be doubting my professional integrity. Feng Jing quickly explained, Mr. Peng, I didn't mean that. I'm thinking about the next step. The branch company's finances will be independent. Then, the headquarters will only have the e-commerce department to bring in cash. Peng Hao smiled and said, the branch company's finances will be independent, but it doesn't mean that it will be completely separated. When the time comes, the profits from the two branch companies will be handed over to the headquarters if there's enough funds for development. Also, it will be settled on a monthly basis. So, the cash flow shouldn't be much different from now. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, Manager Feng, did you hear that? We have to trust the opinions of professionals. Feng Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What she said just now was like digging a hole and burying herself in it. Okay, then it's settled. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said. Little fatty, oh no. I should call you Mr. Peng now. Peng Hao smiled bitterly and said, Ruofei, aren't you making fun of me? I don't dare to call myself Mr. in front of you. You're already the company's leader. You have to establish your authority. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Mr. Peng, as the major shareholder, I would like to ask for a dividend of 100 million. When you go back, settle the relevant documents and procedures. I hope that before the Spring Festival, Manager Feng and I will have our dividends in our personal accounts. No problem. Peng Hao immediately nodded and agreed. Feng Jing saw that Xiao Ruofei had already made the decision, so she couldn't persuade him anymore. Although she kept rejecting, Feng Jing still felt warm in her heart. This was because Xiao Ruofei was very considerate of her feelings. This feeling of being noticed and cared for was really good, especially when the person who cared about her was the person she liked. As the three of them talked, they arrived at the parking lot. When Xiao Ruofei reached out to open the car door, he suddenly slapped his head and said, I forgot to call Qiaoer. Feng Jing couldn't help but laugh and said, You just remembered? Seems like your sister doesn't have a high status in your heart. Xiao Ruofei couldn't be bothered to bicker with Feng Jing. He quickly took out his phone and was about to call Lin Xiao. Feng Jing laughed and said, Chairman, don't call him. Lin Xiao has already been invited by Luo Xing and the other colleagues from the e-commerce department to karaoke. They want to celebrate the e-commerce department's promotion to a department directly under the head office. Lin Xiao is also a veteran in the e-commerce department. He will definitely attend. Why didn't this girl tell me? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but ask. Luo Xing was the one who told me. Lin Xiao should have sent you a WeChat message, right? Feng Jing laughed and said, Could it be that your phone is on silent mode? Xiao Ruofei looked at his phone and laughed embarrassedly. You're right, Lin Xiao had told him on WeChat that she was going to karaoke with her colleagues after the annual party and asked him not to wait for her. Xiao Ruofei had been on the stage during the last stage of the annual party. After the party ended, her colleagues had dragged Lin Xiao to the KTV that they had booked. Therefore, she had hurriedly sent a WeChat message to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei replied to Lin Xiao on WeChat, telling her to be careful and to go home early. Xiao Ruofei also sent a WeChat message to Luo Xing, asking him to ensure Lin Xiao's safety and to be responsible for sending Lin Xiao home safely after the party. After sending the message, Xiao Ruofei opened the car door and said with a smile, Get in the car. Let's go home. Xiao Ruofei, Feng Jing, and Peng Hao drove back to Taoyuan Farm. What they didn't know was that the news of the annual party had spread quickly on the internet. In this day and age, everyone had a smartphone. Naturally, employees would take photos and videos during the annual party. Some people would share them on WeChat, and those who won awards would inevitably show off on Weibo and forums. Banyan Tree Forum was the largest forum in Sanshan. Although it was not very famous in the country, it was a place where netizens of Sanshan often visited. After all, there was a lot of local news here, and there were also many convenient functions such as checking violations and renting. Tonight, a post on the Banyan Tree Forum went viral. In just a few minutes, the number of hits exceeded 10,000, and the system automatically added the word viral icon. The website administrator on duty also monitored the reading data of this post. After manually checking the content, he immediately pinned the post to the top with his authority and linked it to a recommendation spot on the forum's homepage. This time, more people saw it. The name of this post was "The Annual Nouveau Riche Company is Born Early." This annual meeting blinded my eyes. This was a post by a netizen with the username Tricycle Driver. It was about the Taoyuan Company's annual meeting. Tricycle Driver wrote in the post, "Today, I saw a picture of the company's annual meeting posted by my high school classmate. It really blinded my titanium alloy dog eyes. Their company's annual meeting general prize is a 1,000 yuan shopping card, the 6th prize is a 3,000 yuan shopping card, the 5th prize is a 5,000 yuan shopping card. The special prize is actually a luxury family trip to Europe, conservatively estimated to be worth 150,000 yuan. The main point is that I asked my classmate to understand. This company has a total of about 300 employees, and other than the general prize, the official prize winning rate is more than 30%. Basically, 1/3 of the people can win at least a 3,000 yuan shopping card, and there's an award that directly scatters a large number of 100 yuan bills in a glass room, and then the employee who wins the prize goes in to use a net to fish for money. How much money he gets in the stipulated time is his. I heard that the least he got was more than 20,000 yuan. I just want to ask, are there any more nouveau riche companies like this? Give me a dozen. There were many pictures in the post. They were probably downloaded from his high school classmates' circle of friends. As soon as this post was posted, it attracted a lot of onlookers. Originally, at the end of the year, companies of all sizes and all kinds of units would have annual meetings. This kind of post would be seen every few days on the forum. Many of the revelations were just headlines, and did not attract much attention. However, this Tricycle Driver ID brought a lot of bonuses to the post. This was because this person was also a regular on the Banyan Tree Forum, and netizens who frequented the forum were very familiar with him. Tricycle Driver was actually a civil aviation pilot. The landing gear of the plane was a configuration of 1 in the front and 2 in the back, so this ID was actually a joke. He would often post some interesting things about flying on the forum, and he would also post some high-altitude photos that he took in the cockpit during the cruise. This was a great satisfaction for the curiosity of netizens, so he could be considered a well-known netizen on the Banyan Tree Forum. A post from such a person was naturally more convincing than a newly registered passerby. Besides, although the Tricycle Driver was only a young co-pilot, the salary and benefits of civil aviation pilots were very good. Even he felt that this company was very rich, so the netizens were naturally more interested. That was why the number of people who read the post exceeded 10,000 within a few minutes after it was posted. The Tricycle Driver post also caused a heated discussion among netizens. Many netizens expressed their envy. Is this the legendary someone else's company? My heart is so tired. The special prize for our company's annual meeting was only a 2,000 yuan shopping card. My luck was so bad that I didn't even win a small prize. In the end, I went home with a bucket of oil as a consolation prize. Upstairs, be content. Our company didn't even have an annual meeting. The boss said that the profits this year weren't good, so according to the contract, we'll only give a month's salary as a final prize. There's nothing else. OP, tell me what kind of company this is? I want to apply for it too. That's right, that's right. OP, what's the difference between posting a picture and not posting a seed? Yes, yes, yes. Express the company's name. Let's all bow down and worship him. Of course, there would never be only one voice on the internet. There were praises, and naturally, there were criticisms. Very quickly, there were sour comments in the post. It's just sensationalism. A small company with 200 to 300 people doing such a thing is definitely to attract attention. Hee hee. Even BAT's annual meeting wouldn't be so generous. This company's annual meeting is spending millions. Why don't I believe it? It's either to attract attention, or, this company might be a pyramid scheme company. I've heard of such companies in the past. They even organized a 1,000-person tour group and booked an entire cruise ship. I see that OP is an old ID. His past posts have been pretty good. Posting this today, could it be that he's being paid? In response to these noises, someone quickly retorted. Upstairs, I don't want to comment too much on the company. After all, without any investigation, there's no right to speak. However, the tricycle driver is an old friend of everyone. I'm sure everyone knows his character very well. If you say that he would help others create hype for money, I'm the first to not believe it. Haha. Those who say that the driver is a water army are clearly new. Who among the veterans doesn't know that the driver is a pilot? Why would he need to ruin his ID for money? Also, I don't agree that this company is creating hype. The driver already said that this was posted by his classmate on WeChat. They just moved it over. Who would create hype on their own WeChat? There's no lack of trolls on the internet. Without any investigation or evidence, they just open their mouths and say it. Who did this company offend? After saying so much, I actually want to ask the driver, what kind of company is this? Are they still hiring? As the post was pinned to the top, more and more netizens clicked on it. The number of comments quickly exceeded 1,000. Everyone's comments were mixed, and there were all kinds of comments. However, after the tricycle driver posted, he didn't say anything else. The veterans knew the nature of the tricycle driver's job. If there was a flight mission the next day, he had to ensure that he had enough sleep. He might have gone to sleep after posting. A pilot's self-discipline was quite good. Just as everyone was discussing endlessly below the post, a comment popped up. Everyone, refresh the main post. The driver has edited the main post. The netizens who saw this comment immediately returned to the first page. After refreshing the page, they saw that the post had been edited a minute ago. The tricycle driver wrote in bold red font in the post. I didn't expect a random post to cause so much discussion. I've seen everyone's comments. In response to the doubts of the netizens, I'll simply explain a few things. First, I'm definitely not a water army. Netizens who know me know that although I'm not very rich, I'm not a 50-cent party member. Second, I won't comment on whether this company is creating hype or not. At least until now, I haven't seen similar content anywhere else on the internet. Third, I naturally know the company's name, but to avoid suspicion of creating hype, I won't say it. Fourth, the flight tomorrow is earlier. I should go to rest, so I won't be able to see everyone's replies and private messages for now. I can only reply after my flight lands. Fifth, for the sake of the forum's harmony, please pay attention to your manners. You're welcome to express your opinions, but if you're cursing, please go out and turn left. This post doesn't welcome you. That's all. The tricycle driver's response was very short, but it caused a wave of applause from the netizens. The few anti-fans who had been arguing with the scholars also disappeared dejectedly, mainly because there were too many people scolding them. The tricycle driver had a very good foundation in the banyan tree forum. Of course, the netizens also strongly condemned the tricycle driver for not announcing the company's name. They all said that it was some kind of flower that was poked by thousands of people. However, the tricycle driver really went to sleep after posting the post. No matter how the netizens called for him in the post, there was no response. However, if the tricycle driver didn't announce it, the netizens couldn't do anything? That would be underestimating the human flesh search too much. There were many talents on the internet. It was as if they were all Conan. Very soon, someone found clues in the 8 or 9 pictures that the tricycle driver distributed. Everyone, pay attention to the third picture. You can see half of the logo in the upper right corner. Although the picture is not very clear after being compressed, you can still see the general outline after zooming in. I used Photoshop to draw the outline of this half of the logo. Does anyone find it familiar? Then, this resourceful netizen posted another picture. It was the complete logo taken from the Taoyuan company's official website. With this comparison, the netizens realized that it was quite similar. Immediately, the speed of the post's replies increased. God. I've studied these pictures for a long time, but I couldn't find any clues. You actually found half of the logo in such an inconspicuous position. It's definitely the Taoyuan company. Because everything makes sense now. Yes, yes. In the past year, the most popular company in Xianxia is undoubtedly the Taoyuan company. He. Static electricity reporting for duty. Now that this big brother mentioned it, I've also found some clues. Everyone, pay attention to the 8th picture. It's someone bending over to fish for money. Although it's quite far away, it really does look like Boss Xia from the Taoyuan company. After Deputy Mayor Jiang Lianyu's speech at the Nourishing Heart Soup conference was released by the official media, Xia Ruofei also became a little popular, especially within Sanshan. Many people had seen some of the photos that were released publicly, and some fangirls had collected these photos of him. After all, Xia Ruofei had the masculinity of a soldier. At the same time, after cultivating the Tao, he gave off a very clean and amiable feeling. It was very pleasing to the eye. After this, netizen said that, many people expressed their agreement. I think it's Boss Xia. That's right. It's my favorite retired soldier brother. Brother Fei is so righteous. He's so nice to his own employees. Hoo. I also want to apply for the job, but I don't know if they're still hiring. Upstairs, I've already asked around. The Taoyuan company will continue to recruit after the new year, but most of them will be going to the pharmaceutical factory. Most of them are workers. Ah? I can't see soldiers every day at the pharmaceutical factory. I don't want to. Upstairs, you're thinking too much. Do you think you can see Boss Xia every day at the farm? You're too naive. I have a friend who works at the Taoyuan company. He said that Boss Xia is very elusive and often doesn't show up for many days. Wow. If he's not in the company often, doesn't that mean he has a lot of time to spend with his girlfriend? Haha, I caught a wild love-struck fool alive. Everyone chatted and unknowingly went off topic. This kind of news couldn't always be circulated in a small area. The convenience of the internet made the speed of information transmission infinitely faster. In Sanshan and Beijing, it was only a few mouse clicks away. Soon, someone posted the content of this post on Weibo and even took some pictures of the controversial comments. Usually, on a national platform like this, there would be countless content produced every day. Most of the content would quietly sink to the bottom and not cause any waves. However, there had been a lot of news about the Taoyuan company recently. The person who forwarded the post often used Weibo. Not only did he mention a few big influencers, but he also added a few topics related to the Taoyuan company, such as #Yuji ointment #. It really attracted a lot of traffic. Coincidentally, the editor on duty on Weibo also happened to see this Weibo post among the vast back-end content. The editor still remembered how popular the Yuji ointment was last time. When he saw that the Weibo content was related to the Taoyuan company, and that it was the New Year's Gala, he immediately recommended it as a hot topic. In an instant, the number of views on this Weibo post increased rapidly. Unlike the Banyan Tree Forum, Weibo's audience came from all over Huaxia. Naturally, its influence was much greater. When Xia Ruofei and the others had just returned to the farm and were still unaware of what was happening on the internet, the topic of #Taoyuan Company's Nouveau Riche Party hashtag on Weibo had already reached the top 10 of the hot search list. The number of views on the first Weibo post went from 10,000 to 100,000 to 1 million in less than an hour. There were also countless new Weibo posts that used this topic for discussion. The content on Weibo's trending topic naturally radiated its influence. In an instant, the Taoyuan company's New Year's Gala appeared on Tianya Forum, Phoenix News, and other platforms. Xia Ruofei didn't even think about hyping up the content of the New Year's Gala. In his opinion, everyone had worked hard for a year and it was almost the Spring Festival. It was very normal and very necessary to show some sincerity to everyone in return. However, unintentionally, the Taoyuan company once again became a hot topic of discussion. This was something that no one had expected. Xiao Ruofei sent Feng Jing and Peng Hao back to the dormitory and returned to the small mansion. Just as he was about to shower, change his clothes, and rest, Feng Jing called. "Jingjia, don't tell me you still want to talk about the dividends?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile as soon as he picked up the phone. "I'm telling you, this isn't up for discussion. I've already decided." Feng Jing said coquettishly, "I'm too lazy to talk to you." "It's a good thing to get paid." "Then why are you calling me?" "I can tell that you don't know anything." Feng Jing chuckled on the other end of the phone. "I suggest you turn on your computer and check out the Banyan Tree forum, or just look at the trending topics on Weibo on your phone." "What's going on?" Xiao Ruofei asked in confusion. "You'll know when you see it." Feng Jing said with a mischievous smile, then hung up the phone. "So mysterious, what's going on?" The topic of the Taoyuan company's annual meeting was on the hot search list. Clicking on the topic was full of exclamations and envy. Xiao Ruofei could no longer count how many times the topic of the Taoyuan company had been on the hot search list. Since when was it so easy to be on the hot search list on Weibo? It was as if Weibo was opened at home. How could those celebrities who spent a lot of money on hype just to be on the hot search list take it? Xiao Ruofei obviously didn't mind this kind of free publicity. The more of this kind of thing, the better. He happily flipped through the Weibo posts one by one. The one with the highest number of comments was naturally the one that was first posted and reposted in full on the Banyan Tree forum. This Weibo post was also at the top of the page for the topic of the annual meeting. Everyone's comments were naturally very enthusiastic. Netizens from all over the country expressed their views on the Taoyuan company's rich behavior. Of course, it was inevitable that, like on the Banyan Tree forum, they would say that the Taoyuan company was sensationalist and sensationalist. The fact that this topic was on the hot search list so quickly became the best evidence. Xiao Ruofei also laughed off these arguments. Not to mention that he didn't sensationalize it, so what if he did? How many celebrities who weren't famous yet were sensationalizing their own scandals every day? Even those little fresh meats who had their own traffic couldn't help but often create topics to maintain the popularity of their fans. In this impetuous era, for a little bit of exposure, many people's integrity could be sold in tons. Moreover, a straight foot was not afraid of a crooked shadow. No matter how much these people said, the Taoyuan company wouldn't be affected at all. Instead, it would gain even more influence. However, when Xiao Ruofei saw a comment, he couldn't help but be stunned. This comment read, "Many netizens say that the person in the picture is the boss of the Taoyuan company. Should I say that this boss is very close to the people and gets along well with his employees? Or should I say that he's competing with the people? This award isn't small, right? The lowest is more than 20,000 yuan. How could a boss like him take up a spot?" Xiao Ruofei didn't expect this to be criticized. However, Xiao Ruofei was in a good mood today. He wasn't angry. Instead, he had a funny thought and used his Weibo account to reply to this comment. He wrote, "The boss is also one of the employees. What can I do if I just happen to be chosen?" The boss said, "I'm bitter." This comment was not eye-catching, and it didn't attract much attention at first. After all, if Feng Jing had the advantage of being young, beautiful, and gender, she had much more exposure than Xiao Ruofei. It could be said that if Feng Jing wanted to debut now, many agencies would be willing to extend an olive branch. Xiao Ruofei was also joking, but he neglected one point. The company had applied for authentication for the employees' private Weibo accounts. As the company's number one, someone naturally helped him get it done. Therefore, his Weibo account was now certified as chairman of the Taoyuan company. Any clues on the internet would be discovered by others. After all, the population base was too large. Soon, someone found out that the owner of this reply was actually the person in question. For a time, the popularity of the Taoyuan company's annual meeting immediately soared by an order of magnitude. It firmly rushed into the top 8 of the hot search list. Catch a wild chairman alive. What a cute boss. Boss Xia, is your company still short of people? Seeing Boss Xia's reply, I suddenly became a fan. Passers-by become fan +1 inch black turn road. After Xiao Ruofei replied to this Weibo comment, he threw down his phone and went to take a shower. After taking a shower, he habitually swiped his phone screen to take a look at Weibo. He was shocked by the red corner label at the bottom. In a short while, there were thousands of new reminders. What's going on? Xiao Ruofei fearfully clicked on the messages and found that most of them were reminders of new fans. In such a short time, he had gained more than 3,000 fans. Originally, he basically didn't post anything on Weibo and had very few fans. Most of them were followed by the company's employees. It could be said that even his friends didn't pay much attention to his Weibo. After all, he rarely posted anything. Originally, a small account with a total of 200 to 300 fans had gained more than 3,000 fans in just 10 minutes. Even if he spent money to buy dead fans, it wouldn't be so fast. Moreover, the red corner labels kept popping up. There were new fans following him every second. Some of them were messages that his account had been tagged. Xiao Ruofei clicked on them and found that most of them were replies to his previous comment. He couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. How did his identity get exposed so quickly? When he saw the verification logo on his Weibo account, he came back to his senses and suddenly felt like he had been F***ed. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Fortunately, he didn't pretend to be a righteous passerby and speak up for justice. The tone of that comment was basically the boss's own tone. Otherwise, it would really become a big joke. Looking at everyone's comments, there were all kinds of joy. The popular phrase "baby's heart is bitter" was used here. It was inexplicably funny. Many people became fans because of this sentence. Of course, this was also due to the rich boss's identity. If a loser posted such a sentence on the internet, it was estimated that everyone would disdain it. However, it was a nouveau riche boss who spent millions at the annual meeting and gave out a year-end bonus of 10 to 20 million yuan. The feeling was completely different when he said this sentence. Everyone's impression of a big boss was either serious or cold. Even the famous son of the richest man, young Master Wang, who was known as the governor of the entertainment industry, was also prone to scolding and quarreling with people. In the replies, many people expressed their understanding of Xiao Ruofei. After all, he had spent millions. Who would do something shady just to save 20 to 30,000 yuan? How could there be such a stupid person? Therefore, as long as people were a little reasonable, they wouldn't think that there was a shady deal. There were also people who laughed and said, "It's estimated that when Boss Xiao won the prize, there were 999 alpacas galloping in his heart. Why was it less than 1,000? That was because he was afraid that Boss Xiao would be proud." It wasn't time to cultivate yet, so Xiao Ruofei simply leaned on the bed and looked at the Weibo comments with interest. Although he didn't care much about the false reputation, the overwhelming discussion about the Taoyuan company on the internet seemed to give him a sense of accomplishment. After a while, Xiao Ruofei saw that the Weibo accounts of the Taoyuan company's employees began to participate. After the annual meeting, many of these employees went to drink and sing according to their departments. The directors of the departments and the leaders of the new departments had a lot of year-end bonuses, so they were generous today. This also caused the Taoyuan company's employees to not realize that the topic about the annual meeting was in full swing on the internet at first. Of course, after one person saw it, everyone would naturally know about it. The WeChat group was so convenient now. Including Xiao Ruofei, there were many WeChat groups of various sizes. The Taoyuan company also had a large WeChat group. There were also various departments, work groups, and even temporary teams that would set up WeChat groups. The news spread very quickly. When the employees saw the discussion on Weibo, they naturally couldn't help but criticize any comments that were not good for the company. The words of these people who personally participated in the annual meeting were more persuasive. And in such discussions, more details about the annual meeting were revealed. For example, Xiao Ruofei announced that 5% of the profits would be used as dividends, which caused a lot of envy. And the comment that questioned Xiao Ruofei's winning of the prize was also refuted by many employees. Please don't make baseless guesses. It's a fact that Boss Xiao won the prize. It's also a fact that he personally participated in the money-making game. However, he immediately set up a special prize and contributed all the money he received. The winner was even a security guard on duty. This matter is completely verifiable. Some people just criticize for the sake of criticizing. Boss Xia giving out more benefits to his employees is also said to be a publicity stunt? How dark are these people's hearts? Our company is rich, so we're willing to give out more money to our employees. Who's in our way? When I saw that the news about our department's annual meeting was trending, I couldn't help but take a look. There are actually haters for such a positive event. Indeed, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. After these verified accounts of the Taoyuan company's employees joined in, the voices of the positive side immediately became much louder. Although there weren't many of them, they won in terms of actual evidence. What he said was reasonable and well-founded. Soon, the netizens also joined in. There were still many discussions about Xia Ruofei's winning of the prize. One of the netizens named Demon Sword was very representative of the comments and received a lot of likes. He wrote, regarding Boss Xia's winning of the prize, "This is how I see it. As the person who made the rules, he had to take the lead in following the rules. He was also one of the employees. Since he had been selected for the prize, he had to accept the prize and participate in the game. This was a form of respect for the rules. At the same time, after completing the game and receiving the prize, he immediately contributed the prize as a special prize. This showed the loyal side of a boss. I think Boss Xia's handling of this matter was almost perfect. I give him a thumbs up." Xia Ruofei also laughed and gave Demon Sword's Weibo a like as well. Xia Ruofei had to admit that because he rarely used Weibo, he didn't know much about the functions of Weibo. He didn't know that after he gave like, this Weibo post would be listed in the upper middle section of his Weibo homepage under his likes. The attentive netizens soon noticed that Xia Ruofei gave like to this Weibo post and many of them burst out laughing. Boss Xia is really clear about his likes and dislikes. I support your post, I'll give you a like. I used to be a hater but now I'm a fan. What an adorable boss. The number of fans on Xia Ruofei's Weibo account increased again. It didn't take long for it to exceed 10,000 fans. These 10,000 fans increased almost overnight. Seeing that it was almost midnight, Xia Ruofei turned off the notifications on Weibo. Otherwise, his phone would keep vibrating and there would be new messages almost every second. After putting his phone aside, Xia Ruofei started to focus on his cultivation. Fang Xiaoyu was an employee in the marketing department of the Taoyuan company. He was one of the first batch of applicants to join the company. He was definitely the first generation of entrepreneurs in the company. Before coming to the Taoyuan company, he worked for another e-commerce company for a period of time. That was his first job after graduating from university. However, small and medium-sized e-commerce companies were struggling to survive and the company's performance had not been very good. Naturally, his income did not improve, so he simply resigned. By chance, he saw the recruitment advertisement of the Taoyuan company. He applied for the job with an attitude of giving it a try and had been working until now. Now, Fang Xiaoyu was also a key employee in the marketing department. Not to mention other things, most of the 50 people on the reward list this time would have his name. This was because no matter how one looked at it, he met the requirements. Therefore, although he didn't win the prize at the annual meeting and only got a 1,000 yuan shopping cart in Jingbei Mall, he was still very excited and immediately posted it on his WeChat moments. He didn't expect that just a status update as usual would become the source of overwhelming news about the Taoyuan company on the internet. The initiator was Fang Xiaoyu's high school classmate, Xianxia, who was now the co-pilot of Heron Island Airlines. Xianxia was the tricycle driver of the Banyan Forum. After he saw Fang Xiaoyu's WeChat moments, he could not help but ask Fang Xiaoyu more details about the annual meeting on WeChat. Fang Xiaoyu was very excited. Moreover, the annual meeting was not a confidential meeting, so he naturally answered all the questions. He did not expect Xianxia to post this content online and even used the photos from his WeChat moments. After Fang Xiaoyu returned home after the department meeting, he saw that Weibo was full of content about this. Moreover, the photos used were the ones he posted on his WeChat moments. He could not help but feel a little confused. Soon, he found the original source of the news and saw the post on the Banyan Forum. Fang Xiaoyu naturally knew Xianxia's Banyan ID. He just found out that it was his old classmate who leaked the news. He quickly called Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia was preparing for the flight mission the next day and had already turned off his phone to sleep. Naturally, Feng Xiaoyu could not find him. Feng Xiaoyu spent the whole night in a state of uneasiness. The content of his WeChat moments was posted online, and he also saw some negative comments. There were even comments criticizing the chairman, Xiao Ruofei. Feng Xiaoyu did not know if he would be affected by this matter. If the excellent end-of-year evaluation was ruined, or even worse, if he lost his job, it would be a real tragedy. Xiao Chang, who had just been promoted to chief marketing officer, was in a good mood. Although the integration of the department had not been completed and the company's headquarters had not been moved, his office had not changed. However, he could not help but hum a song and make tea as he started the day's work. Hearing the knock on the door, Xiao Chang raised his voice and said, "Please come in." He looked up and immediately said with a smile, "It's Xiaoyu." "What's the matter?" Feng Xiaoyu was the backbone of his business. Feng Xiaoyu could take on many of the jobs in the marketing department. Naturally, he was Xiao Chang's trusted subordinate, so his attitude was quite amiable. "President Xiao." Feng Xiaoyu said nervously, "I'm here to admit my mistake, yo." "What's wrong?" Xiao Chang asked, puzzled. "Last night, the incident at our company's annual meeting caused a stir on the internet. In fact, the earliest post was posted by my classmate from my circle of friends to the forum," Feng Xiaoyu said. "This incident has a negative impact on the company." That's it?" Xiao Chang laughed. "What kind of mistake is that?" "I also went online yesterday to take a look. The response was not bad. To think that you're in marketing. This kind of hot topic of public opinion can't be asked for. This time, you didn't spend a single cent to do such a good advertisement. What's wrong with that?" Feng Xiaoyu opened his eyes wide in surprise and said, "But I saw many netizens have bad comments about the chairman." You're afraid that the chairman will be angry?" Xiao Chang said with a smile. "You're underestimating the chairman's breadth of mind." He stood up and poured a glass of water for Feng Xiaoyu, then said, "To tell you the truth, last night, I found out that the pictures circulating on the internet came from your circle of friends. Then, I immediately called the chairman to explain the situation." "What did the chairman say?" Feng Xiaoyu asked nervously. "What do you want him to say? Scold you?" Xiao Chang asked in amusement. Then, he immediately patted Feng Xiaoyu on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. The chairman didn't take it to heart at all. He even said that this might not be a bad thing for the company." "Really?" Feng Xiaoyu felt as though a huge rock had been lifted off his chest. "In the future, as the company grows stronger, there will be more and more such public opinion incidents," Xiao Chang said seriously. "The chairman is a person who does big things. How can he vent his anger on the people below over such a small matter? Besides, you're not responsible for this. There must have been at least 100 or 200 employees who posted on WeChat moments last night. It just so happened that your classmate uploaded the content online. That classmate of mine is a little unreliable." Feng Xiaoyu said with some embarrassment. "Go back to work with peace of mind." Xiao Chang said with a smile. "The Spring Festival is approaching. You must not relax. You have a high chance of entering the 50-person reward list. Furthermore, the personnel evaluation is about to be finalized. Your performance during this period of time is especially important. Don't let your efforts go to waste because of slacking off at the last moment." "Understood. Thank you, President Xiao." Feng Xiaoyu puffed out his chest and said, "Then I'll go back to work." Usually, Feng Xiaoyu and the others called Xiao Chang director, but today, when everyone met him at work, they all called him President Xiao. Xiao Chang felt indescribably comfortable when he heard that. He laughed and said, Go. Don't think about that nonsense." After the annual meeting, the employees of the Taoyuan company were more or less in a state of excitement. On the one hand, everyone would receive a good year-end bonus. On the other hand, the Spring Festival holiday was about to arrive. The company had already sent out a notice. The company's housing prices were 10 days, which was 3 days more than the national holidays. This way, everyone could go home on the 27th of December and come back to work on the 7th day of the first lunar month. Moreover, it was not a scheduled holiday. They did not need to work on the weekend after the holiday. As for those who volunteered to stay on duty, Xiao Ruofei even instructed the finance department to pay everyone overtime pay according to 5 times their salary. It was far better than the usual treatment. It was equivalent to staying on for 7 days during the Spring Festival. The overtime pay was higher than usual for a month. Many young employees eagerly signed up to stay on duty. However, other than the pharmaceutical factory that needed to maintain production, the company did not need too many people to stay on duty. Therefore, some people might not be able to stay on duty even if they volunteered. The flagship store of the Taoyuan company on the e-commerce platform had stopped shipping after the 25th of December. However, they still received orders normally and had to start shipping after the holiday. Under the management of the administrative department, they purchased a lot of lanterns, food characters, china knots, and so on, decorating the farm with a festive atmosphere. When night fell, the red lanterns on both sides of the farm road lit up, adding a festive atmosphere. This year, Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao did not come to the farm. They decided to spend the Spring Festival in their new house. When the time came, Xiao Ruofei naturally had to accompany them. However, Captain Luo's widow, Lin Yue, brought her daughter, Nan Nan, and Captain Luo's father back to their hometown. They still had many relatives in their hometown. They wanted to go back to their hometown during the Spring Festival. Xiao Ruofei had specially approved Lin Yue's leave, allowing her to return home on the 25th of December. She had also asked the administrative department to help her purchase train tickets and had even arranged a car to send her family to the train station. On the 26th of December, the streets of Xianxia were filled with a festive atmosphere. Many shops along the street hung red lanterns. The windows were also filled with Huaxia's characteristic window decorations and paper cuts. All kinds of promotions were endless. During this period of time, the company's business had basically stopped. Xiao Ruofei was originally a hands-off boss, so he was very free these days. Today, he took advantage of Ling Xingshua's free time to ask her out to go shopping. After the two of them got together, although they lived in the same city, they did not have much time to see each other. The main reason was that Ling Xingxue was too busy with work. Ling Xiaotian was gradually handing over the power of the company to Ling Xingxue. Every time he saw Ling Xingshue's haggard look, Xiao Ruofei's heart ached. He could not help but blame his future father-in-law. Today, Ling Xingxue wore a red woolen coat with a yellow high-collared cashmere sweater inside. She matched it with a red scarf. It was very suitable for the upcoming Spring Festival. She held Xiao Ruofei's arm and her body was tightly attached to Xiao Ruofei. Her face was filled with a happy smile. The two of them were walking in Wanda Plaza. They had just finished watching a New Year's movie and were preparing to go out to look for food. There was also a Ling's restaurant chain near Wanda Plaza. However, Ling Xingxue did not want to take care of her own business. Instead, she was very interested in shopping with Xiao Ruofei. She wanted to find a unique restaurant. After all, they were in her own restaurant, and the employees all knew her. The two of them felt a little uncomfortable holding hands. As Xiao Ruofei walked, he said with a hint of guilt, "Xingxue, for this year's New Year's Eve dinner, I still have to eat with Godmother and Xiaoer, it's okay." "I understand." Ling Xingxue smiled sweetly and said, "You should accompany them. Don't forget to come home on the second day of the New Year. Don't let my dad pick on you." In Sanshan, the second day of the New Year was the day that the daughters went back to their parents' home. Although Xiao Ruofei and Ling Xingxue were not married yet, their relationship had been recognized by Ling Xiaotian. Therefore, it was proper etiquette to visit them on the second day of the New Year. Of course. Xiao Ruofei gently hugged Ling Xingxue and said, "It's mainly because it's the New Year. I'm afraid that the mother and daughter will be lonely and sad when they think of Huzi. Plus, this year, they will be celebrating the New Year at their new home." "I'm sure, silly. You don't have to explain," Ling Xingxue said. "If it weren't for the fact that I don't want to leave my dad alone at home, I would also want to celebrate the New Year with them with you." Xiao Ruofei's eyes lit up when he heard this. He said, "How about Uncle Ling comes too, and you all go to Godmother's place for the New Year? This isn't convenient, right?" Ling Xingxue was a little hesitant. "There's nothing inconvenient about it. The more the merrier, Xiao Ruofei said. You're so close to godmother and Xiaoer. Uncle Ling is not a lonely person. We're all family. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but feel a little moved when she heard this. She said, then I'll go back and ask my dad, he'll definitely agree. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Ling Qingxue said with a smile, that's not necessarily true. Wait for my news. For so many years, every new year, Ling Xiaotian would spend it with Ling Qingxue. Although his disciples wanted to invite him to celebrate the new year together, Ling Xiaotian never agreed. So, Ling Qingxue wasn't sure if Ling Xiaotian would agree to Xiao Ruofei's suggestion. The two of them talked as they walked forward. Ling Qingxue saw a grilled fish shop next to them. Her eyes lit up and she said, Ruofei, I suddenly want to eat grilled fish. How about this one? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, okay. As long as you're not afraid of getting pimples. Ling Qingxue said with a smile, with your unlimited supply of Yuji ointment, it'll be difficult for me to get pimples. I like what you said. Xiao Ruofei said with a grin. Let's go. Let's eat grilled fish. The two of them walked into the shop. Although it was already lunchtime, and they were in the bustling Wanda business district, there weren't many customers in the shop. It wasn't that the food in this shop wasn't good. This grilled fish shop was quite famous in the Three Mountains, and there were 6 or 7 chain stores. The main reason was that it was close to the end of the year, and many people had left the city to return to their hometown. In fact, the bigger the city, the more deserted it would be during the Spring Festival. International cities like Beijing and Shenzhen City would almost become empty during the Spring Festival. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue didn't like noisy environments, so this situation was exactly what they wanted. The two of them casually found a seat by a glass window facing the street and sat down. Soon, a waiter came over with the menu. Ling Qingxue excitedly ordered a large portion of the shop's signature grilled fish, a few stir-fried dishes, and 2 glasses of juice. The waiter put an hourglass on the corner of the table and said, please wait a moment. Our grilled fish is all freshly made, and it will take some time. If the hourglass is empty and the dishes haven't been served yet, we will waive the cost of the main dish. After the waiter left, Xiao Ruofei smiled and said to Ling Qingxue, it's a bit interesting. With this hourglass, the waiting time won't be so boring. Sometimes, people will even hope that the dishes will be served a little slower. I think that's a good idea. Ling Qingxue said, I'll talk to the marketing department later. Our Ling's restaurant can also use this method. In fact, Ling's restaurant already had a lot of experience in the management of kitchen resources. When cooking, they used the overall planning method to the extreme. Basically, there wouldn't be a situation where customers at one table were waiting for the dishes to be served, while the other table was constantly served. If this method was used in Ling's restaurant, there wouldn't be a situation where the orders would be waived. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, I think you're almost becoming a workaholic. You can even think about work? Ling Qingxue stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly and said, I didn't notice it just now. Xiao Ruofei suddenly smiled mischievously and said, Qingxue, if I find a way to make the hourglass go faster, what do you think their expressions will be when they realize that the hourglass is empty when they serve the dishes? Ling Qingxue said with a look of disbelief, how can this hourglass go faster? It leaks all the sand, so the time should be constant. Hourglasses were originally an ancient timekeeping tool. Even if the small hourglasses used in this shop weren't very accurate, it was impossible for there to be a huge deviation. Xiao Ruofei smiled and didn't explain much. He just gently placed his hand on the top of the hourglass. He used a little mental strength, and the speed at which the sand leaked down really sped up a lot. It could even be seen with the naked eye. The hourglass originally relied on gravity to leak down, and the outside was completely sealed, so it was basically impossible to apply any external force. However, Xiao Ruofei used his mental strength to press down, which was equivalent to adding another layer of force to the hourglass. Naturally, the speed at which the sand leaked down naturally increased. Ling Qingxue revealed a look of disbelief at first, then quickly laughed and pushed Xiao Ruofei's hand away. She said, okay. We'll be discovered soon. You're such a rich boss, and you're not embarrassed? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I saw that you didn't believe me, so I wanted to prove it to you. After that, he turned the hourglass upside down and let the sand flow back for a while. He then turned it over again and said with a smile, "This time, it's not considered cheating, right?" Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "That's more like it." After this small episode, the two of them chatted while waiting. Time seemed to pass very quickly, and it felt like not much time had passed. Xiao Ruofei saw a waiter carrying a wooden tray from a distant passage towards them. On the tray was a long stone pot. The lid was tightly covered, and there was no trace of heat. "Our food is here," Xiao Ruofei said to Ling Qingxue with a smile. Ling Qingxue was sitting opposite him, and the waiter came from behind her, so she couldn't see him from her position. When Ling Qingxue heard this, she immediately looked back and said coquettishly, "Aya." The hourglass was so close to being empty. "If you hadn't made trouble just now and put it back for a while, maybe it would have been free." "You think too much," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. They calculated the time very accurately. "I guarantee that even if they didn't move the hourglass, there would still be a little sand left." The waiter walked over step by step. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue also arranged the tableware in front of them, ready to eat. At this moment, something unexpected happened. At another table across the aisle from Xiao Ruofei's table, the customer had just finished eating and left. A middle-aged female clerk in an apron was cleaning up the table. When the waiter came over with the stone pot, the female clerk was bending over to wipe the table. When the waiter came behind her, she just straightened up. The aisle was a little narrow, and the middle-aged female clerk didn't know that there was someone behind her, so she got up a little too quickly and bumped into the waiter who was carrying the tray. Ling Qingxue, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. The waiter was also stunned. He watched as the stone pot smashed towards the middle-aged female employee. His mind was blank. The stone pot didn't seem to have any temperature, but it was actually carved out of a whole piece of stone. When it was cooked, it was already boiling hot. The grilled fish was roasted using the stone pot's characteristic of uniform heat dissipation. When the waiter served the dishes, he would especially remind the guests to be careful of touching the stone pot. At this time, if a spoonful of oil was poured onto the stone pot, it would definitely boil immediately. One could imagine how miserable it would be if such a stone pot hit a person's body. Among the four of them, Xiao Ruofei's mind was the clearest. His reaction was also far better than the average person's. Therefore, when the waiter's hand went limp and the stone pot slipped off the tray, he reacted almost instantly. He stood up, took a step forward, and reached out to hold the tray. However, he was still a step too late. More than half of the stone pot had already slid off the edge of the tray, and its center of gravity was already outside the tray. At this time, the tray was pushed up, and the stone pot suddenly tilted down, falling towards the middle-aged female employee's back. Ling Qingxue didn't dare to look. She couldn't imagine such a hot stone pot falling on her back. However, Xiao Ruofei's second reaction was also quite fast. He quickly reached out his left hand and directly grabbed the stone pot. With a clang, the lid of the pot fell to the ground, and the fragrant grilled fish inside also fell down. A small amount of hot soup finally splashed on the middle-aged female employee. She couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. However, whether it was the waiter who served the dishes or Ling Qingxue, they were all stunned at this time. Xiao Ruofei grabbed the hot stone pot with his bare hand. Wouldn't his hand be burned to a pulp? It wasn't until Xiao Ruofei quickly put down the stone pot and let go of his hand that Ling Qingxue screamed. She stood up in a panic and asked repeatedly, "Ruofei, how's your hand?" The waiter was also trembling with fear. The tray had already fallen to the ground. He almost crawled to Xiao Ruofei and asked in a trembling voice, "Sir, how is your hand?" Even if it was only for a short period of time, it was still unbearable. Perhaps the meat would be cooked. If a customer was hurt in the store because of his own mistake, then he would be really unlucky. Not only would he lose money, but he would also lose his job. It's almost the new year, and it's really bad luck to encounter something like this. Xiao Ruofei also felt a burning pain in his hand. Although he had subconsciously spread his true qi into his palm when he received the stone pot, true qi was not omnipotent. Even if it could block a certain amount of heat, the remaining true qi was enough to make him suffer. However, he didn't have time to check his injury. He asked with concern, Auntie, how are you? Xiao Ruofei saw clearly that a lot of the hot soup had fallen on the middle-aged female employee's back. She was just an ordinary person, so she didn't have any true qi to protect her body. This injury was probably serious. The middle-aged female employee was still in shock. She groaned in pain and said, Young man. I'm fine. But your hand. Hurry up and take a look. Although she had her back to them when the incident happened, she had subconsciously turned her head when the waiter bumped into her. Therefore, she also saw the scene of Xiao Ruofei catching the stone pot with his bare hands. At this time, the middle-aged female employee's heart was filled with gratitude, guilt, and a little fear. Xiao Ruofei stretched out his left hand and took a look. His fingers and palm were already showing a demonic red, and several parts of his knuckles were blistering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This time, the burn was not light. When Ling Xianxia saw the miserable state of Xiao Ruofei's hand, she couldn't help but burst into tears. She sobbed and said, Ruofei, why are you so stupid? This stone pot is so hot. How can you catch it with your hand? Does it hurt? It would be a lie to say that it didn't hurt, but this kind of pain was completely within the range of Xiao Ruofei's tolerance. When he was in the Lone Wolf Commandos, anti-interrogation training was a compulsory course for every member. To put it bluntly, this course was a simulation of the enemy's torture after being captured. It was torture with real knives and guns. Although it wouldn't cause permanent damage to the body, the veterans of the Special Forces knew very well which parts of the body could cause the most pain. To be able to endure that kind of training, Xiao Ruofei could still endure this kind of burn, even if his fingers were connected to his heart. What's more, if he hadn't caught the stone pot just now, the middle-aged female employee would definitely have been severely burned. In that split second, he didn't have time to think too much. It was completely a subconscious action. Xiao Ruofei grinned and said, It's okay, Qingxue. Don't worry. This kind of burn just looks a little scary. It'll be fine in a few days. Speaking of this, there was a throbbing pain in his finger. This kind of burn was a throbbing pain. Xiao Ruofei was caught off guard and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Ling Qingxue was even more distressed when she saw this. She quickly said, How can you still laugh? Let's go to the hospital quickly. Xiao Ruofei said, Why should we go to the hospital? It's just a small injury. I can deal with it myself. After that, he took his bag with his uninjured right hand and reached in to search for something. In fact, he took out a small box of ointment from the ring-2 space. Xiao Ruofei had a lot of this kind of ointment. It was actually an ointment made from some common medicine for bruises and injuries, then mixed with some spirit heart flower petal solution. Although the composition of the spirit heart flower petal was very small, whether it was external injuries, burns, or mosquito bites, the effect was very good. Xiao Ruofei then took out a box of silver needles from his bag. This was also a backup that he usually kept in the space. Now that his Chinese medicine skills had improved rapidly, these silver needles were used for acupuncture. Young man, please light this alcohol stove. Xiao Ruofei said to the waiter with a pleasant expression. There was an alcohol stove on the table. After the grilled fish was served, the stone pot would be placed on top of it to maintain the temperature of the dish. After the waiter, who was still in shock, lit the alcohol stove with trembling hands, Xiao Ruofei picked up a silver needle and disinfected it on the fire as if there was no one around. Then, he spread out his injured left hand. He thought for a moment and said to the waiter, Do you have a first aid kit or something like that in your restaurant? I need some gauze and bandages. Yes. The waiter immediately said, Please wait for a moment, I'll get it right away. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile. When the waiter went to get the items, Xiao Ruofei said to the middle-aged female employee, Auntie, please wait for a moment. I'll deal with the injury on my hand. He knew that the female employee was also scalded, but it wasn't as serious as his. The middle-aged female employee gratefully said, Young man, thank you so much. You're welcome. It's good that everyone is fine. Xiao Ruofei grinned as he continued, It's almost Chinese New Year. Wouldn't it be troublesome if I was hospitalized? Ling Qingxue couldn't help tearing up as she blamed Xiao Ruofei in her heart. You know that it's almost Chinese New Year, so why are you still acting tough? Now that your hand is injured, how are you going to spend Chinese New Year? However, in front of the middle-aged female employee, Xianxia couldn't say too much, so as not to make her feel even more guilty. Soon, the waiter ran over with a small first aid kit. Generally, there would be 1 or 2 of these in the store to prevent customers from getting injured or suddenly falling ill. The store manager, who looked nervous, also came with him. When the store manager heard that a customer had been scalded, he was scared out of his wits. These days, customers were God. If a customer was injured in his store, and it was caused by an employee's mistake, he would have a reason. Wouldn't he ask for compensation? The store manager said carefully, "Sir, I'm the store manager of this store." "I'm very sorry." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and interrupted him, saying, "I'm sorry, I'll deal with the injury on my hand first." When the store manager saw that Xiao Ruofei's hand was scalded and that there were several big blisters, he couldn't help but gasp and quickly said, "Sir, it's better to go to the hospital to deal with it. We'll pay for all the medical expenses." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "There's no need for that." He put the silver needle over the fire again to disinfect it. Then, without hesitation, he pierced a blister with the needle. He didn't even frown. The big blister deflated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a lot of pus flowed out at the same time. According to the treatment method, after the blister was pierced, a strand of hair should be strung together so that the pus could flow out and not accumulate in the blister. However, Xiao Ruofei obviously didn't need it. Everyone, including Xianxia, was so scared that they didn't dare to look. Xiao Ruofei still pierced the blisters one by one as if nothing had happened, releasing the pus inside. Then, he wiped the pus off with gauze. Then, he opened the box and spread the ointment evenly on the wound. The ointment didn't have much of a spirit heartflower's petals, so it didn't have an obvious effect. However, Xiao Ruofei still felt a cooling sensation, and the pain lessened a lot. Finally, Xiao Ruofei patted a gauze and used a bandage to bandage the burned area. Although he could only use one hand, Xiao Ruofei's movements were still very skillful. With the help of his teeth, he didn't need any help at all and easily finished the final bandage. The store manager watched Xiao Ruofei deal with the wound with ease, and his heart calmed down a lot. It seemed that this person wouldn't ask for too much, otherwise he would have gone straight to the hospital. What's more, if they hadn't reached an agreement on compensation, they wouldn't have let him treat the wound at all. The more miserable he looked, the more compensation he would get. The store manager considered his words and was about to speak, but Xiao Ruofei took the lead and said to the middle-aged female employee with a pleasant expression, "Auntie, my ointment is very effective for burns. I'll give the rest to you. Hurry up and apply the ointment. If it's inconvenient for you to apply the ointment, find a female colleague to help you." The middle-aged female employee was scalded on her back, so it was naturally inconvenient for Xiao Ruofei to apply the ointment for her. Moreover, there were so many people in the lobby, so he couldn't let her lift up her clothes. There wasn't much ointment left in the small box, so Xiao Ruofei simply gave it to the middle-aged female employee. The female employee took the ointment gratefully. Her lips trembled a few times, and she didn't know how to express the gratitude in her heart. The store manager saw this and said, "Auntie Qin, go apply the ointment first. Also, change your clothes and come back." The middle-aged female employee's clothes were covered with soup, so it was obvious that she couldn't wear them anymore. The middle-aged female employee took the ointment and went to find a place to apply the ointment. The store manager couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. He said, "Sir, I'm really sorry that this happened. Don't worry, we will definitely take responsibility for the compensation." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "As long as you're fine, that's good. We don't need the compensation. To be honest, we don't need this money. That won't do. No matter what, it's our good intentions. Otherwise, we'll really feel bad." The store manager was happy in his heart, but he still said it out loud. Xiao Ruofei said, "In that case, I'll make 2 conditions." The store manager's expression was slightly sluggish. He thought to himself that he had dug a hole and buried himself in it. If he had known, he wouldn't have been so polite. He had hit the snake with the stick. February, which had the least number of days in a year, was finally over. This year, Steel Spear went back to his hometown to celebrate the new year, and it was inevitable to have a gathering with relatives, friends, and classmates, so this month's update was a bit unstable. Fortunately, in the end, the chapters that were owed were all updated. Here, I also want to thank everyone for their understanding. Because I forgot to bring the mouse when I went back, and the laptop's touchpad was not very easy to use, so from February 18th, I did not count the rewards in the author's words. Here, Steel Spear summed up the rewards after the 18th, and expressed my gratitude together. Jidian Platform, Leipan 00, 10,000 book coins, Moonlit Snowy Story, 5,500 book coins, Dazed Fish, 5,000 book coins, Xiaowen Xiaolu, 2,000 book coins, Albliss, 900 book coins, Xingjia Erlang, 800 book coins, Friendship Will Last Forever, 500 book coins, Tong Huhu, 500 book coins, Inheritance Acquaintance, 500 book coins, Chongqing Qinghua, 500 book coins, Little Hui Hui 88, 300 book coins, Shiyan 000, 000, 0001, 200 book coins, Novel Comic Mystery, 100 book coins, Heaven Father, 100 book coins, Book Friend 151223170253976, 100 book coins, Book Friend 140621142602361, 100 book coins, Lin Han, 100 book coins, Taco 1965, 100 book coins, Creation Platform, Idle Clouds and Wild Cranes, 1197 book coins, 927, 999 book coins, Liangji, 100 book coins, Flying Snow 2012, 100 book coins. Feng Jing looked at the woman opposite her and couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. The person opposite her was Dong Yun, who was recommended to her by the headhunting company. She was also very optimistic about Dong Yun and strongly recommended her to Xiao Ruofei as the chief administrative officer. In Feng Jing's bag, there was a stack of Dong Yun's information. When she was in her second year of high school, she was admitted to Beijing University because she won the National Mathematical Olympiad gold medal. However, after the college entrance examination, she chose Princeton's offer and directly studied abroad. After graduating from her undergraduate degree, she was supposed to become a mathematician or physicist. However, she did not follow the path that everyone took for granted. Instead, she chose to pursue a master's degree in business administration at Harvard. With such a large change of subject, she still graduated from Harvard with excellent results and successfully obtained an MBA. She had been working in the US since then. It was obvious that she was a very opinionated woman. It was difficult for outsiders to change her mind. If the headhunting company didn't say that Dong Yun was interested in returning to China to work, Feng Jing wouldn't even try to recruit her. It wasn't easy for him to ask her out, but Dong Yun ended the conversation as soon as he got the chance. Feng Jing knew that she was going to return empty-handed today, but she still had to do what she had to do. She smiled and said, "Miss Dong, I heard that you are interested in returning to China to work. Actually, you might as well take the time to learn more about our Taoyuan company." Dong Yun smiled slightly and said, "Mr. Feng, although I have no intention of joining your company, I have carefully read the information about your company that the headhunting company gave me." Speaking of this, Dong Yun said slowly, "The Taoyuan company was established 2 years ago. In just 2 years, it has developed from a company that supplies high-end vegetables to a company that is involved in the pharmaceutical industry, cosmetics industry, high-end ingredients, and high-end herbs industry. The company's market value has also soared from 1 million yuan to at least 1 billion yuan. Among them, products such as Yuji ointment and Yangxin soup are very competitive in the market. Their future prospects are promising." Seeing this, Feng Jing couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. "Fine." Dong Yun finished what she wanted to say. It seemed that she had done her homework. The most attractive parts of the Taoyuan company were all here. However, Dong Yun was still not interested in the Taoyuan company's invitation. There was really nothing she could do. "Mr. Feng, I'm not trying to show off my memory. I just want to let you know that I'm not someone who thinks that your company isn't big or that you're not worthy of being an overseas returnee. I've considered your company's invitation seriously, and the final result." Dong Yun replied indifferently. Dong Yun shrugged her shoulders and shrugged, "I can only say that I'm sorry." Feng Jing felt a little sad. She forced a smile and asked, "Miss Dong, I respect your decision. But, can you tell me why you rejected our invitation? In what aspect did the Taoyuan company make you feel that it was not your best choice? Dong Yin looked at Feng Jing meaningfully and said, Mr. Feng, I have some understanding of your resume. In a sense, our resumes are somewhat similar. Feng Jing smiled and asked, so? I believe that Mr. Feng should be able to see it too. Dong Yin smiled and said, your company's core competitiveness lies in technology. Although Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory can barely be regarded as a labor-intensive industry, its core is still relying on the formulas of Yuji ointment and Yangxin soup. This is the foundation of your company. I don't quite understand. Feng Jing said, does this have anything to do with your choice? Dong Yan's lips curled up slightly. She looked into Feng Jing's eyes and said, Mr. Feng actually understands. You and I are both professional managers. In such a technology-intensive company, whether it's the CEO or the chief administrative officer, forgive me for being blunt. Dong Yin shrugged habitually and said, I'm afraid it's not too challenging, right? In other words, my job is not just to pursue money. I value a sense of accomplishment more. Otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen to return to China. Feng Jing couldn't help but be speechless. She couldn't refute what Dong Yin said. In fact, she had seen this problem a long time ago. When she first joined the Taoyuan company, it wasn't too obvious. As Xiao Ruofei magically took out more and more precious herbs and rare formulas, she increasingly felt that being the CEO of the Taoyuan company was indeed a lot less challenging. The company's performance might become more and more brilliant, but it had nothing to do with her directly. If she had just joined the Taoyuan company, she might have made the same choice as Dong Yun. However, she stayed in the Taoyuan company not only for the money, but also for the sense of accomplishment that the job brought. Feng Jing retorted helplessly, Ms. Dong, I can't deny that what you said is indeed objective. But the position, authority, and benefits that our company can give you, I think that many big companies may not be able to. Mr. Feng, let's not talk about benefits first. Dong Yin smiled and said, to be honest, many big companies are also in contact with me, including a heavyweight internet company like BAT. Of course, they definitely can't give me a position like CAO, but I'd rather work hard with a small team and enjoy the sense of accomplishment than to be a leisurely CAO in the Taoyuan company. Since Dong Yin had said so, Feng Jing couldn't persuade her anymore. She was also very gentlemanly. She smiled and said, all right then. No matter what, thank you, Ms. Dong, for taking the time to meet me today. I also wish you a bright future. Thank you for the coffee. Dong Yin smiled and said, then stood up. After taking 2 steps, Dong Yin turned back and said, Mr. Feng, there's something I want to say, but I still want to say. No matter what reason you stayed in the Taoyuan company, I think you should also think deeply about your career plan and examine your current choices. After saying that, Dong Yin walked away gracefully, leaving Feng Jing sitting in the coffee shop thoughtfully. She didn't move for a long time. Dong Yin walked out of the coffee shop and got into the rented Beetle. She turned her head and looked through the window at the motionless Feng Jing. She sighed, shook her head, started the car, and drove away from the coffee shop. In fact, when she was faced with the Taoyuan company's invitation, she wasn't as determined as she was in front of Feng Jing. She had to admit that this position was very attractive to her. This attraction didn't come from the job itself, but because the Taoyuan company was located in Sanshan. In a second-tier city like Sanshan, there were only a few companies like the Taoyuan company that could barely meet her career plan. The big companies were basically concentrated in the first-tier cities like Beijing, Qiantang, Shenzhen, and Guangdong. Accepting these companies' offers meant that she had to leave Sanshan. This was also where Dong Yin was conflicted. She chose to return to China to develop her career because she wanted to be closer to home and be able to take care of her mother who was getting older. Dong Yin's father died of illness when she was very young, and it was her mother who raised her. After graduating from high school, Dong Yin didn't need her mother to send her money at all. She relied on scholarships and work-study to maintain her life and studies. Sometimes, she could even send some money to her mother to support the family. After working, Dong Yin bought a big house in the United States. It could be said that she didn't have to worry about food and clothing. However, it was difficult to leave her hometown. Her mother wasn't willing to go to the United States with her to enjoy life. She was close to retirement age, but she still worked outside, even though her monthly salary was less than a fraction of Dong Yun's daily salary. In the words of Dong Yun's mother, she just couldn't stay idle. She couldn't stand to enter retirement in her early 50s. Dong Yun couldn't dissuade her mother, so she could only let it be. After a few years in the United States, she was really worried about her mother. Finally, she made up her mind to return to China to develop her career. However, there was no suitable company for her in Xianxia. Even if she returned to China, she might work in another city. But even if she worked in another city, it was better than being separated by the ocean. When the time came, it would be easier to convince her mother to live with her than to go to the United States. Therefore, when she received the Taoyuan company's invitation, she was only moved for a short while. She quickly rejected the idea. Returning to China to develop her career was already a sacrifice. Dong Yun didn't want to compromise on her career plan. With these complicated thoughts in her heart, Dong Yun drove home. This was a very old tube-shaped apartment. The architectural style was full of the last century's era. The mottled outer wall was engraved with the traces of time. This apartment was left behind by Dong Yun's father. It was a welfare housing for state-owned enterprises in that era. After the housing reform, they bought out the property rights. Although Dong Yun was fully capable of buying a big house for her mother in Xianxia, her mother couldn't bear to part with the old neighborhood here. She firmly refused to move. Dong Yun could only give in helplessly. It wasn't easy to find an empty parking space in the few parking spaces downstairs. Dong Yun parked the car, then held the car keys in one hand and her phone in the other. She quickly walked into the corridor. Just as she went upstairs, her phone vibrated gently. During this period of time, she was contacting some companies. There were often work-related WeChat messages, so she immediately lit up her phone screen. However, what she saw wasn't a WeChat message, but a newsfeed. An accident occurred at a grilled fish shop. A mysterious young man caught a boiling stone pot with his bare hands to save someone. Initially, Dong Yun wanted to close it, but when she saw the headline, she couldn't help but frown. She clicked on the news article and quickly read the text. Then, she immediately clicked on the video, and her footsteps came to a halt. After a long time, Dong Yun arrived at her door on the 4th floor. Her face didn't seem to be very good. Dong Yun took out her keys to open the door. She casually placed the keys on the tray above the shoe cabinet and bent down to pick up her slippers. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps in the house. Dong Yun looked up and saw that it was her mother, Xianxia. Dong Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. She asked calmly, "Mom, why are you at home? Don't you have to go to work today?" Xianxia smiled unnaturally and said, "It's almost the new year. There isn't much business in the shop, so I got off work early and came back." Dong Yun looked at her mother and said, "The sun rose from the west today. You actually got off work early?" Xianxia said reproachfully, "What are you talking about? Isn't it good for me to go home early? You don't have to order takeout all day. Those takeout are unhygienic and unhealthy. I'm at home today. I'll cook a good meal for you tonight." Dong Yun listened to her mother's nagging, and her eyes couldn't help but turn slightly red. Dong Yun said with a trace of sobbing, "Mom, don't hide it. I already know." Xianxia was stunned. She turned to look at her daughter and asked, "What do you know? Why are you talking so strangely today? Are you feeling unwell?" Dong Yun gently pushed away her mother's hand that reached out to check her forehead temperature and said, "Mom, you had an accident in the shop today. Something big almost happened, right? The news is already out. Why are you still hiding it from me?" After that, Dong Yun directly turned on her phone and pulled up the news she had just seen in the corridor. She stared at Xianxia's eyes and said, "Take a look for yourself. Don't tell me that the person in the video isn't you." Xianxia took the phone skeptically. When she saw the title, she already realized that this matter had really been exposed. Xianxia was the cleaning auntie in the grilled fish shop at noon. If this matter were to be spread out, Xiao Ruofei probably wouldn't believe it himself. A mother with a Harvard MBA and an elite white-collar worker in a big American company was actually working as a cleaner in a restaurant. But this was the truth. It had nothing to do with whether Dong Yun was filial or not. It was completely because the old woman couldn't stay idle. According to Dong Yun's intention, she naturally hoped that she could bring her mother to America early to live with her. That way, she wouldn't have to change jobs. However, Xianxia didn't want to go to an unfamiliar place where she didn't even know the language. No matter how good America was, it wasn't as good as her own home. As for work, it had already become a habit of Xianxia. Even if the money Dong Yun sent home every month was enough for her to eat, drink, and play freely, she just couldn't stay idle. She even used to be a nanny. Later, after Dong Yun strongly opposed it, she found her current job. Xianxia clicked on the video and saw the frightening scene at noon again. Her hands were still trembling slightly, and there was a lingering fear in her heart. At the same time, she was full of gratitude to that brave young man. "What do you mean by fine?" Dong Yun's tone was a little agitated. "What else can be considered fine? If you weren't injured, would the shop let you go home early to rest?" Speaking of this, Dong Yun was distressed and angry. She asked, "Mom, where are you hurt? Is it serious?" "It's a little burn on my back." "It's fine," Xianxia said. "Let me see." Dong Yun walked over and carefully lifted Xianxia's clothes. When she saw several red burn marks on her mother's back, Dong Yun couldn't help but cry. "Xiao Yun, Mom is really fine." Xianxia quickly put down her clothes and comforted her. "The burn medicine that the young man gave me is very effective. It doesn't hurt now." Dong Yun had just seen the news, so she naturally knew this detail. She asked suspiciously, "Really? I think it's quite serious. Do you want to go to the hospital to deal with it?" Xianxia quickly said, "It's really not necessary. It's already much better." At that time, the heating in the shop was relatively strong. In addition, she had been working all the time, so Xianxia only wore a single layer of clothes. After the hot soup passed through a layer of clothes, the temperature was somewhat reduced, so her injury wasn't as serious as Xiao Ruofei's. However, if she hadn't used the ointment that Xiao Ruofei gave her in time, it was very likely that she would have blistered. After using the ointment once, the injury had been alleviated a lot. After applying the ointment, the injury felt more cool, and there wasn't the burning sensation that would occur from time to time after being scalded. Dong Yun heard her mother's words, and saw that there were no blisters or pus in the scalded area, so she nodded and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Then, Dong Yun said, "But you have to listen to me for once. Let's quit this job and resign tomorrow, okay?" "Why would I resign all of a sudden?" Xianxia firmly disagreed. "I said that it was just an accident. I usually do the cleaning in the shop. How could there be any danger?" "Whether it's dangerous or not, I don't want you to do it anymore," Dong Yun said. "We're not short of money now. Why do you have to work so hard? You're already so old, yet you're still working hard outside. People who don't know would think that I'm unfilial." Xianxia rebuked, "You silly child, what are you saying? I'm not so old that I need you to take care of me." "Mom." Dong Yun held her mother's hand and said in a coquettish tone, "Just listen to me this once." Xianxia, who was used to her daughter's energetic style, felt goosebumps all over her body. She said helplessly, "Okay, okay, okay. Can we put this matter aside for now?" Regardless of whether he was going to resign or not, he had to at least finish it before the new year. Otherwise, how are you going to let the shop recruit people at this time? As the Spring Festival approached, it had always been a trend of migrant workers returning to their hometown. Now that Xianxia was going to resign, the grilled fish shop really couldn't recruit people to do the cleaning for a while. Dong Yun also knew that this was her mother's stalling tactic, but she also knew that she couldn't push her too hard. In the past, it was because she was far away in the United States and couldn't do anything. Now that she was at home, she would nag in her ear when she had nothing to do. She had to persuade her to agree. This was only the first step of Dong Yun's plan. Her ultimate goal was naturally to hope that her mother would follow her to live in the new city where she worked. If she could get her mother to resign first, then she would be closer to the next step of her goal. "Okay, you go back to the house and rest for a while," Xianxia said. "I'll go out to buy some food and make you a good meal tonight." Her daughter had been back for a few days. Because she worked during mealtimes, she didn't have a good meal with her daughter. Xianxia's heart was full of guilt. Today, she could take advantage of the half-day break that she was injured and make it up to her daughter. Mom, you're injured. Don't move. Dongyan said quickly. I'll take care of dinner, okay? Xianxia looked at her daughter with a faint smile and asked, how are you going to take care of it? Call for takeout? Don't tell me that you've learned how to cook now. Dongyan said with some embarrassment, actually, takeout is not bad now. It's quite formal. It's not as bad as you said. By the way, doesn't the grilled fish shop you work at also provide online ordering service? Okay. Xianxia said with a smile. It's not a big deal. I'll cook tonight. You don't have to worry about it. You rest at home. I'm going to buy some food. Okay. Then I'll have to trouble you, Mom. Dongyan said with embarrassment. After Xianxia went out to buy food, Dongyan went back to her room and turned on her computer. She clicked on the PC website of the Sanshan Evening News and couldn't help but click on the news on the front page to watch it again. After the video was edited by the newspaper company, the process of Xia Ruofei's 2 consecutive quick reactions and the process of him catching the boiling hot stone pot with his bare hands was done in slow motion. Dongyan was even more scared after watching it. She couldn't imagine how serious the injury would have been if the stone pot had completely hit her mother's back. Maybe then, her mother wouldn't have been able to go out to buy food and go home to cook with a slight injury. She might have even seen her mother in the hospital. At the same time, Dongyan was filled with gratitude towards this brave young man. She was a little regretful. Although the reporter of the report had captured the scene, he couldn't confirm the young man's identity. At the end of the report, the reporter even mobilized netizens, hoping to use their discerning eyes to find this young man. They wanted to vigorously promote such positive energy. Dongyan scrolled to the back of the page and looked at the comments in the comment section. Most of the comments were praises. Some said that the young man was agile, and some praised his subconscious reaction. In short, almost all of the comments were positive. There were also a small number of netizens who questioned the management of the store. In fact, if the waiters and cleaners had cooperated, this accident could have been completely avoided. After all, that kind of stone pot grilled fish was very hot. This showed that the grilled fish store didn't emphasize the employees' awareness of danger too much. The waiters were a little careless. Dongyan browsed the comment section with lingering fear in her heart. Suddenly, a comment caught her attention. Why does this back look so familiar? Everyone, compare the photos of the Taoyuan company's annual party that were circulated 2 days ago. Doesn't he look like Boss Xia of the Taoyuan company? Under this comment, many netizens expressed their opinions. What a coincidence. Boss Xia has been stealing too much attention these days, right? I think so too. Downstairs, what do you think? Upstairs, there must be something fishy about this. Dongyan didn't find an exact answer in everyone's comments, so she simply followed the clues and found the post about the Taoyuan company's annual party that was very popular on Weibo and forums a few days ago. The photo of Xia Ruofei fishing for money was very eye-catching and had been mentioned many times. Dongyan easily found this photo. However, the photo taken at the annual party was separated by a glass room, and it was the side of Xia Ruofei's face. The video taken by the reporter Yuan Xian was taken from behind. Other than the moment when Xia Ruofei stepped out to catch the stone pot, the rest of the video was basically with her back facing the camera. Dongyan compared it for a while. However, the screenshot wasn't very clear, and the image quality of the annual party photos wasn't very high. She thought it was a little similar, but like the netizens, she wasn't sure. Dongyan was full of questions. When it was dinner time, she couldn't help but ask Xianxia, Mom, the young man who saved you, do you know his name? Xianxia's face had a trace of regret as she said, I didn't even have time to ask for his name. At first, I was scared out of my wits. Later, after applying medicine, I recovered a little, but the 2 young men left quickly. Oh. Dongyan was a little disappointed. Xianxia then suddenly said, but I seem to remember that his female companion called his name. It was, something Fei? Dongyan quickly asked, Ruofei? Xia Ruofei? Xianxia scratched her head and smiled bitterly. My mind was in a mess at the time. I really can't remember. Xiaoyun, why are you asking this? I think he sacrificed himself to save others. We should at least express our gratitude. Dongyun said. That's true. Xianxia immediately said, then. Should I try to recall? Then, Dongyun's mind suddenly flashed, and she came up with an idea. Compared to the various guesses and analyses of the netizens, she didn't need to look for someone far away. The person involved was right in front of her. She didn't need to use the blurry annual meeting photo as a comparison. Thinking of this, Dongyun immediately took out her mobile phone and searched for Xia Ruofei's photo on the internet. It had to be said that the internet greatly reduced the privacy of individuals, especially for someone like Xia Ruofei, who was considered half a public figure. Although he deliberately kept a low profile, there were still many photos circulating on the internet, including the photos of him attending the press conference. Many of them were clear frontal photos from professional media reporters. Dongyun found a close-up photo and handed the mobile phone to Xianxia. She asked, Mom, take a good look. Is this him? Xianxia only took a glance and immediately said, that's right. Xiaoyun, this young man saved me today. You. Are you sure? You don't need to think about it carefully? Dongyun asked. Didn't you say that your mind was a little messy at the time? Definitely. This young man's eyes are very special. It's the kind of eyes that people can't forget once they see it, Xianxia said. Xiaoyun, do you know who he is? We should go and thank him. Dongyun was deep in thought. She didn't answer Xianxia's question, but smiled and said, Mom, leave this to me. I'll go and thank him. Then I have to go too. He saved me. If I don't show up, wouldn't it seem insincere? Xianxia was puzzled. No. Dongyun smiled and said, just leave it to me. I promise that I won't neglect your benefactor. This child, why are you keeping me in suspense? Xianxia said, blaming her. Let's eat, let's eat. Dongyun changed the topic. Mom, let me try the lychee meat that you made. I haven't had it in years. Yes, yes, yes. You used to love the lychee meat that I made. Xianxia's attention was successfully diverted. She immediately put 2 big pieces of lychee meat into Dongyun's bowl and said with a smile, try it and see if Mom's cooking has deteriorated. Night fell at Taoyuan farm. Xia Ruofei, who had accompanied Ling Qingxue for the whole day, drove back to his villa. Although there was a little episode today, he was still very happy. He hadn't spent so much time shopping and chatting with his girlfriend for a long time. The only fly in the ointment was that because of his injured hand, Ling Qingxue insisted that he check out of the hotel room that he had booked. The two of them hadn't been intimate for a long time, so they had booked a hotel room early. They were going to shop outside until dinner, and then go to the hotel to have a good time after dinner. However, from Ling Qingxue's point of view, Xia Ruofei's hand was badly burned, so it was obviously not suitable for strenuous exercise. So, no matter how Xia Ruofei begged, she was determined not to agree. Xia Ruofei couldn't use the magical solution of the spirit flower petal to completely cure his injury in front of Ling Qingxue. That would be too surreal, and Ling Qingxue would be scared. In the end, he had no choice but to compromise. Under Ling Qingxue's repeated reminders, Xia Ruofei drove back to the farm directly after dinner. Ling Qingxue was worried that it was inconvenient for him to drive with only one hand. In fact, on the way back to the farm, Xia Ruofei quickly found a secluded place to park the car. From the ring 2 space, he took out a small bottle of the spirit flower petal solution with a higher concentration and completely cured the burn. However, he still used gauze and bandages to wrap his hand. This was mainly to fool others. If Ling Qingxue came to the farm in the next 2 days and saw that his wound was completely healed, then it would be hard to explain. Xia Ruofei parked the car and played with little Hay, Lightning, and the others in the yard for a while. Then, he heard footsteps at the door. Ruofei, did you just come back? It was Feng Jing's voice. After dinner in the staff cafeteria, she had nothing to do, so she took a walk in the yard. She just happened to see Xia Ruofei's car drive into the villa from afar, so she simply walked over and wanted to tell him about the failure to recruit Dongyun. Sister Jing. Xiao Ruofei said with some surprise, come in, come in. Little He and the others were very familiar with Feng Jing, so they didn't have any hostility towards her. Instead, they wagged their tails at Feng Jing. You guys go play by yourselves. Xiao Ruofei said as he patted Lightning's head. Then he said to Feng Jing, Sister Jing, I just came back from outside. How about we go in and have some tea together? Xiao Ruofei waved his hand indifferently and said, I accidentally got a small injury. It's nothing serious, what happened? Feng Jing saw that Xiao Ruofei's hand was wrapped tightly and knew that it wasn't as light as Xiao Ruofei said. Xiao Ruofei saw that Feng Jing was asking, so he didn't hide anything. He simply repeated what happened at the grilled fish shop. Then he shrugged and said, it's just something like that. It's nothing. I'll be fine in a few days. Feng Jing couldn't help but turn pale when she heard that. She said, Ruofei, it's nothing? Do you know how hot that stone pot is? You're already an adult. Why are you still trying to be brave? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Sister Jing, look at how nervous you are. It's really nothing. I reacted very quickly. The stone pot didn't even last a second in my hand. How could I be seriously injured? Let me see. Feng Jing came forward to check Xiao Ruofei's injury. Xiao Ruofei quickly raised his hand to avoid it and said, Sister Jing, it's really nothing. You don't have to check it. Besides, it was just wrapped up. How troublesome would it be to unwrap it? He definitely couldn't let Feng Jing unwrap the bandage. Otherwise, it would be exposed. Feng Jing seemed to realize that her actions were a bit too intimate. She blushed slightly and said, Don't be brave. If you really can't do it, go to the hospital and take care of it. Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, I know. I know what I'm doing. Feng Jing nodded and didn't say anything else. Xiao Ruofei was injured when he was dating his girlfriend. Feng Jing felt that it wasn't appropriate for her to say too much. She could only suppress her concern. The two walked into the villa's living room together. Xiao Ruofei first went to feed the red arowana some food. Then he took out the secret De Hong Pao tea from the tea cabinet and sat down beside the root-carving tea tray. Although he could only operate it with one hand, Xiao Ruofei was still very familiar with making tea. Sister Jing, why did you suddenly come over tonight? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile while pouring tea with one hand. Feng Jing's expression slightly darkened and said, Yeah. There's bad news. Don't say it. Let me guess. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Is it about the company's CEO? Dong Yan rejected us? Currently, the company's development was going well, and the only bad news was the lack of talent. Although the position of vice president was temporarily vacant, there was no clear candidate for that position. Only the chief administrative officer position was planned to be filled by Dong Yun. Feng Jing smiled bitterly and said, Yeah. I talked to her face to face today. I can see that she's not interested in our company. She's obviously a very opinionated person. I personally feel that there's no hope of recruiting her. We still have to plan early. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, It seems that this overseas returnee's vision is quite high. Our company can't enter her eyes? That's not entirely true. Feng Jing smiled and said, She's quite honest. Maybe it's mainly because of her career planning. Feng Jing herself was in a state of confusion about the sense of accomplishment, so she didn't talk about this topic in depth. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, Then continue to look for candidates. We'd rather have nothing than have something substandard. On the one hand, we have to fill up the company's top management as soon as possible. On the other hand, we absolutely can't just make up the numbers. Feng Jing said, I'll continue to pay attention to the information in this area. I'm also personally following up with the headhunting company. Speaking of this, Feng Jing couldn't help but say, Dong Yan is actually very suitable for the CEO position. There's no problem for her to be the CEO in the future. It's a pity, since there's no fate between the two sides, there's nothing to feel pity about. Xiao Ruofei said casually. At this moment, Feng Jing's cell phone rang. She didn't avoid Xiao Ruofei. She took out her cell phone and looked at the caller ID. Feng Jing's face showed a hint of surprise. She looked up and said, It's Dong Yun, Bo? Xiao Ruofei said with interest, Did she change her mind? Answer it and listen to what she wants to say. Feng Jing nodded and answered the phone. Miss Dong, good evening. Dong Yan's voice was a little hesitant. She said, Manager Feng, I want to ask for the contact information of your company's chairman Xia. Feng Jing couldn't help but be stunned after hearing this. She looked at Xiao Ruofei in surprise. After a moment, she came back to her senses and said with a smile, of course, that's not a problem. But can I ask why Miss Dong is looking for our chairman? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. Listening to this, Dong Yan seems to want to look for me? But I don't know her at all. Xiao Ruofei wasn't narcissistic enough to think that his charm could defeat everyone of his age. Even Dong Yan, who he had never met before, was his fan. If that was the case, then Dong Yan wouldn't have rejected Feng Jing's invitation so firmly today. Dong Yan seemed to hesitate on the other end of the phone. She said, I have some personal matters to discuss with Boss Xia. I wonder if it's convenient. Feng Jing immediately said, it's convenient. Our boss Xia is free at any time. You can come directly to the farm and call me when the time comes. Dong Yan also breathed a sigh of relief and said, okay, if it's convenient, let's do it tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. No problem. Feng Jing said happily, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Feng Jing looked at Xiao Ruofei meaningfully. Xiao Ruofei also stared at Feng Jing and said with a wry smile, Jing Jia, it seems that you haven't asked for my opinion yet. Feng Jing asked, Dong Yan, a great beauty, took the initiative to visit you. Would you refuse? It's not wrong for me to help you agree to this matter. Xiao Ruofei was speechless and said, what does this have to do with anything? I say, what is this Miss Dong selling in her gourd? I want to ask you this too. Feng Jing said with a smile, when we met at noon today, Dong Yan didn't mention you at all. Why did she suddenly propose to visit you at night? Ruofei, you can't have fed her bewitching potion, right? Or, for the company, you didn't hesitate to sacrifice yourself and use the handsome man trap? Feng Jing's words made Xiao Ruofei speechless for a while. He said after a while, Jing Jia, your imagination is too rich. I've never seen this Miss Dong at all. Besides, it's our company who took the initiative to recruit her. She can make her own choice, but it's not like we don't want her. Do I need to use the handsome man trap? Feng Jing couldn't help but giggle. She could also see that Xiao Ruofei seemed to have no idea what was going on. Feng Jing said, no matter what, this is a good thing. Maybe there will be a turn for the better tomorrow. And I still need to correct your words. Based on the current situation, she is really the most suitable candidate for the CEO position in our company. It's not like we don't want her, but if there's a chance, it's best to work harder. Speaking of this, Feng Jing winked at Xiao Ruofei and said, so, tomorrow it's up to you. When necessary, use a handsome man. Stop. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, this topic ends here. Feng Jing saw Xiao Ruofei's embarrassed look and couldn't help but laugh. The next day, Xiao Ruofei was still confused about Dong Yan's situation. He didn't even notice the report from the Sanshan Evening News. In fact, the influence of the Sanshan Evening News was limited, and because of the angle of the video, although some netizens raised their own speculations, saying that the brave young man looked very similar to Xiao Ruofei, there were only a few responses, and it didn't become a hot topic. Because Feng Jing agreed to meet with Dong Yan, Xiao Ruofei simply went to the company's staff cafeteria to have breakfast after practicing in the morning. Then, he went back to the office to deal with some daily affairs. After 8:50 a.m., Feng Jing knocked on the door of Xiao Ruofei's office and said with a smile, Dong Yan is already here. Shall we go down and welcome her? There's no need to make such a big scene. Xiao Ruofei looked up and said, we have a chairman and a president. Even if she joins our company, she's still a subordinate. How can a superior welcome a subordinate? She hasn't joined the company yet, right? Feng Jing said indifferently, we're just taking a few steps. Isn't it obvious that we're being courteous? Okay. What you said makes sense. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and stood up. When the two of them came downstairs, Dong Yan's beetle car also arrived at the building. Miss Dong, welcome to our company. Feng Jing stepped forward and introduced with a smile, this is our company's chairman, Mr. Xiao Ruofei. Dong Yin smiled at Xiao Ruofei, shook hands with Xiao Ruofei, and said, Boss Xia, I've heard a lot about you. Xiao Ruofei also smiled and said, Miss Dong, you're too polite. Please come upstairs. The group of people came to the reception room next to the chairman's office. The staff of the administrative department had already prepared tea, and the three of them sat down. Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, Miss Dong, may I know why you're here today? Dong Yin looked at Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing, and said straightforwardly, Boss Xia, I'm here to express my gratitude to you. Feng Jing and Xiao Ruofei were stunned by Dong Yin's words. Xiao Ruofei was even more confused. He said with a smile, Miss Dong, why are you thanking me all of a sudden? Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Dong Yin looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, Of course there's no misunderstanding. Boss Xia, did you have lunch at the Stone Pot Grilled Fish restaurant next to Wanda Plaza in the east of the city yesterday? You even got injured while trying to save a cleaner? Actually, when Dong Yin saw the bandage and gauze wrapped around Xiao Ruofei's hand, she was already very sure of it. Xiao Ruofei was slightly surprised, but he still nodded and said, There's such a thing, but that cleaner is my mother. Dong Yin said calmly. Ah? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. He thought to himself, it can't be so coincidental, right? Feng Jing couldn't help but open her mouth wide and stare blankly at Xiao Ruofei. In her heart, she was full of admiration for Xiao Ruofei. Isn't this a little too magical? Going out for a meal and saving someone along the way is actually Dong Yin's mother. Moreover, the famous returnee elite's mother was actually working as a cleaner in a restaurant. This was also a bit inconceivable. In the past, Feng Jing was used to Xiao Ruofei creating miracles, but today's incident still refreshed her understanding of Xiao Ruofei. It turns out that this boss who doesn't like to meddle not only has great ability, but also has great luck. Originally, the matter of recruiting Dong Yin had already reached a dead end, and there was basically no hope. But now, with this incident, could it be that there's a light at the end of the tunnel? Feng Jing's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts, and Xiao Ruofei didn't recover from this news for a while. Dong Yin continued, Boss Xia, this time I came here specifically to express my gratitude. I know that Boss Xia is much richer than me, and I can't give you more financial thanks. If there's anything you need me to do, I'll do my best. Feng Jing screamed in her heart, ask her to join our company. What are you hesitating for? Unexpectedly, Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Miss Dong, this is just a small matter. Moreover, I didn't know that the cleaner auntie was your mother at that time, and I didn't save her because of your gratitude. In fact, I didn't have time to think so much at that time, so I've already received your kind intentions. You don't have to do anything to thank me. Feng Jing almost couldn't help but shout, You didn't see such a good opportunity, what are you trying to do? Then, she thought again, could it be that Ruofei wants to loosen the reins in order to grasp them better? That must be it, this guy has always been crafty. Dong Yin was also a little surprised and said, Boss Xia, maybe it's just a small matter to you, but to me, my mother is more important than anything else. Boss Xia, I know your company lacks a CAO, if you don't mind. Xiao Ruofei directly waved his hand and said, Miss Dong, our company not only lacks a COO, but also a vice president. It can be said that we're thirsty for talent now. Also, Manager Feng has communicated with me many times about your situation, so we naturally hope that you can join our company. But, all of this needs to be based on your recognition of our company. What we want is a like-minded business partner, not someone who would give up her career plan and reluctantly join the company to repay a debt of gratitude. At this point, Xiao Ruofei also looked at Feng Jing firmly and then continued, Last night, Manager Feng already reported to me about your meeting, and I understand your choice very well. So, there's no need for you to change your career plan because of that small matter yesterday. Really, there's no need for that at all. Xiao Ruofei's tone was very sincere, and Feng Jing and Dong Yin could both tell that he was sincere and wasn't trying to loosen the reins in order to grasp them better. Feng Jing was a little disappointed, but at the same time, she was thoughtful. Dong Yin originally thought that Xiao Ruofei would ask her to join the Taoyuan company again. Even if he didn't mention it for the sake of his face, she had just taken the initiative to say that she was willing to join. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Ruofei would go with the flow and agree. In fact, Dong Yin had already made a decision at home. Her mother was indeed the most important person to her. Xiao Ruofei's righteous act yesterday was undoubtedly a great kindness to her. It wasn't her style not to repay a kindness. She also knew that Xiao Ruofei would definitely not be short of money. And the Taoyuan company just happened to throw an olive branch to her, so she was already prepared to change her plan and work for the Taoyuan company. Of course, this wasn't indefinite. Her pursuit of career would never stop. And no matter how great the kindness was, it wouldn't be enough for her to work hard for the Taoyuan company for the rest of her life. So Dong Yan's plan was to work for the Taoyuan company for 1 to 2 years, and then resign and leave. In her opinion, 1 year was enough for her to sort out the company's administrative work in an orderly manner and establish various effective systems. Even if she left at that time, it wouldn't have too much of an impact. At the same time, she could repay Xiao Ruofei's kindness. It could be said that she killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Dong Yan didn't expect that Xiao Ruofei didn't play her cards according to common sense at all. This made Dong Yan a little stunned. And Dong Yan could also see that Xiao Ruofei's expression was sincere, and there was no element of hypocrisy at all. What should she do? Dong Yan couldn't help but fall into a difficult situation. Xiao Ruofei, who was on the side, guessed most of Dong Yan's thoughts. He smiled and said, "Miss Dong, in fact, I've said repeatedly that this is just a small matter. I don't need any repayment from you. But I can also see that if I really don't want anything, you may feel a little uncomfortable in your heart." Dong Yan's beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Ruofei. She thought to herself, "You've already said both positive and negative. What do you mean?" Xiao Ruofei didn't beat around the bush and continued, "How about this? If you do me a small favor, then we won't owe each other anything. How about it? As long as it is within my ability, I will do my best." Dong Yan said seriously, "But we can't say that we don't owe each other anything. No matter what, my mother and I are grateful to Boss Xia." Okay. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Miss Dong hasn't joined a new company yet, right? I hope that if it is convenient for you, Ms. Dong, to join our company as a temporary consultant. No matter if it is management, systems, or other aspects of the company, if you think there is room for improvement, you can tell Manager Feng. I hope that with your help, the company can become more professional." Dong Xuebing said. Dong Yan said without hesitation, "No problem. Then after the Spring Festival, please come to our company." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Manager Feng, arrange a car to pick Ms. Dong up every day." "Okay." Feng Jing said. Since Xiao Ruofei was determined not to force Dong Yan to join the Taoyuan company, he could only settle for the next best thing. Dong Yan's ability was unquestionable. Although Feng Jing was also very capable, she had been in this environment for a long time and couldn't see clearly. Dong Yan was a bystander. She could use this time to take the pulse of the Taoyuan company and give suggestions on how to standardize the company. The benefits were obvious. Dong Yan said directly, "There is no need to wait until after the Spring Festival. I can start working now." "Miss Dong, you just returned to China. Shouldn't you spend more time with your family?" Xiao Ruofei asked with some surprise. "My mother works during the day, and there is no one else at home." Dong Yan said, "That's not the main point. Since I have promised Boss Xia, then it's best to get back to work as soon as possible." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei said straightforwardly, "Manager Feng will personally take care of everything with you." Dong Yan immediately said to Feng Jing, "Manager Feng, I need all the company's rules and regulations, organizational structure, personnel structure, and other related information. Also, please find me a small office. I want to look at the information first." "Okay, I will arrange it for you." Feng Jing said with a smile, "Miss Dong, come to my office first." "Then I will have to trouble you, Manager Feng," Dong Yan said. Then the two of them greeted Xiao Ruofei and walked out of the reception room side by side. Xiao Ruofei was a little stunned as he watched the two of them leave. Today was the first time he had seen Dong Yan's energetic style, and it left a deep impression on him. Feng Jing was a strong woman who did not care about her life when it came to work, and now there was Dong Yan who had the same style. Would there be any sparks between the two women in the Taoyuan company? Xiao Ruofei shook his head and quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. There were still a few days until the Spring Festival, and there was not much work to do in the company. He did not stay in the office for long. After sitting for a while and signing a few documents, he sneaked back home. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Before the Spring Festival, when most of the government departments and companies were still working, the Taoyuan Company's employees had already entered a state of holiday. Other than the necessary staff to ensure the company's operations, most of the employees went home to celebrate the Spring Festival. The exception was that Feng Jing chose to spend the Spring Festival on the farm this year, and Dong Yin still insisted on coming over every day. She did not take the car arranged by the company for her. Every day, she drove a beetle to the farm at 9 o'clock sharp and left at 5 o'clock sharp. Xiao Ruofei did not know how much information Dong Yin had read in the company these days, or how many suggestions she had made on the company's management, system, and other aspects. Anyway, during working hours, Dong Yin was either burying her head in the documents in her small office or communicating with Feng Jing enthusiastically in her office. Xiao Ruofei could not help but be secretly speechless about her serious attitude. Success did not come easily. She was able to have her current status in the industry not only because of her talent. It was not until the 29th of December that Xiao Ruofei blocked Dong Yin outside the comprehensive building after work. He smiled and said, "Miss Dong, tomorrow is Lunar New Year's Eve, and I will be on holiday. You should rest at home for a few days." In fact, the Taoyuan Company had already been on holiday a few days ago, but Dong Yin still insisted on coming over every day. "Isn't Sister Jing still in the company?" Dong Yin asked. After a few days of interaction, the two beauties who had many similarities became closer. Xiao Ruofei was speechless for a while. If he did not specifically ask her, this Dong Jingying would really come over on Lunar New Year's Eve. Did she need to be so dedicated? Manager Feng also needs to rest. After all, it's Lunar New Year. Xiao Ruofei explained patiently, "Besides, don't you also need to accompany your family?" "I'll just go home for Lunar New Year's Eve dinner," Dong Yin said. Xiao Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry and said, "Anyway, I will definitely be on holiday. You are not allowed to come over tomorrow. Stay at home and accompany Auntie and help her prepare dinner." "Okay." Dong Yin shrugged and said. Then, she said, "Oh yes, after the Lunar New Year, I hope to go to Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory to do some research for a few days. I hope Boss Xia can approve it." Since Dong Yin had agreed to be a consultant for the Taoyuan Company, she had to do her best. Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory was a very important part of the Taoyuan Company. She had to do a field visit. Many problems could not be discovered by being locked in the office. "No problem," Xiao Ruofei said, "after the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, you can go over at any time. I will let factory manager Shui know. As for the statutory 7-day holiday, I don't want to see you in the company. Listen to me and accompany Auntie well." "Okay." Dong Yan's lips curved up slightly, and shallow dimples appeared on her face. "Boss Xia, then I will go back." "Okay. Help me say hello to Auntie." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I also wish you all a Happy New Year in advance." "Got it." Dong Yan opened the door and sat in the car. Then, she waved at Xiao Ruofei and drove to the gate of the farm. 29th of December, New Year's Eve. Xiao Ruofei woke up early and persevered to complete the day's cultivation. Then, he washed up and went downstairs in high spirits. The company's cafeteria was also on holiday. However, considering that there were employees who stayed behind, Xiao Ruofei asked Yi Linyun to organize a few veterans who had been in the kitchen during their military service to be responsible for cooking a small amount of food every day. Yi Linyun also chose to stay behind. The main reason was that nearly half of the veterans in the security department had gone home for the new year. He was also a little worried. In addition, he also had a younger brother and sister who had gone home for the new year. Without him, the elderly would not feel too lonely. Therefore, he planned to take a few days off during the Lunar New Year and take a few days off after the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. Jiang Hua, who was in the shad breeding workshop, was also worried about these treasures, so he chose to stay behind. However, he brought his wife and children along with him. The whole family would be spending the new year at the farm. Xiao Ruofei also specially approved an apartment for Jiang Hua, so that his family could have a happy new year at the farm. When Xiao Ruofei arrived at the cafeteria, the veterans had already prepared breakfast. There were probably no more than 20 people staying at the farm. Therefore, breakfast was simple porridge, steamed buns, eggs, and some delicious side dishes. Feng Jing also arrived at the cafeteria on time. Everyone happily greeted each other. After breakfast, Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing walked around the farm, including the gate guard, vegetable greenhouse, shed breeding workshop, office building duty room. Every time they arrived at a place, Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing would say thank you to the employees who stayed behind and then take out the red envelopes that they had prepared. This was also the meaning of the question. In Huaxiao's most important holiday, these employees still stayed at their posts. As the company's leaders, the necessary condolences were also necessary. Xiao Ruofei also specifically asked Yi Linyun to arrange for some of the veterans to prepare some dumplings. At night, they would be specially sent to the several posts on the night shift. Even if they had to pay 4 or 5 times the salary, they couldn't lack these humane care. Sometimes, a few steaming hot dumplings were far better than an extra 1,000 yuan to make the employees feel a sense of belonging to the company. After expressing his condolences at the farm, Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing drove to Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory. Compared to the deserted Taoyuan farm, this place was much more lively. During the new year, except for a few production lines that were stopped, the rest of the production lines were still in operation. Of course, these days, they didn't have 3 shifts. From 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next day, they were off and resting. The main reason was that the supply of the heart-nourishing soup and Yuji ointment was currently in a state where the supply couldn't meet the demand. If they didn't work overtime to produce, the supply pressure would be too great. Shui Jinshan jokingly told Xiao Ruofei that the most wasteful investment in Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory was to build a new warehouse. This was because it was completely useless. The products would be transported away by the trucks waiting outside almost as soon as they left the production line. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing went to the workshop together to greet the workers. The factory manager, Shui Jinshan, personally followed behind Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing and gave out red envelopes to the workers one by one. After coming out of the workshop, Xiao Ruofei said to Shui Jinshan, "Jinshan, you've worked hard." Shui Jinshan smiled and said, "Boss Xia, I'm full of energy now. I don't feel tired at all." Now that he had been confirmed as the leader of the branch, he could be considered one of the higher-ups in Taoyuan Company. Moreover, Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory had brought him a great sense of achievement in his career. His classmates used to laugh at him, a medical college student who graduated from a medical school, for actually working in an agricultural products company. Now, they were all envious and praised him for his foresight. "There's nothing to do today. You should go back early." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Otherwise, sister-in-law will be unhappy." "Okay." Shui Jinshan said. Today, Deputy Director Lin showed his style and took the initiative to take on the duty. "I'll go back as soon as it's time, just in time for the New Year's Eve dinner." "Old Lin, thank you for your hard work." Xiao Ruofei looked at Deputy Director Lin and said with a smile, "Rest for a few more days after the New Year." Deputy Director Lin was called Lin Weiming. He had just been promoted and used to be the director of the workshop. This time, Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory was officially upgraded to a branch company. Naturally, the staff had to be strengthened. Therefore, a deputy director was promoted from the business department and the management department. Lin Weiming quickly said, "Thank you, Boss Xia, for your concern. This is all part of our job." Xiao Ruofei nodded, patted Lin Weiming on the shoulder and said, "Do your best. The company will not mistreat you." "Yes, thank you, Boss Xia." Lin Weiming was flattered. Then, Xiao Ruofei told Shui Jinshan that Dong Yun would be coming over for research after the new year and asked him to do a good job of receiving her. After that, he ended his inspection and greeting at Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory. Surrounded by the factory's leaders, Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing walked to the Night 15 off-road vehicle. The other car arranged by Shui Jinshan was also quietly parked behind the off-road vehicle. Xiao Ruofei stopped, looked at Feng Jing and asked, "Manager Feng, are you really not coming with me to Chao's place?" Feng Jing smiled and said, "No, I'm not going. You all should have a good new year. I will also represent the company and have a reunion dinner with the remaining employees in the district." Xiao Ruofei was worried that Feng Jing would feel neglected if she returned to the district alone. That was why he wanted to bring her to Lin Xiao's place for the new year. But since Feng Jing insisted on having a reunion dinner with the employees, Xiao Ruofei did not persuade her anymore. He could only helplessly say, "All right then. Manager Feng, I will wish you a happy new year in advance. Let's see you next year." Feng Jing laughed and said, "See you next year." After driving around the farm and pharmaceutical factory, it was already close to noon. Xiao Ruofei had just driven out of the pharmaceutical factory when his phone on the dashboard vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID on the car's LCD screen and reached out to answer the call. "Xiao Xiao Ruofei said as he drove with a smile on his face. "Bro Ruofei, where are you now?" Lin Xiao asked. "I'm waiting for you guys to have lunch together. I have to start preparing for the reunion dinner in the afternoon. I just finished work. I'm going to pick up Xianxia and Uncle Ling now," Xiao Ruofei said. "Why don't you and Godmother eat first? You don't have to wait for us." Ling Xianxia had mentioned to Ling Xiaotian about going to Lin Xiao's house to celebrate the new year together. Actually, she didn't have much hope. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiaotian only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. "That won't do. It's the first time sister-in-law and Uncle Ling are coming to our house. How can we neglect our guests?" Lin Xiao chuckled. "We're not in a hurry. Drive slowly on the road." "I know," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "If you have any work to do, leave it for me." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei increased the speed of the car slightly and drove towards Ling Xiaoyan's riverside villa. Soon, Xiao Ruofei picked up Ling Xianxia and Ling Xiaotian. Then, he turned the car around and drove towards Daguan World residential area. Ling Xiaotian was wearing a traditional dark red tang suit that day. Her face was glowing, and she looked very energetic. Ling Xianxia was also dressed very jubilantly. She wore a red cashmere coat with a red scarf, pencil gray bell-bottom pants, and black high heels. Her tall figure was fully accentuated. She also wore a small pink top hat on her head. Amidst her elegance, there was a delicate and cute aura. "Uncle Ling, let's celebrate Chinese New Year together from now on," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile as he drove. "The more the merrier." Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, "Okay. Anyway, Xianxia will marry you sooner or later. If I don't spend the new year with you, won't I be alone?" Ling Xianxia said coquettishly, "Dad, we haven't even started dating yet, whoa. How long are you guys going to wait?" Ling Xiaotian made a fuss. "It's almost time to get married. I'm still waiting to hold my grandson." Ling Xianxia blushed and said, "The more you talk, the more ridiculous you sound. I'm not going to talk to you anymore." Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, "You little girl, getting married and having children is something that everyone has to go through. What's there to be shy about? Am I right, Ruofei?" Xiao Ruofei could only chuckle and pretend to be dumb since there was nothing he could do. Seeing that neither of them were responding to the topic, Ling Xiaotian felt a little bored, so she changed the topic and asked, "Oh yeah, Ruofei, when can you get another batch of red arowana? A few of my old friends have asked me several times. Didn't you say that the rarer something is, the more valuable it is?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Besides, didn't you sell a lot of them the last few times? Is there anyone else who needs them?" Ling Xiaotian said with a smile, "It's true that the rarer something is, the more valuable it is, but how many did you sell the last 2 times? Although the circle isn't very big, it's definitely not as small as you think. There are many rich and idle people now. Also, after Old Li and Old Guo bought red arowana from you, how could they not show off in the circle? After a while, many people have come to me, asking me when there will be more top-grade red dragons for sale." "Well," Xiao Ruofei said, "then I'll contact them as soon as possible. It shouldn't be a big problem." Of course, there wouldn't be a problem. Red arowana was being bred in the Ring 2 space. Even if it was naturally bred, it would be enough for him to sell a batch every few days. "Don't drop the ball," Ling Xiaotian said, "I've already spread the word. If I can't get the best red dragon by then, I really won't be able to show my face, don't worry." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Your face is more important than anything else. I promise to get it done. I'll bring the red arowana back before the Lantern Festival at the latest. Okay. Ling Xiaotian said happily, I'm relieved to hear that. During the Spring Festival, there were almost no cars on the street. The three of them talked and laughed along the way, and soon, they arrived at the Dogwan World Community. Xiao Ruofei's car was registered at the property management and he also received a pass, so the security guard at the gate let him in directly. Xiao Ruofei drove directly to the underground garage. After he bought the house, he bought 2 parking spaces here. Although Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao didn't know how to drive, Xiao Ruofei was also thinking about the long term. Lin Xiao would definitely drive in the future. Moreover, buying parking spaces was also an investment, so it wouldn't be a loss. After parking their cars, Xiao Ruofei and the other 2 got out of the car, opened the trunk, and started to take things out. Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingshui came here for the Spring Festival, so naturally, they couldn't come empty-handed. So, they brought a lot of nutritional products, tea leaves, wine, clothes, and so on. Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to pick up the 2 heaviest boxes. One of them contained a Yangtze River shad that weighed more than 2 kilograms, and the other was an insulated box that contained a large jar of Buddha jumps over the wall that was sent to Ling Xiaotian's house by Ling Ji private kitchen in the morning. Since it was the Spring Festival, of course, they had to eat something good. The most delicious Yangtze River shad and Buddha jumps over the wall were definitely 2 indispensable dishes. Ling Ji private kitchen didn't close during the Spring Festival, and their business was even better. This was because many locals who were financially strong had booked New Year's Eve dinners here. Due to the limited reception capacity, all the New Year's Eve dinners had been booked a month or 2 ago. Even the private rooms from the first day to the 6th day of the Spring Festival were basically fully booked. Ling Xiaotian informed her eldest disciple in advance and asked him to make a large jar of Buddha jumps over the wall and send it to the Jiangbin villa. The jar of Buddha jumps over the wall was very tightly sealed, and there was a layer of oil on the soup. With the addition of the insulated box, the heat basically wouldn't leak out. They didn't even need to heat it up again at night. The 3 of them took the elevator to the 18th floor. The door of room 1801 was already half open. When Lin Xiao heard Xiao Ruofei and the other 2's footsteps and voices, he immediately ran over to open the door. He smiled and shouted, "Brother Ruofei, let me help you carry your things." After saying that, Lin Xiao ran out in his slippers. Xiao Ruofei didn't dare to hand the box in his hands to the careless Lin Xiao. If the fish was scared to death, what was he going to eat tonight? If the Buddha jumps over the wall was broken, it would be a waste of delicious food. He nimbly dodged Lin Xiao's hand and said with a smile, "Lass, aren't you going to greet your guests?" Lin Xiao stuck out his tongue and looked at Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingshui in embarrassment. He said, "Uncle Ling, sister-in-law, Happy New Year." After being addressed as sister-in-law by Lin Xiao in front of Ling Xiaotian, Ling Qingshui was a little shy. She blushed and said, "Happy New Year, Xiao." On the other hand, Ling Xiaotian was very happy. He smiled and put the things in his hands at the door. He skillfully took out a red envelope from his inner pocket and handed it to Lin Xiao. Ling Xiaotian said, "You must be Ruofei's sister, Lin Xiao. What a beautiful girl." Lin Xiao quickly waved her hand and said, "Uncle Ling, I can't accept this. It's the new year. Why can't I accept a red envelope from an elder?" Ling Xiaotian handed the red envelope to Lin Xiao and said, "Take it, take it." When Lin Xiao saw the bulging red envelope, she knew that there was a lot of money in it. She couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei hesitantly. Xiao Ruofei also saw that if the red envelope contained brand new Huaxia coins, it would be at least 10,000 yuan. However, this amount of money was nothing to him and Ling Xiaotian. It was the new year, so they wanted to celebrate. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, "Xiao, since Uncle Ling gave it to you, you should accept it." Lin Xiao took the heavy red envelope and said with a smile, "Thank you, Uncle Ling." "That's right." Ling Xiaotian smiled happily. "Let's go inside," Xiao Ruofei said. Lin Xiao actively helped Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingshui carry the things as the group entered the house. Huzi's mother also heard the commotion outside, but she was busy in the kitchen, so she didn't come out to greet them. When Xiao Ruofei and the others entered the house, Huzi's mother came out with a bowl of soup. She put the soup on the table, wiped her hands on her apron, and greeted them with a smile. "You're all here. Come and eat." As soon as Ling Xiaotian entered the door, he greeted her with his signature loud voice. "Happy New Year, sister-in-law." Huzi's mother also smiled and said, "Happy New Year. Shouldn't I call you my in-laws?" After that, Huzi's mother looked at Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue with a smile, which made the two of them a little uncomfortable. Ling Xiaotian was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "Hey. I was wrong to call you that. It's time to call you my in-laws." Ling Qingxue was so embarrassed that her face turned red. She could only use tidying up the things she had brought to cover up her embarrassment. Lin Qiao laughed and joked, "Sister-in-law, we're all family. There's no need to be embarrassed, you talk too much. Why don't you go and get the bowls and chopsticks?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Okay." Lin Qiao stuck out her tongue and ran to the kitchen. No one noticed that deep in her eyes, there was a hint of disappointment, but she hid it very well. "Oh right, my in-laws, Qingxue went to Hong Kong on a business trip and brought you a coat," Ling Xiaotian said. "Qingxue, take it out and let me try it on. I have enough clothes to wear." "You don't have to buy me anything," Huzi's mother said. "It's just a child's filial piety," Ling Xiaotian said with a smile. Ling Qingxue suppressed her embarrassment and found a bag of clothes from the pile of things and took out the cashmere coat. It was a light gray overcoat. The cut and materials were very exquisite. One look and one could tell that it was expensive. Although Huzi's mother refused verbally, she was very happy that Xiao Ruofei's future daughter-in-law bought it for her. She took the coat with a smile, thanked Ling Qingxue, and went back to her room to change. After a while, Huzi's mother came out in the cashmere coat. It had to be said that Ling Qingxue's taste was very good. When Huzi's mother wore this coat, she looked as if she was several years younger. At the same time, the coat was not bright in color. It was very suitable for someone of Huzi's mother's age. What was even more rare was that Ling Qingxue only asked Xiao Ruofei about Huzi's mother's figure, and the coat was very fitting. It was as if it was tailor-made. "It's beautiful." Xiao Ruofei nodded and praised. Lin Qiao put down her chopsticks and ran over to join in the fun. She said exaggeratedly, "Sister-in-law, you're so good at shopping. Mom looks like a different person in this coat. If we walk on the street together, people will think that we're sisters." Huzi's mother knocked Lin Qiao's head and said, "Nonsense. I'm already in my 70s or 80s. You're exaggerating." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Godmother is still very young. You're the one who's exaggerating. 70 or 80? Yeah. Most importantly, she looks very healthy." Ling Xiaotian agreed. "She looks like she's in her 40s or 50s at most," Ling Qingxue added. Huzi's mother had been in a good mood for the past 2 years. Xiao Ruofei also helped her to take care of her body every now and then. Therefore, she looked very energetic and even younger than her peers. "I'll go change." Huzi's mother was a little embarrassed by everyone's words. "There's no need to change. Just wear it like this," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "You should wear new clothes for the new year." Everyone agreed with Xiao Ruofei. Lin Qiao even found a pair of scissors and helped Huzi's mother cut off the logo on the coat. Huzi's mother had no choice but to call everyone over for lunch. The New Year's Eve dinner was the highlight of the New Year's Eve. However, considering that Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingxue were visiting for the first time, Huzi's mother prepared a sumptuous lunch. There were fish and meat, and the table was filled with food. Everyone finished their lunch happily and then started to prepare for the New Year's Eve dinner. As her future daughter-in-law, Ling Qingxue naturally took the initiative to help in the kitchen. Even Ling Xiaotian rolled up his sleeves and went to the kitchen eagerly. He was a chef, so he had to show off his skills for the New Year's Eve dinner. In addition, Lin Qiao came to join in the fun, so the originally spacious kitchen became a little crowded. Huzi's mother had no choice but to chase them out. In the end, the ladies stayed in the kitchen, and Ling Xiaotian and Xiao Ruofei were pushed out by them. Of course, Huzi's mother also agreed to leave a dish for Ling Xiaotian to show off his cooking skills. As for now, the father and son were allowed to make tea and play chess in the living room. If they really wanted to walk around, they might as well tour the house. Listening to the laughter coming from the kitchen from time to time, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Xiaotian could only make tea and chat in boredom. After sitting for a while, Xiao Ruofei saw that the Spring Festival couplets on the TV cabinet had not been put up yet. He found the thick rice soup that Huzi's mother had prepared in advance and went to the door with Ling Xiaotian to put up the Spring Festival couplets. In the countryside, people used rice soup to put up Spring Festival couplets. The rice soup was very sticky and would not fall off even after a year. After using a brush to brush the rice soup on the corresponding position on the wall, Xiao Ruofei separated the upper and lower couplets. Then, he took the Spring Festival couplets and started to put them up. Ling Xiaotian, on the other hand, was directing from behind to make sure that the couplets were not put up crooked. After the father and son-in-law worked together, they quickly put up the Spring Festival couplets. Xiao Ruofei also put up a Fu character on the door. This kind of metal anti-theft door could not be used with rice soup, so they could only take a step back and stick it up with transparent tape. Meat bird's nest was a specialty of Xianxia. It was made by grinding the lean pork leg into meat paste, mixing it with sweet potato powder, rolling it into a paper-thin sheet, cutting it into 3-inch cubes, wrapping it with meat stuffing, and cooking it with soup. Since the skin and stuffing of meat bird's nest were made of pork, it was nicknamed meat-wrapped meat. Meat bird's nest was also known as peaceful bird's nest. The people of Xianxia would eat peaceful bird's nest during festivals, weddings, funerals, and gatherings of relatives and friends. It was the auspicious name of peace and peace. The people who were celebrating the new year together were all authentic Xianxia people, so peaceful bird's nest was a must for the reunion dinner. When Xiao Ruofei and Ling Xiaotian heard that, they immediately went to wash their hands and walked to the dining table. Lin Xiao had already brought over a bowl of chopped meat stuffing and a bag of bird's skin. Ling Xiaotian was also an expert. She couldn't help but exclaim, "The quality of this bird's skin is very high." Lin Xiao said proudly, "My mom bought the best pork leg and rolled it herself. It's much better than the ones you buy outside." The traditional process of making meat bird's skin was very complicated and time-consuming. Most people wouldn't make their own bird's skin because there were many meat bird shops in Xianxia and they could be bought at any time. Those who were more particular would just choose a better one. For example, in a century-old shop like Tongli's Meat Bird's Nest, there were very few that made their own. Ling Xiaotian's restaurant also made their own meat bird's skin and sold it to customers, so Ling Xiaotian was very proficient in making meat bird's skin. When he heard that, he couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect you to have such a unique skill. There aren't many people who know how to make bird skin nowadays." When Huzi's mother heard that from the kitchen, she smiled and poked her head out to say, "I learned a little from my elders when I was young, but in front of an expert like you, it's a bit like showing off in front of an expert." "You're too kind." Ling Xiaotian said, "It's not worse than what the chefs in our shop can make." "You're so sweet." Huzi's mother said happily. "Then you should eat more later." Of course, of course." Ling Xiaotian agreed with a smile. In the kitchen, Huzi's mother and Ling Xianxia were busy preparing the New Year's Eve dinner, while Xiao Ruofei, Ling Xiaotian, and Lin Xiao were chatting in the dining room while making bird's nest. The atmosphere was harmonious. The afternoon passed by quickly. It was already past 5 in the evening, and the meticulously prepared reunion dinner was finally about to be completed. Other than the final main dish, which was left for Ling Xiaotian to cook, the only dish left was the meat bird's nest. The meat bird nest was seasoned in advance. It only needed to be boiled in the pot and a little seasoning was added before it could be eaten. It took very little time, so Ling Xiaotian began to put on her apron and prepared to handle the last dish herself. Naturally, the dish left for Ling Xiaotian was the steamed shad. He chased Ling Xianxia and Huzi's mother, who wanted to stay and help, out of the kitchen. Then, he began to handle the shad skillfully. Steamed Yangtze River shad was the specialty of executive chef Su Yu of Ling Ji Restaurant Group. During this period of time, Ling Ji Private Kitchen had begun to supply Ling Ji Private Kitchen. Ling Xiaotian's culinary skills were excellent, and coupled with the fact that he was close to the water, he was already very proficient in cooking this dish. Soon, she finished handling the fish, put it on a plate, added seasoning, and put it into the steamer basket. While waiting, Ling Xiaotian began to cook the meat bird's nest. There was no technique to cooking the meat bird's nest. She just had to boil it in water and add the right amount of seasoning. However, even when Ling Xiaotian was cutting the green onions, there seemed to be a rhythm to her technique. It wasn't a deliberate show-off, but a subconscious rhythm that a chef had integrated into her technique. Xiao Ruofei, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Not long after the pot of meat bird's nest was cooked, the timer gave a reminder that the steamed shad was ready. Ling Xiaotian personally carried the shad while Xiao Ruofei carried a pot of meat bird's nest to the dining room. "It's time for New Year's Eve dinner," Lin Xiao shouted happily. Then, Lin Xiao said, "I don't think we've set off the firecrackers yet." "Firecrackers aren't allowed here," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Although the Three Mountains didn't prohibit firecrackers and fireworks in the whole city, the control was quite strict. In a new residential area like Grandview World, firecrackers and fireworks were definitely not allowed. Lin Xiao said with some distress, "If we don't set off firecrackers, the New Year's atmosphere won't be as good." Lin Xiao grew up in a fishing village. Since she was young, the sound of firecrackers and fireworks could be heard everywhere in the village. She would often go with her brother to pick up unlit firecrackers and set them off everywhere in the village. Xiao Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, "I have an idea." After saying that, he turned on the TV and stereo. Xiao Ruofei had personally installed all the appliances here, and the TV was paired with a network box. Xiao Ruofei quickly found the sound of firecrackers in the box, and then turned up the volume. A burst of firecrackers came from the stereo. The high-end subwoofer made the sound of firecrackers quite shocking, but it lacked the smell of gunpowder. "Is that okay?" Lin Xiao said with a smile, "It's barely considered a pass." Let's eat." The two families sat around the dining table together. Xiao Ruofei and Lin Xiao began to pour wine for everyone. Ling Xiaotian and Xiao Ruofei naturally drank Zui Ba Xian, and it wasn't the kind sold by the winery, but the kind that Xiao Ruofei stored in his storage space. Without exception, the ladies all chose Semelon. Ever since Xiao Ruofei took out this kind of white wine for the first time, they all fell in love with its rich taste. Even Huzi's mother, who didn't drink much, poured a glass for her. "Uncle Ling, would you like to say something?" Xiao Ruofei looked at Ling Xiaotian with a smile. Ling Xiaotian smiled and said, "I'm here as a guest today. It's my in-laws' turn to say something." Huzi's mother waved her hand and said, "I'm not good with words." "You should say it, in-law." Ling Qingxue chuckled and said, "If you keep pushing it, you can forget about the New Year's Eve dinner." "Okay, then I'll say something." Ling Xiaotian raised her glass and said, "Today, our two families are celebrating the New Year together. This is fate. Here, I also hope that the children can live in harmony and love each other. As for the elderly, please try your best to stay healthy and don't cause trouble for the children. Come, let's raise our glasses and hope that the new year will be better. Cheers." Cheers. After the first glass of wine, the New Year's Eve dinner officially began. According to tradition, the first dish that everyone ate was the peaceful swallow. Huzi's mother personally served everyone a bowl. In addition to the meat swallow, there was also a boiled duck egg in everyone's bowl. In the Three Mountains, this was called peaceful egg, and it also meant auspicious. She had to eat every dish for the New Year's Eve dinner. She could try the other dishes, but she had to finish this bowl of Taiping swallow. Everyone present was born and raised in the Three Mountains, so they didn't need anyone to teach them about this. They all picked up their bowls. The swallow skin made by Huzi's mother was very chewy, and the sweet potato powder mixed in was just right. It was soft and smooth in the mouth, and the meat filling was also very tasty. She even added a bit of chestnut, which added a bit of crispness to the fresh taste. After eating it, everyone praised it. Even Ling Xiaotian, who was a very picky chef, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Seeing that everyone liked the meat swallow she made, Huzi's mother was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. She said with a smile, "In-law, I still have 2 pounds of unwrapped swallow skin. If you like it, you can take it back. If you want to eat it, you can wrap some for yourself." Lin Xiao said with a smile, "Mom, Uncle Ling is a special chef, and they sell swallow skin in their restaurant. Why would they need us to give it to them?" Ling Xiaotian immediately said, "Yes, yes, yes. This swallow skin is much better than the chef in our restaurant. In-law, I won't stand on ceremony then. Haha, it's embarrassing to eat and take. We're family. You don't have to be so formal. Huzi's mother said happily. After eating the peaceful swallow, everyone chose their favorite dishes according to their tastes. The steamed shad and Buddha jumps over the wall were the most popular. Lin Xiao ate until his mouth was full of oil. Even Ling Qingxue, who always paid attention to his image, ate a few mouthfuls in succession. Ling Xiaotian was so happy that he grinned when he saw that his dishes were so popular. As for the main credit for this dish, it was Xia Ruofei who provided the ingredients, so it didn't affect his sense of achievement at all. The three mountains weren't like the north. The New Year's Eve dinner usually started earlier. After everyone was full, the New Year's Eve gala hadn't started yet. It was just a warm-up broadcast. Huzi's mother, Ling Qingxue, and Lin Xiao started to clean up the mess. Ling Xiaotian and Xiao Ruofei were once again excluded by their female compatriots. The father-in-law and son-in-law simply watched TV in the living room while making tea. Ling Xiaotian and his daughter weren't in a hurry to leave after dinner. After all, it was New Year's Eve. It was inevitable that they would feel a little lonely in the cold villa. They might as well watch the New Year's Eve together. At 8 o'clock sharp, the New Year's Eve gala, which was said to be the most watched national television station in the world, kicked off. The two families sat on the sofa in the living room, chatting while drinking tea, eating melon seeds, and watching the New Year's Eve gala. The atmosphere was harmonious. In fact, the entertainment industry was very developed now. In order to balance all aspects of the New Year's Eve gala, there were a lot of singing and dancing programs. The language programs that everyone liked were constantly edited because of the limitations of the broadcast. The quality of the programs was also greatly reduced. However, watching the New Year's Eve gala was more of a habit. It seemed that if they didn't watch the New Year's Eve gala, something would be missing. Lin Xiao watched TV while scrolling through Weibo on his phone. Every year, the New Year's Eve gala was the time when joke makers were the most active. Many of the programs had just finished broadcasting, and there were all kinds of jokes on the internet. When he saw funny jokes, Lin Xiao would read them out loud, making everyone laugh. They felt that the jokes were more interesting than the New Year's Eve gala. Ling Xiaotian and his daughter didn't finish watching the New Year's Eve gala. They got up and said goodbye at around 11 o'clock. Although Sanshan also had the custom of staying up for the New Year, Huzi's mother and Ling Xiaotian were old after all. If it wasn't for the New Year, they would have already gone to bed. Ling Xiaotian considered that if she and Ling Qingxue stayed here, Huzi's mother would have to force herself to stay awake. Moreover, she also felt a little sleepy, so she took the initiative to say goodbye. When they came, Xiao Ruofei drove to pick them up. Naturally, Xiao Ruofei would send them back. Ruofei, why don't we call a designated driver? Ling Qingxue said, you drank a lot tonight. Although they watched the New Year's Eve gala for a few hours, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Xiaotian almost equally shared a bottle of white wine during the New Year's Eve dinner. He drank at least 5 ounces, so Ling Qingxue was a little worried. In fact, when Xiao Ruofei got up and was about to send them back, he had already secretly used his true qi to force out all the remaining alcohol in his body. He said with a smile, it's the new year. Where can we find a designated driver? Don't worry. It's been so long, and you drank so much tea. The alcohol will be gone by now. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had been very sober the whole time. After his cultivation, his alcohol tolerance seemed to have increased a lot. He couldn't get drunk with 1 or 2 pounds of white wine, not to mention that he only drank 5 or 6 ounces tonight. However, just in case, he still forced the alcohol out of his body. That way, there would be no problem. Ling Xiaotian was a little drunk. He said, it's okay. I know Ruofei's alcohol tolerance. Let him drive. Originally, Huzi's mother wanted to persuade Ling Xiaotian to drive, but since Ling Xiaotian had said so, she couldn't say anything. She could only say to Xiao Ruofei, Ruofei, drive slowly. After you send your in-laws and Qingxue back, hurry back and rest. Tonight, Xiao Ruofei was definitely going to stay at the Grand View World. The house had 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. In addition, there was a small attic that was made into Lin Xiao's boudoir. Even if Ling Xiaotian and his daughter were to stay over, it would still be able to accommodate them. Huzi's mother had already prepared a room. In fact, there was a room in the house that had always been reserved for Xiao Ruofei. All the bedsheets, quilts, and pillows were ready-made. I know, godmother. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. You should rest early too. Don't wait for me. Xiaoer won't be sleeping for a while anyway. She can open the door for me. Okay. Huzi's mother said with a smile. The mother and daughter sent the three of them out of the door. Xiao Ruofei took the elevator directly to the underground parking lot with Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingxue. He drove out of the Grand View World Community and headed towards Ling Xiaotian's riverside villa. There weren't many cars on the streets on New Year's Eve. At this time, most people were at home watching the New Year's gala with their families. The roar of Night 15 echoed through the empty streets. There were no obstacles along the way. Soon, they were close to the riverside villa. However, after turning a corner, the road slowly narrowed. Rows of cone-shaped barriers slowly narrowed the two lanes into one. Just as Xiao Ruofei was feeling puzzled, he saw a few policemen wearing reflective vests waving their electric batons at him, signaling him to stop the car by the side of the road. The police are so dedicated? Xiao Ruofei said to himself. Why don't they go home to rest during the new year? End of chapter 854. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.